I'm back? Chen Yi's voice was slightly hoarse as he scanned the familiar surroundings of his old room. His gaze finally settled on the electronic calendar hanging on the wall. It clearly displayed the date, August 16, 2041, 3:03 p.m. He had returned exactly 20 years into the past. Outside the window, the world appeared just as it always had, untouched by the apocalyptic crimson mist that was yet to descend. But Chen Yi knew all too well that this calm would last only a few more hours. By midnight, the entire order of the world would be upended. The rules of the old world were about to be discarded, giving countless ordinary people the once-in-a-lifetime chance to rewrite their destinies. When the crimson mist arrived, every single person on Earth would receive a 10-draw opportunity. Each draw would grant a unique ability or talent. In the end, each person would be equipped with 10 abilities. However, these abilities wouldn't all activate simultaneously, they had to be unlocked over time as an individual's power grew. Initially, only one talent could be activated. The talents themselves varied greatly in strength, ranked from the weakest, Class F, to progressively stronger classes E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and the ultimate SSS. SSS class talents were the rarest and most powerful, each possessing the potential to reshape the world. In fact, obtaining an SSS talent alone could almost guarantee someone a position as one of the strongest beings in the new era. But Chen Yi remembered all too well the despair-inducing odds. The probability of drawing an SSS class talent was only 1 in a billion. With a global population of 7 billion and a total of 70 billion draws, theoretically, there would be no more than 70 individuals with SSS class talents worldwide. Yet from what Chen Yi could recall in his previous life, fewer than 30 such beings ever came to light. Those who did, however, without exception, stood at the pinnacle of the new world's hierarchy. Chen Yi speculated that many with SSS class potential probably never lived long enough to realize their power. Maybe their initial talents were too weak, or they got unlucky early on and fell by the wayside before they could even grow. In his prior life, Chen Yi hadn't managed to draw an SSS class talent. Even so, the B-class talent he unlocked at the start, Healing Hands, was nothing to scoff at. It enhanced the effectiveness of all healing abilities by 150%. Fueled by this talent, he transitioned into a supporting role as a healer, joining a major faction where he lived a relatively comfortable and peaceful life. However, Chen Yi also distinctly remembered something else. In that faction, there were a few extraordinary individuals. Rumor had it they were beta testers for this Crimson Mist game, privy to insider information that gave them a head start over everyone else. These beta testers, though few in number, were absurdly powerful. But now, in this second chance at life, Chen Yi was determined to use his foresight to utterly surpass them. He quickly sorted through his mind, recalling critical information about the early days of the apocalypse. Though 20 years had passed, the memory of those pivotal 7 days was forever etched in his mind. When the Crimson Mist descended, there would be a 7-day newbie protection period. During this window, no monsters would appear, and the mist would subtly begin transforming everyone's physical bodies. At the end of the 7 days, all people would automatically rise to level 10, experiencing an explosive leap in physical abilities 10 times stronger than the average human. At that point, each individual's first talent would automatically activate. What was even more crucial was that during the protection period, treasure chests would appear all over the world. These chests came in 5 grades: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and diamond, the rarest and most coveted. Inside, one could find an array of items like equipment, skill books, class change scrolls, alchemical potions, and more. However, any chest left unopened by the end of the 7 days would disappear forever. The thought alone made Chen Yi restless. He couldn't waste even a second. In his past life, near his current location in Ning City, there had appeared a one-of-a-kind diamond treasure chest. This time, it was practically calling his name. No one truly knew what had been inside that diamond chest. The lucky soul who had claimed it posted a brief, boastful message online before mysteriously vanishing in what was undoubtedly a case of foul play. Given the value of anything a diamond chest could yield, it wasn't hard to imagine that its unlucky owner had been targeted and eliminated. The entire surface of Earth covered about 510 million square kilometers, yet only 100 diamond chests had ever been reported to spawn worldwide. On land, there were probably no more than 30. Miraculously, Chenny had knowledge of the locations of 2 of them. For now, he wasn't going to concern himself with the lesser chests. Even 100 dark gold chests couldn't hold a candle to a single diamond one. Grabbing his car keys, Chenny bolted out of the house and headed straight for the garage. He hopped into his SUV, stopped by a gas station to fill the tank to the brim, and stocked 4 large fuel canisters in the trunk as extra reserves. With everything prepared, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped off toward the diamond chest's refresh point, Mount Tai. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to let any of those insider beta testers claim it first. Mount Tai was a well-known tourist destination, often teeming with visitors. Luckily, it was a Monday, and the crowd was likely to be sparse. Only people with time to spare, like Chun-Yi, would venture there today. The route he took was desolate. Following the coordinates from a forum post he had read in his past life, Chun-Yi drove down a deserted mountain road and parked near an isolated spot. It was said that the extremely rare diamond chest would spawn somewhere around here. He retrieved a cola from the trunk, leaned against his car, and absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone. Chenny didn't have much of a social circle. He'd been orphaned at a young age, with his parents leaving behind a house and modest compensation. With no close relatives or friends, his phone's notification list was unsurprisingly barren. Finding no interest in aimless browsing, he switched off the screen. He wasn't here to enjoy the scenery, he was waiting. Waiting for an event that would change the course of the world. Midnight, when the clock struck 0. The bell tolled. At that exact moment, a mysterious voice echoed across the entire globe, reverberating within everyone's minds. Welcome to the arrival of the Crimson Mist game. Initializing game data. Treasure chests are being deployed. Newcomer benefit, 10 talent draws. The old era has ended, and a new epoch is upon us. Do whatever it takes to survive. The ultimate victor shall ascend and be crowned as a god. As the last word resounded, beams of radiant light burst down from the sky, blindingly bright. The world began to twist and shift into something uncanny. Endless scarlet mist rose silently from deep within the earth, creeping outward and enveloping everything in sight. The crimson fog infiltrated everywhere, quietly transforming the essence of all it touched. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chenny took a deep breath. Finally, the moment had come. At the same time, a glowing brilliance began to materialize beside his car. Within the luminous radiance, a gleaming diamond treasure chest came into view, its intricate patterns casting spells of allure. There it was. Chen Yi's chest tightened in excitement. But the chest hadn't fully materialized yet, it would take a little more time. Just enough time to take advantage of the newcomer reward. Chen Yi adeptly pulled up the game's interface, immediately navigating to the talent draw section. He had practiced this countless times, replaying it relentlessly in his memories from a past life. By now, the system was as familiar to him as breathing. The interface was astonishingly straightforward. Talent draw interface. Remaining draws, 10. Without hesitation, Chen Yi mentally selected the option, draw 10 times. He knew that pulling talents consecutively gave a much better chance at acquiring top-tier abilities. The moment he confirmed, 10 dazzling streaks of multicolored light shot out from the interface and merged directly into his body. Chen Yi could barely breathe from sheer exhilaration. He recognized this light, it was unmistakable. This radiant brilliance signified nothing less than SSS-grade talents, the rarest and most powerful of all. A blitz of system notifications exploded in his mind. You've used the 10 talent draw reward. Congratulations! You've acquired 10 talents. First talent, Master of Elements. Unlocks at level 10. Master of Elements, SSS grade, take command of all elemental forces. You can master any elemental skill. Resource costs and cooldown durations of elemental abilities are reduced by 90%. Elemental damage inflicted upon you is also reduced by 90%. In addition, the power and effects of your elemental skills are amplified 100 times. Second talent, Supreme Summoner. Unlocks at level 20. Supreme Summoner, SSS grade, every creature you summon will be the strongest of its kind, peerless within its species. Third talent, Ultimate Adaptation. Unlocks at level 30. Ultimate Adaptation, SSS grade, you can swiftly adapt to any environment or hazard, significantly boosting relevant stats and resistances. You're basically indestructible. Fourth talent, Limitless Growth. Unlocks at level 40. Limitless Growth, SSS grade, your stat gains increase astronomically. There are no caps on attribute growth or skill levels. This is your path to godhood. Fifth talent, Infinite Firepower. Unlocks at level 50. Infinite Firepower, SSS grade, all of your skills cooldowns and resource costs are reduced to 0. The penalty for forbidden techniques is reduced by 99%. Go ahead, unleash chaos. Sixth talent, Miraculous Luck. Unlocks at level 60. Miraculous Luck, SSS grade, any uncertain scenario you encounter will always veer toward the most favorable outcome for you. Destiny? You are destiny. Seventh talent, Unlimited Range. Unlocks at level 70. Unlimited Range, SSS grade, no matter the distance, your long-range attacks will always reach their targets with full force, never fading in intensity. Even across galaxies, nowhere is safe. Eighth talent, Supreme Vault. Unlocks at level 80. Supreme Vault, SSS grade, gain an innate knowledge of all treasure locations and unrestricted access to those sites. Within treasure zones, you enter an unassailable state. Armed with enough resources, even a pig could ascend to godhood. Ninth talent, Turn Fiction into Reality. Unlocks at level 90. Turn fiction into reality, SSS grade, anything you claim to be true, as long as enough people believe it, will eventually become reality. 10th talent, Godslayer's Plunder. Unlocks at level 100. Godslayer's Plunder, SSS grade, for every being you kill, you steal one random talent from them. Someone else's power? It's yours now. Shenny gasped for breath, his heart pounding like a drum ready to break free of its cage. Floating before him was a translucent interface visible only to him, showcasing these 10 jaw-dropping abilities. Master of Elements, Supreme Summoner, Ultimate Adaptation, just reading the names made him shiver with anticipation. Each of these powers was enough to dominate the world on its own. And he had all 10. Ha 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 ha. His uncontrollable laughter echoed through the empty surroundings, raw and unrestrained. For the first time in his life, he felt exhilaration flooding every fiber of his being. This was it, a chance to rise above all and turn the tides. The future was his for the taking. Where one SSS grade talent could produce champions of immense might, what kind of storm would be unleashed by 10 pulled together? The notion was almost too grand to fathom. Those so-called beta players everyone feared? Pitiful. Swelling with unshakable confidence, he eventually managed to calm his throbbing heart. Only then did he notice the diamond treasure chest next to him, now fully materialized. Shenny leaned forward, inhaled deeply, and thrust the lid open with both hands. The system promptly dinged in his mind, "Congratulations! You've opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained the unique item Mirror of Worlds." An ancient, ornate mirror appeared seamlessly in his inventory. Shenny wasted no time inspecting its attributes. This singular artifact possessed the ability to stabilize fate, which effectively meant it could influence a faction's overall luck and prosperity. Behind the mirror lay an entirely self-contained world, a gateway that allowed seamless travel between realms. It was the ultimate artifact for traversing different dimensions. Shenny drew in a sharp breath. He remembered this item vividly from his past life. In his previous timeline, the leader of the faction he had served had used this very mirror to shelter all core members within its mirrored world when the first cataclysm occurred, preserving their power. Though the mirror was damaged later, that faction suffered the least losses and rose to prominence overnight, becoming one of the top 3 global superpowers. But that wasn't all. Simply placing this artifact in a faction's treasury granted every member a bonus to their luck, improving loot quality from defeating enemies and opening treasure chests. It even boosted experience gain by an additional 10%. The value of this single artifact was equivalent to the combined resources of a large organization. In essence, whoever possessed it was guaranteed eventual dominance, success was simply a matter of time. This was a jackpot. Chen Yi's heart raced with excitement. He also knew there was another diamond treasure chest waiting for him. The location was far away, it required 3 days and 4 nights of uninterrupted driving to reach. He just hoped no one else would discover the secret before he arrived. Thankfully, in this new world where everyone's bodies had been digitalized, going days without sleep was no longer an issue for him. Under the endless yellow skies, an off-road vehicle roared across the desolate expanse of a barren wasteland. Chen Yi had been driving for a long time, and the surrounding area was a vast, uninhabited no man's land spanning hundreds of kilometers. Based on his memories, the person who found the second diamond chest in his past life was a backpacker hiking through this wasteland. That individual later became a level 100 powerhouse because of what was inside the chest. He remembered the place's name clearly, Lao Katuush. The reddish mist around him grew denser by the minute, reducing visibility from 50 meters down to just 10. Thankfully, the GPS was still functional, and Chen Yi locked his target destination. During these days of driving, the crimson mist had steadily transformed his body. He had already leveled up to 6, with all his base attributes raised to 6 points. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible supply of energy coursing through him, and his thoughts were clearer than ever before. Chen Yi understood the rules of this world well. After the red mist descended, everyone's physical forms were digitized. When one's level reached 10, regardless of whether they had been elderly, sickly, disabled, or physically gifted, all base attributes were forcibly balanced to 10 points. The sick would be cured, and the disabled would be restored to wholeness. It was a universal reset, erasing past differences and putting everyone on a brand new starting line. A resounding clang suddenly jolted him from his thoughts as the front end of his vehicle dipped unexpectedly. Chen Yi immediately slammed on the brakes and stepped out to inspect the situation. He had collided with an abandoned earthen wall, and the hood of the SUV now showed a slight dent. According to the GPS, he had arrived at Lao Katuush. It was an abandoned village that had been deserted for over a decade, desolate and crumbling. Chen Yi pulled out a high-powered flashlight and cautiously moved toward the heart of the village. Suddenly, a faint glow of pure white light pierced through the mist ahead, catching his eye. Found it! Chen Yi's heart leaped with excitement as he hastened his pace. His enhanced physique now allowed him to cross several hundred meters in less than 10 seconds. Nestled amidst the ruins, a pristine diamond treasure chest sat there quietly, untouched. Suppressing his excitement to avoid potential mishaps, Chen Yi approached the chest without hesitation, placing his hand firmly on it. Congratulations! You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained the unique artifact, Soul Cube. The Soul Cube was ridiculously overpowered. Its capabilities were equivalent to the highest level SSS grade talent. Chen Yi could think of nothing else. He marveled at the sheer potential of this artifact, its mysterious 6 faces brimming with unimaginable knowledge and power. The artifact could manipulate time, creating a time field around enemies that aged them rapidly, rendering all healing abilities useless. It could also unleash a death stare, directly targeting an opponent's mind to trap them in a death illusion. If the target failed to break free within a minute, the illusion would become reality, claiming their life instantly. More astonishingly, the artifact came with Soul Guard, which granted immunity to all forms of mental and spiritual attacks and unrivaled safeguard in future battles. As if that weren't enough, its ability to cast a death curse could seal an enemy's fate, ensuring their demise within 7 days in the most unavoidable, unexpected manner. While the curse required sacrificing 10 years of the user's lifespan and had a 10-day cooldown period, its lethal certainty was truly terrifying. Furthermore, the Soul Cube could enslave other souls, with limitations based on the target's willpower and the duration of control. Still, in critical moments, this alone could turn the tide of battle. And on top of all of this, it amplified the effects of all dark magic by a factor of 10. No wonder the backpacker who originally traversed this desolate region solo became known as the Soul Reaper upon reaching level 100. Chen Yi mused that even without those 10 SSS grade talents, owning the Soul Cube alone would make him a force to be reckoned with in this apocalyptic new world. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. The priority now was to find a safe place to take refuge. After the Red Mist's arrival, nowhere in the world could truly be considered secure. Cheney quickly made his way to his SUV, but as he approached, his instincts immediately alerted him something was wrong. In the sand near the vehicle, a second set of footprints had appeared. They were definitely not his own. Instantly on high alert, Cheney retrieved a collapsible baton from beneath the driver's seat, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. 2 decades of survival in a post-apocalyptic wasteland had honed his senses to an almost animalistic degree. As a support class specialist, he had relied on instincts like these to navigate countless life-threatening situations and make it out alive. "Who's there?" "Show yourself," he demanded in a low but firm voice. Even though the Crimson Mist had only taken over for 4 days and powerful creatures had yet to emerge, the darkness within human hearts often proved far more treacherous than the monsters. "Easy there, buddy. No need to get all worked up," a voice called out from behind a mud wall not too far away. Moments later, a man stepped out from behind the wall. His skin was weathered and sunburned to a deep reddish-brown shade, his long hair tangled and untidy. He was dressed in a filthy, olive-green coat that may have once belonged to a soldier. By his side were 2 enormous, heavily stuffed travel bags. It was clear that he had been trekking across vast distances to reach this place. The moment Cheney saw his face, he froze. There was no mistaking it, that was Lang Chi, the infamous Soul Reaper from his past life. Back then, Lang Chi was a household name, a frequent guest on televised survival shows, and a symbol of resilience used by the authorities to inspire hope during the apocalypse. But right now, Lang Chi was completely unaware of the destiny awaiting him, a destiny that Chen Yi had already disrupted and claimed for himself. Chen Yi's tense expression softened slightly, but his internal guard remained firmly in place. After all, with the world undergoing such colossal changes, one could never be too cautious. Trust was something to be earned, not given freely. "Would you mind giving me a lift to the nearest city, bro?" Lang Chi asked nervously. Over the past few days, he, too, had felt something unusual within his body. Ever since the Red Mist descended, his physical capabilities had skyrocketed. Walking 50 miles in a day used to be a grueling challenge, but now, not only could he manage over 120 miles, but he also did it without so much as breaking a sweat. And from the scarce access he'd had to the internet, it appeared that everyone else was experiencing similar enhancements. Yet, being stranded in the desolate wilderness with no one in sight for hundreds of miles had made him desperate to encounter another living soul. Now that he had, his sheer relief was overwhelming. Chen Yi nodded slightly. He remembered Lang Chi well. In his past life, Lang Chi had become one of the most formidable warriors, reaching the pinnacle of level 100. Despite his immense power, his reputation had remained spotless, unmarred by scandals or questionable actions. His character seemed reliable. What was more, Chen Yi vividly recalled Lang Chi's exceptional talent and S-rank ability, allowing him to strengthen equipment, quadrupling their properties when upgraded to +10. This ability was a game-changer for those fortunate enough to ally with him. By lending a hand today, Chen Yi reasoned, he could lay the groundwork for outfitting his future arsenal with unparalleled strength. "All right, hop in," Chen Yi replied. Lang Chi's face lit up with gratitude. "Thanks, man, seriously, you just saved my life," he said as he hurriedly stuffed his oversized bags into the rear of the SUV, all the while rattling off his thanks. With the powerful roar of its engine, the off-road vehicle sped forward, cutting across the empty, cracked highways of the desert wasteland. Their destination was Inxia City, a grueling 300-kilometer journey. Fortunately, there was still plenty of fuel in the tank, and no significant delays loomed on the horizon. Chen Yi, however, ensured that his eyes were peeled for treasure chests along the way, stopping to claim their contents whenever one came into view. While these early finds paled in comparison to the heavenly rewards of a diamond chest, they provided substantial benefits in the initial stages of survival. Along the route, Chen Yi managed to unearth dozens of bronze, silver, and golden chests, as well as 3 exceptionally rare dark gold chests. The treasures within these chests were a mixed bag: potions, gems, pieces of equipment, scrolls, raw materials, and the like. Among them, the rarest find was a skill book. It had come from one of the dark gold chests and was labeled Scorching Ray, a fire element spell capable of concentrating fiery energy into searing rays that burned foes with ongoing damage. The spell, however, was exclusive to mage class users. Shenyi recognized that he had hit the jackpot. In his previous life, skill books had become a currency of unbelievable value. Even during the later stages of the game-like world, these books were infamous for their abysmal drop rates. Compounding their scarcity, skill books were consumables. Once used, they couldn't be passed on or reused. It was this critical factor that solidified his future strategy. All the early game items that seemed valuable now but would eventually become commonplace equipment, materials, consumables, he would use to acquire as many skill books as he could. And since he possessed knowledge light years ahead of everyone else, there was little doubt in his mind that success was just a matter of execution. Lang Chi, sitting in the passenger seat, watched Shenyi's efficiency at opening and claiming loot from treasure chests, his eyes brimming with envy. But he kept his thoughts to himself. Treasure chests had incited heated debates across every internet platform, their worth universally acknowledged. Still, Lang Chi knew better than to overstep. After all, without Shenyi's mercy, he would still be stranded and helpless in the heart of the desert. As they drove, they exchanged snippets of conversation. Shenyi came to understand that Lang Chi was originally from the southern regions, having spent over 2 years wandering the wilderness on foot as a travel streamer. His primary source of income had been the live tips sent by viewers during his journeys. Now, though, his sole desire was to return home to reunite with his aging parents. Using the integrated game-like system, Shenyi sent Lang Chi a friend request. This system offered remarkable convenience, facilitating item trades regardless of how far apart individuals were. Its influence had rendered delivery services and gig jobs like food couriers utterly obsolete in Shenyi's previous life. Thankfully, it didn't allow the transportation of living creatures, otherwise, entire industries dependent on logistics and freight would have collapsed overnight. Shenyi's intent in befriending Lang Chi was straightforward. When the time came to unlock Lang Chi's extraordinary ability to enhance gear, Shenyi wanted to ensure he had access. The capability to double an item's base stats was a dream come true for any player lucky enough to leverage it. In Shenyi's opinion, Lang Chi's future was destined to be bright, assuming he survived the chaos ahead. Their vehicle rolled into Insha City, its streets eerily empty. Almost everyone had barricaded themselves indoors, treating their homes as sanctuaries of safety amidst the uncertainty. The world was waiting breathlessly for the crimson mist to finally dissipate. Despite its arrival turning the world upside down, modern electronic devices seemed unaffected by the mist's mysterious properties. What had changed, however, was the effectiveness of conventional weapons. Firearms, once deadly, could now barely leave a bruise. Bullets that previously tore through flesh like butter now gave the appearance of firing rubber pellets. Just 2 more days. Shenyi knew the red mist would soon fade completely. When it did, mutated wildlife, mysterious underground dungeons, hidden realms, and interdimensional rifts would burst forth, ushering in an age of chaos. That moment would signal the true start of the brutal, nightmarish game. From that point on, life would revolve around constant battles for survival. And the laws governing society would be rewritten. Strength would reign supreme, and the weak would simply be swept aside. All notions of ethics and morality would become utterly worthless in the chaos. Yet, for the world's order to stabilize fully, at least 2 years would be required. And during this 2-year period of turmoil, an estimated 3 billion lives would be lost. Only then, after surviving the carnage, would the remaining people come to truly grasp how merciless this game was. After parting ways with Lang Chi, Shenyi randomly found an inn. The place was already deserted, so he forced his way into a room. For now, his only objective was to wait quietly until he reached level 10. Once he unlocked his first talent, the dangers lurking around him would no longer pose a threat. During his wait, Shenyi utilized the trading system within the game's interface to acquire skill books. The items he used for these trades were equipment obtained from treasure chests. Although skill books were extremely rare, with billions of players worldwide, someone was bound to unearth all types of strange and fascinating items. Before long, Shenyi successfully acquired 3 skill books: Summon Goblin, Rock Shield, and Water Healing. Summon Goblin was an F-grade skill that allowed the summoning of a goblin soldier to fight alongside its user. Rock Shield was also F-grade and enabled the user to form 3 rotating shields made of earth elements for defense. Lastly, water healing, also F grade, allowed water elements to restore a small amount of health to a target while temporarily boosting mental acuity for 30 seconds. These 3 skill books were precisely what Chen Yi needed most at the moment. Once he transitioned into the mage class, he could learn and use all of them. Chen Yi decided to keep his trade request for skill books continuously active. At this stage of the game, skill books could only be obtained from treasure chests, making them very scarce. Once monsters began emerging, the drop rate of skill books would gradually increase. It was now the 7th day since the arrival of the red mist. Chen Yi stared at the system's timer, watching as it ticked closer and closer to the stroke of midnight. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. The moment of his transformation was imminent. Finally, the clock hit 12 a.m., and a cascade of notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you've reached level 10. Congratulations, you've unlocked the first talent, Master of Elements. You have achieved level 10 and can now select a profession. The beginner's protection period has ended. Treasure chests are being reclaimed. The red mist is receding. Mutated plants and animals are appearing. Dungeons, underground realms, and dimensional rifts are now open. To all human players, fight to survive. The Master of Elements talent had finally been unlocked. An overwhelming power surged through Chen Yi's body, fundamentally altering him from within. In the instant this talent awakened, he felt as though the entire world had shifted. Elements he had never been able to perceive before now danced visibly before his eyes, brimming with vitality. They seemed to exist solely to heed his command. He was now the master of the elements, every force of nature was within his grasp. Without hesitation, Chen Yi made his choice. He selected mage as his profession. The game's initial professions were straightforward, offering only the most classic options: warrior, mage, or priest. This foundational class system laid the groundwork for limitless future possibilities. At level 30, players would encounter their first job advancement, branching into 10 different career paths. At level 50, another 10 unique second-tier classes would be unlocked. By level 70, players could undergo a third advancement. This tiered structure eventually generated a staggering diversity of professions, numbering in the thousands by the endgame. Among them, hybrid professions that combined magic and combat became especially popular. These unique classes emerged because many players would initially lean into one skill, like magic, but later awaken surprising capabilities such as warrior-like strength or healing abilities. Hence, classes such as Battle Mage, Pyro Assassin, and Frost Knight came into existence. Chen Yi did not waver in his decision to become a mage. Almost instantly, the system voiced its confirmation. Congratulations, you've become a mage. Your attribute growth has been updated. Each level up now grants an additional 0.5 points to your intellectual capacity. Congratulations, you've acquired the basic spell meditation. Congratulations, you've acquired the F-grade spell Fireball. Meditation was the mage's introductory skill. Although it carried no grade, its effects were surprisingly significant. Spending just 10 minutes meditating daily could lead to small, incremental increases in mental acuity. Over time, these seemingly minor gains could accumulate into a formidable advantage. As for Fireball, it was the quintessential mage spell. Despite its basic F-grade ranking and modest damage output, its mastery marked a mage's true entry into the realm of magic. Wasting no time, Chen Yi dug out the 4 skill books he had acquired: Scorching Ray, Summon Goblin, Rock Shield, and Water Healing. He focused on them and chose to absorb their contents. In an instant, the books dissolved into 4 streams of white light that flooded his mind. A surge of magical knowledge coursed through him, granting him full mastery over these new abilities. Satisfied, Chen Yi opened his personal status panel. Name: Chen Yi. Level: 10. Base attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Speed 10, Intelligence 10.5. Talent: Master of Elements, unlocked, plus 9 additional supreme talents awaiting activation. Skills: Meditation, Fireball, Scorching Ray, Summon Goblin, Rock Shield, Water Healing, all currently at level 1. Looking at his impressive lineup of skills, Chen Yi couldn't help but grin. In his previous life, even when he had reached level 30, his skill set was nowhere near this robust. The drop rates for skill books were notoriously abysmal. Aside from the few skills granted by the system during class advancements, acquiring anything else relied entirely on luck. There were times when eliminating 100 boss-level monsters wouldn't yield a single skill book. Closing his eyes, Chen began his first meditative session. 10 minutes passed, and he could already feel the slight boost of 0.1 points to his mental power. Chen was deeply satisfied. That seemingly insignificant number was, in fact, a long-term investment. Over the course of a year, it would amount to 36.5 points. In a decade, that would be a whopping 365 points. Such an increase in mental prowess was nothing short of an immense fortune, and all it required was consistent daily effort. Eager to test his abilities, Chen walked onto the street, anticipation bubbling within him. He stretched out his hand, concentrating, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. But this was no ordinary fireball. The flames gleamed a brilliant silver white, and its size had expanded to resemble a basketball. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the fireball, his heart raced with excitement. Normally, any other mage casting a basic fireball spell might produce no more than a small puff of flame. But thanks to his Master of Elements gift, which amplified his abilities 100-fold, the power of the same spell had transformed dramatically. Boom! He hurled the silver-white fireball forward toward the street. The ball exploded instantly upon contact, sending fiery fragments scattering in all directions. The hardened asphalt shattered under the blast, leaving behind a pockmarked surface smeared with molten lava slowly trickling within the cracks. With one strike, he had not just damaged the ground, he had melted it entirely. Even more astonishing was that casting such a massively destructive fireball had barely drained his mental energy. He quickly calculated in his mind he could unleash this level of attack at least 100 more times. Just then, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. The system notification rang asterisk. Your fireball spell proficiency has reached maximum capacity. Its level has increased to level 3. Chen wasn't surprised. Thanks to his unique talent, casting a spell once was equivalent to practicing it 100 times. A low-tier spell like Fireball advancing by 2 levels in one go was entirely predictable. In this system, the highest level for any skill was 5. Each level gain not only significantly increased its strength but also unlocked unique effects upon reaching full mastery. For Fireball, the max level attribute was none other than Explosive Impact. Chen could barely contain his excitement. He couldn't even imagine the sheer destructive power of a max-level fireball, combined with its natural explosive traits, enhanced 100-fold by his unmatched talent. This S-rank ability of his, the Master of Elements, was proving beyond exceptional. It was downright monstrous. His joyful reverie was cut short by a sinister hissing sound creeping through the darkness from afar. Monsters were coming. Chen Yi's expression turned serious in an instant. Without hesitation, he activated his Rock Shield ability. In a flash, 3 towering transparent shields, each standing over 2 meters tall, materialized around him and began to orbit his body at high speed. These shields weren't just for show. With the power boost provided by his Master of Elements ability, the shield's durability had increased 100-fold, transforming their composition from fragile talc to diamond-tough barriers. At this point, no physical attack could penetrate what had become an indestructible fortress around him. From the direction of the ominous hissing, more guttural noises and growls emerged. The sound carried bloodlust and predatory hunger. Chen remained unfazed. From his inventory, he retrieved his staff, a weapon named Spark Staff. He'd stumbled upon this rare item in a dark gold treasure chest. Though it was only an F-grade artifact, it provided a valuable bonus, a 5% reduction in mana consumption for fire spells. Combined with his Master of Elements talent's 90% reduction in spell cost, the total discount soared to an incredible 95%. With this setup, the number of fireballs he could conjure effectively doubled. But now was not the time for calculations. His enemies had arrived. A group of creatures appeared, finely illuminated as they stepped onto the road. They were grotesque, dog-like monsters with ash-gray skin. Their heads resembled savage hunting hounds, but their backs bristled with jagged bone spikes that glistened menacingly under the faint light. These predators looked nothing short of ferocious. Greyhounds, these level 12 beasts were infamous for being nightmarishly difficult for players to deal with in the early stages of the game. Their strength and endurance were remarkable, and they possessed an innate hunting instinct that allowed them to attack from the cleverest angles. If that wasn't bad enough, they also had access to the stone skin ability, hardening their outer bodies and reducing damage from both physical and magical attacks. Chen Yi scanned the scene and quickly counted 7 greyhounds. 5 were closing in from the front, while the remaining 2 had stealthily flanked him from the sides, setting up a swift and effective pincer attack. These monsters weren't your run-of-the-mill, mindless AI enemies, they were cunning, with intelligence on par with a seasoned predator. To the greyhounds, the lone Chen Yi seemed like fresh, tantalizing prey. Their saliva dripped from razor-sharp fangs, and their gray eyes burned with raw hunger. Howl! At their leader's command, all 7 greyhounds moved simultaneously. They shot forward like arrows, their clawed limbs striking repeatedly against Chen Yi's rock shield. Clang! The impact resulted in a screeching cacophony as sparks scattered everywhere. Even under such a ferocious assault, the shield held firm, there wasn't so much as a single scratch. However, the sheer force of the blow caused Chen Yi to stagger slightly. He realized then that his strength stats were, without a doubt, a major weak spot. Failing to breach the shield, the greyhounds quickly recognized that this prey was far tougher than anticipated. Rather than continue their direct assault, they switched tactics, beginning to circle him rapidly. Like skilled hunters, they were analyzing his defenses, waiting for the perfect moment to exploit a weakness. Chen Yi smirked, he wasn't about to give them a chance. Raising his spark staff, he conjured an enormous fireball, now about the size of a grown man. After just leveling up to level 3, the fireball spell had taken on an entirely new magnitude of power. The intense heat emanating from the spell caused the greyhounds to falter, their predatory confidence wavering. They snarled anxiously, their tails either stiff or tucked low in submission. Their skin soon shimmered as they activated stone skin, sacrificing speed for the sake of shielding themselves from the impending danger. Perfect timing, Chen Yi thought, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he launched the colossal fireball straight at the 2 greyhounds that had ventured closest to him. Boom! The explosion sent a pillar of silver-white flames roaring into the sky. The fire's searing heat, far exceeding 1,000 degrees, engulfed the targeted monsters. Their agonized screams were brief, their bodies disintegrating into ashes as the fire consumed them mercilessly. Congratulations! Your fireball spell has increased to level 4. You have slain 2 greyhounds and gained substantial experience. As the system notifications rang in his ears, Chen Yi's confidence soared. The battlefield had only just begun heating up. SSS. When unleashed at full power, it could freeze an entire small town into an icy domain. Johan stared at the screen, his voice heavy with gravity. Director, this person's talent level might actually rival mine. Moreover, he likely possesses some kind of special equipment that enhances fire damage. The director nodded, his expression becoming increasingly serious. With the Celestial Bureau just established, we must quickly recruit individuals of this caliber. Across the nation, ambitious individuals are already beginning to stir, looking for opportunities to destabilize society. We can't allow that to happen. Understood. The voices of everyone present in the conference room rang out in unison, laced with unwavering resolve. Their hatred for those opportunistic enough to exploit national crises to build private forces was palpable. The director's gaze then shifted to a young woman sitting quietly in the corner of the room. Clad in a crisp and sharp uniform, she exuded an air of cool elegance, yet her delicate and alluring features combined to form a magnetic charm. Her talent was classified as S-rank, aptly named Peerless Beauty. Under this enhancement, her appearance surpassed that of even the brightest stars in the entertainment world. The director fixed his eyes on her and issued a command. Sui Tang, I'm assigning you to establish contact with this powerful individual and bring him into the Celestial Bureau's fold. Having a woman approach him will prove far more effective. If necessary, use any means at your disposal. Hearing this, a flicker of internal struggle momentarily flashed across Sui Tang's usually composed face. The director's sharp gaze zeroed in on her. What's wrong? Do you have concerns? Sui Tang immediately regained her composure, standing at attention. Not at all. I promised to complete the mission. Satisfied, the director gave a slight nod, his tone softening. Tang Tang, don't think your uncle is being too harsh. I, like your parents, want what's best for you. If they knew about this, I'm sure they'd stand behind my decision. Sui Tang shook her head gently, her voice barely audible. I don't blame you. Your eyes tell a different story, the director sighed. The world is on the brink of chaos. In such turbulent times, without aligning yourself with a true protector, your beauty would only bring endless trouble upon you. With a man of that level looking out for you, your parents can finally find peace of mind. Yes, Uncle Lei, Sui Tang murmured. Elsewhere, Chen Yi was traversing the wilderness, seeking out his next target. He was blissfully unaware of the attention he'd drawn, but even if he had been, he likely wouldn't have cared. In his mind, gaining fame was only a matter of time, and sooner was better than later. A widespread reputation could act as a weapon, intimidating potential troublemakers before they even approached. Just then, a scorpion-like creature screeched and charged at him, its venomous stinger gleaming as it thrust straight toward his chest. Chen Yi didn't even pause his stride. Instead, he casually raised his staff. From the staff's tip erupted a massive column of flames, over 2 meters wide, engulfing the creature entirely. In the blink of an eye, what had been a ferocious beast was reduced to a pile of ash scattered on the ground. His scorching ray skill had reached level 5, boasting an impressive range of 500 meters and unlocking a new effect called combustion. This effect caused any target struck by the ray to self-ignite internally, burning uncontrollably unless cleansed by purification magic. With his elemental overlord talent amplifying his abilities 100-fold, no creature could last more than a second against him. Nearby, a small green-skinned goblin broke into a trembling fit as it witnessed the swift annihilation of its fellow creature. This goblin was actually a scout Chen Yi had summoned, specifically tasked with finding enemies and luring them forward. Despite its negligible combat capacity, its remarkable speed made it an ideal decoy. By now, Chen Yi had already leveled up to 15. Consequently, the goblins he summoned scaled up in level 2. In this world, leveling was excruciatingly difficult. Reaching level 50 often required years of effort just to go up a single level. That made Chen Yi's rapid progress almost unbelievable. He knew that once he hit level 20, he could delve into the abyss. The abyss was essentially an underground labyrinth filled with monsters of all shapes and sizes, offering an abundance of experience points. Conquering an abyss could instantly grant enough experience to leap 5 levels. However, it came with an equally formidable risk. The longer an abyss was left unchecked, the stronger and more numerous its inhabitants would become. If left unchecked long enough, these creatures could surge to the surface, spawning catastrophic events. Chen Yi vividly remembered a devastating incident from his past life. A city, abandoned by its top fighters, had left an abyss uncontrolled for 6 months. When the monsters finally grew beyond containment, they poured out in massive waves, led by their boss. The once thriving city was reduced to ruins, its streets soaked in blood, and its river choked with corpses. The estimated death toll? Over 5 million. Steeled by these haunting memories, Chen Yi resolved that in this life, he would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the cleared area around him. These monsters were all dealt with, it was time to venture deeper. His goblin scout was still ahead, always exploring the front lines. Watching the little goblin dart off into the distance, Chen Yi quickened his pace and followed. Before long, his goblin came sprinting back, wobbling on its stubby legs, clutching its makeshift staff. Its voice quivered with terror. Master, there's a big monster. Rather than feeling alarmed, Chen Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Could it be a boss? You stay behind me and keep an eye out for any other threats, he instructed. Yes, Master. After barely escaping from whatever it had seen, the goblin eagerly took shelter behind Chen Yi. Chen Yi advanced toward the source of danger, his steps steady. Soon, a towering figure emerged from the shadows. It was a skeleton clad in ancient armor, gripping an enormous blade in its bony hands. Within its eye sockets burned two flickering, eerie blue flames. A creature of the undead? Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Undead monsters weren't supposed to appear until a year later. When disasters of this scale strike, it usually means one thing: something extraordinary is happening. Could it be that a dimensional rift has appeared nearby? He quickly examined the attributes of his opponent. Raging Undead General, level 18, tier, dark gold. Base strength, 145, base constitution, 153. These stats dwarfed every creature he had encountered so far. This was undoubtedly a boss-level monster. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. The attributes of this undead general were outrageously high. This creature's mental power reached an astounding 132 points, and it possessed the Bone Rebirth ability along with a terrifying array of deadly skills: Undead Sweep, Colossal Strike, Corrupt Slash, and Poisonous Miasma. A dark gold tier boss monster like this, if it ever managed to reach Silver Summer City, would unleash a catastrophic massacre. Under its razor-sharp blade, no one would survive. To make matters worse, its title Raging meant its aggression was off the charts. And just as Chen Yi finished analyzing its attributes, the red soul flames in the undead general's eye sockets flared violently. It lifted its massive sword, transforming into a dark blur as it charged straight at him. Too fast. With an agility of well over 100 points, this level of speed belonged to elite warriors around level 50. At only 15 points of agility, Chen Yi was no match. He couldn't even track its movements clearly. With a deafening clang, the undead general's sword struck Chen Yi's rock shield. Its incredible power left a deep crack in what was supposed to be a diamond-hard defense. Yet Chen Yi remained calm. The elemental energy swirling in his hands healed the fissures on his shield in an instant. He fixed his gaze on the towering skeleton and a cold determination flashed in his eyes. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Before his words could fade, Chen Yi unleashed his scorching ray spell. A blazing beam of fire shot out with pinpoint precision, striking the undead general head-on. The spell's special effect triggered, causing its armored body to ignite in flames. But even as the skeleton general was engulfed in fire, Chen Yi didn't slacken. He could clearly sense that the creature's vitality remained alarmingly strong. Its over 100 constitution points had granted it formidable resistance to the flames. The skeleton general let out a furious roar and ripped off the burning armor on its body, revealing a flawless, sturdy bone structure beneath. As the fire licked at its bones, peculiar runes appeared where the heat touched, clearly a reward from the rules of this world for its sheer durability. Chen Yi, however, didn't lose heart. It was just a dark gold tier boss. If it wasn't for the wide gap in base attributes, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in this fight. The cooldown and duration of his scorching ray spell had reached equilibrium, allowing him to maintain continuous firepower without interruption. As the unrelenting fire continued to scorch it, the undead general's weapon, an imposing blade, began to melt under the intense heat, dripping molten metal onto the ground with a harsh, hissing sound. Its soul flames flared wildly, and yellow miasma began to seep from its skeletal body in a last-ditch counterattack. But as soon as the poisonous fog spread, it was incinerated by the relentless heat waves. At this point, all of the undead general's abilities were completely neutralized by Chen Yi's counters. Boom! 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 With no weapon left, the skeleton general resorted to pure brute force. Its massive, bony fists smashed ferociously against Chen Yi's rock shield, chipping away large chunks of hardened stone with each devastating punch. But no matter how much it broke, Chen Yi's elemental power restored the shield just as quickly. Finally, under the relentless, punishing fire, the skeleton general's bones began to glow red-hot. Even the strongest resistances had their limits. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but smirk. Looks like you're finally about to give up. The undead general let out a guttural wail of agony. Its body crumbled as its once mighty bone structure collapsed to the ground with a clattering noise. But Chen Yi didn't waste a single second. He knew very well that undead creatures like this often had regenerative abilities. If he didn't obliterate it completely in the shortest time possible, the skeleton general would return. Without hesitation, he raised his staff and unleashed another scorching ray. Under continuous intense flames, the skeletal remains gradually turned to ash. As the skeletal figure finally disintegrated into a pile of dust, a brilliant golden light surged into Chun Yi's body. His frame flashed 3 consecutive times as he leveled up rapidly. His mental power, strength, agility, and constitution all received noticeable boosts. Even the energy he had expended in the fight was restored in an instant thanks to the level-ups. Chun Yi clenched his fists, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. The sensation was intoxicating. Just taking down this one skeleton general had brought him up 3 levels. He was now at level 18. At the same time, a glowing object appeared where the skeleton general had fallen. Loot drop. Chun Yi's face lit up with excitement. Loot from battles was incredibly rare in the wild. So far, all he'd managed to find was a pair of F-tier shoes that slightly boosted movement speed. What treasure could such a powerful boss have left behind? Reaching out, Chun Yi grabbed the glowing item. A skill book materialized in his hands. Summon Skeleton, F-tier, allows the user to summon a skeleton to fight by their side. Chun Yi's excitement grew even further. Summoning skills were exactly what he needed. Once he hit level 20 and unlocked his supreme summoning talent, the creatures he called forth could potentially become even stronger than he was. Without hesitation, he pressed the skill book against his palm. It dissolved into a beam of white light, merging into his mind. Almost instantly, an influx of strange, summoning-related knowledge filled his thoughts. He now possessed 2 summoning skills. There was no time to lose, he had to test out the new skill. Pointing his staff at the ground, Chun Yi channeled his magic. A circle of white light appeared, forming a summoning array. Slowly, a skeleton emerged from the glowing sigil. But as Chun Yi looked at this frail and skinny skeleton, he couldn't help but remember the impressive. The skeletal general and this skeleton warrior were worlds apart, utterly incomparable. This skeleton warrior's bones were brittle and yellowed, giving the impression they might shatter with the lightest touch. The blade it wielded was riddled with rust. Its appearance could only be described as pitiful. Yet, despite its shabby looks, Chun Yi immediately saw through its true strength. An ordinary level creature at level 18, it possessed incredible power that far surpassed other beings of the same level. However, its physical durability and agility were glaring weaknesses. Even its skill set was peculiarly sinister. A strike with its rusty blade had a chance of infecting its target with tetanus. Satisfied, Chun Yi recalled his goblin companion. The little creature, having just witnessed its master's extraordinary prowess firsthand, was now enthusiastically leaping about in excitement. It, too, had leveled up alongside Chun Yi, reaching level 18. Glancing at the goblin scout standing side by side with the skeleton warrior, Chun Yi felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him: where there was a skeletal general, surely there must be a dimensional rift nearby. Without skipping a beat, Chun Yi turned to his goblin companion and asked with urgency, "Where did you encounter that creature? Take me there immediately." "Master, it was at a rocky shoreline." "I'll show you." The goblin nodded eagerly, bowing and bouncing ahead to lead the way. As they ventured deeper, they soon arrived at an area littered with jagged stones. Sure enough, a swirling black and white rift hovered in the air, its edges pulsating faintly, shrinking as it slowly healed. Peering through the unstable dimensional tear, Chun Yi caught a glimpse of an overwhelming sea of skeletons on the other side, a terrifying sight. He instantly deduced that this was a pathway connecting to the dimension of the undead. It seemed that the skeletal general had somehow accidentally crossed over from that realm. Typically, a skeletal general was a fearsome being of at least level 70 or above. But due to the world's balance laws, its strength had been forcibly suppressed to match the player level cap of level 18. This revelation filled Chun Yi with a sense of urgency. With billions of people in the world, the number of individuals with extraordinary talents was beyond measure. To stay ahead, Chun Yi knew he had to seize every possible opportunity to level up. The dimensional rift was nearly healed now, but Chun Yi wasn't about to let it close without a fight. He recalled from his past life that attacking rifts could yield a vital resource known as dimensional shards. These shards were the sole currency accepted by the mysterious merchants who appeared after the first calamity. Skill books, rare equipment, magical scrolls, nearly everything desirable to a player could be purchased using these shards. In other words, for players, a dimensional rift like this was nothing short of a treasure trove. Chen Yi began chanting a spell. Instead of focusing on pinpoint spells like Scorching Ray, he opted for the more explosive Fireball spell, which was perfect for this situation. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rocked the rift. Each fiery impact caused the rift to tremble violently, dislodging glowing white fragments that fell to the ground, dimensional shards, just as Chen Yi had hoped. Thrilled by the plentiful drops, he unleashed his attacks with even greater fervor. However, the speed of destruction couldn't keep pace with the rift's healing. As its size diminished to that of an arm's length, Chen Yi hurled another fireball, causing another shard to break free from its surface. It was then that the relentless bombardment and spatial disturbances seemed to draw the attention of a powerful being from the undead dimension. A thunderous roar erupted from the other side of the rift, shaking the very ground beneath Chen Yi's feet. Suddenly, a massive skeletal arm burst forth through the shrinking rift, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. It swung down toward Chen Yi with devastating force. Chen Yi's rock shield shattered like fragile paper upon impact, and the immense force catapulted him dozens of meters away. He hit the ground hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the skeletal arm attempted to retract, but it was too late. The dimensional rift sealed shut in an instant, slicing cleanly through the impossibly large appendage. Half of the skeletal hand was severed and dropped to the ground. Chen Yi struggled to his feet and hastily cast another rock shield upon himself, his heart still pounding from the shock. That creature on the other side, it must have been at least level 90 or higher. If not for the world's balance laws that had significantly weakened the force of its attack, Chen Yi would have been killed on the spot. He moved cautiously to retrieve the dimensional shards scattered across the ground. After counting them carefully, he couldn't believe his fortune, 37 shards in total. This was an incredible haul. To put it into perspective, at the mysterious merchant's outposts, even a top-tier S-ranked skill book cost only 100 shards. It was then that Chen Yi noticed something peculiar about the severed skeletal hand. On its middle finger, a bone-crafted ring adorned with gemstones glimmered invitingly. He walked over and, after considerable effort, wrestled the ring off the massive finger. The moment he grasped the ring, a flood of information surged into Chen Yi's mind. It was an SS-ranked artifact, Thorin's Bone Ring. Its effects were as simple as they were mind-blowing: strength increased by 35%, physical damage doubled, and all these bonuses could stack with talent perks. The sheer power of its attributes left Chen Yi's breath uneven with excitement. In the world of professionals, there was an unbreakable rule: the more specialized your attributes, the more unstoppable your power. What made this ring truly unparalleled was its compatibility with innate abilities. Some equipment, while seemingly powerful, could clash with a professional's core talents, rendering it useless. For example, if your innate ability increased your physical attacks tenfold and an item added a fivefold boost, the system would prioritize the stronger effect, rendering the equipment obsolete. But this ring was every physical combatant's ultimate dream. Even at level 100, it would remain irreplaceable. Unfortunately, this artifact wasn't suited for Chen Yi's role. Without hesitation, Chen Yi opened the trading system. The Bone Ring of Tone was listed. The trade notes contained only one line: if you want to trade, give me a mage skill book of the same level in exchange. That's right, while SS tier gear was incredibly rare and valuable, Chen Yi had his eyes set on something even more precious: a powerful skill book. An SS tier skill book could push his capabilities to an entirely new level. The moment the Bone Ring of Tone appeared, it was like a bomb going off, causing a massive stir among professionals across the globe. In the United States, a man gifted with the SSS grade talent, Super Strength, Smith, stared at his screen with eyes blazing with greed and desire as he fixated on the bone ring. "General, I need this gear," he barked at a white general standing nearby. "This gear will propel my strength to become the absolute best in the world." The general frowned, his face troubled. "But, the seller wants an SS grade mage skill book in exchange. Those are unheard of. We don't even have one to negotiate with." Smith instantly looked annoyed. "I don't care. That's your problem to solve. And one more thing, those twin celebrity sisters I mentioned earlier? They better be in my room tonight. Or else. His threatening glare made the general hesitate. With a sigh of resignation, the general nodded reluctantly. The council has agreed to spare no effort in fulfilling your every request. That's more like it, Smith replied, grinning smugly before he opened his talent dashboard. Super Strength, SSS grade, increases strength growth 100-fold. Multiplies physical attack power by a factor of 100. Description: you're basically Superman. Meanwhile, in a distant temple in India devoted to Lord Shiva, a man with rippling muscles and long hair danced in a way that exuded primal, destructive power, as if Shiva himself had descended to the mortal plane. His piercing blue eyes flickered to the trading platform and lingered on the bone ring, an unexpected smile curling at his lips. An SS tier item? This world sure knows how to surprise. At least life won't be boring anymore, he muttered to himself. This man was the possessor of the SSS tier talent, Infinite Destruction, which imbued every one of his attacks with irresistible destructive force, capable of bypassing defenses and sometimes outright killing opponents with a single blow. His mantra was simple: destruction, absolute and ruthless destruction. Elsewhere in Japan, a mysterious woman draped in sheer white silk lounged lazily on a chair, an ornate folding fan twirling deftly between her fingers. The translucent fabric teasingly revealed her long and elegant legs. Her eyes sparkled with interest the moment she spotted the SS tier gear on the trading platform. Trading an SS tier warrior's item for a mage's skill book? She mused as a thought crossed her mind. Could it be him? The woman pulled out her phone, playing a video of Chen-Yi unleashing a fireball in People's Square. Her name was Yori Chiyuki, and she possessed the SS tier talent, Shikaka's Bloodline, a power granting her complete command over wind and sand. Her artifact, the Fan of the Gale, amplified her magical abilities dozens of times over. Her strength was easily comparable to the monsters endowed with SSS tier talents. As a mage herself, she wasn't interested in physical equipment like the bone ring. But she completely understood why the seller would prioritize a skill book. With time, as everyone became more familiar with the rules of this world, the rarity and value of skill books had become glaringly obvious. In Korea, a stunning woman dressed in a blue and white Taoist robe practiced ancient magic. Countless charm papers floated gracefully in the air around her, glowing and enchanted. The appearance of an SS tier item on the trading platform stirred something within her serene eyes, a faint ripple of unease. She hadn't expected such endgame tier gear to appear so early into the game. Her name was Li Haisul, a direct descendant of Chinese Taoist practitioners who had fled to Korea centuries ago during times of war. Her family now held significant influence in the country. After the Red Mist descended, she had been gifted the SSS grade talent, Flow of Eternal Water, which allowed her to magnify the power of all her Taoist skills 100-fold. Skills had never been something Li lacked. The ancient Taoist spells passed down through generations provided her an almost endless arsenal of techniques. Yet someone had already unlocked an SS tier piece of gear. This sent a wave of urgency through her, a sense of looming competition she hadn't felt in a long time. Across the ocean in the United Kingdom, a knight in shining silver armor stood tall, a greatsword in hand, his eyes locked greedily onto the bone ring. His name was Andrew, a descendant of the legendary King Arthur himself. Boasting an S-grade talent, this gear was no less enticing to him. His talent, Edge of Excalibur, S-grade, granted him the power to ignore 90% of a target's physical defenses when using a sword, on top of multiplying his physical attack by tenfold. Paired with the Sword of the Lake, a one-of-a-kind treasure he'd looted from a diamond chest, his strength was enough to challenge those with SSS-grade talents. If he could claim this bone ring as well, Andrew knew without a doubt he'd stand among the very best on the global stage. His resolve cemented, Andrew summoned his loyal butler. Uncle John, from this moment onward, I want SS-grade skill books acquired at any cost. If anyone has one for sale, give them whatever they ask for. Do you understand? The elderly butler bowed gracefully. As you command, young master. Around the globe, warriors with combat-focused talents found themselves stirred into action. The allure of the bone ring was too great to ignore. Owning it would effectively grant them another SS tier ability in addition to their own. Even the densest of individuals could see the immeasurable value of such a treasure. And the man who had set this game-changing event into motion, Chen Yi, was naturally watching the explosion of excitement unfold online. "Whoa, no way," a post on a forum exclaimed. "My best gear right now is F grade, and someone's already gotten their hands on an SS tier piece? What kind of legend is this? Let me tell you, equipment like this shouldn't exist at this stage of the game. The only possibility is if it came from a diamond chest." Diamond chest? What's that? Since the loot chest system has already been recycled back into the Red Mist game, there's no harm in telling you. Above the dark gold chest, there's an even rarer type called the diamond chest. The items you get from it are the rarest in the game, valuable even in the final stages of gameplay. They never become obsolete. Oh my god, how do you know? Have you opened one before? Ha, my cousin opened one. He's currently working for the newly established Special Talent Management Bureau. Wow, are you talking about that elite government department that gathers advanced talent owners? Yep. But for people like us? Forget it. We were nobodies before the world's upheaval, and after the Red Mist game appeared, the abilities we got were total garbage. Don't be so down. I heard about this one guy who had 9 F grade talents, and then his 10th was SSS grade. Now that's a wild twist of fate. Yeah, I've heard of him. The government's got him under protection, apparently saving him for something big in the future. This isn't the time to argue over stories like that. Do you think this piece of gear will end up in anyone's hands? To trade for it, you'd need an SS grade skill book. But let's be real, does anyone even have an SS grade skill book right now? Ha, good point. For nobodies like us, we can only talk about this stuff for fun. Reading through the heated online discussion, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile with glee. The more lively the buzz, the better it would be for him. Scanning the empty wilderness around him, he realized he had already cleared out everything here. It was time to head back to the city. Now at level 19, Chen Yi could no longer gain any experience from these ordinary creatures. His experience bar remained frozen. However, cities, with their dense populations, almost certainly had more boss-level monsters. Only defeating bosses could nudge his stubbornly stagnant XP bar forward. When he arrived at the city, the stench of blood was the first thing to assault his senses. The streets were littered with corpses, both human and monster alike. When the greyhounds first emerged, they had simply wandered along the streets. But once they discovered humans hiding inside buildings, they quickly communicated this to each other and began a brutal rampage, targeting the unprepared humans who hadn't matured enough to fight back. Now, packs of greyhounds were staring at Chen Yi with savage intent. They had evolved through relentless killing. Now at level 17, they had risen to elite grade status. And that's exactly what Chen Yi wanted. The monsters outside the city had remained unevolved, their levels mostly between 10 and 13. If Chen Yi wanted to continue leveling up, he would need these evolved, high-level greyhounds. Besides, judging by the greyhounds' organized behavior, it was clear there was now a hound king amongst them. If he could defeat both the hound packs and their leader, he'd earn enough experience to hit level 20. And once he reached level 20, he could unlock his second talent, Supreme Summoning. The thought alone made Chen Yi's heart race with anticipation. Reaching level 20 would mark a massive leap in his power, giving him the edge needed to venture into the treacherous underground dungeons where leveling up would become much more efficient. By now, the pack of greyhounds had surrounded him, forming squads of 10, and there were easily over 100 of them. Low, menacing growls filled the air from all directions. Standing at Chen Yi's sides were his summoned allies, a goblin scout and a skeleton warrior. They stood ready to shield him, their sole purpose being to protect him. Even if it meant buying him just 1 extra second of attack time, it could make all the difference. Chen Yi raised his hand and summoned his level 5 stone shield. The current iteration of this shield boasted 5 times the strength of a diamond, with an added special effect called Shockwave. Any enemy that attacked the shield would suffer a percentage of their damage reflected back at them. Though the reflected damage wasn't significant on its own, with the Elemental Lord talent multiplying it 100-fold, it effectively returned every ounce of force right back to the attacker. Even if a powerful skeleton general were resurrected and launched its strongest assault, it wouldn't leave so much as a scratch on the shield. In fact, it might end up killing itself from its own attack. Chenny then cast a level 5 water healing spell on himself. Instantly, his mind sharpened, and his vision became unbelievably clear. This was the newly unlocked effect of the skill at level 5 Eagle Vision, which heightened his dynamic eyesight and attack accuracy for 30 seconds. With the 100-fold amplification from his talent, missing an attack was practically impossible now. I began chanting the fireball spell, and massive fireballs, like giant boulders, roared as they smashed into the wolf pack. Although the greyhounds sensed the threat of death, the commands in their minds drove them to charge at me fearlessly. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted one after another, and endless flames instantly engulfed the greyhounds at the forefront. They howled in agony within the sea of fire, futilely clawing at the flames on their bodies that refused to be extinguished. With my level increasing, the power of the fireball spell had long surpassed its former self. A few greyhounds managed to reach me, but as their claws barely touched the rock shield, their own ferocious attacks left them stunned and unconscious. Not long after, more than 100 greyhounds fell one after another, and my long stagnant experience bar suddenly surged by 10%. It works! My heart was filled with joy, and I immediately turned my gaze toward the center of the city. There, the greyhounds were most densely concentrated. As if sensing the death of their companions, a mournful howl echoed from the city center. Awah! The survivors hiding in the ruins heard the sound and curled up in fear, trembling. They were all too familiar with this sound. Every howl signaled that countless greyhounds would search house by house for surviving humans, bringing a new wave of slaughter. But this powerful howl was the best guide for me. Without the slightest hesitation, relying on my agility of 19 points, my body turned into a blur as I sped toward the source of the sound. In the fountain square at the city center, a giant silver-white greyhound stood atop a statue, looking down at me from above. Around it, a group of greyhounds with bluish fur surrounded it like guards. Seeing that silver-white giant beast, I felt a surge of joy in my heart. As expected, a leader-level monster has already evolved. I quickly scanned its information: Greyhound King, level 20, silver rank. Its strength, constitution, and agility were terrifyingly high. Even more troublesome, it possessed two skills: King's Intimidation and Iron Skin. King's Intimidation could weaken enemies of lower levels, while Iron Skin significantly reduced physical and magical damage. Moreover, when its vitality dropped below half, it would trigger Berserk, increasing its physical attack power by 50%. At this stage, this creature's attributes would make it invincible to anyone else. If it hadn't encountered me and was allowed to continue evolving, it might truly become the overlord of this region. Woof! Woof woof! Under the Greyhound King's command, those bronze-ranked guard dogs roared and charged at me. I raised my staff, and a scorching ray 2 meters wide burst forth. As long as I kill these guys, I can definitely level up to 20. The bronze-level greyhounds ignited under the ray, howling in pain. The incineration effect attached to the ray caused them to combust from within. Although their strong vitality kept them from collapsing immediately, turning to ashes was only a matter of time. The Greyhound King, with its considerable intelligence, clearly understood the predicament before it. It hadn't expected this human to be so powerful, completely different from the weak humans it had hunted before. What puzzled it even more was that its Hound King pressure had no effect on this person. Of course, it wouldn't know that my Soul Cube grants immunity to all mental and soul level attacks. Under the continuous sweep of my ray, the bronze greyhounds were soon reduced to ashes. One of them, upon dying, emitted a burst of white light, within which the outline of a dagger appeared. Finally dropped some equipment? I felt a surge of joy, as equipment is never too much. However, I couldn't help but silently complain about the game's drop rate. After killing so many monsters, only 2 pieces of equipment had dropped so far. How is an average player supposed to survive? Seeing its minions slaughtered to the last, the Greyhound King finally leapt down from the statue, landing silently on the ground. I put away all my contempt and focused with utmost vigilance. This Greyhound King, in some ways, was even more troublesome than the skeleton general before. This Greyhound King, in some ways, was even more troublesome than the skeleton general before, because its intelligence was far superior. The Greyhound King cautiously searched for an opportunity and suddenly lunged at Chen Yi. Without hesitation, Chen Yi aimed a scorching ray at its belly. The Greyhound King sensed the deadly danger and forcibly twisted its body mid-air, but its belly was still grazed by the edge of the ray. "Awah!" The Greyhound King let out a painful howl. Its belly was the weakest point of its entire defense, and the burning effect of the scorching ray immediately took effect, causing the fur on its belly to ignite instantly. Writhing in pain, the Greyhound King rolled on the ground and finally managed to extinguish the flames on its belly. But right after, Chen Yi fired another scorching ray. This time, the ray engulfed the Greyhound King's entire body. The intense pain drastically slowed its movements, leaving it unable to evade. Before long, the Greyhound King was consumed by flames from the inside out, with no chance of survival. Accompanied by the final piercing wail, the body of the Greyhound King transformed into a golden radiance and directly merged into Chen Yi's body. He leveled up. However, the Greyhound King, reduced to ashes, did not drop a single item. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yi's ears. "Congratulations on leveling up. Your level has reached 20, and the second talent, Supreme Summoning, has been unlocked." Chen Yi's gaze shifted slightly. "Finally, level 20. Supreme Summoning, this SSS-level talent, what kind of surprises will it bring this time?" Chen Yi focused his thoughts. Summon Goblin. An incredibly intense radiance instantly filled the entire fountain square. A massive summoning magic circle was engraved onto the ground, and a figure slowly emerged from the circle. At the same time, a voice echoed, "Who has summoned me?" As the radiance faded, Chen Yi finally saw the appearance of the goblin before him. Unlike other goblins with green skin, this one had a peculiar red hue. Its exposed skin was covered with black, mysterious magical patterns, as if it had received some ancient blessing. The golden leather armor it wore accentuated its muscular physique, and the massive sword on its back exuded a menacing aura akin to that of an evil dragon. At the same time, the attributes of this goblin appeared before Chen Yi. Sword Saint Caesar. Race, Goblin. Grade, Diamond. Level, 20. Base Strength, 200. Base Constitution, 200. Base Agility, 200. Base Intelligence, 75. Talents, Demon God's Blessing, SS level, Sword Heart Communion, A level. Skills, Death Duel Whirlwind, Hurricane Sword Hold, Furious Charge, Vengeful Assault. Equipment, Dragonslayer Leather Armor Set, S-Class, Dragon Blade, S-Class. Looking at the Diamond Tier Goblin, Chen Yi couldn't help but take a sharp breath. These base attributes had already reached the level 20 cap. As his own level increased, the strength of Sword Saint Caesar would undoubtedly be further unleashed. It should be noted that breaking through the attribute cap is extremely difficult, achievable only by those legendary mythical beings, such as angels or holy dragons. Of course, Chen Yi also had an as-yet unlocked SSS-level talent, Limit Release, which could achieve the same effect. Chen Yi looked at Sword Saint Caesar and calmly said, "From now on, I am your master." Sword Saint Caesar could feel that his life and fate were entirely in the hands of the man before him, who could decide his life or death with a single thought, leaving him no room to refuse. The expression on his red face shifted several times before he finally nodded and knelt on one knee. "Yes, master." Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi burst into hearty laughter. Next, it was time to summon the skeletons. Unlike when summoning goblins, as the summoning circle for the skeletons formed, the temperature across the entire fountain square began to plummet rapidly. The fountain at the center of the square even started to freeze over. This extremely chilling aura filled Chen Yi with immense anticipation. I wonder what kind of powerful being will be summoned this time. In the center of the magic circle, a figure appeared out of thin air. As the light gradually faded, its appearance became clearly visible before Chen Yi. It was a skeleton clad in black armor, wearing an ornate golden crown. Blue soul flames burned fiercely within the gaps of the armor, and a cloak made of soul flames billowed gracefully behind it, moving without wind. In its hands, it held two short swords engraved with magical runes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chen Yi immediately brought up the attributes of this skeleton. Skeleton King Grezel. He saw that it was actually an undead creature of diamond rank. Its strength, constitution, agility, and mental power, all of its basic attributes were astonishingly high. What shocked Chunny even more was its talent, Undying King, an SSS-level terrifying ability. This meant that any enemy it killed would be transformed into a more powerful undead to fight for it. Even if it were destroyed, it could resurrect in the body of any one of its undead subordinates. The description read, "The dead shall rise again." Another S-level talent, Spirit Form, made its combat style unpredictable. The stronger its soul flame burned, the higher its attack power, while when the soul flame weakened, its defense would instead increase significantly. In addition, it also possesses a series of powerful skills such as Soul Devouring Slash and Undead Guardian, as well as SS-grade equipment like the Bone-Cleaving Blade and Armor of the Fallen, along with S-grade Crown of Hatred. Each piece of equipment carries terrifying effects capable of turning the tide of battle. Shenyi walked up to the Skeleton King, who had once ruled the undead world for tens of thousands of years, and commanded in an indisputable tone, "Grezel, I am your master. Kneel." Upon hearing these words, the blue soul flames in Grezel's eye sockets instantly turned into a furious crimson. However, in the next moment, it realized its current predicament. Under the absolute summoning laws, its life and death were entirely in the hands of the man before it. Even an ability as defiant as King of the Undead could not resist this supreme contract. Resistance was meaningless. The flames shifted from red to blue, returning to calm. The Skeleton King knelt on one knee, lowering his proud head. "Yes, master." It had clearly resigned itself to its fate. "Very good," Shenyi nodded in satisfaction. "Grezel, I'm impressed that you can recognize reality so quickly." He had originally thought it would take some effort to make this former king submit, but unexpectedly, it was so perceptive. This greatly improved Shenyi's mood. With two such powerful free henchmen, leveling up in the future would be a breeze. Thinking of this, Shenyi turned around and walked out of the city. The strongest monster in Silver Summer City had already been subdued by him, and there was nothing left here worth lingering for. His next target was the Flame Cavern outside the city. Clearing it out would be enough to level him up several more times. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, on a remote coastline, a soldier named Thompson was lying quietly behind a rock, dressed in camouflage. After the arrival of the Red Mist, he had only gained some low-level talents but was lucky enough to open a diamond chest. The chest contained no equipment, only a unique skill book, Ice Prison Judgment. This book could summon the boundless cold of an icy hell, turning the surrounding world into a frozen wasteland. Since he was not a mage, he had originally planned to keep the book to trade for resources needed for leveling up in the future. He had only shared this secret with his girlfriend. But to his utter shock, it was this person he trusted the most who betrayed him. Several days of relentless pursuit forced Thompson to face reality. Those people had a clear goal, they only wanted the skill book in his possession. Damn bastards! Thompson's eyes were filled with hatred. He recalled the recently hyped SS-grade equipment on the trading platform. He knew the value of his skill book far surpassed that piece of equipment. But now, he had no choice. To survive, he had to take a gamble. Thompson made up his mind and sent the screenshot of the skill book to Shenyi. At this moment, Shenyi, who was heading toward the underground cave, suddenly heard a distinctive system notification sound. Unique skill book screenshot detected. Just as Shenyi was about to leave the city, a system notification sound echoed in his mind. He felt his luck had arrived. A one-of-a-kind skill book? Which fool had sent him such a gift? He immediately opened the private chat interface, and the attributes of Ice Prison Judgment instantly came into view. The moment Shenyi saw the name of the skill book, his eyes were filled with shock. It was actually this skill book. In his previous life, this skill book had been obtained by an American mage. That mage, with a single Ice Prison Judgment, could completely freeze everything within a 1,000-mile radius. During the later national wars, this move caused countless countries to suffer great losses. To think such a god-level skill would fall into his hands, there was no way he could let it slip away. Thinking of this, Shenyi immediately contacted the player named Thompson. "Are you the one who wants to trade?" Thompson saw the message and quickly responded, "Yes, it's me. Can you give me the equipment first?" Seeing Thompson's response, Shenyi felt a bit helpless. It seemed the other party was still unfamiliar with the trading system. He patiently explained, "We just need to place our respective items into the trading bar, then both click confirm, and the system will automatically complete the exchange." Thompson suddenly understood, "So that's how it works. I really didn't know." Shenyi immediately opened the trading bar and placed the SS-grade equipment into it. Seeing this, Thompson also placed the skill book Ice Prison Judgment into the bar. After both parties confirmed everything was correct, they clicked confirm simultaneously. "Congratulations, you have obtained the unique skill book Ice Prison Judgment." The system's notification sounded again. Shenyi suppressed his inner excitement and bid farewell to Thompson. "Pleasure working with you." Pleasure working with you." After closing the interface, Shenyi couldn't wait to take out the skill book. With a thought, he chose to use it. The skill book instantly transformed into a beam of white light and merged into his mind. An endless torrent of knowledge surged forth. The information contained in this skill book was 10 times more than all the skills he had learned before combined. It took Shenyi a long time to digest this vast amount of knowledge. He was somewhat surprised to discover that the cooldown time for Ice Prison Judgment was as long as 10 days. However, under the influence of his Master of Elements talent, the cooldown time was reduced to just 1 day. He thought to himself that perhaps as the skill level increased, the cooldown time would be further reduced. After all, even in his previous life, the mage who had learned Ice Prison Judgment had never managed to level it up to 5. The ultimate effect of this skill remains a mystery to this day. Now, Shenyi couldn't wait to test the power of this new skill. And the flame cavern outside the city was the perfect testing ground. At that moment, a woman dressed in outdoor trekking gear walked up to him. She was incredibly beautiful, the kind of beauty that leaves an unforgettable impression at first glance. Shenyi frowned slightly, unsure of what this woman wanted. However, with his rock shield protecting him, he wasn't too worried about any potential danger. The woman extended her hand and spoke first. "Hello, Mage God. Nice to meet you, I'm Sui Tang from the Tianji Bureau." Hearing the words Heavenly Secrets Bureau, Shenyi was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, the Heavenly Secrets Bureau was a place where powerful individuals gathered. Among the 35 level 100 powerhouses in Yanhuang Nation, as many as 17 belonged to the Heavenly Secrets Bureau. If not for the heavy losses suffered by the Bureau during the first catastrophe, which gave other forces an opportunity, the number of level 100 powerhouses in the Bureau might have been even higher. Shenyi was not surprised by Sui Tang addressing him as the God of Magic. Ever since the video of him casting fireball spell spread online, many people had been calling him that. He didn't mind exposing his strength. In this world where the strong are revered, fame only brought him benefits. "The people from the Heavenly Secrets Bureau? What do they want with me?" Shenyi asked. Sui Tang replied earnestly, "Now that the world is undergoing drastic changes, the nation hopes to have strong individuals like you join in to help stabilize society as quickly as possible." Shenyi nodded. He had always supported the nation's actions and did not resist the idea of joining the Tianji Bureau. However, he had one condition: it must not conflict with his goal of enhancing his strength. Right now, the only thing he wanted was to become strong enough to rival an entire nation on his own in the future. If these mundane matters slowed down his path to power, it would not be worth it. "After joining, will there be a lot of trivial matters?" Shenyi asked directly. Hearing his question, a trace of delight flashed in Sui Tang's eyes. She could tell that Shenyi was inclined to join. She immediately shook her head. No trivial matters at all. As long as you're willing to join, that's all that matters." Shenyi nodded and decisively said, "All right, I'll join now." "Is there anything else?" Sui Tang was visibly stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting him to agree so readily. After she came to her senses, she quickly said, "No, that's all." "All right, I'll leave now. If there are any procedures, please handle them for me." Sui Tang nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. Okay." Shenyi turned his head to look at Caesar and Grezel, giving a brief command. Follow me. Yes, master. Watching Chen Yi's departing figure, a trace of surprise flashed in Sui Tang's enchanting eyes. This guy was the first man to remain indifferent to her beauty. But what Sui Tang didn't know was that in his previous life, Chen Yi had experienced a period of complete downfall. What kind of women hadn't he encountered? To him now, women were merely a pastime in life, not a necessity. Leaving the city, Chen Yi relied on the memories of his previous life and headed toward the direction of the flame cavern. The wilderness nowadays remained sparsely populated. After all, freakishly strong individuals like Chen Yi were extremely rare. Even those who had acquired A-level talents were still in the city, diligently grinding monsters one by one. Those who dared venture into the wilderness were all top-tier figures with S-level or even SS-level talents. As for SSS-level talents, they were so rare worldwide that they were hardly worth discussing. Only when most people have reached level 20 and unlocked their second talent will the wilderness truly come alive. After all, for some, their second talent is far more powerful than the first. Chen Yi shook off his thoughts and arrived at a small village near the salt ponds outside the city. Due to the changes in the world, a massive trench, dozens of meters wide, had been dug around the village. The sand willow trees originally planted at the edge of the village had been uprooted and thrown aside to serve as a makeshift protective barrier. Chen Yi shook his head as he looked on. It was such a pity. He knew that the fruits borne by these sand willow trees, after being transformed by the red mist, were excellent for enhancing physical constitution. But what was done, and there was nothing he could do about it. For now, plants and animals had not fully mutated, and the monsters that appeared with the red mist were still few in number. The world was not yet too dangerous. There weren't many people in the village, and the monsters that had appeared were limited. With the villagers united, it was clear they had already successfully eliminated the threats. The entrance to the flame cavern is located in an extinct volcano behind the village. In the previous life, it was also discovered by the villagers here. It is said that someone once dug up solidified green magma rock in the back mountain and believed there must be treasure below, which led them to dig all the way to the cavern's entrance. As it turned out, the flame cavern was almost as valuable as a treasure. With the monsters, unique equipment, and skill books found in the cavern, this village later became the birthplace of countless powerful individuals. A massive trench blocked the path, preventing Chen Yi from entering the village. So, he decided to take Caesar and Grezel and circled around the village toward the back mountain. Along the way, they didn't encounter any monsters. Soon, he clearly saw the full view of the extinct volcano. After countless years of weathering, it now resembled an unremarkable small hill. Chen Yi climbed to the top of the hill, where the ground was covered with red and green gravel, dotted with some unknown wildflowers. Although he had never been here in his previous life, he had watched plenty of strategy videos about the flame cavern online. He knew the entrance was directly beneath this land. Chen Yi looked at Caesar and Grezel, pointed to the ground, and said just one word. Dig. Upon receiving the order, the two dared not slack off. Having the esteemed sword saint and skeleton king dig a pit was indeed a bit of an overkill, but under absolute control, they could only comply. With the enhancement of immense power, their digging speed was astonishing. One wielded the dragon blade, while the other brandished the bone carver. Soil and rocks gushed out of the pit like a spring. This efficiency was far more terrifying than an entire construction crew. In just half an hour, the entire interior of the hill was completely hollowed out. At the bottom of the pit, a massive magic array appeared before Chen Yi. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have discovered the entrance to the flame cavern. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. In the center of the magic circle, a door made of flames slowly rose, radiating a scorching aura. Without hesitation, he jumped to the bottom of the pit and stepped into the flame door. In an instant, the scene before his eyes changed, and three options appeared in front of him as the system's voice sounded again. Please choose the difficulty level you want to challenge. Normal. Hard. Hell. Normal difficulty, monsters have normal strength, with unchanged experience and drop rates. Hard difficulty, monster strength increases by 50%, experience and drop rates increase by 10%. Hell difficulty, monster strength increases by 200%, experience and drop rates increase by 30%. Facing the Hell level difficulty option, Chenny did not hesitate at all and directly clicked confirm. A flash of fiery light passed, and he found himself in a massive flaming cavern. As soon as he steadied himself, countless flickering little flames surrounded him. These tiny creatures stared at him with wide eyes, and in the next second, scorching rays shot toward Chenny. The Sword Saint instantly teleported in front of Chenny, and those rays hit him without causing any damage whatsoever. Immediately after, the Skeleton King made his move. Countless soul chains erupted from the ground, precisely binding each of the little flames. Their soul energy was frantically drained by the chains, and the flames gradually extinguished. In the blink of an eye, over 200 little flames were completely wiped out. Chenyi's experience bar surged upward, shooting directly to 88% of level 20. He casually checked the attributes of these little creatures. They were called Fire Feather Sprites, level 20 elite monsters, possessing a staggering 40 points of intelligence and attack power capable of instantly killing most professionals of the same level. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Chenny. After clearing this area, Chenny continued deeper into the cave. This hell-level flame cavern might still be hiding unknown monsters. The entire flame cavern was enormous, and the area he had just cleared was merely the tip of the iceberg. This time, Chenny had the Sword Saint and Skeleton King retreat behind him, as he planned to personally test the power of his new skill, Ice Prison Judgment. He put away his staff, as this skill required bare hands to cast. As the obscure incantation left his lips, he felt his mental energy operating at high speed. The previously scorching cave began to cool rapidly, a cold wind arose out of nowhere, and even the flowing lava on the ground started to solidify. But soon, Chenny felt his mental energy being strained. Even with the Elemental Master talent reducing consumption by 90%, at his current level, fully casting Ice Prison Judgment was still too much for him. He silently blamed himself for being careless. Looks like he would need to level up first. Thinking of this, Chenny immediately changed his strategy and instead used the weakened version of Ice Prison Judgment recorded in the skill description, which was specifically designed for situations with insufficient mental energy. As gusts of cold wind swept through, the entire flame cavern began to frost over. The flame creatures deep within the cave finally discovered the source of the cold. Swarms of blazing fire bats, molten fire crows, and fiery rock giants roared as they charged toward Chenny. The Sword Saint and Skeleton King immediately assumed combat stances, but due to Chenyi's prior command, they did not take action. At this moment, the temperature in the cave had dropped to a terrifying level. Snowflakes imbued with the laws of frost appeared out of thin air, landing precisely on each charging flame creature. As soon as the snowflakes touched their skin, the heat energy within their bodies was instantly transformed into bone-chilling cold, drastically weakening their strength. Just as these monsters were about to reach Chenny, their bodies were frozen into blocks of ice one after another, completely sealed within. Countless frost trails spread across the ground, and the once bright flame cavern instantly dimmed, leaving only the eerie blue glow emanating from the frozen monsters. The weakened version of Ice Prison Judgment concluded. The entire process lacked an earth-shattering momentum, but its power was terrifying to the extreme. This was already a skill capable of reversing the laws of nature, and it was only 1/10 of the original power. Chenny couldn't help but imagine what kind of apocalyptic scene the full version of the skill would create when unleashed. Crack, crack. The frozen monsters began to shatter, and as the ice broke apart, their lives came to an end. Countless golden lights surged into Chenyi's body, causing his body to flash 3 times in succession. His level skyrocketed directly to level 23, his experience bar shot up to 95%, and his state was fully restored with the level up, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed. At this moment, among the dead monsters, 4 white light spheres floated in the air. Chenyi's heart leaped with joy. Loot had dropped. He immediately stepped forward to collect the light spheres. He obtained E-level equipment flame orb, a scroll of fire resistance potion recipe, a bottle of fire spirit elixir, and an E-level skill book fire repelling ring. The skill book drop made Chenyi's eyes light up, and he immediately checked the attributes of this new skill. The flame shockwave forcefully pushed enemies away, and Chenyi was extremely satisfied with the god tier skill he had just acquired. It was practically a life-saving trump card, and with the amplification from the Elemental Master, its power would undoubtedly be astonishing. He then examined the rest of his loot. A recipe for crafting fire resistance potions, which could increase fire resistance by up to 10%. A bottle of fire spirit elixir, which could boost fire damage by 20% for 10 seconds. Lastly, an E-level piece of equipment, the flame orb. This equipment was perfect for him. The orb would automatically float around his body, unlike a staff which was more cumbersome, and it also added 3 points to practical intelligence. Chen-Yi immediately equipped the orb and stored his old spark staff in his backpack. Now, he felt fully prepared. It's time to face that big boss guarding the gate. As he leveled up, the Sword Saint and Skeleton King also grew stronger. To deal with the gatekeeper boss, their power alone would suffice. Chen-Yi thought to himself that once he obtained more summoning skill books in the future, he could truly achieve the dream of sitting at home while experience points came rolling in. With 2 powerful summon creatures in tow, he ventured deep into the flame cavern. A frozen teleportation portal appeared before him, and on the other side of the portal lay the boss's chamber. The boss's race in this cavern was random, but without exception, they were all fire-type creatures. With a flash of bright light, Chen-Yi stepped into the teleportation portal with the Sword Saint and Skeleton King. The scene before him was completely different from the frozen world outside. Not only was the space here vast, but the temperature was also alarmingly high. The ground had entirely turned into boiling lava, and the room's temperature was estimated to be around 700 degrees Celsius. Even though Chen-Yi's physique was already 23 times that of an ordinary person and he had damage reduction provided by the Elemental Lord, he still felt an unbearable scorching discomfort. It seemed that only warriors with exceptionally strong physiques or those who drank fire resistance potions in advance could remain unharmed here. As expected, the Hell difficulty dungeon was full of traps at every turn. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. Hearing this sound, Chen-Yi was somewhat surprised. It was actually the Hellfire Cerberus. He was all too familiar with this sound. In his previous life, the faction he was affiliated with used this type of creature to guard their base. He cast a water healing spell on himself, and the burning pain in his body was significantly alleviated. He turned to look at the Sword Saint beside him and issued a command, "Take care of this creature." "Yes, Master." The Goblin Sword Saint nodded and agreed without hesitation. As soon as the words were spoken, the Hellfire 3-headed dog was already stepping on flames, aggressively closing in on them. Its 3 heads simultaneously spewed fire, standing 5 meters tall and stretching 6 to 7 meters in length. In front of it, Chen-Yi and the other 2 were like chicks under the claws of an eagle. Chen-Yi quickly glanced at its attributes. Level 23, Dark Gold grade, with astonishing base stats in strength, constitution, agility, and intellect. However, compared to his Goblin Sword Saint, it was still a notch below. The Sword Saint gripped the dragon blade tightly, and a dark, violent aura instantly enveloped his entire body. He pointed the massive blade directly at the Hellfire 3-headed dog and let out a roar, furious charge. Before the words had even faded, he had already turned into a black shadow, raising the dragon blade as he charged forward. The Hellfire Cerberus showed no signs of backing down, raising its massive front paw and slamming it down fiercely toward the Sword Saint. Boom! Blade collided with giant claw, and an immense force erupted at the point of impact. The Sword Saint's physique was in no way inferior to his opponent's. He firmly held the Cerberus's front paw with his left hand, while his right hand swiftly hurled the dragon blade, aiming directly at the middle head of the Cerberus. Sensing the deadly threat, the Hellfire Cerberus immediately opened its massive jaws and unleashed a powerful stream of flames in an attempt to block the incoming blade. However, the dragon blade did not lose momentum in the flames and struck the Cerberus's nose with precision. Splurt! A muffled sound of a sharp blade slicing into flesh, the nose of the middle head was completely cut off. Howl! In excruciating pain, the Hellfire Cerberus went berserk, all 3 heads launching a storm-like assault on the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint calmly caught the returning dragon blade, holding the greatsword horizontally in front of him. Amidst a flurry of intense metallic clashes, he flawlessly parried all of the Cerberus's attacks. Seeing that physical attacks were ineffective, the three heads of the infernal Cerberus simultaneously raised their heads and howled at the sky. In an instant, a massive circular magic array appeared in the heavens, its intricate and mysterious lines outlining a terrifying shape. Endless fire elements frantically converged within it. This was the infernal Cerberus's innate skill, 3 fires as 1, which greatly amplified the power of all its magic. The magic unleashed by the infernal Cerberus was enhanced ninefold in power, manifesting as the apocalyptic meteoric firestorm. The terrifying pressure surged forward, yet the Sword Saint's face showed not a trace of fear. Death Duel Whirlwind. In an instant, a fierce storm swirled around the Sword Saint, and the dragon blade in his hand seemed to merge into it. Within the storm, countless tiny blades took shape, sweeping toward the infernal Cerberus. Meanwhile, the meteor fire rain in the sky also roared as it crashed down. Each flame seemed equipped with an automatic navigation system, precisely targeting the whirlwind of the Sword Saint's incarnation. However, as soon as the fire rain touched the whirlwind, it was instantly shredded and extinguished. The hellhound felt a mortal threat, and its 3 heads simultaneously let out piercing howls. An incredibly solid flame shield appeared instantly in front of it. Countless sparks exploded in the collision between the whirlwind and the shield, but the flame shield lasted only 3 seconds before being mercilessly torn apart by the whirlwind. In the next moment, the whirlwind completely enveloped the hellhound. A dense mist of blood burst forth instantly, and within just 1 second, the Sword Saint struck it with hundreds of slashes. Woo woo woo! The hellhound Cerberus let out a painful wail, its body drenched in blood, as its life force rapidly drained under the onslaught of the Death Duel whirlwind. Finally, its life force was completely exhausted, and its massive body collapsed to the ground like a falling skyscraper. The Sword Saint, having delivered this fatal blow, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of fatigue. It seemed as though even 10 more Hellhound Cerberuses would pose no challenge to him. The corpse of the Hellhound Cerberus began to dissolve into elemental flames, leaving behind a teleportation array leading to the outside world. At the same time, a surge of immense experience flooded into Chun-Yi's body. 2 dazzling golden lights flashed, and he finally leveled up to 25. But at that moment, a system notification sounded in the ears of all players, cold and clear. Player Zhang Haishan is the first to reach level 30 and has unlocked the first job advancement quest. Reward, Luck +1. Player Zhang Haishan is the first to reach level 30 and has unlocked the first job advancement quest. Reward, Luck +1. Player Zhang Haishan is the first to reach level 30 and has unlocked the first job advancement quest. Reward, Luck +1. The system announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row, and the entire world instantly erupted. Countless people were frantically inquiring about which country this Zhang Haishan belonged to and what kind of heaven-defying talent he had awakened. Discussions flooded the internet, with the hype far surpassing the previous buzz about Chen-Yi, the so-called god of magic. Inside the flame cave, Chen-Yi heard the announcement, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Zhang Haishan? This name, he had never heard of it in his previous life. Could it be that because of his rebirth, the trajectory of this world had already changed? He could be certain that this Zhang Haishan's talent was definitely SSS level, otherwise, it would be impossible to level up so quickly. It seems he is not the only lucky one in this world. He must hurry up and level up. Back on the ground, Chen-Yi immediately took out his phone. The headlines on all the major forums were about Zhang Haishan being the first to reach level 30. You have to know, most players are still hovering around level 10 or 11. Suddenly hearing that someone has reached level 30 is as shocking as when the red mist first descended. Only those who have experienced it firsthand know how difficult it is to level up in the red mist game. The monsters are exceptionally fierce, even the most ordinary greyhound often requires a team of more than 10 professionals working together to take it down. Moreover, these 10 or so people can't have poor talents, at the very least, they need to be E-level. Players with F-level talents? No one even wants to team up with them. In the end, the meager experience points are divided among the group, leaving each person with a negligible amount. Who knows how long it would take to level up even once? The good old days of leveling up just by staying at home during the novice period are long gone. At that moment, Chen-Yi's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, he was a bit surprised, not knowing who was calling. This number had already called many times before. After answering, a familiar female voice came through. "Hello, Archmage, this is Sui Tang. I'm sorry to bother you, but I haven't been able to reach you, and we haven't added each other as friends on Red Mist." "It's fine, just call me Chen Yi. I'll add you later." Okay, EGE. My ID is ST241-134. Understood. Chen Yi quickly found Sui Tang's game ID and approved the friend request. The next second, Sui Tang directly initiated a projection call request. Chen Yi clicked agree, and a clear projection immediately appeared in front of him. It was Sui Tang's image. At the moment, she was dressed in a sharp professional outfit, looking very competent. "What's the matter? You were in such a hurry to find me." Sui Tang seemed a bit hesitant but still said, "Someone in the bureau has already reached level 30. We want to find a few people to help him complete the class advancement mission." Hearing this, Chen Yi was startled. He hadn't expected that Zhang Haishan was actually a member of the Tianji Bureau. He could no longer suppress his curiosity and directly asked, "What talent did this person awaken to level up so quickly?" Sui Tang answered without the slightest hesitation, "His first talent is an A-grade immunity to all poisons, which grants him strong resistance to toxic damage and an additional 0.5 points to his physique growth." So the director. Thus, Zhang Haishan naturally joined the Tianji Bureau. But when he revealed his second talent, everyone was stunned. It turned out to be an SSS-level 100-fold experience talent. This meant that while others needed to kill 100 monsters to gain the same amount of experience, he only needed to defeat one. Because of this, the director specifically assigned Johan, who possessed an SS-level talent, to help him level up. And the result? Now Johan is only at level 21, while that guy named Zhang Haishan has already skyrocketed to level 30. Such a talent is enough to make anyone insanely jealous. Hearing this, Chen Yi was also a bit surprised. 100-fold experience, this is indeed a heaven-defying ability. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy will undoubtedly be the first person in the world to reach level 100. Sui Tang sighed and continued, "Although he levels up like a rocket, his combat ability is pitifully weak. He can't even pass the most basic class advancement quest. What's worse is that, because he was the first to attempt a class advancement, the system gave him an SS-level ultra-difficult quest. Completing it would allow him to advance to the hidden class Steadfast Iron Guard. And now, he's completely stuck. Even with Johan's help, it's no use. So, the director hopes I can ask you if you have time to help him out? Moreover, the Tianji Bureau has specially opened a top-level leveling area. If you come over, your leveling speed will be much faster." Upon hearing the last sentence, Chen Yi's eyes instantly lit up. Why hadn't he thought of that? The power of the state machinery would naturally occupy the most fertile resources and leveling areas. "Alright, I'll head over right away." Chen Yi agreed without hesitation. Sui Tang was overjoyed. "That's great. We'll immediately dispatch a special plane to pick you up." "I'll wait for you in Silver Summer City," Chen Yi nodded in confirmation. After the call ended, Chen Yi fell into deep thought. Staying in Silver Summer City no longer held much meaning, as the Flame Cavern could only be entered once a month. He glanced at the Sword Saint and the Skeleton King beside him, and a brilliant plan flashed through his mind. The Skeleton King could continue to follow him, but the Sword Saint could stay here and become an unceasing, automatic monster-slaying machine, with all the experience points going to him. This way, his leveling efficiency would double once again. No sooner said than done. Chen Yi turned to the Sword Saint and pointed at a towering snow-capped mountain in the distance. "Kaiser, do you see that mountain?" The snow mountain was at least 300 kilometers away. The Sword Saint nodded, not understanding his master's intention. Chen Yi stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and gave the order, centering on that snowy mountain, "Clear out all the monsters within a 1,000-mile radius. From now on, you no longer need to stay by my side." Hearing this, the Sword Saint could hardly believe his ears and was overjoyed. Didn't this mean he was regaining his freedom? Really, Master? Of course, it's true, Chen Yi confirmed. However, your targets are limited to monsters and mutated plants and animals. As for other practitioners, remember, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Understood. The Sword Saint nodded heavily, then turned around, transforming into a blur as he sped toward the snowy mountain. In no time, he disappeared into the horizon. The Skeleton King on the side watched with envy, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering a few times before quickly dimming. It dared not harbor any improper thoughts. If its master detected even a hint of disloyalty, only complete destruction would await it. Chen Yi naturally saw through the Skeleton King's thoughts, so he gave it a promise: don't worry, in the future, I will also assign you to guard a region. The Skeleton King's soul fire instantly brightened, filled with anticipation. Yes, master. Chen Yi already had a grand plan in mind. When he summoned more creatures in the future, he would dispatch these powerful subordinates across the world, turning them into his global experience harvesters. By then, wouldn't leveling up be as easy as drinking water? With the Skeleton King, Chen Yi returned to Yinxia City. At this moment, the city streets were filled with groups of professionals everywhere. People had come to terms with reality: hiding at home was a dead end. The only way to survive in this world was to step out, fight monsters, and improve their strength. Walking down the street with the Skeleton King, Chen Yi attracted countless curious and envious gazes. The Skeleton King's cool appearance and powerful aura clearly set it apart from ordinary summoned creatures. People couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy and silently lament: why is his talent so exceptional? To summon such a formidable creature, his talent must be at least S-level. Then they looked at themselves and thought, if I can survive one more day in this brutal world, that's already good enough. Chen Yi directly led the Skeleton King to the rooftop of a tall building. After waiting for about 3 hours, a rumbling sound grew closer and closer. A helicopter hovered into view and steadied itself in mid-air. A rope ladder was lowered, and Chen Yi climbed up nimbly, while the Skeleton King simply floated up. Inside the cabin, there were only 2 people, a pilot and Sui Tang. After a brief exchange of greetings, Chen Yi sat to the side and closed his eyes to rest. The helicopter then turned its direction and headed toward the headquarters of the Celestial Bureau. During the flight, perhaps feeling the atmosphere was a bit dull, Sui Tang curiously asked, "Brothery, what level are you at now?" Chen Yi opened his eyes and calmly replied, "Not as high as that Zine Haishan. I'm only at level 25 right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Tang's expression instantly froze. Sui Tang appeared shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Level 25? How many monsters do you have to kill to level up that much?" She continued, "Johan and Zine Haishan leveled up so quickly because the Tianji Bureau found the entrance to a secret realm." "Could it be that you found one too?" Hearing the word secret realm, Chen Yi opened his eyes, his heart stirred. The Tianji Bureau found a secret realm this quickly? He instantly understood. No wonder the Tianji Bureau could cultivate so many powerful individuals. It had seized the initiative. A step ahead in everything. Chen Yi's thoughts raced. In his previous life, the appearance of a secret realm was enough to spark a bloody storm. Secret realms were completely different from the ubiquitous underground caves. Their numbers were extremely scarce. Even after 20 years of exploration, there were only 10 known secret realms worldwide. Each secret realm seemed endless. No one knew how many levels it truly had. Once a level was cleared, the passage to the next level would open, and the monsters on the deeper levels would grow exponentially stronger. Of course, the experience and equipment drop rates were also several times higher than those outside. As long as a faction could occupy a secret realm, it would essentially have the ability to continuously produce top-tier powerhouses. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. As long as he could enter the secret realm, he was absolutely confident he could reach level 30 in the shortest time possible. Noticing that Chen Yi was lost in thought, Sui Tang waved her fair hand in front of his eyes. "Ege, what are you thinking about?" Chen Yi snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting Sui Tang's enchanting face, leaving him momentarily dazed. He was secretly alarmed. This woman's charm was truly overwhelming. She must have awakened some kind of special charisma-based talent. "Nothing, just thinking about something," he quickly composed himself. "The rest can wait until we get to headquarters." With that, Chunyi closed his eyes and began practicing his meditation technique. This skill allowed him to maintain absolute mental clarity. In that brief moment of distraction earlier, he had almost been bewitched by this woman. He didn't want to form any attachments with anyone. In this world, attachments were the most dangerous thing. The helicopter flew very fast and landed steadily on a lawn about 4 hours later. Sui Tang stepped out with Chen Yi and the Skeleton King. What greeted Chen Yi's eyes was a magnificent modern building. The entire structure covered tens of thousands of square meters, with walls made of transparent special glass, allowing a clear view of the interior. Countless public officials bustled about inside, moving in an orderly manner. "This is the headquarters of the Tianji Bureau," Sui Tang introduced. This building was originally constructed by a corrupt official from Sakura country. Fearing that his country might sink, he spent over 100 billion to buy this land in Yanhuang. Later, he was arrested back in his country, and this place was requisitioned by the Tianji Bureau. Chen Yi nodded and asked directly, "What do I need to do next?" Sui Tang took out a delicate and compact communicator, dialed, and said in a coquettish tone, "Uncle Lei, I've brought the god of magic here. Why aren't you coming out to greet us? That's so disrespectful." The person on the other end of the line seemed to explain something, to which Sui Tang immediately responded, "Oh, I see. In that case, I'll bring him over." After hanging up, she apologized to Chen Yi with a guilty expression, "Sorry, our director is currently reporting to the nation's second elder and can't step away for now." Chen Yi didn't mind at all. He was here to improve his strength, not for formalities. "It's okay, just take me there. I can't wait to find out what this SS-level mission is all about." Seeing Chen Yi being so straightforward, Sui Tang breathed a sigh of relief. She had met that guy with the SSS-level 100-fold experience talent before, whose personality was utterly arrogant. In comparison, Chen Yi's personality was 100 times better. "All right, they're all waiting for us." Sui Tang led Chen Yi around the grand main building to an inconspicuous standalone cabin. The cabin looked just like a security guard's break room. Sui Tang took out a key card to open the door, revealing 2 heavy elevator doors behind it. Chen Yi noticed the elevator's floor display, and the numbers exceeded 100 floors. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting such a deep underground base to be built here. Sui Tang entered a password on the control panel and said, "They're waiting for us in the conference room on the 67th underground floor." Chen Yi nodded and entered the elevator with the Skeleton King. As Sui Tang entered the floor number, the elevator descended swiftly and smoothly into the depths of the earth. About a minute later, the elevator doors slowly opened. The sight before him made Chen Yi marvel once again at the grandeur of the place. The 67th underground floor was an enormous space, as large as a massive plaza. Huge lighting fixtures illuminated the entire underground area as if it were daylight. To the north stood a 2-story standalone office building, which was likely the meeting venue. The group quickly walked toward the office building. Before they even reached the entrance, Chen Yi could already see a few figures inside, seemingly waiting for quite some time. Greeting them were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom appeared quite young. Sui Tang immediately leaned in and quietly began introducing them to Chen Yi. "That blue-haired one is called Johan, a mage. He possesses the SS-level talent Emperor of Ice, and can be said to be the strongest person in the Tianji Bureau at present. That crew-cut one is called Zhang Haishan, the one I mentioned earlier with the 100-fold experience talent. That girl is called Su Chaoer, a priest. Her most impressive ability is the SS-level talent Resurrection. As long as the target has been dead for no more than 7 days, she can directly revive them using restoration magic. However, the cost is enormous. She herself will lose a full 5 levels, and the revived person's level will be reset to 1. Listening to Sui Tang's introduction, Chen Yi's heart was stirred. The names Johan and Zhang Haishan were completely unfamiliar to him in his previous life. They were not on the list of level 100 powerhouses published by the Tianji Bureau, which likely means something unexpected happened, preventing them from growing to their full potential. But Su Chaoer is different. She is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future life sequence. Although her attack power isn't particularly impressive, her terrifying recovery ability is enough to make any opponent despair. Chenny never expected to encounter such a future big shot here. The Su Chower before him was clearly not yet as mature and composed as she would be in the future. She was looking at him nervously, seemingly eager to befriend the person known as the God of Magic. Summoning her courage, Su Chower spoke first. "Hello, God of Magic." As she said this, she extended her soft, fair hand. Chenny also reached out and gently shook her hand, saying, "Hello, you don't need to call me God of Magic. Just call me Chenny." Su Chower, thrilled by his response, was beaming with excitement. At this moment, the buzzcut guy Zhang Haishan ignored Chenny and stared intently at Sui Tang. Johan saw this and coughed quietly to himself, thinking that Zhang Haishan was truly a guy with women on his mind all the time, unable to change this habit no matter the occasion. Sui Tang felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze and quietly moved to stand slightly behind Chenny, using his figure to block that stare. It was only then that Zhang Haishan seemed to notice Chenny for the first time. He extended his hand and said, "Hello." Chenny merely nodded slightly and did not extend his hand. His first impression of Zhang Haishan was extremely poor. Zhang Haishan, left standing awkwardly, felt a trace of anger flash across his sullen face. However, he was currently seeking help and couldn't afford to lose his temper on the spot. Johan immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. "We're all partners here, and I believe Sui Tang has already explained the situation. Haishan, why don't you go ahead and explain your mission process to Chenny?" Zhang Haishan nodded and began, "My mission is to kill 30 golden tier monsters of the same level." But even a single level 30 golden monster would require Johan to go all out, let alone 30 of them. "That's why I wanted to bring more people along to help." Chenny nodded in understanding. Level 30 golden monsters were incredibly powerful. Not everyone possessed the kind of freakish combat ability he did. Generally speaking, a single golden monster could easily crush thousands of low-level talent professionals of the same rank. Even for A-level or S-level talent experts, it would take a team of over 100 to hunt one down. For Johan to be able to solo a golden monster, he must have some hidden trump card. Johan continued, "Partner Chenny, as a reward, after completing the mission, the Bureau will grant you a chance to enter the Apocalypse secret realm alone." Hearing this, Chenyi's heart stirred. This was exactly what he wanted. In his previous life, his position was too low to access detailed information about these secret realms, otherwise, he would have long found a way to secure one. Johan added, "We are about to head to the Apocalypse secret realm. Each time a secret realm is opened, it consumes a massive amount of resources. Everyone, make sure not to waste this opportunity to upgrade." Chenny had some understanding of the secret realms. It was said that the resources required for each opening were double that of the previous time, including various materials, equipment, skill books, and so on. In the later stages, the cost of opening a secret realm would become a terrifying astronomical figure. I saw Johan take out a pitch-black token, its surface smooth and glossy like top-grade black jade, with naturally intricate patterns on it. "This is a secret realm token specially approved by the director. I will now open the portal for everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the token toward the center of the square. The token spun in the air, growing larger as it did, and with a loud clang, it transformed into a massive portal. The scenery beyond the portal unfolded, a brand new world of clear mountains and waters, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Johan waved his hand, "Let's go. This is the first level of the Apocalypse secret realm. It's filled with ordinary monsters, so clearing it will be quick." The group followed Johan inside, and the black jade portal behind them immediately closed, leaving only a golden divine pattern flowing endlessly on the door. The moment Chenny stepped into the secret realm, he felt as though he had entered a completely independent and brand new world, complete with a sun, stars, flowers, trees, and grass. As soon as they entered, a swarm of rabbit-shaped bizarre insects buzzed around them. Chenny immediately opened the monster attribute panel to inspect them. Looking at the monsters in front of him, named phantom morph bugs, Chenny couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. These level 30 monsters had pitifully low base attributes. Apart from their agility, which reached an impressive 40 points, their other abilities were utterly weak. As he was pondering, swarms of phantom morph bugs were already moving rapidly in the sky, their wings vibrating as they scattered strange pollen everywhere. Shenyi accidentally inhaled some, and the scene before him instantly distorted. Those people who had died at his hands in his previous life suddenly appeared alive, surrounding him with ferocious expressions. What is happening? Shenyi's eyes revealed extreme shock as he felt his consciousness being dragged into an abyss. At this critical moment, Su Chaoer shouted clearly, "Mind purification!" A pure white light instantly swept over everyone, like warm sunlight dispelling all the gloom. Those trapped in illusions immediately regained clarity. Shenyi snapped back to his senses, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind. Why hadn't his soul immune artifact, the Soul Cube, worked? But now was not the time to delve into it. He immediately raised his hand, and a scorching ray burst forth, a thick pillar of flame sweeping across the swarm of insects in the sky. Wherever the flames passed, countless charred insect corpses crackled and fell from the air. No matter how fast the shape-shifting insects were, they couldn't outrun this all-encompassing ray attack. Seeing Shenyi resolve the crisis so effortlessly, Su Chaoer and Sui Tang's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Even the always composed Jiu Han showed a hint of surprise. He asked himself, with this level of attack, even he wouldn't dare to face it head-on. He became increasingly certain that Shenyi's talent was undoubtedly top tier in the elemental category, possibly even surpassing his own SS level, reaching the legendary SSS level. Only Zhang Haishan's face was filled with undisguised jealousy. He stared intently at Shenyi, roaring in his heart, "If I had such talent, combined with my hundredfold experience, who in this world could possibly be my match?" The battle ended, and the experience gained from killing the morphing worm transformed into 5 beams of golden light, flying into the bodies of the 5 individuals. The beam allocated to Chun-Yi was the thickest, as he had almost single-handedly ended the battle. Next was Su Chaoer, who had cast critical support skills. By the time it reached Zhang Haishan, who had contributed almost nothing, only a faint trace of golden light remained. However, at the moment that faint golden light merged into Zhang Haishan's body, a mysterious force emerged, amplifying that weak experience 100-fold. This astonishing scene left the other 4 present filled with envy. Such talent was practically like having a cheat code, defying all logic. Unfortunately, Zhang Haishan had not yet completed his job transfer quest, and his level cap was stuck at 30. The excess experience could only be temporarily stored. At this moment, Jiu Han began to introduce the secret realm to Shenyi. "Shenyi, the layer we are currently in is called the Illusory Flower Sea. The only way to reach the next layer is to kill all the illusory worms in this area." Shenyi nodded. Since these worms were not difficult to deal with, entering the next layer should only be a matter of time. At that moment, Jiu Han slowly took out a book. The book was extremely exquisite, radiating a powerful energy fluctuation that was far beyond what low-level equipment at this stage could compare to. Shenyi's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Sui Tang noticed his curiosity, tiptoed quietly, leaned close to Shenyi's ear, and softly explained the origin of this piece of equipment. After listening, Shenyi's first thought was that Jiu Han's luck was simply too good. Jiu Han was born into an ancient martial arts family, and when the red mist mutation occurred, he was practicing in a deep mountain forest in the northeast as instructed by his elders. Unexpectedly, he discovered a diamond treasure chest on a cliff, and upon opening it, he obtained this unique piece of equipment, the Ice God Codex. The Ice God Codex consists of 7 pages, each recording a powerful spell. Combined with his own SS-level Emperor of Ice talent, the synergy between the two granted him terrifying strength comparable to that of an SSS-level talent holder. Looking at the Ice God Codex, Shenyi couldn't help but imagine what kind of earth-shattering power he could unleash if he obtained this equipment and performed the full version of Ice Prison Judgment. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. After all, the equipment belonged to Jiu Han, and given Shenyi's character, he wouldn't stoop to killing someone to steal their treasure. However, he secretly calculated that once their relationship deepened in the future, he might find an opportunity to borrow it for a while. When Jiu Han took out the Ice God Codex, the surrounding temperature instantly plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed on the nearby exotic flowers and plants. He slowly opened the first page of the codex, and the ice-blue magical lines on the page immediately lit up, converging into a mysterious and intricate magic array. At the same time, the clouds in the sky began to gather, and almost in the blink of an eye, countless sharp ice spikes descended from the heavens, pouring down like a torrential rain. The massive commotion startled the thousands of phantom insects hidden in various places, causing them to swarm into the sky. Strangely enough, the ice spike rain precisely avoided the area where Chen Yi and his group were located. Each ice spike that landed on the ground exploded, forming a crystalline ice lotus that radiated an astonishing chill. Meanwhile, the phantom insects flying in the sky seemed to be fatally attracted to the ice lotuses, recklessly charging toward them. The moment they touched the ice lotuses, the phantom insects were instantly frozen into ice sculptures and then shattered. Chen Yi watched this spectacular scene, understanding it in his heart. This was not merely a simple ice element magic, it also incorporated advanced illusions. He couldn't help but marvel that this codex truly lived up to its name as the Ice God Codex. Just by opening the first page, one can already feel such overwhelming power. I can't imagine how terrifying the remaining 6 pages must be. As a dazzling golden light flashed by, the 5 of them gained abundant experience points. Chen Yi glanced at his own status. His experience bar had already reached 45% of level 25. At that moment, another golden light exploded on Sui Tang, and she leveled up. I finally reached level 20. Sui Tang jumped up joyfully. Su Qiaoer smiled and stepped forward to hug her. That's great. So, does that mean your second talent has been unlocked? Sui Tang nodded excitedly, her face full of anticipation. Chen Yi was also very curious. What could the second talent of an S-level priest possibly be? Brothery, try to feel it, Sui Tang said, casting a healing spell on Chen Yi. In an instant, Chen Yi felt a surge of violent energy coursing through his body. He immediately opened his attribute panel and saw an astonishing, plus 12.5, mark added to the values of both his base strength and base constitution. Sui Tang smiled triumphantly and showcased her new talent to everyone. Strong Domination S-level, targets you heal will have their base strength and base constitution increased by 50% for 1 hour. Seeing this description, Chen Yi gasped in astonishment. This was practically the ultimate talent every support profession dreamed of. Johan also congratulated her with a cheerful expression. Congratulations, Sui Tang. At this moment, Zhang Haishan immediately thickened his skin and leaned over, his eyes shining as he said, Sui Tang, your talent is simply a perfect match for my profession. Seeing his expression, Sui Tang immediately frowned, instinctively hiding behind Chen Yi and quietly tugging at his sleeve, seeking protection. A trace of displeasure flashed in Zhang Haishan's eyes, but with Chen Yi present, he didn't dare to do anything. Johan and Su Qiaoer were already used to this scene. Ever since Zhang Haishan joined the team, he had been persistently trying to win Sui Tang's favor, but unfortunately, Sui Tang had no interest in him at all. As for Chen Yi, he didn't take Zhang Haishan seriously in the slightest. A character of this level posed no threat to him whatsoever. At that moment, a shimmering portal suddenly appeared out of thin air at the center of the illusory flower sea. Johan immediately called out to everyone, the passage to the next level has opened. Let's move quickly, stay close. The group passed through the light gate, and the scene before them changed instantly. What had just been a breathtaking sea of illusory flowers had now turned into a chaotic graveyard. Dark clouds obscured the moon, the air was filled with a bone-chilling cold, and the occasional eerie cawing of crows in the distance sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, the crude, thin coffins scattered across the graveyard began to shake violently. With a series of cracking sounds, sharp purple claws pierced through the coffin lids. One by one, monsters crawled out. They were humanoid in shape, but their skin was a ghastly dark green, their faces grotesquely decayed, and their expressions were filled with savage malice. Chen Yi quickly read the monster's information: Ironclad Zombie, level 30 elite monster, possessing the talents, Iron Armor and Copper Bones, and the skills, Zombie Leap, and Corpse Poison Infusion. Looking at the zombies surging like a tide across the mountains and fields, Johan's expression grew serious. She immediately reminded Chen Yi, these zombies are of the Yin attribute and have strong resistance to my ice-based attacks. Chen Yi nodded and calmly said, understood. Stay close to me and don't move. He turned to the Skeleton King, Grezel, and ordered, Grezel, protect them well. Understood, Master, the Skeleton King responded in a deep voice. He then stepped forward, his massive body like a mountain, firmly shielding the four of them. Shenyi had no intention of letting the Skeleton King act just yet. It's always better to keep an ace up one's sleeve. He extended his hand, and enormous fireballs, each the size of a water tank, quickly formed in his palm with ease. In the next moment, these blazing boulders rained down like a meteor shower, relentlessly smashing into the zombie horde. Boom! Boom boom! The deafening sound of explosions echoed throughout the mass grave. Those so-called armored zombies were instantly blown to pieces under the bombardment of fireballs, letting out agonized wails. Purple hellfire blazed fiercely on the hillside, and the air was immediately filled with a nauseating burnt stench. Feeling the terrifying power akin to a missile strike, Zhang Haishan's legs went weak with fear, almost unable to stand. He had followed Johan to grind monsters before, but had never witnessed such an apocalyptic scene. Shenyi unleashed over 100 fireballs in one go. When he finally stopped, the entire mass grave had been completely transformed. The ground was covered with flowing lava, and the temperature of the entire area had soared by hundreds of degrees, resembling a hellish inferno. As for those armored zombies, they had long since turned to ashes in the sea of flames. Shenyi's experience bar also surged to 98% of level 25, just one step away from leveling up. At this moment, a portal of light leading to the next level appeared in the distance. Looking at the scorching magma beneath their feet, Johan proactively cast ice fog, freezing a solid ice path over the lava. The group advanced along the ice path and smoothly entered the portal of light. The scene before them shifted once again, and this time, they found themselves in a humid and sweltering tropical rainforest. In the distance, the cries of monkeys echoed intermittently, reverberating through the forest. Johan's brows instantly furrowed. From now on, this is when the real danger begins, he warned in a low voice, his expression grave. The monsters here are called wind demon apes, all of them at the bronze level. If hundreds or thousands of them charge at us, our defenses won't hold. Hearing this, Shenyi's heart stirred. He immediately took out a skill book from his backpack that he had previously forgotten to study, Repel Fire Ring. Now was the perfect opportunity to practice. With a clap of his hands, the skill book transformed into a beam of light and merged into his body. Instantly, a new power took shape within him. The tropical rainforest beneath their feet was far more expansive than the previous two areas, spanning at least several thousand square kilometers. Completely clearing out the monsters here was an almost impossible task. As Johan led the team toward the center of the rainforest, he explained the survival rules of this place. At the center of the rainforest, there is a mother ape, the ape king of all wind demon apes. If we kill it, the remaining wind demon apes will go completely berserk and hunt us down without regard for consequences. Each time the secret realm refreshes, the number of monsters is roughly the same, around 800 to 900. The rainforest was unbearably hot and humid, the roads were rugged and muddy, and the various poisonous insects were impossible to guard against. Even though their physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people by dozens of times, they still felt waves of discomfort. At that moment, a small group of wind demon apes discovered them. These creatures swung nimbly through the forest on vines. With an extremely keen sense of smell and an exceptionally combative nature, wind demon apes would never let any intruder go. As soon as they landed, they surrounded Shenyi and his group, pounding their chests frantically and producing a series of thunderous boom. Boom! Boom sounds like the roar of war drums. Shenyi quickly scanned the scene, and the information about these dozen or so wind demon apes immediately surfaced in his mind. These were level 30 bronze monsters, with terrifyingly high strength and constitution, their only weakness being their low intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a rock shield and gestured to Johan and the others, signaling them not to step forward. Then, he walked straight toward the group of wind demon apes alone. Nine Han and his teammates all stopped in their tracks, curiously watching him, unsure of what he intended to do. The wind demon apes saw Shenyi approaching alone and immediately leapt down from the ancient trees, surrounding him completely. A trace of worry flashed in Sui Tang's eyes, but when she saw Shenyi's calm and composed gaze, her anxious heart miraculously settled down. The wind demon apes clenched their fists tightly, their muscles instantly tensing as they concentrated all their strength into their fists. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, over a dozen fists simultaneously slammed fiercely into Chun-Yi's rock shield. Buzz! A sound like an ancient bell being struck reverberated from the center of the battlefield. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The attacking wind demon apes were all sent flying backward by a massive counterforce, crashing heavily into the surrounding ancient trees. Their arm bones even pierced through their muscles, protruding outward, with blood gushing out in torrents. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this seemingly ordinary rock shield would have such terrifying defensive power. Shen-Yi didn't even glance at the wind demon apes writhing in pain on the ground. He simply raised his hand, instantly releasing a ring of fire resistance. A massive burst of flames and shockwaves erupted simultaneously, reducing them all to ashes amidst their piercing screams. At that moment, a dazzling white light emerged from a charred corpse. Equipment had dropped. Shen-Yi's heart leapt with joy as he stepped forward and retrieved an item from the white light. It was a pair of gauntlets. These D-grade wind demon gauntlets not only increase attack speed by 15% but also add wind blades during attacks, dealing additional magic damage. For warrior classes, this is undoubtedly one of the top-tier pieces of equipment at this stage, capable of instantly elevating combat power to a higher level. Shen-Yi directly displayed the gauntlet's attributes for everyone to see. Upon seeing them, Johan and the others couldn't help but gasp. The power of this equipment was enough to cause a qualitative leap in any warrior's strength. Johan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he asked somewhat eagerly, "Shen-Yi, what are you planning to do with this equipment?" Shen-Yi saw through his thoughts and straightforwardly said, "Just trade it for an E-grade mage skill book." He originally thought this was already a fair trade, but Johan shook his head. "No, I can't take advantage of you like this." He looked at Chun-Yi with an incredibly sincere expression. "My younger brother really needs this piece of equipment. He used to be the national boxing champion, and these gloves are practically tailor-made for him." After speaking, Johan took another skill book out of his backpack space and handed it over. "This is a D-level skill book. Here, this D-level mage skill book, Heart of Frost. I originally planned to use it myself, but now it's yours." Hearing this, Shen-Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected to get a D-level skill book here, truly a stroke of luck falling from the sky. He took the Heart of Frost and casually tossed the wind demon gauntlets to Johan, then began checking the attributes of the new skill. Heart of Frost, D-level. Upon activation, it makes the air within a 50-meter radius around the target bone-chillingly cold, significantly slowing all enemy movements. The effect lasts for 1 minute. This was practically a god-tier skill tailor-made for team battles. Shen-Yi thought to himself that if it were further enhanced by his Master of Elements talent, the effect would likely be beyond imagination. He sighed in satisfaction, feeling that his combat arsenal had become even more versatile. Shen-Yi glanced at his experience bar, which had already reached 99.7%. Fantastic, just a few more wind demon apes to defeat, and he could level up smoothly. He immediately learned Heart of Frost, but refrained from using it right away. Accidentally injuring his teammates would be troublesome. Johan led the way in front, and the team continued to move forward. After walking for most of the day, an indescribably enormous ancient tree appeared before everyone. The tree was covered with wind demon apes, and at the very top of the canopy, there was a massive treehouse. Johan pointed at the treehouse and said to Chen-Yi, "That is the nest of the Mother Ape King." Chen-Yi nodded, and a giant fireball the size of a water tank quickly formed in his hand. He reminded everyone, "Be careful, don't let the crazed monkeys hurt you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly hurled the fireball toward the treehouse. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and a ball of purple flame suddenly burst open above the treetops. The raging fire instantly engulfed the entire treehouse. The wind demon apes on the tree went berserk. Some roared and charged at Chen-Yi, the culprit, while others desperately climbed toward the burning treehouse. At that moment, a wind demon ape covered in golden fur emerged from the burning treehouse, surrounded by several guards. Facing the horde of apes lunging at him, Chen-Yi immediately activated Ring of Fire Resistance. The fire ring, now upgraded to level 2, had even greater impact and flame power. Amidst a series of piercing screams, the wind demon apes were flung away by the powerful shockwave before they could get close, their fur completely scorched off. Meanwhile, Johan's gaze locked onto the fleeing female ape king. He quickly took out the Ice God Illusion Codex, turned to the second page, and conjured an ice prison out of thin air, trapping the female ape king inside. The surrounding wind demon apes tried to rush forward to rescue her, but as soon as they touched the prison, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the terrifying cold, toppling from the tree and shattering into shards of ice on the ground. The prison of ice continued to contract, and eventually, the mother ape king was completely assimilated into a massive block of ice, crashing heavily to the ground and meeting the same fate as its guards. The moment the mother ape king died, the entire tropical rainforest was thrown into turmoil. All the wind demon apes sensed the death of their leader and surged from all directions toward the towering tree. Feeling the unrest throughout the rainforest, Sui Tang and Su Chao both showed expressions of panic. "Don't panic," Chenny reassured the two, then turned around and continuously unleashed Heart of Frost toward the approaching ape horde. Enhanced by the Elemental Master, the range of Heart of Frost expanded to an astonishing 5,000 square meters, and the temperature dropped to an inconceivable level. Wherever the cold air reached, the lush rainforest instantly transformed into a crystalline world of ice. Even the frenzied wind demon apes charging forward quickly stiffened, their movements slowed to the point of near stagnation, and their speed was reduced by 99%. Seeing this scene, Johan was utterly shocked. He had always thought Chun-Yi was purely a fire element mage, but he hadn't expected his ice skills to be so formidable. It seems Chen-Yi's strength must be reassessed. After releasing Frostheart, Chen-Yi didn't pause for a moment and unleashed a series of fireball spells at the frozen forest. Under the dual assault of extreme cold and scorching heat, the frozen wind demon apes had no chance to resist and were instantly annihilated. Accompanied by flashes of golden light, Chen-Yi successfully leveled up to level 26. The other members of the team also benefited, with Su Chao reaching level 22, Sui Tang level 21, and Johan level 23. Watching Chen-Yi's terrifying strength, Zhang Haishan, standing nearby, was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He glanced at Sui Tang, forcibly suppressing the increasingly intense fire of desire in his heart. The battle was over. Sui Tang and Su Chao quickly cleaned up the battlefield, but their luck was abysmal. There wasn't a single piece of loot. Chen-Yi was already used to this. After all, in his previous life, most people still wielded the lowest level equipment even after reaching levels 40 or 50. At that moment, beneath the towering tree, a portal of light leading to the next level appeared out of thin air. The group exchanged glances and entered without hesitation. The scene on the fourth level was completely different from the previous three. They found themselves standing outside an enormous city, with three large characters carved in ancient script on the city gate, Yunshao City. Johan's expression instantly became grave. "This is the fourth level," he said in a deep voice. "The last time I came here with Zhang Haishan, we only made it to this point. This level is ruled by a race called the Snow Sprites, and the Cloud Sky City before us is their fortress." He paused, his tone growing even more serious. "Every single Snow Sprite possesses silver-level strength. What's even more terrifying is that their numbers are at least in the tens of thousands. Last time, I gave it my all and only managed to kill a few dozen before I had to retreat in disgrace." Hearing this, Chen-Yi nodded. A single silver-level creature was already quite troublesome, and with tens of thousands gathered together, it was practically an unshakable force. He turned to look at Johan, his gaze intense. "Then, can I borrow your Ice God Illusion Codex?" Johan was stunned. He hadn't expected Chen-Yi to make such a request and asked curiously, "You can, but before that, I need to know what you plan to do with it." "The Ice God Illusion Codex isn't something I can't lend out, but I need to understand its purpose." Chen-Yi said nothing more, simply extending his hand as an ice-blue snowflake slowly formed in his palm. On the snowflake, the pure laws of ice flowed, exuding a breathtaking beauty that struck awe into the heart. This was the external manifestation of his powerful skill, Ice Prison Judgment. The moment Johan saw the snowflake, his pupils contracted sharply, and his face was filled with shock. He could sense that the level of the ice laws contained within this tiny snowflake was undoubtedly derived from an unimaginably powerful skill. When he looked at Chen-Yi again, his gaze became extremely complex. The higher-ups had already studied the diamond treasure chest, and there was no doubt that Chen-Yi's skill had been obtained from that chest. He could hardly imagine the cataclysmic destruction this skill could unleash if fully activated. Chenny explained, with my current abilities, I can't fully unleash the skill. But if I had your Ice God Codex as support, it might be possible to release it in its entirety. After hearing this, Johan took a deep breath and nodded. Alright, I'll lend it to you. Without the slightest hesitation, he retrieved the frost-emitting Ice God Codex from his inventory space. Chenny took it and joked, "Aren't you afraid I won't return it to you?" Johan shook her head and answered earnestly, "I trust you won't." Ha ha. Chenny chuckled, said no more, and immediately began examining the attributes of this divine artifact. There were only 3 effects, but each one was extraordinary. Not only could it instantly grant the wielder mastery of 7 powerful ice-based skills, but it also allowed the first 3 ice-based skills each day to be cast without cost or cooldown. The most terrifying aspect was that it could directly increase the damage of all ice-based skills tenfold. After reading through it, Chenny was deeply shaken. This was truly worthy of being the one and only legendary equipment. At the same time, an even stronger sense of urgency surged in his heart. What did it matter if he possessed 10 SSS-level talents? Until he reached level 100 and fully unlocked them, everything was just an illusion. In this world, he wasn't the only one blessed with good fortune. He held the Ice God's Illusion Codex in his hand and immediately felt an incomparably pure ice power surge into his body, enhancing himself. He turned to Johan and the others and said, "Stay here and don't move. I will establish a safe zone here to ensure you won't be harmed." Upon hearing this, everyone solemnly nodded. Chenny took a deep breath and turned his body toward the majestic Cloud Sky City. Next, this city would face his most terrifying wrath. The Ice God's Illusion Codex in his hand automatically floated in front of him, its pages turning without wind. Chenny began to chant the ancient and cryptic spell of Ice Prison Judgment in a low voice. In an instant, the wind stopped, the clouds dispersed, and the entire sky became an expanse of emptiness and silence. It was as if the world had been muted. As an expert in ice magic, Johan felt a storm surge in his heart upon witnessing this scene. He understood that ice magic, unlike other elements, became eerily silent the more powerful it was before being unleashed. The surrounding temperature began to plummet at a terrifying speed. -1 degree, -10 degrees, -100 degrees. Strangely, the stream flowing gently outside the city seemed completely unaffected, continuing to babble merrily as if nothing had changed. The stream continued to flow amidst the extreme cold, as if nothing had happened. However, on the walls of Cloud Sky City, the Snow Elf soldiers finally noticed the deadly anomaly. A thick layer of frost had already formed on their leather armor. Although Snow Elves were naturally resistant to ice and snow to some extent, this did not mean they were immune to everything. Faced with the high-level ice magic skill unleashed by Chun-Yi, their resistance was utterly inadequate. The sentries spotted Chun-Yi and his group and immediately drew their bows, attempting to shoot down the intruders below the city. However, in the terrifying cold of over -100 degrees, the bowstrings had long since frozen stiff like iron wires. The moment the elf soldiers pulled the strings with even a little force, they snapped instantly, scattering like shards of ice on the ground. But the Snow Elves did not sit idly by. They decisively discarded their broken bows and arrows and drew the elven swords from their waists. With a thunderous boom, the massive gates of Cloud City swung open, and groups of Snow Elves charged out with battle cries. "Kill these invaders! Kill!" The earth-shaking roars echoed across the snowy plains, but to Chun-Yi, this was nothing more than a final, desperate struggle. His forbidden spell, Ice Prison Judgment, was nearing its conclusion. As the last lengthy and mysterious syllable escaped his lips, ice-blue snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The cold wave, with Chun-Yi at its center, spread madly across the entire fourth layer of the secret realm. Those Snow Elves charging at the front were instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures the moment they came into contact with the seemingly beautiful ice-blue snowflakes. One after another, they shattered and perished. At the same time, golden light of level-ups continuously flashed around Chun-Yi, as a massive amount of experience points surged into his body like a tide. By the time the last Snow Elf fell, his level had skyrocketed to 30, and his experience bar had reached an astonishing 173%. This meant that as soon as he left this secret realm, he could immediately undertake the class advancement quest and unlock even greater power. However, the power of the ice prison judgment showed no signs of stopping. The ice blue snow fell heavier and heavier, quickly laying a deathly carpet over a meter thick across the entire fourth layer of the secret realm. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Boom! Countless massive icy tentacles suddenly surged from the ground, wreaking havoc on everything around them. The magnificent Cloud Sky City, in the face of these colossal entities, crumbled like paper, turning into a shattered ruin in the blink of an eye. And this was merely the second phase of the ice prison judgment. The enormous tentacles, towering over 100 meters high like mountain peaks, carried earth-shattering power with every swing, leaving nothing unscathed in their path. Johan and his companions watched in terror, fully aware that if even one of these tentacles went out of control and struck their way, it would spell certain doom. Sui Tang's face turned pale with fright as she clung tightly to Chen Yi's arm, her voice trembling as she asked, "E.g., these things won't come for us, will they?" Chen Yi shook his head and said calmly, "Rest assured, within a 100-meter radius centered on me, it is absolutely safe." Hearing this, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. But Chen Yi's next words made their hearts leap to their throats. "But this is only the second stage," Chen Yi's expression turned grave. "My skill has 3 stages in total. By the 3rd stage, this entire floor will turn into a frozen hell of eternal ice. I can survive, but you may not. We must quickly find the light gate leading to the 5th floor, or else we'll have to abandon all our progress and teleport out." Johan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He nodded solemnly and analyzed. Generally speaking, teleportation gates only appear in the central area of a secret realm. And the center of this secret realm is the Cloud Sky City that was just destroyed. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction of Yunshao City. There, an exceptionally thick ice tentacle was sweeping through the ruins, hurling countless bricks and building debris into the air, creating an apocalyptic scene. Although the tentacle wouldn't attack them directly, just being caught in the violent aftermath would be far from pleasant. "It seems the light gate is over there." Chen Yi took a deep breath. "Stay close to me." He returned the ice god's illusionary tome he had borrowed earlier to Johan, then took the lead, heading toward the ruins. A strange phenomenon occurred. The deadly ice and cold dissipated automatically within a 100-meter radius of Chen Yi, as if they had never existed. Chen Yi forcibly carved out a safe passage amidst the doomsday-like scene. As they drew closer to the ruins of Yunshao City, the oppressive presence of the ice tentacle grew stronger. Finally, at the edge of the tentacle's attack range, they saw the teleportation gate emitting a soft glow. Johan immediately ordered everyone, "It's now. Rush over as fast as you can. If anyone gets hit by the aftermath, I will instantly teleport all of us out of the secret realm." "Yes." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yi shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Wherever he went, the massive tentacles would turn to attack in another direction, seemingly avoiding him on purpose. Even so, countless falling boulders and debris continued to whistle past them. Relying on agility far beyond that of ordinary people, the group narrowly avoided danger and finally reached the light gate. "Go in." Without a moment's hesitation, everyone rushed into the light gate one after another. Just as the gate closed, a massive building's wreckage descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the spot where they had just been standing. With Chen Yi's departure, the ice prison judgment of the 4th layer of the secret realm completely spiraled out of control. Endless blizzards swept across the entire world, leaving everything blanketed in white. Amid the frenziedly writhing icy tentacles, twisted demonic figures were slowly taking shape, and the rules of the entire world seemed to be quietly rewritten by this uncontrollable force. They were no longer the spirits of the snow but demons from the icy hell. Finally, Chen Yi and his companions stepped into the 5th layer. The moment they landed, everyone plunged headfirst into the icy, bone-chilling water. At the critical moment, Johan unleashed a powerful cold current, instantly freezing a solid ice surface around them, allowing the group to scramble up in a flurry. They looked around and found themselves in the middle of a massive lake. Even Johan had never been here before, everything before them was unknown. Chen Yi gazed into the distance and noticed that the vegetation along the shore was unusually sparse. The grassland seemed to have been dug up by some enormous reptile, leaving it in complete disarray. The lake was astonishingly vast, covering at least hundreds of thousands of square meters. Fortunately, the spot where they fell into the water was not too far from the shore. Everyone tensed up, nervously observing their surroundings. No one knew where the deadly danger might strike from, especially from the depths of the bottomless lake below. At that moment, Johann decisively took out the Ice God Illusion Codex. As the pages turned, a world-destroying cold current surged forth, freezing the entire lake at an incredible speed. The expansive lake's surface instantly transformed into a crystal-clear mirror, reflecting the image of everyone with stunning clarity. Just as they were about to step onto the ice and hurry toward the shore, a series of muffled thuds came from beneath their feet. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was distant at first, but it quickly became urgent and intense. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, the solid ice surface split into spiderweb-like fissures. Quick! Get to the shore! Shenny shouted, charging toward the bank. The others immediately bolted after hearing his cry. Just as their feet touched solid ground, the commotion in the lake turned earth-shattering. With a thunderous boom, a massive fish head, 7 or 8 meters wide, smashed through the ice, bursting out like an icebreaker. Most of the giant fish's body was still trapped beneath the thick ice, unable to move. Its mouth was slightly open, breathing heavily, as if it had been suffocating underwater. Shenny immediately initiated an investigation, and the attributes of this giant fish made his heart sink. It was a level 30 golden grade demon carp, with a physique attribute as high as an astonishing 250 points, practically a moving wall. But Shenny quickly realized an even more serious problem: the earth-shattering commotion just now could not possibly have been caused by a mere 10-meter-long fish. His suspicion was soon confirmed. In other areas of the lake, the ice surface cracked one after another, and one ferocious demon carp after another broke through the restraints, emerging before their eyes. With a quick glance, Shenny estimated that there were no fewer than 100 demon carps on the lake's surface. Such a large number of golden-grade creatures made Zhang Haishan, standing beside him, tremble with excitement. I can finally change my class. I can finally change my class. Shenny felt a trace of regret in his heart. It's a pity that job transfer tasks cannot be taken in the secret realm, otherwise, this would have been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, Johann looked at Chen Yi and calmly asked, "Can you still use that skill of yours?" Chen Yi nodded. "Your Ice God Illusion Codex refreshed my skill cooldown, but I can't activate it alone. However, we can first make this ice surface more solid." With that, Chen Yi raised his hand toward the lake surface. One heart of frost after another, like blue meteors, was thrown into the air by him and then precisely fell onto the ice. His heart of frost had now been upgraded to level 2, greatly increasing its area of effect. He released more than 30 in one go, stopping only when he began to feel mentally fatigued. The combined power of more than 30 frost hearts instantly enveloped the entire lake in dense cold air, causing the temperature to plummet to over -150 degrees Celsius. This extreme cold, capable of instantly annihilating any ordinary life form, began to deal a fatal blow to the demon carp. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Accompanied by the crisp sound of ice layers cracking, the demon carp not only did not freeze to death but struggled to break out of the ice pits, crawling toward the shore. Chen Yi and the others fixed their gaze and were all stunned. The bellies of these demon carp had actually evolved 4 sturdy limbs, looking extremely bizarre, which were supporting them as they clumsily crawled across the ice. Even so, the -150-degree temperature remained deadly. Many demon carp froze solid halfway through their crawl, turning into sculptures on the ice surface. Their resistance was ultimately limited, unable to withstand the terrifying cold that had been amplified dozens of times. But there were always demon carp closer to the shore that, under the threat of death, erupted with a will to survive and crawled step by step onto the land. One of them was dragging its massive body, crawling straight in the direction of Chen Yi and his group. The demon carp saw Chen Yi and his companions, and its eyes revealed a profound despair, as if pleading, yet also cursing. But Chen Yi was no benevolent saint. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand to cast a water-healing spell. This was originally a skill meant to heal wounds, but at this moment, it became the demon carp's death sentence. A large amount of water vapor condensed around its frozen body, instantly transforming into countless tiny ice crystals that viciously drilled into its body. These ice crystals, like the sharpest blades, shredded the demon carp's internal organs into pieces in an instant. It didn't even have time to struggle before it froze completely to death on the icy surface. Johann, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He recognized the water healing skill. In the Tianji Bureau, it was almost a basic skill for priest-class practitioners, nothing extraordinary. Yet he never imagined that this commonplace skill, in Chen Yi's hands, could be used in such a deadly manner. At this moment, the effect of Frostheart came to an end. The pervasive cold mist gradually dissipated, leaving only a smooth, mirror-like ice surface and rows of demon carp frozen into ice sculptures on it. Chen Yi could sense that these creatures were not completely dead, vibrant life force still pulsed within them. Their constitutions were too strong. If left to thaw slowly, it wouldn't take long before they were leaping around again. It seemed relying on low temperatures to wear them down to death was not going to work. A cold smile curved at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. If they could survive slow thawing, what about rapid heating? He stepped directly onto the ice surface and raised his hand toward the frozen demon carp, unleashing scorching rays one after another. The blazing firelines collided with the extremely cold ice surface, unleashing astonishing power. The forces of ice and fire clashed violently within the demon carp, amplifying the damage by more than just a single level. Those demon carp that were rapidly thawed initially twitched violently a few times, seemingly trying to struggle, but their bodily functions rapidly declined. In just a moment, these creatures that had been brimming with vitality collapsed completely on the ice, lifeless. Seeing this scene, Johann couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Yi's combat instincts are terrifyingly strong. Little did he know, Chen Yi had returned with over 20 years of combat experience from his previous life. Tricks like this combination of ice and fire were something he had long grown tired of. If not for the urgency of time, he might have even considered turning the ice surface into a teppanyaki grill. As time passed, the demon carp on the ice were thoroughly cleared out by Chen Yi. He counted them, 98 in total. These high-tier monsters provided an extremely generous amount of experience, almost equivalent to tens of thousands of silver-level snow spirits. Chen Yi's experience bar skyrocketed, directly reaching level 30, and was on the verge of leveling up again. The combined damage of ice and fire is truly terrifying. Chen Yi calculated in his mind that if he could get his hands on a top-tier fire skill book to pair with his ice prison judgment, then under the dual forces of ice and fire, no matter what kind of demons or monsters, they would all immediately fall. As for those demon carp that managed to crawl ashore by luck, they were no longer important. Zhang Haishan's job transfer mission was already completed, and Chen Yi had no intention of exploring the next level. After all, it's not wise to reveal too many trump cards, and his ultimate weapon, the Skeleton King, hadn't even been showcased yet. In others' eyes, it was just a relatively advanced summon creature, but no one knew its true nature. Once he got the Black Jade token and quietly farmed monsters alone, that would be the real thrill. At that moment, he noticed the last demon carp frozen on the ice. Instinctively, he raised his hand and fired another scorching ray at it. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst out violently from the demon carp's body. It's out! Chen Yi instantly became excited. The items dropped by a level 30 golden creature were bound to be top-notch. He rushed forward in a few quick steps and reached into the white glow. A necklace lay quietly in the palm of his hand. The necklace was named Chain of Koi, with attributes that were simple yet powerful, luck +2. The moment he saw those two words, Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew his good fortune was about to begin. How important is the luck attribute? Just ask those unlucky players who are still wearing beginner gear at levels 40 or 50. In his previous life, due to the extremely low drop rates of monsters, luck was almost the ultimate attribute that every player desperately pursued. Every piece of equipment that increased luck could be sold for an astronomical price. Lucky +2 means a 2% increase in drop rate. Chen Yi was certain that if he had worn this necklace earlier, among those 90+ demon carp, at least one more good item would have dropped, and it wouldn't have been impossible for a skill book to drop as well. He immediately put on the Chain of Koi luck, and a lucky +2 icon instantly appeared in the status bar. After finishing everything, Chen Yi walked up to Johan and straightforwardly said, "My task is complete. When are we heading back?" Johan nodded and then looked at Zhang Haishan. "What about your task?" Zhang Haishan quickly nodded. I've finished as well." "Alright, then let's head back." After Johan finished speaking, he took out the black jade token. The familiar portal appeared once again, and the group stepped into it without hesitation. The surrounding scenery swirled, and when they were firmly on the ground again, they had already returned to the 67th underground floor. As soon as he steadied himself, Chen Yi heard a cold system notification sound in his ear. A mechanical prompt sounded in Chen Yi's mind. "Congratulations, you have reached level 30. The third talent, Supernatural Adaptation, has been unlocked. The killing experience of your summoned sword saint, Caesar, has been distributed. You can now claim your class advancement quest." Chen Yi's attention immediately focused on the newly unlocked talent. He found it a bit strange that this talent, named Supernatural Adaptation, had not been activated in the previous secret realm. He glanced at Johan and the others beside him. They didn't seem particularly excited about the new talent either. He speculated that perhaps the unlocking of this talent was related to the level 30 advancement quest. However, unlocking it now is not too late. This is his third SSS level talent, enough to elevate his survival ability to a level unimaginable to ordinary people. Every SSS level talent possesses infinite potential, worthy of a lifetime of exploration and research. Immediately after, a task panel unfolded before his eyes, listing 3 career advancement tasks. The first was an F-level task, Animal Calamity, requiring him to kill a normal mutated animal of the same level as himself. The reward was a Beast Tamer job transfer scroll. The second was an E-level task, Mutated Plants, with the goal of killing 10 mutated poplar trees of the same level. The reward was a Nature Mage job transfer scroll. The third one is the D-level, Skeletal Nightmare, with the task of locating and eliminating the source of a mysterious undead aura. The reward is a Necromancer job transfer scroll. At the bottom of the task panel, there is a refresh button with 10 remaining uses. Chen Yi was well aware of the rules. He could only choose one task, and once the refresh chances were used up, he would have to make a final decision from the 30 available options. His goal was clear: to find the profession that best suited his talent. Elemental Mage and Summoner Mage were undoubtedly the best choices. With the godlike adaptation talent, transitioning to a melee battle mage was also a viable option. However, what he truly desired deep down was the Summoner Mage, as advancing in this profession would grant him a powerful summoning skill for free, which was an undeniable advantage. He knew that getting the ideal profession through refreshing wouldn't be easy, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He had more pressing matters to attend to, claiming the reward he deserved from the Celestial Bureau. At this moment, Johan and the others had also recovered from the shock of leveling up. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Zhang Haishan's body, flashing more than 10 times in succession. He clenched his fists excitedly and shouted, "I've reached level 45. The people around all showed undisguised envy in their eyes. This guy's leveling up was as effortless as riding a rocket. Chen Yi ignored him, walked straight to Johan, and asked bluntly, "When can I get my reward?" Johan nodded, took out a jet black jade token from his storage space. "This is the last one I have here, and also the last one in the entire Tianji Bureau." He sighed heavily, his tone grave. The resources consumed to enter the secret realm are simply too great. It will probably be very difficult to have such an opportunity again in the future. Chen Yi took the jade token and checked its attributes. Apocalypse token, S-level, a pass for entering and exiting the Apocalypse secret realm, usable only once. He put the token away and said to Johan, "Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go complete the promotion task now." Johan nodded in agreement. "Alright, I need to start preparing for my task as well." At that moment, Zhang Haishan strode up to Sui Tang with large steps, puffed out his chest, and said boastfully, "Sui Tang, I'm now a level 45 Resolute Iron Guard. Want me to help you with your promotion task?" Sui Tang's brows furrowed slightly, clearly feeling a bit troubled. Before she could speak, Chen Yi had already walked over, casually draping his arm over her shoulder. Looking at Zhang Haishan, his tone was calm yet firm. "I'll help Sui Tang with her task, so you don't need to trouble yourself." After speaking, he turned to Sui Tang and said softly, "Shall we go?" Sui Tang raised her head, her face instantly blooming with a joyful smile. She nodded vigorously, After entering the elevator, Chenny let go of the hand resting on her shoulder. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of loss flashed through Sui Tang's heart. "What profession are you planning to switch to?" Chenny asked. She immediately replied, "I've already accepted the mission and am preparing to change my class to Nature Priest. This profession has both healing abilities and control skills. Moreover, my third talent is the S-grade Nature Bloom, which reduces the consumption of nature spells by half, enhances their effects fivefold, and halves their cooldown time. I think it's particularly suited for this profession." Chenny was somewhat surprised. Her third talent was also S-grade? He couldn't help but ask, "Are all your talents S-grade?" Sui Tang shook her head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "No, my 10th talent is SS grade." For a moment, Chenny didn't know what to say. The potential Sui Tang possessed was almost comparable to those top-tier geniuses with SSS grade talents. He recalled the list of strong individuals from the Celestial Bureau in his previous life, and Sui Tang's name was not on it. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind: someone as talented as her might have perished before fully growing in his previous life. After all, in that chaotic era, far too many geniuses had fallen. Shaking off these heavy thoughts, Chenny refocused his attention on the task panel in front of him. Chenny decided to refresh the task list, hoping to bring up a Summoner Mage's class change task, but it didn't matter even if it didn't appear. He clicked refresh repeatedly, and the Mage's class change options were incredibly diverse: Shadow Sorcerer, Blood Mage, Vengeance Mage. The variety of professions was dazzling. Finally, an S-level task caught his full attention. It was the highest level task he had encountered so far. S-level task, Twisted Forest. Task description: the plants in the dense forest have started to go berserk, even distorting the thoughts of the forest tree spirits. Your mission is to investigate the truth behind the matter and find and eliminate the source of the disaster. Task location: 200 kilometers ahead. Task reward: Wind Whisperer Mage Job Change Scroll. Wind Whisperer Mage. Chenny had some impression of this profession. He remembered that in the forces of his previous life, a companion had changed jobs to become a Wind Whisperer Mage, immediately obtaining a skill book for summoning storm spirits after the job change. That's it. Chenny accepted the task without hesitation. Back on the ground, he saw Sui Tang and took the initiative to ask, "What's your task?" "If it's on the way, I'll help you with it." Sui Tang nodded and replied, "My task is to kill 10 bronze-level tree spirits." Chenny was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected their tasks to overlap. He smiled and said, "Perfect, the task I took is also related to tree spirits. Looks like we really are fated." Hearing this, Sui Tang was overjoyed. "That's great. I was just worried about not knowing where to find the tree spirit." "That place is 200 kilometers from here, it's not a short distance," Chenny reminded. But Sui Tang didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, "I'll go get the car." Before long, a red off-road vehicle stopped in front of Chenny. Chenny got in with the Skeleton King, naturally taking the driver's seat, and said to Sui Tang, "You take the passenger seat." "Oh, okay." Sui Tang didn't ask further, stretched her long legs, and got into the passenger seat. Chenny followed the system map's guidance, stepped on the gas pedal, and the off-road vehicle immediately sped toward the target direction. The headquarters of the Tianji Bureau was located deep in the mountains, and the car drove along the winding mountain road for a long time before reaching the main road. Occasionally, a few boar-like monsters could be seen by the roadside. They would chase the off-road vehicle for a short distance but were quickly left far behind. Fortunately, the highway had not been completely destroyed by the monsters, and the off-road vehicle drove smoothly all the way. About 5 hours later, they finally arrived at their destination, a vast, dense forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The system indicated that the mission location was right here. After getting off the vehicle, Chenny activated the rock shield and walked at the front, with Sui Tang following closely behind, while the Skeleton King took charge of the rear. There were no paths in this primitive forest, and the ground was covered with thorny shrubs and weeds, making it extremely difficult to traverse. Perhaps it was just a feeling, but from the moment he stepped into the forest, Shenny sensed an invisible pair of eyes secretly watching him. The abilities of mutated plants are incredibly diverse, and if there were indeed a threat, burning down the forest would be the most straightforward solution. However, to ensure the mission's success, he decided to stick to the plan. They trudged along unevenly for about half an hour, and the surrounding trees began to thin out. When they reached the depths of the forest, the towering trees had become scarce, with only one visible every few dozen meters. The weeds on the ground had all withered and turned yellow, and stepping on them revealed the grayish-white soil beneath, as if all the nutrients had been drained away. Shinny had already formed a frost heart in his palm. After reaching level 3, its area of effect had expanded to 8,000 square meters. He turned to Sui Tang and said, "Stay close to me and don't stray. The frost heart won't harm you." Okay. Sui Tang immediately leaned in closer. Shenny aimed at the area ahead where the withering was most severe and suddenly hurled the heart of frost. Whoosh! A surge of intense cold erupted instantly, and a thick layer of frost formed on the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly. Shenny watched the ground ahead vigilantly and gestured to Sui Tang, "Let's move back." As soon as the words were spoken, countless sharp wooden spikes suddenly burst out from the ground, instantly shredding the surrounding trees into pieces. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds echoed. It was the sound of tree roots being pulled out from the earth. It seems the tree spirit has finally revealed itself. After the cracking sound ceased, heavy footsteps approached from afar, each step causing the ground to tremble. Accompanied by the thunderous crash of falling trees, a group of mutated creatures appeared before them. These monsters stood about 5 meters tall, their entire bodies made of wood, with 2 legs and 4 arms flailing wildly in the air. Their surfaces were covered in sharp thorns, giving them an extremely menacing appearance. A rough count revealed there were about 20 of them. Shenny quickly used the system to investigate the opponent's attributes. Twisted Trent. Level 30. Rank Bronze. Base Strength 55. Base Constitution 100. Shenny saw through the essence of these tree spirits at a glance. Their constitution was indeed formidable, ranking as elites among bronze-level creatures. However, he merely extended his palm, his movements casual and effortless. Boom! A scorching ray suddenly shot out, heading straight for the group of tree spirits. The tree spirits immediately reacted, countless vines extending from their bodies, intertwining to form a writhing wall of vines in an attempt to block Xingyi's attack. But they were too naive. If faced with other types of attacks, this wall of vines might have been somewhat effective. But what they were facing was fire. The moment the scorching ray touched the vines, flames instantly engulfed the entire wall. Those seemingly resilient vines immediately turned into the best kind of fuel. Agonizing pain struck, and the tree spirits screamed miserably as they let go of the vines, but it was all too late. The flames had already spread along the vines to their own bodies. These wooden-bodied monsters were utterly incapable of extinguishing the fire burning from within. They frantically waved their flaming arms, launching a final attack on Shenny, but it was futile. Shenny increased his magical output, and thicker rays of fire swept back and forth through the group of tree spirits, igniting them one by one. Amidst billowing smoke, the bodies of the tree spirits were burned to charcoal, eventually collapsing to the ground with a thud. Cough, cough. The thick smoke made Sui Tang cough uncontrollably, but she quickly shouted excitedly, "Shenny, I completed the mission." Shenny nodded and casually cast a heart of frost toward the still burning corpses. A surge of cold air burst forth instantly, and the moisture in the air condensed into frost. After a misty haze, only piles of embers remained on the ground. "My task isn't finished yet," Shenny said to her. "You can wait in the car." "No way," Sui Tang shook her head firmly. "I'm at least a first-tier professional now. I can definitely help you." Shenny glanced at her and didn't object further. "Suit yourself." With that, he headed deeper into the forest. Sui Tang chuckled and immediately followed closely behind. The two walked for about 20 more minutes when the view suddenly opened up, revealing a massive clearing spanning over 10,000 square meters. In the center of the clearing stood a giant tree adorned with dazzling blossoms, swaying gently in the wind. However, beneath that beautiful canopy hung some dark, shadowy objects. Shenyi squinted to take a closer look, and his heart sank abruptly. They were desiccated corpses, drained of all bodily fluids, each face frozen in an eerie and horrifying expression. The system's prompt ended there. It seemed that the source of the forest's mutation was this entity before them. Shenyi immediately began to investigate its attributes. Flower Tree Spirit, level 30, gold rank. Its strength reaches an impressive 124 points, intelligence is at 100 points, and constitution has astonishingly reached 300 points. Seeing this number, Shenyi was somewhat surprised. A constitution of 300 points, this is already the attribute limit for a level 30 creature. If this flower tree were given enough time, who knows what kind of monster it would grow into. Unfortunately, today it encountered him. Shenyi would never allow this creature to continue growing. Sui Tang, step back, he said in a deep voice. Sui Tang obediently stepped back. Shenyi, however, did not hesitate in the slightest and raised his hand to unleash a scorching ray. The searing energy beam, like a laser cannon, struck the trunk of the flower tree with force. The dried corpses hanging beneath the canopy turned to ash the moment they came into contact with the ray. The flower tree let out a piercing scream, a sound unlike any living creature, as if it resonated directly in one's mind. Immediately afterward, all the beautiful flowers on the canopy detached from the branches, rising into the air like countless miniature drones, swirling and dancing. Countless pink pollen grains descended from the sky, quickly forming a dense mist. The entire space was tinged with an eerie pink hue. A system notification promptly sounded in Shenyi's ear: you have been subjected to a low-level hallucinogenic toxin attack. Super adaptation, talent activated, immune to illusion toxins, gained passive skill, low-level illusion toxin resistance. Shenyi sighed inwardly. This super adaptation talent was undoubtedly the ultimate survival skill. But on the other side, Sui Tang's situation was not looking good. Her skin began to flush, her breathing became rapid, and her gaze at Shenyi was filled with a strange dazedness. Her rationality seemed to have completely vanished at this moment. Shenyi, hold me, she murmured dreamily, directly throwing herself into Shenyi's arms. Shenyi immediately realized that something was wrong with Sui Tang. He had no idea what kind of illusion the pink floral mist had trapped her in. He tried casting a healing spell on her, but it had no effect. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to think. Shenyi scooped Sui Tang up in his arms and slung her over his left shoulder. Her weight of just over 90 pounds was nothing to him, but the warmth of her body and the faint fragrance emanating from the young girl made his heart skip a beat. He had to resolve the immediate trouble as quickly as possible. Sui Tang wasn't particularly heavy, but as Shenyi carried her over his shoulder, she was far from cooperative. Her legs flailed wildly in the air, and she mumbled incoherently, e.g., give me. Shenyi gave her a light slap on her rear with his right hand and said in a low voice, give you what? Behave yourself. Maybe that slap hit the right spot, and Sui Tang immediately quieted down, her whole body becoming soft and limp. However, she was still murmuring something, seemingly talking in her sleep. At the same time, the flower tree demon spirit had already activated its second skill. The sweet floral mist permeating the air began to condense, transforming into clusters of light, floating willow fluff that danced in the air and quickly gathered toward Shenyi. Seeing the clusters of willow fluff, Shenyi didn't hesitate. He hurled a fireball spell forward and quickly raised a rock shield, firmly protecting himself and Sui Tang within it. With a deafening explosion, the fireball, as large as a water tank, triggered a violent blast the moment it touched the willow fluff. In an instant, all the floral fluff ignited, and a series of explosions turned the entire space into a sea of fire. The flower tree demon spirit was completely engulfed, its entire tree body set ablaze. Its branches and leaves swayed painfully in the flames, trembling all over. Faced with fire magic that naturally countered it, it was utterly powerless to fight back. This was the final counterattack of the flower tree spirit. The flowers in the sky that had not yet been burned, under the pull of a strange force, fell vertically to the ground and immediately took root. In the blink of an eye, the entire clearing was filled with flower buds ready to bloom. Shen-Yi immediately understood that this was the flower tree spirit's third skill, Spirit of Flora. In the next second, all the buds bloomed simultaneously, and swarms of tiny winged figures flew out from the stamens. There were hundreds of these little creatures. Shen-Yi quickly scanned them and immediately discerned their information. These level 10 ordinary flower spirits, apart from having high agility and the ability to fly, had only one skill, self-detonation. Goodness, these are hundreds of flying bombs, Shen-Yi thought with a chill, deciding not to give these flower spirits any chance to get close. He aimed at the center of the clearing and unleashed 5 consecutive frost hearts. 5 orb-like cores of ice crystals landed on the ground, instantly releasing an endless chill that froze the entire space solid. The flower spirits, which had been buzzing and preparing to attack, had their wings frozen stiff in an instant and fell from the sky like dumplings into a pot. Shen-Yi did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately unleashed a scorching ray. The massive high-temperature beam swept across the entire area like a lightsaber, bringing everything on the ground into its attack range. The flower tree demon spirit, which bore the brunt of the attack, suddenly let out a boom from within its body, erupting into flames. Accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible scream, the powerful demon spirit was completely reduced to ashes. Almost simultaneously, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have completed the mission and obtained the Wind Whisper Mage Job Change Scroll. Congratulations, you have obtained the Summon Storm Spirit Skill Book. The reward has been sent to your backpack space. Shen-Yi immediately took out the job change scroll and chose to use it without hesitation. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your job to Wind Whisper Mage. Intelligence growth +1, agility growth +0.5. Accompanied by the notification sound, 2 dazzling golden lights flashed in succession. Relying on accumulated experience, Shen-Yi's level instantly soared to level 32. The job transition completed, Shen-Yi took out the skill book Summon Storm Spirit again. This D-level skill allows him to summon an immortal storm spirit to fight for him and continuously restore his mental energy. He immediately chose to learn it, and countless pieces of knowledge about summoning instantly flooded into his mind. The storm spirit is a special creature from the storm dimension, naturally capable of controlling storms and partial lightning power. Shen-Yi was already eager to try out this new ability. After all, every summoning brings immense surprises. However, he first glanced at the sleeping Sui Tang on his shoulder and decided to settle this little girl down first. Carrying Sui Tang, he walked out of the dense forest and arrived at the deserted highway. Sui Tang's off-road vehicle was parked by the roadside. Shen-Yi opened the rear door and carefully laid her flat on the seat. The vehicle's interior was spacious enough for the 1.7-meter-tall Sui Tang to lie down comfortably. After closing the car door, Shen-Yi observed the surroundings. He needed an absolutely quiet place where he wouldn't be disturbed, to avoid the commotion during the summoning exposing his secrets. The wilderness outside the highway was vast and empty, with almost no monsters, making it the perfect location to summon the storm spirit. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi ordered the Skeleton King to guard the off-road vehicle while he ventured alone into the depths of the wilderness. Shen-Yi walked toward the center of the wilderness, uncertain of what kind of powerful creature he would summon this time. He immediately began the ritual to summon the storm spirit. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a fierce wind howled as countless wind elements converged from all directions. A massive magic circle slowly emerged in the sky, radiating immense power. This was the exclusive summoning array for the storm spirit. The winds across the entire wilderness seemed to be drawn in, frantically sucked into the magic circle at that moment. A creature with a humanoid upper body and a tornado for its lower body appeared at the center of the magic circle. Its massive form towered over 100 meters high. As it descended, a majestic voice echoed across the sky, tinged with confusion. Have I escaped that world of endless storms? And what is this place? At the moment it landed, a powerful gust of wind swept through, lifting an entire layer of turf off the open field. At the same time, a notification sounded in Shen-Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully summoned the Storm Lord, Narakas. Shen-Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately began to check the attributes of this Storm Lord. Storm Lord Narakas. Rank, Mythical. Level, 32. Agility, 420. Seeing the mythical rank, Chen Yi was completely stunned. This was the first time he had ever encountered a mythical level creature. The most terrifying aspect of mythical creatures is their ability to break through conventional attribute limits. Take the Storm Lord before him, for example, at level 32, its agility attribute had reached an astonishing 420 points. His gaze shifted to Narax's equipment, a pearl called the Wind Stabilizing Orb, ranked as the unique singular grade. Unfortunately, this pearl had already been refined by Narax into his lifebound source orb. If removed, Narax would die instantly. Chen Yi raised his head, looked at the massive Storm Lord, and asked loudly, "Narakas, can you make your body smaller?" The Storm Lord lowered his head, gazing down at the tiny Chen Yi, his eyes filled with unwillingness and pride. Yet under the rules of the Red Mist world, Chen Yi held his life and death in his hands. He had no choice but to submit. "Yes, my master." Narakas's voice carried reluctance, but he complied nonetheless. As soon as he finished speaking, his enormous body began to shrink rapidly, eventually transforming into a storm spirit form only 2 meters tall. Chen Yi looked at him with satisfaction, adding another card to his deck. "Very good. From now on, stay by my side. I will give you orders at any time." "Yes, master." Narax responded while observing this brand new world. He quickly convinced himself that since he was already here, he might as well stay. After all, the storm-filled world he came from was far too dull, and even becoming someone else's servant here seemed better than staying there forever. Chen Yi brought Narax back to the off-road vehicle. When Narax saw the Skeleton King standing by the car, his eyes widened instantly. He could clearly sense the endless necromantic aura emanating from the Skeleton King, a power that was in no way inferior to his own. His master actually had another servant just as powerful. It seemed that this master's potential was unfathomable, and he would undoubtedly become a peak-level powerhouse in the future. Thinking this way, being his servant didn't seem like such a bad thing after all. Chen Yi got into the car with the Skeleton King, who took the front passenger seat. There was no extra space left inside the vehicle. Chen Yi looked at Narax and said, "Follow behind the car. With your speed, you definitely won't fall behind." "Yes, master." "By the way," Chen Yi added, "if you encounter any monsters on the way, just kill them directly." Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Chen Yi drove with Sui Tang, speeding toward the headquarters of the Tianji Bureau. Narax transformed into a whirlwind and followed closely behind. When passing by some monsters, he merely waved his hand lightly, and a sharp wind blade instantly cut them down. Chen Yi looked at his slowly increasing experience points and couldn't help but hum a tune in the car. Who could be more comfortable than him? The car drove steadily on the road, and Sui Tang slowly woke up in the back seat. She sat up from the back seat and asked somewhat confusedly, "EGE, is everything over?" She seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened, but Chen Yi still keenly caught a trace of undisguisable panic flashing deep in her eyes. "Yes," Chen Yi replied calmly, "everything is over. I have other things to take care of after dropping you off at headquarters." Sui Tang sensibly nodded, "Brothery, you go ahead. I'll head to the headquarters to find Sister Su Qiaoer, and we'll level up together." She was well aware that Chen Yi's combat power was too strong, and he was more efficient acting alone. Following him would only hold him back. If she wanted to stay by his side, she had to desperately work on becoming stronger herself. On the other side, Chen Yi already had a new target. He planned to find a dungeon to level up first. As for the token of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, now was not the time to use it. Only when his level was higher could he maximize the value of that token. Chen Yi stood in front of a black dungeon exuding an ominous aura, with the Skeleton King and the Lord of Storms silently standing behind him. This place was about 270 kilometers away from the headquarters of the Tianji Bureau. After dropping Sui Tang off at the headquarters, he had borrowed her car and sped all the way here. This place is unremarkable in modern times, but during the ancient Warring States period, it bore a renowned name, Changping. Here is the legendary site where the god of war, Bai Qi, is said to have buried 400,000 surrendered soldiers alive. In a past life, someone once excavated a large number of bronze artifacts and human bones here, thinking there was an ancient tomb hidden below. But as they dug deeper, they were horrified to discover that it was not a tomb at all, but the entrance to a bottomless abyss. When the red mist descended and the world underwent a transformation, this ancient battlefield, soaked in endless resentment, was completely altered and became the Changping Abyss. Inside the abyss, it was filled with the vengeful spirits of soldiers who had perished on the battlefield. Due to its unique nature, countless soul-specialized practitioners came here in the past life to train, attempting to capture powerful warrior spirits as servants, as their strength far surpassed that of ordinary souls by dozens of times. And here, the final gatekeeper is an existence that has once struck fear into countless top-tier players. But today, this terrifying dungeon will witness Chen Yi achieving its first-ever clearance. He possesses the Soul Cube, an artifact capable of immunizing all soul attacks. It can be said that as long as physical attacks cannot instantly kill him, he can traverse the entire dungeon unscathed. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, just like before, 3 options appeared before him: normal, hard, hell. Chen Yi chose hell without hesitation. A flash of blue light streaked by, and Chen Yi, along with his 2 servants, vanished instantly from where they stood. The scene before his eyes shifted abruptly, and he found himself in an underground cavern. The ground was coated with a layer of eerie black ice, with wisps of black mist swirling and rising from it, as if it were a unique mineral of this cavern. Out of curiosity, Chen Yi reached out to touch it, and a bone-chilling cold instantly surged from his fingertips, flooding his entire body. He immediately felt a wave of discomfort. The temperature of this black ice was unimaginably low, so low that even steel would likely shatter into fragments upon contact. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. You have felt a bone-chilling cold. Super adaptation, talent activated, immune to the cold. You have acquired the passive skill, advanced cold resistance. Almost the instant the voice finished, a warm current flowed through Chen Yi's entire body, and the soul-freezing cold vanished without a trace. He placed his hand on the black ice block again, feeling as if he were touching an ordinary stone. Chen Yi continued to walk deeper into the cavern. The soul cube in his backpack was his greatest source of confidence. He had no concerns about any soul attacks and only instructed the Skeleton King and Storm Lord to stay alert for physical ambushes around them. He had learned quite a bit about the Changping Cavern from forums in his previous life. The entire cavern is divided into 3 layers. The uppermost layer is guarded by the most ordinary soldier souls. These soldier souls belong to 2 factions, Xin and Zhao. When undisturbed by outsiders, the ghostly armies of these 2 factions engage in endless battles against each other. However, once a professional intruder enters, they immediately set aside their mutual hatred and join forces to deal with the outsider. The second layer is home to the formidable souls of the Wuling Iron Cavalry, mixed with the even deadlier Hu Blade Knights. They are incredibly fast, possess extremely high attack power, and their movements are unpredictable. Unless one is a professional specializing in soul tracking, passing through is nearly impossible. The third level is the God of Killing by Qi, who executed 400,000 surrendered Zhao soldiers. The Red Mist game seems to particularly favor this ancient butcher, endowing him with extremely terrifying power. It is said that in Hell difficulty, his rank has already reached Diamond level, and to defeat him, one must assemble a top-tier team where every member possesses an S-level or higher talent. As Chen Yi recalled this information, the sound of weapons clashing and piercing wails came from ahead. He walked forward, and the scene before him made him stop and take notice. 2 groups of military spirits, clad in different styles of ancient armor, were engaged in a frenzied battle. These ghosts retained the most tragic appearances they had at the moment of their deaths, vividly showcasing the brutal cruelty of war. Some of the military spirits had their bellies slashed open, with greasy intestines dangling from the bronze spear piercing through their chests. Some had half their heads chopped off, leaving only a thin layer of flesh connecting to their bodies, teetering on the brink of collapse. Some were riddled with arrows like porcupines, with half their faces already reduced to ghastly white bones. Others had all their limbs severed, yet still clung to the enemy's arm with their teeth, refusing to let go. Chen Yi quickly glanced at the attributes of these military spirits. Qin State Military Spirit. Level 32. Grade, Bronze. Zhao State Military Spirit. Level 32. Grade, Elite. At that moment, the 2 armies of battle spirits still locked in combat simultaneously noticed Chen Yi's presence. Almost instantly, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. The two armies stopped fighting in unison, slowly turned, formed their ranks, and began pressing step by step toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi's gaze fell on the skeleton king beside him, and he said in a calm tone, "This is your home ground. Go, and don't disappoint me." The soul fire in the skeleton king's eye sockets flickered violently as he respectfully responded, "Yes, master." Before the voice had faded, the skeleton king, wielding his twin bone-cleaving blades, strode boldly toward the group of military spirits. Charging to the front line without a moment's hesitation, he swung his twin blades fiercely at a Qin military spirit. With a faint sound, the military spirit was cleanly and decisively sliced into 4 pieces the instant it came into contact with the bone-cleaving blades, dissolving into 4 wisps of black mist. Just as the mist was about to dissipate, the magic within the bone-cleaving blades absorbed it entirely, making the blade appear even darker and more sinister. These bone-cleaving blades were weapons of pure malice, designed to slaughter souls, capable of absorbing even the lingering resentment of spirits after death without leaving a trace. Thus began a massacre feast belonging solely to the skeleton king. The remaining military spirits seemed to lack the emotion of fear, they only know how to fight and kill. The earth-shaking cries of battle resounded once more, merging into a towering aura of ferocity. Kill! 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 The warrior spirits swiftly changed formation, dozens of bronze spears thrusting toward the skeleton king from all directions. This was their battle-hardened killing technique, honed through countless drills in the army, executed with seamless coordination and astonishing power. But in the face of absolute strength, any skill or momentum seemed utterly futile. The twin blades in the skeleton king's hands transformed into a whirlwind of death, shattering all the incoming bronze spears on contact. He charged into the formation wielding his twin blades, like a tiger among sheep. Any warrior spirit that so much as brushed against the bone-cleaving blades was instantly obliterated. The skeleton king moved through the formation as if it were an unguarded realm. But those battle spirits were fearless in the face of death. As one row fell, the next immediately filled the gap, charging toward the skeleton king one after another. When the first formation proved ineffective, they quickly switched to the second. Phalanxes, wedge formations, and various ancient battle arrays took turns attacking. Countless long spears struck the skeleton king's bone armor, yet they couldn't even leave a single white scratch. The skeleton king didn't even use a single skill. Relying solely on basic attacks, it slaughtered these thousands of battle spirits completely in less than 10 minutes. Chen Yi glanced at his experience bar, which had risen to level 32, 41.3%. Thousands of bronze and elite-level monsters combined had only provided about 40% of the experience. He couldn't help but shake his head. The difficulty of leveling up was truly becoming greater and greater. Even after clearing this entire underground cavern, it was hard to say if he could reach the next level. However, the challenge of leveling up was a problem everyone faced. At his current speed, it was already fast enough to be a little frightening. At this moment, the skeleton king walked over, carrying the pair of bone-cleaving blades that had absorbed countless soul energies, and knelt on one knee. "Master, I have not failed you." Chen Yi nodded, very satisfied with the skeleton king's combat prowess. "Well done. It's time to move to the next level." At this moment, the passage to the next level had quietly opened. It was a long staircase of bluestone, spiraling down into deeper darkness, rather than a teleportation array. This meant that after entering the second level, it was still possible to return to the first level. If faced with an unbeatable enemy, this mechanism could be fully utilized for tactical adjustments. Chen Yi no longer hesitated and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he felt an atmosphere completely different from the first level. This was no longer an ancient battlefield but an endless desert. Yellow sand was everywhere, and the entire area was shrouded in a gray mist, with extremely low visibility. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Yi said to the skeleton king behind him, "This level is yours as well." "Yes, master." The skeleton king obeyed and immediately moved forward to scout the way. At that moment, a dull sound of hoofbeats came from afar, the sound of hooves striking the yellow sand, clip-clop, growing clearer as it approached. Chen Yi cautiously scanned his surroundings, while the skeleton king walked alone toward the direction of the sound. When the skeleton king had walked more than 300 meters away, a group of cavalry in strange attire suddenly charged out of the swirling yellow sand, launching a surprise attack. This group of cavalry consisted of about 30 men, each holding a uniquely styled scimitar and carrying a longbow at their waist. Chen Yi immediately examined their attributes. Hu Dao Knight Army Soul, level 32, surprisingly ranked as gold grade. Their strength and constitution are quite impressive, and their agility is as high as 270 points. Their talent is Army Soul Speed, and their skills are sudden assault slash and precision shooting. The description reads, the legendary Hu clothing cavalry archers were the first truly elite cavalry in the history of Yanhuang Nation, boasting a glorious record of driving the Xiongnu back 200 miles. After their deaths, their powerful battle spirit transformed them into army souls, continuing their campaigns. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the monsters on the second level to leap directly from bronze and elite grades to gold grade. Presumably, the experience they provide would also be much greater. As they spoke, the barbarian cavalry had already collided fiercely with the Skeleton King. These cavalrymen were far stronger than the previous infantry souls. The curved blades they wielded formed a dazzling display of light, resembling countless flying snow-white ribbons, carrying a sharp and deadly aura. However, the Skeleton King's armor of the dead could immunize against all attacks of gold and below-grade levels. Only the continuous sound of clashing metal could be heard, as countless sparks exploded on the Skeleton King's body, yet he remained completely unharmed. Those Hu Dao cavalrymen, tireless and relentless, immediately demonstrated exceptional tactical discipline when their first charge proved ineffective. Without lingering in battle, they turned their horses and galloped into the distance, preparing to create space for their next assault. During their gallop, these Hu Dao cavalrymen drew longbows from their waists, knocked arrows, and shot in one seamless motion, swift as lightning. All the arrows struck precisely on the Skeleton King's body. However, the moment they touched the armor of the undead, an invisible force deflected them, causing them to fall powerlessly onto the nearby sandy ground. The Skeleton King, Grizel, had grown weary of this tiresome game. He sheathed the twin bone-cleaving blades on his back with a crisp clang. Deciding not to waste any more time, he raised his massive skeletal hands and aimed at the still-circling Hu Dao cavalryman. A force far more terrifying than a blade erupted instantly. Hundreds of chains composed of pure soul energy surged from Grizel's palm, like living tentacles, precisely wrapping around each cavalryman. The riders didn't even have time to scream before being forcibly dragged off their horses and tightly bound. Their war horses, attempting to flee, were immediately ensnared by the chains that followed. Immediately after, streams of pure soul energy flowed continuously along the chains toward the Skeleton King. The soul fire in Grizel's eye sockets flickered with excitement. It had been a long time since he had tasted such a delectable soul feast. As the energy was continuously extracted, the once majestic golden-ranked military souls began to fade, their forms growing increasingly faint until they completely dissipated into the dust of the underground cavern. At the same time, Chen Yi in the distance felt a warm current surge through his entire body, and his experience bar instantly skyrocketed by 20%. He looked at Grizel with satisfaction, filled with admiration in his heart. The power of this Skeleton King was indeed unfathomable. It was just a pity that these were all soul-form monsters, unable to trigger his undying king talent, otherwise, he could have created an undead army. At that moment, dense hoofbeats echoed from within the mist. A joyful smile appeared on Chen Yi's face. In his eyes, these were all moving experience packs. He looked toward the Skeleton King and shouted a command, Grizel, give it your all and kill them. At your command. For a moment, countless soul chains danced wildly in the air. Any cavalry daring to approach was instantly bound, both rider and horse, becoming part of Grizel's power. Nourished by the vast army of souls, the soul fire emanating from the gaps in the Skeleton King's armor burned even more fiercely, almost overflowing. No one knew how much time had passed, but the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. As the last wave of Hu's saber cavalry perished, a dazzling golden light enveloped Chen Yi's body. He leveled up. An unprecedented sense of comfort spread through his entire body. The effects of leveling up not only cleared all his negative states but also felt like a transformative baptism, leaving him completely renewed. At this moment, he had reached level 33. The battle ended, and the entire area of yellow sand began to collapse downward. A massive platform slowly rose from beneath the ground, and atop the platform, a staircase leading deeper into the earth appeared prominently. Chen Yi stepped toward the platform, and a chilling aura of resentment surged from below the staircase. Before he could issue any orders, the Skeleton King proactively crossed the twin bone-cleaving blades above the entrance. The two enchanted blades seemed to possess a life of their own, unleashing a powerful suction force that condensed the hateful and resentful aura into a thick column of mist, which was entirely absorbed into the blades. The sinister energy within the passage was completely cleared away. Chen Yi then descended the staircase, quickly reaching the third level. This area was entirely different from the previous two. Before him lay a vast ancient battlefield, with heaps of broken corpses piled like mountains. At the very center of the battlefield stood another platform, upon which a figure quietly stood, gazing at their arrival. Chen Yi immediately checked the opponent's attributes. God of Killing by Qi. Level 33. Rank, Diamond. Talent, Heart of Slaughter, SSS level. Each time you kill a life of the same level, permanently increase your attack power by 1%. Seeing this talent, Chen Yi's eyes became fiery. Bai Qi's talent can be infinitely stacked. Although the kill count is currently 0, it is imaginable that in the later stages of the game, when countless players come to challenge this dungeon, his attack power will stack to an unimaginably terrifying level. More crucially, this Bai Qi exists physically. This means that the Skeleton King's Undying King talent can finally come into play. As long as he defeats him, this future terrifying boss will become the servant of his servant. The corner of Chen Yi's mouth curled into a determined smile. He looked at the Skeleton King and succinctly said, "Continue." The soul fire of the Skeleton King burned excitedly. It had been far too long since he had encountered such a powerful opponent. "Yes, Master." Chen Yi leisurely took an F-grade armor out of his backpack space, placed it on the ground, and used it as a stool to sit on. He cast a rock shield on himself, preparing to comfortably enjoy the upcoming battle. Beside him, the Lord of Storms kept a wary eye on Bai Qi. He could sense that although the opponent's strength was inferior to his own, the pure and extreme killing intent emanating from him was something he had never experienced before. At this moment, the Skeleton King had already walked to the base of the high platform. Bai Qi, standing on the platform, looked down with a cold and commanding gaze and said, "Is it you who dares to challenge me?" The Skeleton King wasted no words. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, his massive body leaped high into the air and landed heavily on the platform. Bai Qi stepped onto the high platform. The space beneath his feet was not spacious, merely 100 meters square. He stared intently at the Skeleton King before him, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Godslayer sword tightly. With a crisp clang, the Godslayer sword was unsheathed with force. The icy blue blade was engraved with ferocious human skulls, surrounded by an ominous blood-red aura of malevolence, exuding a chilling sense of dread. Bai Qi did not hesitate in the slightest, unleashing his full strength right from the start. "Godslayer slash," he roared, and a domineering, unparalleled sword energy descended out of thin air, so fast that the Skeleton King had no time to react. The soul flames in the Skeleton King's eye sockets flickered violently. In an instant, he discerned the terrifying power of this strike. The sword energy seemed capable of cleaving all things in the world in two. He immediately raised the bone-carving dual blades in his hands and growled, "Undead Guardian." With a muffled buzzing sound, countless white bones frantically surged out from his twin blades, instantly condensing into a massive bone shield above his head. The next second, a deafening explosion. The sword energy of the killing god struck the bone shield fiercely, and a deep crack instantly spread across it. Immediately after, the entire shield shattered with a loud crash. Although the bone shield was destroyed in one blow, it successfully neutralized the deadly strike. As the offensive subsided, Bai Qi slid forward with a swift step, his figure like lightning, instantly closing in on the Skeleton King. At this moment, two eerie beams of light shot out from the eye sockets of the Skeleton King, directly toward Bai Qi's eyes. Forced compliance. This was a malicious curse capable of briefly controlling the enemy's mind. A trace of horror flashed in Bai Qi's eyes as he realized he had lost control over his own body. The Skeleton King's hollow jaw opened and closed, spitting out two chilling words, "self-slaughter." Bai Qi's body immediately moved uncontrollably, his arm holding the killing god sword slowly raised, and the sharp blade gradually edged toward his own neck. The icy blade was about to touch his skin when Bai Qi suddenly regained control of his body. Damn it! A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. This guy dared to manipulate his body, this was the greatest insult to him. Invincible slash. In an instant, countless streaks of light slicing through space filled the entire high platform. Bai Qi unleashed over 1,000 attacks in a single moment, while he himself remained in an invincible state. The death armor on the Skeleton King endured thousands of frenzied slashes within a second, and the sturdy metallic surface began to show countless fine scratches. When the invincible slash ended, layers of metallic fragments continuously peeled off the death armor. In the end, the surface of this SS-grade treasure armor completely fell apart, and its grade was forcibly downgraded from being immune to attacks from gold-tier creatures to only being immune to attacks from silver-tier creatures, now classified as S-grade. From a distance, Chen Yi watched the battle with a jolt in his heart. Goodness, this attack is too overbearing, it can even reduce the level of equipment by 1. As for Bai Qi, he was now gasping heavily for breath. Using the invincible slash had taken a huge toll on him, and his entire body felt as if it had been torn apart. At that moment, the Soul Devourer King struck again. Countless soul shackles shot out from his hands, firmly binding the exhausted Bai Qi. He attempted to absorb Bai Qi's soul power but was shocked to discover that he couldn't move even a trace of it. How interesting. The soul chain slowly tightened, completely binding Bai Qi into a bundle. Unable to move, Bai Qi could only watch helplessly as the Skeleton King raised the twin bone-carving blades. Endless black resentment surged wildly from the blades, like the roar of hell. Now, the execution begins. Soul-devouring strike. In an instant, the Skeleton King, carrying an unmatched aura of power, transformed into a massive ghostly skull and devoured Bai Qi in one bite. Soul Devourer, as the name suggests, devours souls. This is the signature skill of the Skeleton King. Boom! An astonishing mass of black energy exploded violently at the center of the high platform. The soul chains binding Bai Qi shattered instantly, transforming into countless sharp soul spikes that pierced fiercely into Bai Qi's body. The pain transmitted from the soul was 100 times more intense than physical agony. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with madness. At the very moment of the soul explosion, he finally saw clearly that Chen Yi, standing in the distance with a mocking gaze, was the mastermind behind it all. Damn it! Die! Bai Qi used the last ounce of his strength to let out a desperate roar. Shunshin slash! His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, and in the next second, he appeared directly beside Chen Yi. The killing god's sword in his hand, filled with endless malice, thrust toward Chen Yi's heart. Like a hot knife through butter, the rock shield Chen Yi had set up was instantly pierced, and the killing god's sword plunged into his body without any resistance. Intense pain swept through Chen Yi's entire brain in an instant, causing his vision to go black and his mind to go blank. He wanted to fight back, but the moment his body was impaled, he couldn't muster even an ounce of strength. Master! The Lord of Storms let out a furious roar, and an unparalleled gale erupted instantly, violently blowing the exhausted Bai Qi away, slamming him into the distant wall. However, the deadly killing god's sword remained lodged in Chen Yi's body. As his consciousness blurred, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Chen Yi's ears. You have been pierced by the killing god's sword. Repairing the body. Super adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on acquiring the passive skill, intermediate piercing resistance. A wave of intense pain surged through, and the system notification sounded frantically in Chen Yi's mind. His wound was bleeding, but a mysterious force quickly intervened, beginning to stop the bleeding. Immediately afterward, his most powerful talent, super adaptation, was activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, intermediate bleeding resistance. Before he could catch his breath, a chilling murderous aura invaded his body. It was from the legendary sword of the god of death. The system immediately began analyzing this force. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, advanced murderous aura immunity. Intense pain surged through his brain, attempting to cloud his consciousness, but his talent protected him once again. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, primary pain immunity. Under a series of system prompts, Chen Yi not only acquired numerous powerful passive skills, but the killing god sword that had invaded his body was also forcibly expelled by the power of his talent, dissipating into specks of light. In an instant, all the wounds on his body had healed, and his physical condition was restored to its peak state. Looking at the vanished killing god sword, Chen Yi immediately understood the rules of the game. Legendary weapons like this were simply impossible for players to obtain easily. It was just like the online games he had played before, where the divine artifacts held by monsters in dungeons were always mere decorations, never accessible to players. He speculated that the Skeleton King's so-called Undying King ability probably wouldn't work on special bosses like Bai Chi either. If monsters could be infinitely resurrected for farming, that loophole would be far too exploitable. As he was pondering, the Skeleton King had already swung its bone-carving dual blades, cleanly and decisively severing Bai Chi's head. Bai Chi's massive body transformed into specks of light and completely disappeared. Sure enough, the Undying King ability did not activate. It seemed this ability only applied to monsters in the real world. Having figured out this limitation, Chen Yi turned his gaze to the Skeleton King. It was time to let it farm monsters solo and build an undead army for himself. This power would prove immensely helpful in the future. After Bai Chi's death, Chen Yi's experience points skyrocketed significantly. What surprised him even more was that in the spot where Bai Chi disappeared, a soft white light was quietly floating. It dropped something. Chen Yi was overjoyed. Items dropped by a boss are always treasures. It seemed that the koi chain around his neck had worked its magic again. He quickly walked up to the white light, reached out, and a skill book appeared in his hand. A skill book. Chen Yi's excitement grew even stronger. Even if it wasn't a mage skill he could use, he could trade it in the market for something extraordinary. He couldn't wait to open the skill book's description. Killing Intent Intimidation, Grade D, Aura Skill. After learning, it creates an aura of killing intent within a 10-meter radius centered on the user, weakening the attributes and willpower of enemies. This is an exceptional skill book for the warrior class. Aura skills are already rare, and this D-level area debuff skill can be considered priceless at this stage. Chen Yi immediately displayed the skill book's information on the trading platform, accompanied by a note, only trading for an exceptional D-level mage skill book. The news caused an immediate sensation. Countless people set their sights on this skill book and began frantically acquiring D-level mage skill books in private, hoping to exchange for this treasure. After all, at a stage where most players are still using F-level skills, D-level skill books are already extremely rare, let alone such an exceptional aura skill. Owning it would mean gaining a significant advantage in team raids. After dealing with the skill book, Chen Yi left the Changping Cavern. Just then, a cold system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Your summoned creature, Goblin Swordmaster Caesar, has fallen. You can summon new goblins now. The Sword Saint is dead? Chen Yi was stunned, finding it hard to believe. After all, Caesar was a level 33 diamond tier creature, and those capable of killing him were few and far between. At that moment, a call request popped up. It was Sui Tang. Chen Yi accepted the call, and Sui Tang's projection immediately appeared before him. She was dressed in a luxurious silk robe, her graceful figure faintly visible beneath the fabric, making Chen Yi's heart race with heat. He silently cursed himself for being so weak-willed. For some reason, every time he saw this woman, he felt a bit distracted, which he could only attribute to humanity's most primal instincts. Sui Tang's face was full of concern, e.g., did something happen on your end? Is it about your goblin summon? Chen Yi was a bit surprised. How did she know? He nodded and said in a deep voice, my summon was killed. But how did you know? Just as I thought. Sui Tang sighed, e.g., go check the equipment trading platform, and you'll understand. Chen Yi immediately opened the equipment trading platform. Ranked first was the S-grade Dragon Blade. Ranked second was the S-grade Dragon Slayer set. Both of these were the equipment of the Goblin Sword Saint, Caesar. Since Caesar had descended in his true form, his equipment did not disappear after being killed. Seeing Caesar's equipment being openly traded as spoils of war, Chen Yi's face instantly darkened. A cold fury burned in his heart. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to touch his people must pay the price. Sui Tang cautiously asked, "Brother Yi, do you need help from the Tianji Bureau?" Chen Yi shook his head, his voice carrying a chilling tone. "No need, I will personally make this guy pay the price." After speaking, he ended the call. Since the system indicated that he could summon a new goblin, it meant that the Goblin clan's contract was still intact. The Goblin Sword Saint was dead, so who would be the next strong one from the Goblin Kingdom? With the fall of the strongest member of the tribe, the former second strongest naturally ascended to the pinnacle of power. Chen Yi did not pause for a moment. His hands swiftly transformed, forming one complex hand seal after another. A peculiar energy fluctuation spread outward from him, and on the ground, a summoning goblin magic array emerged, glowing with mysterious light. As the light faded, a figure appeared at the center of the magic array. It was a goblin dressed in an exquisite mage robe, holding a ram-headed staff. He looked very old, with white hair and beard, exuding an aura of wisdom and the passage of time. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this time he would summon a mage. He quickly checked the attributes of this goblin mage, and the results left him utterly astonished. This is no ordinary goblin, but a level 33 diamond tier powerhouse, Goblin Archmage Merlin. Although his strength and physique have declined due to old age, his agility and mental power remain astonishingly strong. What surprised Chen Yi even more was his secondary profession, Master Alchemist. Chen Yi's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. An alchemist. This is the rarest and most sought-after secondary profession of all. In this world, alchemists who can craft various miraculous potions and essential materials are of immeasurable value. Even a single secondary profession transfer scroll could be sold for an astronomical price, let alone an alchemist who has already reached the master level. It's worth noting that for an ordinary person to train alchemy to the master level, it would take at least 10 years of hard work. Was it you who summoned me, Master? Archmage Merlin looked at Chen Yi, his aged voice tinged with a hint of inquiry. Chen Yi nodded and got straight to the point. Your previous master, Caesar, is now dead. From now on, you will take his place and serve me. What? Merlin's eyes flashed with extreme shock. In his understanding, Sword Saint Caesar's strength was unfathomable, powerful enough to challenge dragons. How could such a legendary figure die just like that? However, after the initial shock, Merlin's expression quickly calmed down. He understood that some matters were beyond his ability to investigate. Chen Yi noticed the turmoil in his heart and said solemnly, "Rest assured, I will avenge the Sword Saint. That murderer will naturally pay the price he deserves." Hearing these words, the Archmage felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The Sword Saint was a child he had watched grow up, and he had personally handed the Goblin clan's generations-old Dragon Slayer set to Caesar. Now that Caesar had fallen, his heart was filled with grief. Chen Yi's promise to avenge the Sword Saint instantly filled him with gratitude. He bowed deeply to Chen Yi. "Yes, Master." Chen Yi's thoughts, however, were focused on another matter. A master-level alchemist was a treasure that must not suffer any mishap. He had to find an absolutely safe place to settle him. After much consideration, he decided that the headquarters of the Tianji Bureau was the best choice. The defenses there were tight, and the Archmage himself was strong enough to protect himself. Combining the two would ensure absolute security. "Come on, get in the car." "Yes, Master." The off-road vehicle roared to life, carrying the two of them as it sped toward the headquarters of the Celestial Bureau. Chen Yi planned that as soon as the Grand Mage was settled, he would immediately set out to confront the person who had killed the Sword Saint. Out of caution, he refrained from sending his ace combat power, the Skeleton King, out to level up. Anyone capable of killing the Sword Saint must possess formidable strength, and Chen Yi dared not take any chances. No one could be certain whether the opponent had some terrifying hidden trump card. Soon, they arrived at the Celestial Bureau. Johan, who had come to greet them, showed a surprised expression upon seeing the Goblin Mage beside Chen Yi. Chenny immediately introduced, "This is my summoned creature, Goblin Archmage Merlin, who is also a master-level alchemist. I have a dangerous mission coming up, and I'd like him to stay temporarily at the Tianji Bureau." Master-level alchemist? Johan's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. "Chenny, your timing couldn't be better. There are a few people in the Bureau who recently switched to the alchemist profession, but they've been struggling without proper guidance, fumbling their way through. With this master here, all our problems will be solved." The arrival of the Archmage was truly a godsend for them. "Good, that's settled then." Chenny nodded, then turned to Merlin and sternly commanded, "Merlin, from now on, you are to follow Johan's instructions completely. His orders are my orders. Do you understand?" The Archmage respectfully replied, "Yes, my master." At this moment, Sui Tang, who had heard that Chenny had arrived, hurriedly ran out and asked with concern, "Brother E, do you need a means of transportation?" Chen Yi nodded. "If there is one, that would be perfect." Sui Tang immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. A crisp and decisive voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, is this the pilot? Head to the tarmac immediately, there's a mission." Sui Tang hung up the phone after speaking and turned to Chen Yi, saying, "Brother E, the helicopter will be here soon." Chen Yi nodded, his gaze calm. About 10 minutes later, a loud rumbling sound grew closer and closer, and a helicopter steadily landed near them. Sui Tang's eyes stayed fixed on Chen Yi, and she couldn't help but ask, "Brother E, can I go with you this time?" Chen Yi shook his head without hesitation, his tone serious. "This is not a joke. I can't even guarantee absolute safety for myself. You can't go." Hearing the word danger, Sui Tang's face was filled with worry. "What kind of battle is it exactly?" "Nothing." Chen Yi didn't want to say more and turned to walk toward the helicopter. "I'm boarding now." He boarded the helicopter with the Storm Lord and the Skeleton King. After giving the pilot the destination, the helicopter lifted off and flew toward the distance. After a 5-hour flight, they finally arrived in Inxia City. Stepping off the plane and onto this familiar land, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He hadn't expected to return so soon. The Inxia City before him seemed no different from when he had left, but the air was now thick with a chilling atmosphere. Everyone here was honing their enemy-killing skills through brutal battles, and the overall combat strength had vastly improved. In the past, it took a dozen people working together to barely kill a greyhound, but now, a small team of 4 or 5 could easily handle it. Chen Yi went to the outskirts of the city and saw some adventurers forming small groups to hunt monsters. However, the monsters outside the city had already been mostly cleared out, and one often had to walk 400 or 500 meters to encounter one. He didn't linger and immediately opened the equipment trading interface in the marketplace, found the seller listing the Dragon Slayer blade, and chose to send a private message. To locate this guy, he first needed to determine his position. "Hello, may I ask how much your Dragon Slayer blade costs? Or is there something you'd like to trade for it?" Chen Yi sent several messages in a row, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no response from the other side. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This time, he finally understood how it felt when others sent him messages, and he didn't reply. It seemed that without offering a sufficiently tempting bait, this guy wouldn't take the hook. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's gaze shifted to the bone-cleaving dual blades in the Skeleton King's hands. "Grisel, give me your dual blades." "Yes, master." The Skeleton King immediately handed over the weapon respectfully. Chen Yi used the system's screenshot function to capture the attributes of the bone-cleaving dual blades and sent the screenshot to the mysterious seller, then returned the weapon to the Skeleton King. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, the other party replied to the message. "I'll take this equipment. What do you want in exchange?" Chen Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately replied, "I want your Dragon Slayer blade and the full Dragon Slayer set. But we must trade face to face." To make his request seem more reasonable, he quickly added, "Because I've encountered a boss I can't defeat and need your help. You know, 2 pieces of S-grade equipment are far less valuable than 1 piece of SS-grade equipment." This was his carefully crafted statement, which could both propose a meeting and avoid seeming too abrupt. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if weighing the pros and cons. Then, the other party replied, I'm busy and can't make it. You'd better find someone else to help. This guy is actually so cautious. Chen Yi was a bit surprised. It seemed he would have to personally go to the place where the Sword Saint had fallen to look for clues. He did not give up and sent out one last probing message, alright then, I'm in Inxia right now. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. You're in Inxia? I'll think about it. Seeing this reply, Chen Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He was certain that this guy was definitely somewhere near Inxia. Moreover, he clearly had no idea that Chen Yi was the master of the Sword Saint he had killed. System, Chen Yi called out in his mind, help me locate the site where the Sword Saint fell. Searching. Search successful. The next second, a clear arrow appeared in front of Chen Yi, pointing in the direction of the snowy mountain where he had originally ordered the Sword Saint to go. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. That guy, in order to retrieve the spoils, was very likely near the location where the Sword Saint was killed. He immediately turned to the Lord of Storms, Narakas, take me to that mountain range. Yes, Master. The Storm Lord's body instantly doubled in size, and a stable miniature tornado appeared out of thin air behind him. Master, please sit on the tornado. Chen Yi leapt up and landed steadily on it. To his surprise, the tornado felt as soft and comfortable as cotton, leaving him very satisfied. It seemed the Storm Lord was indeed a good choice for a mount. Go! At a command, the Storm Lord soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and speeding toward the snowy mountains. On the ground, the Skeleton King also stretched his legs, running at an astonishing speed to keep up closely behind. The speed of the Storm Lord was astonishing, far surpassing that of the helicopter Chen Yi had been riding. It even thoughtfully created a layer of air film around him, shielding him from any piercing cold winds. Soon, they arrived at the snow-capped mountain. The Storm Lord descended slowly and set Chen Yi down. About 10 minutes later, the Skeleton King, who had been sprinting all the way, also arrived. This snow-capped mountain was called Zhaojin Mountain, named so because whenever the sun rose, its radiant beams would shine upon the pristine white snow, making the entire peak gleam as if it were forged from gold. It was late autumn, and the foot of the mountain was covered with withered yellow wild grass, exuding a sense of desolation. Chen Yi was heading deeper into the snow-capped mountain. Thanks to his cold resistance skill, the biting cold felt to him like nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against his face. After walking for about half an hour, a mountain stream appeared before him. Clear snowmelt trickled down from the mountain, but a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood in the air did not escape Chen Yi's keen sense of smell. Stepping on the loose stones along the stream's edge, he moved upstream, searching for the source of the scent. After advancing another 300 meters, a patch of dried, dark red blood made him stop in his tracks. This color, it was goblin blood. Chen Yi scanned his surroundings and noticed that the nearby rocks were covered with chaotic sword marks, interspersed with traces of magical scorching. He immediately understood that this was the site of a fierce battle between the Sword Saint and another combatant. He continued forward, and at the end of the mountain stream was a mountain pass. Passing through it, the view suddenly opened up. A crystal-clear blue lake came into sight, its waters so transparent that the bottom was visible, blending seamlessly with the azure sky, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted. A strange pile of stones by the lakeshore caught Chen Yi's attention. He approached cautiously and discovered that the pile was made of white rocks unique to the snowy mountains, but their arrangement exuded an intensely unsettling and eerie aura. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, and his head began to throb painfully. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "You have been subjected to an unknown mental contamination. Supernatural adaptation, talent activated, you have acquired the passive skill, basic mental anomaly resistance." As soon as the words fell, the feeling of nausea and headache instantly vanished, and his mind regained clarity. Chen Yi was startled. What on earth was this thing, possessing such bizarre abilities? He had to figure out what was hidden beneath this pile of stones. "Nalax," he ordered in a low voice, "dismantle this altar, but remember, do not damage those stones." "At your command." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a fierce gust of wind arose out of nowhere, precisely sweeping toward the pile of stones. The heavy rocks seemed to lose their weight, neatly rolled aside by an invisible force. Chen-Yi couldn't help but marveled, truly a mythical creature, its mastery over the wind was nothing short of extraordinary. When the stones were completely cleared away, the sight at the center of the altar made Chen-Yi's expression instantly darken. A bloodied, unrecognizable corpse lay there. It was the missing sword saint. His entire skin had been stripped away, leaving only a mass of mangled flesh and bones. Who could be so cruel as to use such a barbaric method? At that moment, information about the corpse appeared before his eyes: the sacrificed flesh miracle. Flesh and blood miracle? What is this? Countless questions surged in Chen-Yi's mind. The eerie altar, the sacrificed sword saint, everything seemed like the black magic of legend. Just as Chen-Yi was pondering, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw an enormous figure flying in from the horizon, blotting out the sun and casting a massive shadow. It was an undead bone dragon towering 100 meters high, with a blurry figure standing on its back, seemingly gazing down at him. Chen-Yi immediately tried to probe the bone dragon's attributes, but all he got was a single line of information: the target is a player's mount, attributes cannot be viewed. Nalax, Chen-Yi's voice turned cold, reveal your true form and bring that bone dragon down for me. The Lord of the Storm immediately responded, yes, master. In the next moment, his figure expanded rapidly, and an infinite storm gathered and roared within the valley. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Storm's body had grown to the size of the bone dragon, exuding an even greater aura of power. He confidently looked at the undead bone dragon, as if this kind of opponent was utterly beneath him. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose, forming countless violent air currents in the sky. The undead bone dragon's wings, which it relied on for flight, began to shake violently, losing balance. The figure on the dragon's back also became unsteady and plummeted straight toward the ground. Watching that falling figure, Chen-Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He immediately activated the rock shield and charged forward with the Skeleton King. This person was undoubtedly the culprit behind the Sword Saint's death. However, as the professional fell through the air, two black, fleshy wings suddenly extended from his back. With a powerful flap, he managed to barely slow his descent. Just before hitting the ground, he stabilized himself using those wings. Seeing this, Chen-Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a professional with wings. Was this some kind of special talent, or something else? At this moment, the winged individual had already flown in front of Chen-Yi, confronting him. Chen-Yi finally got a clear look at the person before him and involuntarily drew a sharp breath. The appearance of the person in front of him was enough to make even the most resolute feel physically uncomfortable. His entire body was covered in tiny, writhing tentacles, and his right eye socket was hollow, with only a pink fleshy sprout wriggling inside. Even more bizarre, his left arm was gone, replaced by a 10-centimeter-long gray tentacle growing from his shoulder. An invisible mental shock struck, making Chen-Yi feel a wave of nausea. But almost at the same moment, a prompt sounded in his mind: you have been subjected to mental contamination from player Chu Tianxiao. Talent, Supernatural Adaptation, activated. Basic Mental Abnormality Resistance has been upgraded to Intermediate Mental Abnormality Resistance. As soon as the notification ended, the discomfort vanished without a trace. Chen-Yi immediately understood that mental contamination directly distorts the soul, like a drop of ink falling into clear water. The Soul Cube classified it as a change rather than an attack, so it wasn't triggered. At this moment, the creature named Chu Tianxiao was looking down at Chen-Yi with his single eye, asking condescendingly, "Are you also a beta tester? Why have I never seen you before?" The words beta tester set off alarm bells in Chen-Yi's mind. He was well aware that the early players in the Red Mist game were all mysterious and powerful, far beyond the standards of ordinary professionals. Chen-Yi did not answer but coldly retorted, "The Sword Saint, you killed him, didn't you?" Chu Tianxiao's single eye flickered with an inexplicable light as he admitted, "Oh, that goblin was your summon creature, huh?" Its strength was indeed impressive. Such powerful flesh and blood are perfect for a sacrifice, truly ideal material. Hearing his admission, Chen-Yi nodded, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Very well. Since you've admitted it, prepare to be killed." Chu Tianxiao seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and burst into laughter. "You? I admit your two summoned creatures are strong, but you yourself are not qualified. After speaking, he slowly circled Chenyi twice, a flash of realization appearing in his single eye. No, you're not a beta tester. Otherwise, you would definitely recognize me. It seems you're just a lucky guy who managed to acquire at least 2 SSS-level talents. Chu Tianxiao's eyes instantly lit up, filled with greed and madness. Perfect. Sacrificing you will definitely grant me even greater power. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chu Tianxiao extended both hands, chanting under his breath. A gray-white light shield instantly appeared around his body, looking indestructible, as if capable of withstanding all attacks in the world. Chenyi was not to be outdone. He immediately equipped himself with a rock shield and raised his hand to unleash a scorching ray directly at the opponent's light shield. The ray struck the shield with a sizzling sound, but strangely, instead of weakening, the shield grew even brighter. Chenyi's attack seemed to be charging it. Relying on over 20 years of combat instincts, Chenyi immediately ceased energy output. Behind the light shield, Chu Tianxiao laughed triumphantly. How about it, kid? The defense of my absolute guard is pretty impressive, right? This is top-tier gear from a diamond treasure chest, and so far, no one has been able to break through my defense. As he spoke, Chu Tianxiao flipped his right hand and drew a curved blade from his backpack. Seeing this, the Skeleton King immediately raised its twin bone-carving blades to meet him. Chu Tianxiao descended from the air, delivering a powerful slash toward the Skeleton King. With a resounding clang, the curved blade collided fiercely with the twin bone-carving blades. To Chenyi's surprise, Chu Tianxiao managed to withstand the Skeleton King's strike with just one arm. It was worth noting that the Skeleton King's base strength was as high as 330 points, a nearly unattainable level among professionals. Chu Tianxiao burst into even more frenzied laughter, as if declaring that even with only one arm left, his strength would never lose to anyone. He brandished his curved blade and began a wild assault on the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, relying on the battle instincts accumulated over millions of years, parried with ease. Occasionally, a few attacks landed on Chu Tianxiao, but they were all blocked by that layer of light shield, causing no damage whatsoever. However, the fighting spirit in the Skeleton King's eyes grew increasingly intense. Combat was its only joy. Facing such a tenacious opponent, it became even more excited, throwing everything else aside. The bone-cleaving twin blades' offensive grew faster and fiercer, gradually suppressing Chu Tianxiao to the point where he could only defend, with no room to counterattack. Yet no matter how fierce the Skeleton King's attacks were, they couldn't harm Chu Tianxiao in the slightest. Those powerful strikes landing on the light shield only made its energy grow stronger. Chenyi's expression turned grave. Damn it, this guy is just like hiding inside a turtle shell, completely impossible to kill. At the same time that Chenyi and Chu Tianxiao were locked in a stalemate, the battle in another part of the sky was nearing its end. As a mythical-grade creature, the Storm Lord completely overpowered the diamond-grade undead bone dragon. Although the undead bone dragon might have been a mythical existence during its lifetime, death had caused its rank to drop significantly. Under the fierce assault of the Storm Lord, the undead bone dragon felt a mortal threat. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a stream of green undead dragon breath toward the Storm Lord. However, the Storm Lord's body had fully elementalized, rendering physical and toxic attacks completely ineffective. The corrosive power of the undead dragon breath was said to be unparalleled, but the Storm Lord, being composed of elements, was entirely immune to such attacks. Facing the bone dragon before him, he clasped his hands together and directly unleashed his ultimate move, Storm and Thunder Soul Dance. In the valley, an endless force of wind and thunder began to converge. The undead bone dragon sensed a fatal threat and roared toward the sky, unleashing another breath of dragon fire in an attempt to interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. However, the deadly dragon breath passed through the elementalized body of the Storm Lord, nearly corroding the nearby rocky terrain into foul-smelling pits. At the same time, the sky changed dramatically as countless thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere. Lightning streaked through the clouds, and fierce winds intertwined with the thunderclouds, brewing a power capable of destroying everything. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive thunderstorm bolt descended from the sky, striking the undead bone dragon with immense force. The bone dragon was slammed to the ground, its entire skeletal frame surrounded by crackling electricity. The black energy shield protecting its body was instantly burned and melted away. Immediately after, a second and third thunderstorm followed in quick succession, the rumbling never ceasing. The undead bone dragon completely lost its ability to resist, even its power of flight was suppressed, leaving it to crawl laboriously toward the edge of the valley. Soon, a crisp crack echoed. It was the sound of its ribs fracturing under the relentless assault. The fractures quickly spread to all its joints, and the shadow of death had already enveloped it. On the other side, Zhu Tianxiao, who was fiercely battling the Skeleton King, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He sensed that his mount's life was rapidly slipping away. This top-tier mount was hard-earned and could not be lost just like that. With a swift swing of his scimitar, he deflected the Skeleton King's attack and turned to charge toward the undead bone dragon. Before he even arrived, his attack was already unleashed. Zhu Tianxiao swung his scimitar, sending a massive crescent-shaped blade aura howling toward the Lord of Storms. This move, Crescent Slash, was merely a sea-level skill, but with the enhancement of his unique talent, its power surpassed even that of ordinary S-level skills. However, the sharp blade aura struck the Lord of Storms, only to vanish like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving it completely unharmed. Zhu Tianxiao immediately realized that his opponent had a body of pure elemental energy, rendering it immune to all physical attacks. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll imbued with fiery energy from his backpack. He glanced at the scroll with a pained expression before wrapping it around his scimitar. When he drew the blade again, its surface was inscribed with intricate fire laws, as if it were engulfed in blazing flames. Go! Zhu Tianxiao swung his blade once more, unleashing a fiery blade aura infused with the power of laws. The Lord of Storms sensed the threat and immediately summoned a massive tornado in an attempt to block it. But the fiery blade aura was unstoppable, slicing through the tornado and striking the Lord of Storms with a resounding blow. The wind fueled the flames, and in an instant, the Lord of Storms transformed into a blazing giant of fire. In the distance, Chen-Yi immediately cast water healing, and an endless mist surged toward the Lord of Storms, enveloping its burning body. Under the dual effects of the mist and its own defenses, the flames on the Lord of Storms gradually extinguished. Seeing his attack neutralized once again, Zhu Tianxiao finally understood the key to the situation. Ignoring the Lord of Storms, he gripped his flaming scimitar and strode directly toward Chen-Yi. He had realized that Chen-Yi was the source of it all. If he could kill him, the two powerful summon creatures would naturally disappear. Capture the leader to capture the gang. He understood this principle well. Chen-Yi instantly grasped his opponent's intent. Calmly, he checked Zhu Tianxiao's information, only to be shocked to discover that this ridiculously strong opponent was only level 31, 2 levels lower than himself. What kind of talent does this guy have? To be able to fight me to a standstill. What kind of monsters are these so-called beta testers? If every beta tester were as powerful as Zhu Tianxiao, it would be terrifying. I thought having drawn 10 SSS-level talents was already insane, but now it seems that until other talents are unlocked, I still need to keep a low profile. Looking at Zhu Tianxiao's crazed face, I didn't hesitate to unleash a repelling fire ring. The massive shockwave instantly sent him flying dozens of meters away. But that guy had that absolute protection buff, and he was completely unharmed. Since the impact worked, this would be easy. I immediately went berserk, hurling fireball spells madly in Zhu Tianxiao's direction. One after another, tank-sized fireballs exploded wildly around him, the immense force blasting him into the sky. Just as he was about to fall, another fireball exploded beneath him, propelling him even higher. Under my precise control, Zhu Tianxiao completely lost control of his own body, being tossed around in the air like a sandbag. I made up my mind even if I couldn't hurt him, I would make sure he wouldn't have a good time. But I failed to notice that amidst the continuous explosions, the snow atop the mountain peak had begun to show ominous signs of loosening. Under continuous bombardment, Zhu Tianxiao's anger finally reached its peak. Damn it! How dare you toy with me like this, he roared, white smoke rising from his body as an unparalleled aura erupted. His muscles began to swell, and those pitch-black wings once again extended from his back. Zhu Tianxiao's single eye was filled with ruthlessness, and a manic smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The way he looked at me was as if he were staring at a dead man. With a flap of his wings, he agilely dodged in the air, and the fireball I launched was directly slashed apart by his blade. "You successfully angered me," he roared. "Taste this move, Meteor Fall." As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body turned into a blazing meteor, trailing a long fiery tail as he dived toward me at incredible speed. Moving at such high velocity, his body created dazzling sparks as it rubbed against the air. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, the Skeleton King instantly stood in front of me, unleashing undead protection. A massive bone shield rose from the ground, blocking the space between me and Chu Tianxiao. However, Chu Tianxiao merely swung his blade wildly in midair, and countless crescent-shaped blade energies instantly shattered the bone shield into pieces. My gaze became incredibly grave. This kind of attack was simply too powerful. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tianxiao had already charged in front of me, his curved blade striking heavily against my rock shield. I immediately released the repelling fire ring, but this time the immense impact failed to move him even slightly. He remained completely still, and his curved blade directly split my rock shield in two. Without losing momentum, it viciously slashed into my left shoulder. The terrifying blade edge slashed diagonally down from my left shoulder, deeply piercing into my heart. Excruciating pain. Unimaginable excruciating pain. Even with basic pain immunity, at this moment, I still felt a heart-wrenching agony. A large amount of blood gushed out instantly, and in my ears, the system's notification sounds began to ring frantically. "Warning, you have been struck in the heart by the Silver Moon Scimitar. Your body is undergoing emergency repair. Talent, Godlike Adaptation, activated, Intermediate Piercing Resistance, upgraded to Advanced Piercing Resistance. The heart is rapidly healing. Talent, Godlike Adaptation, activated, Physical Resistance of the heart increased by 50%. Warning, severe bleeding from the wound, emergency hemostasis in progress. Talent, Supernatural Adaptation, activated, Intermediate Bleeding Resistance, upgraded to Advanced Bleeding Resistance. Warning, mind severely affected by intense pain, restoring brain consciousness. Talent, Supernatural Adaptation, activated, Basic Pain Immunity, upgraded to Intermediate Pain Immunity. Warning, you have suffered true damage from the Silver Moon Scimitar. Talent, Godlike Adaptation, activated, True Damage Resistance increased by 30%. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxiao looked at me lying in a pool of blood and burst into wild laughter. "Let's see if you die this time." But soon, he sensed something was wrong. My two summoned creatures, the Skeleton King and the Hellhound Cerberus, had not disappeared. This meant I was still alive. At the moment he was stunned, the Skeleton King had already arrived, raising his massive blade and slashing at him. Chu Tianxiao struggled to fend off the Skeleton King's attacks while his mind raced frantically. What kind of talent is this? Bloodlock? Or feigned death and resurrection? He searched through all the life-saving talents he knew from the beta test, but none were like mine. Could it be that this kid has another SSS-level life-saving talent? Damn it! How could this guy have such incredible luck? Just as Chu Tianxiao was about to shake off the Skeleton King and rush over to deliver a fatal blow to me, a deep, muffled roar echoed from the depths of the valley. Boom! He looked up in shock, only to see a massive white wave roaring down from the mountaintop. On the towering 4,000-meter Zhaojin Mountain, countless years of accumulated snow had finally triggered the most terrifying avalanche after the continuous explosions earlier. The avalanche came without warning, and its earth-shattering power instantly turned Chu Tianxiao's face pale. He immediately realized that the earlier battle had triggered this terrifying avalanche. Even someone as strong as Chu Tianxiao would never dare to confront such a natural disaster head-on. This level of force could probably only be barely resisted by a powerhouse who had reached level 100. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the back of the undead Bone Dragon and shouted, "Bone Dragon, go, leave this place quickly." The undead Bone Dragon, hearing its master's command, endured the excruciating pain that felt like its bones were cracking, and fiercely flapped its wings, fleeing desperately toward the valley's exit. At the same time, the Skeleton King and the Storm Lord had already rushed to Chen Yi's side, firmly shielding him. But in the next second, the avalanche descended like a white death god, and the overwhelming snow instantly swallowed Chen Yi and his two protectors completely. Under the endless impact, even the form of the Lord of Storms began to blur. His current strength was less than 1% of what it was in his own world, making it impossible to resist a natural disaster of this magnitude. He could have flown away on his own, but he dared not move the severely injured Chun-Yi recklessly, fearing that even the slightest jolt could cost his master's life. The only thing he could do now was to give his all to protect his master. The Skeleton King unfolded his massive bone shield, holding the front line, while the Lord of Storms transformed into a rapidly spinning whirlwind, enveloping Chun-Yi and flinging all the incoming snow and ice outward. Gradually, under the protection of the Skeleton King's bone shield and the Lord of Storm's whirlwind, a narrow survival space was forcibly carved out. At this moment, Chun-Yi woke up from his unconscious state. Seeing the endless snow around him, his heart sank. The power of nature was indeed terrifying. If this continued, their only fate would be to be buried alive. Lord of Storms, go! Chun-Yi decisively commanded. The Lord of the Storm saw its master awaken and immediately transformed, steadily lifting Chun-Yi and the Skeleton King. It then turned into a tornado shooting skyward, braving the immense pressure of the avalanche, and flew straight toward the mountaintop. There, free of snow, was the safest place at the moment. Moments later, the Lord of the Storm successfully brought Chun-Yi and the Skeleton King to the summit of Zhaojin Mountain. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, the sky was as clean as a mirror. Standing atop the mountain, Chun-Yi gazed down at the avalanche still raging below, his heart filled with emotion. The thin oxygen made him feel a tightness in his chest, and severe altitude sickness followed. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. You feel uncomfortable due to a lack of oxygen. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, Basic Vacuum Adaptation. As soon as the words were spoken, the feeling of chest tightness and shortness of breath instantly vanished without a trace. Chun-Yi's heart stirred. Vacuum adaptation? Does this mean that as long as the skill level increases, he could survive even in space? This super adaptation talent is truly unfathomable. However, he dared not gamble with his life. No matter how strong the talent, if there were limits, he would be done for. It seemed he still needed to learn more life-saving skills. Chun-Yi's thoughts returned to the enemy he had just faced. Chu Tianxiao was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. And individuals like Chu Tianxiao, who were beta testers, were certainly not few in number. Chun-Yi knew very little about these beta testers, but he was certain that the information they possessed was invaluable enough to allow an ordinary person to rise rapidly and become a top-tier powerhouse. Chun-Yi suddenly thought that the development speed of the Tianji Bureau was simply too fast. They had found a secret realm in less than 10 days. If there were beta testers providing them with information behind the scenes, then everything would make sense. Just as he was deep in thought, the system's private chat notification sound suddenly rang out. Seeing the sender's name, Chun-Yi's gaze instantly turned icy cold. It was actually Chu Tianxiao. He opened the chat window, and a line of menacing text popped up. Chu Tianxiao, I know you're not dead. My bone dragon is dead, and this matter will definitely not end like this. Chun-Yi sneered and replied, I'll be ready anytime. Chu Tianxiao, 3 days later, at Zhaojin Mountain. If you have the guts, come. Chun-Yi, I hope you won't flee at the last moment. Chu Tianxiao, no retreat, no surrender. Chun-Yi, no retreat, no surrender. After saying these 4 words, Chu Tianxiao's avatar dimmed. Chun-Yi's gaze was as cold as ice. He slowly extended his hand, and a cube emitting a faint glow appeared in his palm, floating and rotating slowly. It was the Soul Cube. His gaze fell on one of the effects of the Soul Cube. Effect 4, Death Curse. Cast a death curse on a single target, and the target will die in the most reasonable way within 7 days. Cooldown time, 10 days. Cost, 10 years of one's own lifespan. Since it's a fight to the death, then I'll trade 10 years of my lifespan to make you completely disappear from this world. As for Chu Tianxiao, Chun-Yi wasn't entirely confident he could defeat him head-on. That absolute guard defensive skill of his was practically an immortal shield. However, with the Soul Cube in his possession, Chun-Yi would remain undefeated no matter what. Moreover, as long as he killed Chu Tianxiao, the Soul Cube could enslave his soul and extract all the secrets about the beta testers from him. As long as the plan is thorough, it will definitely ensure that Chu Tianxiao has no way back. After finalizing the plan, Chen Yi opened the trading market. The skill book he had previously listed had already attracted a large number of private messages. He began to review them one by one, with various screenshots of skill books attached to the messages. However, the one he was looking for still hadn't appeared. What he needed most right now was Chen Yi needed a new mage defense skill book. His current rock shield was only an F-level skill, which could no longer keep up with the pace of battle. Its level was too low, and its defensive power was far from sufficient. As soon as he announced his intention to trade, private messages flooded in like a tide. Hundreds of messages came with screenshots of skill books, giving him plenty of options to choose the most suitable one. In the end, Chen Yi's gaze locked onto two skill books. In his opinion, both were very suitable for him. The first was the D-level diamond skin, which made the skin as hard as diamond for 1 minute. A purely defensive skill, simple and straightforward. The second was the D-level ice armor, which surrounded the user with an ice barrier. Attackers would be slowed, and the effect lasted up to 10 minutes. Ice armor had more versatile functions, but Chen Yi pursued ultimate defense. After careful consideration, he still chose diamond skin. After all, the base defensive power provided by this skill was more than 10 times that of ice armor. What he anticipated even more was how terrifying the strength of diamond skin would become after being amplified by his Master of Elements talent. After making up his mind, Chen Yi immediately sent a private message to the player with diamond skin. "Hello, is your diamond skin still available? I am the owner of Intimidating Aura." Within a few minutes, the other party quickly replied to the message. "It's available. Of course, it's available. Master, shall we trade right now?" The other party's tone sounded extremely excited. At this stage, anyone capable of using a grade D skill is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. This player named Lu Shengsheng is a powerhouse with an SS grade talent. His talent can amplify aura effects by a full 100-fold. Therefore, a rare aura skill like Killing Intent Intimidation is nothing short of a dream treasure for him. Since the arrival of the Red Mist, he has searched through every possible channel and only managed to acquire one healing type aura. As long as he can obtain this Killing Intent Intimidation, he is confident he can challenge those powerful monsters he never dared to even think about before. Chen Yi replied concisely, "Alright, put it in the trade slot." Okay. The two immediately began the transaction. Chen Yi carefully confirmed the skill description of diamond skin. After verifying it was correct, he clicked confirm. Instantly, the Killing Intent Intimidation skill book in his hand disappeared, replaced by a glowing diamond skin skill book. Without any hesitation, Chen Yi chose to learn it directly. In an instant, a vast stream of knowledge surged into his mind, and the techniques for unleashing diamond skin became second nature to him. With a thought, he activated the skill. Chen Yi immediately felt a dramatic change in his body. He extended his hand, and his skin instantly transformed into glittering diamond crystals, refracting dazzling light under the sun. He turned to look at the Skeleton King beside him. "Gryzel, strike me." The Skeleton King heard the command, nodded, and respectfully asked, "Master, where should I cut?" Chen Yi extended his arm, "Right here, with all your strength." "Yes." Without hesitation, the Skeleton King swung the bone-cleaving blade in his hand and slashed fiercely at Chen Yi's arm. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. The sharp blade seemed to strike the hardest metal, yet Chen Yi's diamond-like skin didn't bear even the slightest mark. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, with its current strength, this diamond skin could withstand the full-force attack of an SS-grade weapon. The only drawback was its short duration, lasting only 1 minute. Moreover, his talent only enhanced its power, not its duration, which meant he would need to constantly recast it during battle, a bit troublesome. However, as long as the skill was upgraded to level 5, it should increase the duration somewhat. Without further ado, he got to work. For the entire day, Chen Yi repeated one task, casting diamond skin. When his mental energy was depleted, he would sit down on the spot and use meditation to recover. The difficulty of upgrading a D-grade skill far exceeded that of an F-grade one, making the process tedious and lengthy. Finally, late at night, he heard the long-awaited notification sound. Congratulations, your skill, Diamond Skin, has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the special effect, Diamond Reflection. Diamond Reflection. During the duration of Diamond Skin, there is a certain chance to generate a mirror barrier that reflects ranged attacks. Seeing this effect, Chen Yi was instantly overjoyed. This was practically tailor-made to counter Chu Tianxiao. With the amplification from his Master of Elements talent, this certain chance could almost be considered a guaranteed 100%. This deal was an absolute win. He began to take stock of all his current skills. Fireball, Scorching Ray, Rock Shield, Water Healing, and Diamond Skin had all reached level 5 max level. Only Frost Heart and Fire Repulsion Ring were yet to be fully trained. Chen Yi did not slack off and immediately began practicing these two skills. As a result, the residents of Silver Summer City at the foot of the mountain could see flames soaring into the sky on Zhaojin Mountain throughout the night, accompanied by occasional violent explosions, as if a fierce battle was taking place. Finally, by noon the next day, Chen Yi once again heard the system prompt. Congratulations! Your skill, Heart of Frost, has reached level 5, unlocking the special effect Freeze. Freeze. Enemies within the range of Heart of Frost have a certain chance of being directly frozen into sculptures. Congratulations! Your skill Fire Resistance Ring has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the special effect Detonation. Detonation. Enemies hit by the Fire Resistance Ring will experience a violent flame explosion 5 seconds later. Seeing all his skills upgraded to level 5, Chen Yi felt the powerful energy surging within him and revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, the range of Frost Heart's influence had expanded to 10,000 square meters, and the impact force of the Fire Resistance Ring had increased tenfold. He knew he was fully prepared. If Chu Tianxiao launched another attack, his meticulously prepared Fire Resistance Ring would instantly blast the opponent off the cliff, leaving no chance for resistance. Now, the only thing he needed to do was wait. Chen Yi sat cross-legged at the mountain peak, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, keeping his mind and body at their peak. Days passed one by one, until the morning of the third day, when a faint shadow finally appeared at the edge of the sky. He's here. The voice of the Lord of Storms echoed in Chen Yi's mind, awakening him from his meditation. Chen Yi abruptly opened his eyes. After a day and night of recovery, he was in an unprecedentedly excellent state. He slowly stood up, and with a thought, a thick rock shield enveloped his entire body. Immediately after, he cast a water healing spell on himself. This spell not only provided continuous healing but also sharpened his mind. The rock shield combined with his diamond-like skin offered double-layered defense, giving him greater confidence. The dark shadow in the sky grew closer and closer, finally revealing its true form, a massive cyan raptor. On the bird's back stood a figure both familiar and unfamiliar, Chu Tianxiao. Somehow, this guy had managed to acquire a new mount. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao looked even more terrifying than before. The skin on half of his face was gone, exposing the bloody muscle tissue beneath, which twitched slightly in the wind. Standing atop the cyan bird, he looked down at Chen Yi from above and spoke in a hoarse voice. I didn't expect you wouldn't run. You really surprised me. But this will be the most foolish decision you've ever made in your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the fleshy wings on Chu Tianxiao's back suddenly spread wide, now covered with coarse, stiff feathers. He leaped into the air, soaring off the cyan bird's back. His flying speed was several times faster than before. The cyan bird, seemingly terrified of the impending battle, let out a sharp cry, turned around, and fled, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Chen Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated Diamond Skin. His entire body instantly transformed into a dazzling diamond crystal, reflecting brilliant golden light under the rising sun. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianxiao's lips curled into a cruel arc. Oh? Learned a new skill, have you? Too bad, you have no idea, my silver moon scimitar never cares how strong your defense is. With that, he raised both hands high, and an invisible energy barrier enveloped his entire body. It was none other than his so-called invincible skill, Absolute Protection. So, have you learned a skill that can break through my absolute protection? Zhu Tianxiao sneered coldly, gripping the silver moon scimitar as he dove toward Chen Yi like a black meteor. The Storm Lord and Skeleton King were about to step forward to intervene, but Chen Yi waved them off. He wanted to personally face this old rival. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Tianxiao had already charged in front of Chen Yi, the silver crescent blade in his hand transforming into a deadly arc of light, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it fiercely slashed toward Chen Yi's neck. Crack! The rock shield couldn't hold for even a second and shattered on impact. The crescent blade drove straight through, heavily striking Chen Yi's diamond-hardened neck. Clang! A sharp metallic collision rang out, and a long string of sparks burst forth between the blade and the neck. Zhu Tianxiao's face was filled with shock. He clearly knew that his curved blade carried true damage that ignored all defenses. What on earth was this guy's body made of? However, before he could recover from his shock, a soul cube emitting an eerie glow had already appeared in Chen Yi's hand. The moment he saw the soul cube, Zhu Tianxiao's pupils contracted sharply, and an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Not good. He recognized this thing. But the distance between the two was simply too close, so close that he had no time to react at all. Damn it! How does he have something like this? This was the last thought that flashed through Zhu Tianxiao's mind. In the next second, Chen Yi had already activated soul enslavement. Zhu Tianxiao's gaze instantly became dull and hollow, with a phantom 3-minute countdown appearing above his head. Time was precious, and Chen Yi did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately asked the question that had been on his mind for days. I ask you, what exactly is this so-called beta tester all about? Under the state of soul enslavement, Zhu Tianxiao spoke without reservation. Before the arrival of the Red Mist, I obtained a special login device that allowed me to enter a virtual game called Red Mist. All players who entered were referred to as beta testers. Our task was to find bugs in the game, and for each one we found, we would receive a reward. I found a bug, and the reward was the SSS-level talent Twisted Wish. On the first day the Red Mist descended, I drew this talent. Chen Yi's heart stirred. A twisted wish? It sounded like an ability to make wishes through sacrifices. Looking at Zhu Tianxiao's current state, neither human nor ghost, he felt that things were far from simple. How many beta testers are there in total? Including me, a total of 100. Did everyone receive rewards like yours? No, Zhu Tianxiao replied numbly. Some people didn't find a single flaw, so naturally, there was no reward. But there was one person who found 3 flaws. Chen Yi's heart trembled. Found 3 flaws? Doesn't that mean that person started the game with 3 top-tier SSS-level talents? Although not as good as his own, in the early stages of the game, this would be an almost overwhelming advantage. More importantly, these beta testers possess information that ordinary people are completely unaware of. Even without top-tier talents, they can use this knowledge to thrive in this brutal new world. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's gaze once again fell on Zhu Tianxiao's dazed face, his mind racing to calculate the next question. Tell me everything you know, don't leave out any important information. Hearing Chen Yi's command, a trace of resistance flashed in Zhu Tianxiao's eyes. This secret was clearly of utmost importance to him, but in the face of the absolute rules of soul enslavement, any resistance was futile. He spoke with difficulty. I know, the location of the Tianbao secret realm. It's right at the center of Antarctica. Zhu Tianxiao's voice carried a slight tremor. This is a secret that no one knows. Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat. A secret realm? This was no small matter. A complete secret realm could be enough to support the rise of a superpower. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to ask, do you know any other beta testers? Zhu Tianxiao nodded. All of us beta testers know each other. Some even wanted to form an alliance and invited me to join, but I refused. His tone was full of disdain. That guy is simply overestimating himself. My Twisted Wish is the strongest SSS-level talent. Does he really think he can recruit me? Chen Yi's heart tightened. Every beta tester was a top-tier powerhouse. If they truly united, it would be an unimaginably terrifying force. At this moment, there were less than 2 minutes left for the soul enslavement. Chen Yi asked rapidly, "Do you have a list of beta testers? Hand it over to me." Chu Tianxiao shook his head. Who would bother to make something like that? Chen Yi did not press further and instead issued a new command. He wanted to see for himself the SSS-level talent that made Chu Tianxiao so arrogant. Twisted Wish, SSS level. By sacrificing flesh and blood, any wish you make can be fulfilled in a twisted form. The stronger the sacrificial offering, the smaller the price for realizing the wish. Introduction: Can you bear the cost? Wishes fulfilled, SSS level talent super strength, sacrifice left arm, SSS level talent super physique, sacrifice skin, SS level talent eye of insight, sacrificed right eye, SSS level talent limit release, sacrificed 5 senses. When Chen Yi saw this series of horrifying transactions, he gasped in shock. So that's how it is. Chu Tianxiao actually used this self-destructive method to obtain so many powerful talents, even including the limit release that he himself possessed. No wonder he dared to claim his talent was the strongest. But the price for this was turning himself into a complete monster. Lift your absolute guard and then commit suicide, Chen Yi ordered coldly. But Chu Tianxiao shook his head, his voice devoid of emotion. Absolute guard lasts for 12 hours and cannot be actively lifted. During this period, I cannot harm myself. Damn it! Chen Yi cursed inwardly. Such a powerful life-saving skill, and this guy actually used it. What a waste. Skill books are consumables, once used, they're gone. It seems he has no choice but to resort to the final measure. He took out the soul cube, preparing to activate the death curse. Although the cost was 10 years of his lifespan, once he reached level 100, his lifespan would increase significantly, and 10 years wouldn't matter much. A black skull slowly floated out of the soul cube, extending 2 ghostly chains, one locking onto Chen Yi, and the other wrapping around Chu Tianxiao. Chen Yi immediately felt his vitality being drained. However, at that moment, an unexpected notification sounded. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the Constitution, Primary Longevity Body. Primary Longevity Body, a constitution with an extremely long lifespan, increasing life expectancy by 300 years. Chen Yi was overjoyed. Not only did he not lose any lifespan, but he also gained an extra 300 years out of nowhere. The feeling was simply exhilarating. This meant that as soon as the cooldown period ended, he could use the death curse without any hesitation. The only drawback was that this skill required over 10 seconds of preparation time, and the target had to be controlled first. Death curse activated. Target: Chu Tianxiao. The curse cannot be purified, nullified, or removed. Chu Tianxiao's remaining lifespan, 7 days. Chen Yi glanced at the countdown for soul enslavement. Only a dozen seconds remained. He issued the final command: jump off the mountaintop. Yes. Chu Tianxiao turned without hesitation and leaped off the towering cliff. Chen Yi quickly took out the realm mirror. Chu Tianxiao's twisted wish was too bizarre, and he couldn't guarantee that this guy wouldn't make a wish in his final 7 days that could lead him to Chen Yi. For absolute safety, he had to leave this world. He recalled a lesson from his previous life. A faction leader once tried to trap a powerful enemy using the realm mirror, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of this divine artifact. Therefore, imprisoning Chu Tianxiao in the mirror was not a viable option. No matter how strong the twisted wish is, it could never cross worlds to hunt me down. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi, accompanied by the Skeleton King and the Storm Lord, activated the Mirror of Realms. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, traversing to another world. The surrounding scenery changed in an instant, revealing a world full of scorched earth before Chen Yi. He looked around and felt as though this place had been completely ravaged by some kind of devastating forbidden magic. The air was heavy with the aura of decay and death. Beside him, the Skeleton King's soul fire flickered excitedly in its eye sockets. It seemed to greatly enjoy the environment here. Master, the aura of this place makes me feel even more comfortable than the undead plane. Oh? Really? Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. This was also his first time entering the so-called mirror within the realm, and he had no knowledge of the vastness of this world. He immediately turned to Narax, the Lord of Storms, and issued an order: Narax, you are the fastest. I have a task for you, go and investigate just how large this world is. Nerax nodded decisively. As you command, master. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he transformed into a gust of wind and vanished instantly into the distant horizon. At this moment, Chenny opened the system panel and discovered that although he was in a different world, the system had not completely failed. The chat function and trading market were no longer accessible, but the forum could still be browsed, though he was unable to post any comments. He decided to use these 7 days to organize his thoughts and take a look at how far other players had progressed. He browsed the forum casually, but just then, a blood-red, pinned post suddenly caught his eye: Silver Summer City, now a river of blood. At the same time, in the real world, Silver Summer City. A figure with a frenzied expression is unleashing a mad slaughter in the city. He is Chu Tianxiao. Countless professionals flee in terror before him, but the entire Silver Summer City has turned into a massive grinder of flesh and blood, leaving only death for anyone who steps inside. The curved blade in Chu Tianxiao's hand had long been stained deep red. As it swung, massive arcs of blade energy crisscrossed, reaping countless lives with ease. He needed sacrifices. He intended to pile up a heavenly altar with the corpses of 1,000,000 people to rid himself of that cursed death curse. No matter the cost, he was willing to pay it. Damn it, he roared inwardly, that guy, he actually obtained that one-of-a-kind soul equipment. I am the one destined to become the strongest. Now, the shadow of death loomed over him, with only 7 days of life remaining. His sanity had long been devoured by madness. Since death was inevitable, what did it matter if he became an enemy of the entire world? A young professional was desperately sprinting toward the outskirts of the city, but in the next moment, Chu Tianxiao's ghostly figure appeared in front of him. That crimson, twisted face instantly terrified the young man, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, his survival instinct remained. Trembling, he raised his hand and hurled a small fireball toward Chu Tianxiao's face. The result was predictable: the faint flame didn't even come close to Chu Tianxiao's body. But this feeble resistance completely enraged him. Why? Chu Tianxiao let out a roar that sounded inhuman. Why can you ants live for so long? As his words fell, a massive blade aura instantly split the young man in two. On the streets of Silver Summer City, incomplete corpses were scattered everywhere, and blood pooled into streams, slowly flowing toward the lower-lying areas. His mount, the Azure Bird, mechanically picked up one corpse after another, flying toward the city center. There, a small mountain over 10 meters high, formed entirely of piled-up corpses, was beginning to take shape. Endless twisted willpower gathered above Silver Summer City, while the overwhelming karmic force and resentment were frantically corroding Chu Tianxiao's body. His skin was covered in hard scales, and beneath each scale, a pink, writhing, tentacle-like growth struggled as if trying to burst out. Chu Tianxiao's mutation continued, and it wouldn't be long before he completely transformed into an inhuman monster. Headquarters of the Tianji Bureau. The director of the Tianji Bureau, known as Thunder Tiger, was staring intently at the satellite surveillance footage of the hellish scene in Ningxia City. His eyes were filled with shock and sorrow. This man, renowned for his iron-fisted approach, couldn't help but feel a sting in the corners of his eyes at this moment. He had always believed he was doing his job well, but now, such a horrific tragedy was unfolding before his eyes. The people were suffering, and he was powerless to help. Behind him stood two people. One was Johann, and the other was a man with long hair tied in a ponytail and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a literary youth. Thunder Tiger took a deep breath, forcibly calming the turmoil in his heart, and his face instantly returned to its usual composure. Years of high-pressure work had long trained him to conceal his emotions. He turned around and looked at the long-haired man. Xia Liang, do you know this person? A young man named Xia Liang nodded, his expression grave as he said, I know him. His name is Chu Tianxiao, and he has been ambitious since the beta testing phase. But I really can't understand what could have happened to make him commit such a heinous act of massacring a city. Lei Laohu let out a cold snort, suppressing his boundless fury. No matter what happened, it doesn't justify him. Lei Laohu stared at the figure on the surveillance footage, who was slaughtering indiscriminately, his voice trembling with anger. Xia Liang, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Xia Liang's gaze fell on the screen, where Chu Tianxiao appeared like a god of slaughter, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he immediately examined his own innate abilities. Gain Extraction, SSS level, allows potions and spells to permanently enhance oneself. Each enhancement can be stacked twice. Unfortunately, this talent has not fully matured yet. He sighed inwardly. Fortunately, a master-level alchemist came by recently, boosting his strength more than tenfold. Otherwise, relying solely on potions crafted by those novice alchemists would be utterly useless in this battle. Feeling the expectant gaze of Thunder Tiger, Xia Liang suppressed the uncertainty in his heart and nodded firmly. Somewhat confident. All right. Thunder Tiger slammed the table forcefully, issuing the highest command. Since that's the case, all senior operatives of the Tianji Bureau headquarters and its branches immediately head to Yinxia to execute Chu Tianxiao. Operation Codename, Kill the Traitor. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao was unaware that a vast and intricate trap targeting him had already been set. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. A man on the brink of death, what is there to fear? Before him stood a towering mountain in the center of Yinxia City, formed from countless corpses. These bodies had all been transformed into sacrifices for him to unleash the miracle of flesh and blood. Standing before the mountain of corpses, Chu Tianxiao's eyes burned with fervent anticipation. He yearned for the twisted wish to bring forth a miracle and lift the curse of death upon him. Twisted wish, activate. He used all his strength and roared out his wish, Supreme Miracle, I hope you can completely remove the curse of death from my body. As soon as the words fell, the entire mountain of corpses began to twist and writhe violently. The ghastly white bones within the flesh were automatically stripped away, forming an indescribably massive conglomeration of blood and flesh that slowly ascended into the sky. The blood remaining on the ground was instantly absorbed into it. The entire Silver Summer City was left with nothing but a mountain of human bones. A scarlet beam of light descended from the sky, precisely enveloping Chu Tianxiao's body. His figure immediately emitted billowing black smoke, a sign that the curse of death left by Chen Yi in his body was being purified. Chu Tianxiao was overjoyed in his heart. Could it be, salvation was possible? However, his excitement did not last long. A piercing wail suddenly came from the massive flesh and blood entity in the sky. The next moment, the enormous energy of flesh and blood instantly dried up, turning into black ashes that scattered with the wind, disappearing without a trace. A cold system notification sounded in his ear. Due to unknown reasons, the removal of the death curse has failed. The flesh and blood power has been stored. You may make another wish. Chu Tianxiao's expression instantly froze, shifting from calm to astonishment, and then to boundless rage. He roared furiously at the sky, his voice hoarse, why? Even the twisted wish can't be undone? Damn it! Damn it! He raged madly, what use is this wish to me? Can it let me live a few more days? The system prompted again, wish failed, please make a new wish. Ah! Chu Tianxiao completely collapsed, the curved blade in his hand erupted with endless blade energy, madly unleashing his fury in all directions. The shattered Silver Xia City was riddled with countless scars under this force. At that moment, dozens of figures descended from the sky, landing steadily around him. 70 elite members of the Tianji Bureau had arrived, led by none other than Xia Liang. Seeing Xia Liang, Chu Tianxiao let out a cold snort, his gaze contemptuous. What, are you here to watch me make a fool of myself too? Xia Liang looked at the now neither human nor demon Chu Tianxiao before him, shook his head, and said coldly, I'm here to kill you. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Chu Tianxiao burst into wild laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. All right. Since that's the case, let's do this. Before his voice had faded, he raised both hands high, and a transparent shield of light instantly enveloped him. Absolute protection. Xia Liang's face darkened. So, you were the one who obtained that skill book. Behind the light shield, Chu Tianxiao sneered coldly. I suppose you've also opened other diamond treasure chests, haven't you? So why criticize me? Well, what did you get? Any great talents, new skills, or equipment? He stared intently at Xia Liang, speaking venomously, since the beta testing phase, you've always overshadowed me, and you even hypocritically lectured me about benefiting the people. Ha, how can you spout such empty words? Look at me now, I've grown so powerful that you can't even imagine. What do you have to defeat me? The surrounding members of the Tianji Bureau were utterly confused, having no idea what beta testing meant. Johan immediately ordered all members, whatever you hear here today must stay buried in your stomachs. Absolutely no leaks. Understood, everyone responded promptly, standing at attention. One agent quickly pulled out a laptop and began operating it, contacting a satellite to block all signals in Inxia City. At the center of the battlefield, the fight between Xia Liang and Chu Tianxiao had begun. Xia Liang put on a pair of metal knuckle dusters, clearly indicating he was a close combat fighter. Chu Tianxiao's curved blade traced a strange arc, aiming straight for Xia Liang's neck. Xia Liang neither dodged nor evaded. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, a golden radiance flashed across his neck. Clang! With a crisp sound, Chu Tianxiao's curved blade was directly sent flying, leaving only a faint white mark on Xia Liang's neck. Looking at the weapon that slipped from his hand, Chu Tianxiao's face was filled with disbelief. He quickly waved his hand, and the curved blade flew back into his grasp. Xia Liang didn't respond at all, his clenched fist was his only answer. He suddenly stepped forward and threw a punch at Chu Tianxiao. The fist directly pierced through the so-called absolute defense, moving so fast that Chu Tianxiao had no time to react. His cheek took a solid hit from the heavy punch. Boom! The knuckle duster emitted a violent explosion, and the immense force sent Chu Tianxiao flying dozens of meters away. Several scales on his face shattered and fell off in response. However, where the scales had fallen off, countless black tentacles writhed frantically. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying wound had completely disappeared. Ha 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 ha! Chu Tianxiao steadied himself and let out a maniacal laugh. Augment extraction? I never expected you to even get your hands on that ability. He wiped his face and analyzed sharply, that golden light just now must have been a potion that increased physical resistance and countershock effects. And the one you used to attack me was the effect of a phasing potion. Am I right? Xia Liang's expression darkened. As a fellow beta tester, it wasn't surprising that Chu Tianxiao could see through his tactics. But what truly shocked him was the power of that punch just now. With the enhancement of multiple potions, it was enough to bring down an entire building, yet when it landed on Chu Tianxiao, it only knocked off a few scales. Just how strong had this guy become? Just as Xia Liang was rapidly contemplating countermeasures, Chu Tianxiao flapped the wings on his back and slowly ascended into the air. Xia Liang, you are indeed strong, he looked down at Xia Liang from above, but my talent is even stronger than yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianxiao took out the flame enchantment scroll. This time, he didn't use the scroll to envelop the curved blade but directly tore it open. In an instant, all the power sealed within the scroll was unleashed, and black and red flames, like demonic fire from hell, instantly engulfed Chu Tianxiao's entire body. Chu Tianxiao, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, seemed completely unaffected by any pain. Even the curved blade in his hand was enveloped in a layer of ominous black and red flames. Seeing this scene, Xia Liang was utterly shocked. This guy actually enchanted himself and succeeded. Has Chu Tianxiao's body already become as formidable as SS-grade equipment? Xia Liang recognized that scroll, it was a unique grade enchantment scroll. The equipment capable of bearing its enchantment must be at least SS grade. But what he didn't know was that Chu Tianxiao's action came at the cost of permanently reducing his basic physical constitution. Yet, for a man on the brink of death, what did such a price matter? At this moment, Chu Tianxiao had already begun wielding his curved blade, sending massive arcs of blade energy slashing towards Xia Liang. The black and red flames mixed within the blade energy clung like maggots to the bone. Once they touched the surrounding buildings, they burned fiercely and could not be extinguished. Seeing that the situation had completely spiraled out of control, Xia Liang immediately turned around and shouted at the crowd from Tianji Bureau, Johan stays, everyone else retreat immediately. The battle here is no longer something you can take part in. He looked at the team members who were unwilling to leave and roared with all his strength, don't pull that sentimental crap on me. This is an order. As the deputy director, I order you to leave immediately." Hearing this indisputable command, all the members showed expressions of disbelief. Could it really be that an enemy has appeared, one whose strength cannot be bridged even with overwhelming numbers? Johan immediately shouted at everyone, "What are you standing there for? You're only at level 28 at most. Staying here is just throwing your lives away. Follow the orders." "Yes." All the members gritted their teeth and started sprinting into the distance. Ha 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 ha. Watching the scattered and fleeing members of the Tianji Bureau, Chu Tianxiao laughed loudly in midair. "What's wrong? Weren't you here to take me down? Why are you running away like a bunch of street rats now?" Xiao Liang's eyes were icy cold as he stared intently at Chu Tianxiao. They would only get in the way. "Your opponent is me." Ha! Chu Tianxiao put away his smile and looked at him disdainfully. "If this were the mid to late stages of the game, you might qualify as my opponent. But now? Just relying on those basic enhancement potions and spells you intercepted? Then we'll have to try and see." Xiao Liang shouted angrily and charged forward with his fist once again. Chu Tianxiao, as if he didn't care about his life, swung his burning curved blade and rushed to meet him. A punch, a blade, the two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. At the start of the fight, Xiao Liang relied on the phasing ability he had intercepted to narrowly evade several fatal attacks. But he knew well that the phasing ability couldn't be used continuously, otherwise, the side effects would cause him to completely dissipate into the air. This potion was the only high-grade item he had obtained from a diamond treasure chest. Its original effect was to phase oneself for 1 minute, meant to save a life at a critical moment. However, after he intercepted the enhancement effect, he discovered this fatal side effect: the moment the phasing time exceeded 1 minute, the user's own existence would also become unstable. The person who originally crafted this potion must have been aware of this, which is why they precisely set the time limit to 1 minute. As the battle continued, Xiao Liang's body was already covered in burns caused by the flames. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxiao was not faring any better, with half of his shoulder blade shattered by Xiao Liang's heavy punch. But this pain did not make Chu Tianxiao retreat in the slightest. Instead, it fueled his madness in the face of death. Being able to drag a few top-tier experts to the grave with him would make this journey worthwhile. Looking at the crazed expression in Chu Tianxiao's eyes, Xiao Liang felt a sense of retreat for the first time. In his understanding, Chu Tianxiao had always been a cautious and careful person. It was precisely by exploiting this trait that he had been able to suppress him in the past. But now, this reckless fighting style appearing in Chu Tianxiao was simply unbelievable. What's even more terrifying is that Chu Tianxiao's stamina seemed endless. Xiao Liang himself already felt somewhat exhausted, but the opponent's attacks remained ferocious and overpowering. With a loud bang, Chu Tianxiao struck Xiao Liang with a slash, sending him flying. Looking down from above, he mocked, "Xiao Liang, if you had gotten that one-of-a-kind invincible potion, I might have feared you a little. But now, you're no match for me at all." Xiao Liang struggled to stand up, his chest heaving violently as he tried to recover his strength. He was indeed tired. Chu Tianxiao, like an eagle toying with a chick, looked at him with amusement. "Want to know who has that invincible potion? But even if you knew, it wouldn't matter, because today, you're destined to die here." Hearing the words "invincible potion," a trace of fervor flashed in Xiao Liang's eyes. Invincibility was also a type of buff, and as long as it was a buff, his talent could intercept it. He raised his head and asked in a deep voice, "Who has it?" Chu Tianxiao seemed to relish this feeling of being in control of everything. In a flash, he was almost right next to Xiao Liang's ear and said in an exceptionally clear voice, "Jin Huanger." Surprised? "It's in the hands of that crazy woman. Want it? I don't think you have what it takes." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, the long blade in Chu Tianxiao's hand, gleaming with a deadly chill, slashed towards Xiao Liang's neck. However, the strike hit nothing but air. Xiao Liang's body unexpectedly melted into the ground like water in an instant. Chu Tianxiao's expression immediately turned extremely grim. "Earth escape potion? Damn it! Isn't this something only master-level alchemists can craft? Where did this guy get it from?" The next second, Xiao Liang had already stealthily moved beneath Chu Tianxiao's feet. With a sudden yank, he pulled him directly into the ground. For Xiao Liang, the earth beneath his feet was as gentle as flowing water, but for Chu Tianxiao, it was as solid as unyielding ground. In the blink of an eye, half of Chu Tianxiao's body was trapped underground. But this couldn't hold him at all. Chu Tianxiao's body suddenly shook, and the surrounding soil instantly crumbled into fragments. He emerged from the ground completely unscathed. Seeing this, Xiao Liang completely abandoned the thought of continuing the fight. This guy was simply unbeatable. On the other side, Johan also noticed Xiao Liang's disadvantage. Without hesitation, she directly took out the Ice God Illusion Codex. A massive ice blade, 40 meters long, roared as it slashed toward Chu Tianxiao. However, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Chu Tianxiao did not dodge or evade. To him, the ice blade was merely a supplement to recharge that absolute protection shield surrounding him. But just as the ice blade was about to make contact with Chu Tianxiao, it suddenly exploded on its own, transforming into hundreds of ice pillars that intertwined and entangled, forming a sturdy ice prison that tightly locked Chu Tianxiao inside. Chu Tianxiao swung his long blade, and the massive blade energy struck the ice prison, only scattering a few ice shards. The flames around him began to heat up rapidly, causing the ice pillars inside the prison to gradually melt away. Johan seized the opportunity to approach Xiao Liang and said anxiously, "Let's go. This guy is a monster, he can't be killed." Xiao Liang nodded and decisively said, "We can only find reinforcements. I know someone, and together we should be able to take him down. Let's go." The two no longer lingered in battle and quickly left Silver Xia City. 3 minutes later, accompanied by a massive surge of steam, Chu Tianxiao's figure burst out from the melting ice cage. He looked in the direction where Xiao Liang and Johan had disappeared and let out a maniacal laugh, "Invincible. I am invincible." But right in front of him, a black countdown clock appeared out of thin air, ticking away, constantly reminding him of his dwindling life. Staring at the clock that symbolized the curse of death, Chu Tianxiao's smile gradually twisted, becoming hideous. "I can't die. I can't die," he muttered repeatedly, his mind beginning to collapse under the immense threat of death. "I must save myself. I must save myself," he roared, only to fall into despair again. "No. I can't, there's no way to save myself." He glanced at the silver crescent blade in his hand, then disdainfully tossed it to the ground. "What a pity, just an SS-grade weapon, not even worthy of being buried with me." At this moment, his heart was completely filled with madness and despair. In such a desperate situation, some people achieve great enlightenment, while others descend into utter madness. Chu Tianxiao was clearly the latter. He raised his head and looked toward the sky, his eyes filled only with the desire for destruction. "If I can't live, then let the whole world be buried with me. I now make a wish, let the first calamity arrive ahead of time." Chu Tianxiao's voice echoed in the emptiness, tinged with a hint of madness. He knew that with the current strength of the players, there was no way to resist the arrival of the first calamity. He wanted everyone to perish alongside him. As soon as he finished speaking, the immense force of flesh and blood in the sky gathered once again, transforming into a blood-red crescent moon that quietly hovered in place. This time, the system did not prompt that the wish had failed. The wish seemed to have succeeded. However, just as Chu Tianxiao was about to savor this apocalyptic spectacle, a sudden change occurred. The red moon abruptly extended countless dark red tentacles, binding him tightly. The effect of the twisted wish was activated. The stronger the wish made, the heavier the price paid. And this time, the price was his life. "No!" Chu Tianxiao's face was filled with terror. Even though his days were numbered, he did not want to die immediately. But the power of the blood-red tentacles was beyond imagination. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Gradually, his body was slowly dragged into the red moon. At the moment he was completely consumed, a distorted face appeared on the surface of the red moon. It was Chu Tianxiao. On his face was the deepest hatred and venomous resentment toward this world. At the same time, a cold system announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Player Chu Tianxiao sacrifices himself to activate Twisted Wish. The first catastrophe has been triggered ahead of schedule. Danger level, certain death. Catastrophe countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 seconds. All players, please prepare. Catastrophe countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 58 seconds. Catastrophe countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 57 seconds. The world fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into a deafening uproar. Major forums were instantly set ablaze. Who is Chu Tianxiao? And what is the first calamity? The system actually says the danger level is certain death. Calamity, huh? Just hearing it makes my scalp tingle. What's there to fear? I'm a powerhouse with 2 S-level talents. This world will be protected by me. Wow, the person upstairs is a pro, please carry me. Give it a rest, you can't even compare to a single leg hair of the pro. That being said, danger often comes with opportunity. The rewards for this first calamity must be quite generous, right? Still thinking about rewards? The system already said it's certain death. What's going on in your head? Damn Chu Tianxiao. If he wants to die, why drag all of us down with him? Don't you know? He's the butcher who went on a killing spree in Inxia City. What? He's actually that demon. What's he trying to achieve by doing this? What's the benefit? Benefits? I think he's just an antisocial lunatic, solely bent on seeking revenge against society. The internet was abuzz with heated discussions, while those hidden beta testers were wide-eyed at the announcement, looking utterly confused and at a loss. In the command center of the Celestial Bureau, Lei Laohu's expression was unusually serious. He stared at the recently returned Xiaoliang and spoke in a low voice. Xiaoliang, why didn't you report anything about the first calamity to the organization? Xiaoliang shook his head with a bitter smile. Director, this wasn't part of the plan. Who could have imagined that a madman would manage to trigger it ahead of time? Hearing this, Lei Laohu's expression slightly softened. Now, you can explain in detail. Xiaoliang nodded, organizing his thoughts. Director, the first catastrophe was supposed to occur a year from now. Its name is the Undead Scourge. At that time, countless undead monsters will spawn all over the world, with a density and intensity far exceeding any enemies we have encountered so far. According to the original plan, a year later, players' levels would generally reach above level 30, complete their class transitions, and unlock 3 talents, giving them a fighting chance. That's why I didn't list it as an urgent matter to report. Lei Laohu nodded. In that case, I can't blame you. Is there any way to stop it? Xiaoliang shook his head heavily. I don't know. But this is a global crisis. I will immediately contact the other beta testers to see if we can come up with a solution together. It seems there's no other choice, Thunder Tiger said in a deep voice. At this moment, Chen Yi, who was in the mirror world, also received information from the system. His expression instantly darkened. That Chu Tianxiao had actually sacrificed himself to prematurely trigger the first calamity. This guy is truly a complete lunatic. Chen Yi was well aware of how terrifying the first calamity was. In the first month, only ordinary undead would appear. In the second month, elite and bronze level undead would start to emerge. By the third month, silver and gold level undead would flood in like a tide, their numbers overwhelming to the point of despair. Even he, with SSS-level talent, would have to put in considerable effort to take down a gold-level creature. Not to mention those ordinary professionals with only F-level or E-level talent, they are completely powerless in the face of such a disaster. Thinking of this, Chen Yi no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the realm mirror, opened the passage, and stepped through with the Storm Lord and Skeleton King. They returned to the mountaintop of Zhaojin Mountain. Chen Yi took a deep breath. The air in the real world was far fresher than that of the wasteland world. But in the next second, his eyes widened sharply. In the direction of Silver Summer City, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. On the blood moon, a face was clearly visible. It was Chu Tianxiao. Chen Yi's heart sank. That bastard. If the first catastrophe really arrives ahead of schedule, with humanity's current strength, there is only one outcome: total annihilation. He wondered if the Celestial Bureau had any way to respond. This was a global crisis that required everyone to face it together. He turned to the Lord of Storms and commanded, take me to the Celestial Bureau. You know where it is? Yes, Master. The Lord of Storms nodded, then lifted Chen Yi and the Skeleton King, transforming into a streak of light and flying toward the headquarters of the Celestial Bureau. During the flight, Chen Yi always felt that the single eye on the face of the Blood Moon was staring at him intently. This guy, Chu Tianxiao, still harbored such a deep grudge against him even after death. The Storm Lord was incredibly fast, and about 3 hours later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Tianji Bureau. At this moment, the entire Tianji Bureau was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme tension, with worry written all over everyone's faces. Chen Yi understood that the oppressive weight of the announcement, which was almost equivalent to a death sentence, was too overwhelming. Few believed they could survive this natural disaster. Just then, a striking figure walked quickly toward him. "Yi Gu, you're here." The person who came was Sui Tang. At this moment, Sui Tang appeared somewhat worried, but Chen Yi's arrival seemed to give her a sense of stability, and her gaze became noticeably calmer. "What's the situation at the Tianji Bureau now?" Chen Yi asked directly. Sui Tang shook her head. "I can't access more information either, all intelligence has been classified as top secret. However, there's a mysterious deputy director in the bureau who is said to be able to find a solution." Hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. The Tianji Bureau truly hides extraordinary talents. Someone can actually resolve the first catastrophe? Even he himself is at a loss. His original plan was, if all else failed, to take some people into the realm mirror and wait for the catastrophe to pass. "Can I meet that deputy director?" Chen Yi asked further. Sui Tang nodded. "I think I can apply to the director for that. After all, your strength is among the top in the Tianji Bureau." Chen Yi felt relieved. He speculated that this mysterious deputy director was likely also a beta tester, which is why even Sui Tang wasn't qualified to access such high-level secrets. That couldn't be better. Since he had received confirmation, Chen Yi decided to stay at the Tianji Bureau. He could take this opportunity to use the Apocalypse token and raise his level first. After all, this crisis was indirectly caused by him, and he had a responsibility to contribute to its resolution. He said to Sui Tang, "I'll be staying here for a while. Please arrange a room for me." Upon hearing this, Sui Tang was overjoyed. "Really, Yi Gu?" Chen Yi nodded. "I must meet that deputy director. I won't leave before that." "All right." Sui Tang immediately agreed. "The room next to mine has been vacant all along, so you can stay there." "Don't we need to go through any procedures?" "E.g.e., you're underestimating me. I can handle such small matters." That's good." Sui Tang took Chen Yi to the room next to hers. The treatment at the Tianji Bureau was excellent, with various smart furniture and top-tier living supplies readily available. Sui Tang originally wanted to stay a little longer, but Chen Yi found an excuse, saying he needed to meditate, so she reluctantly left. After Sui Tang left, Chen Yi took a shower and then retrieved the Apocalypse token from his backpack space. In an instant, a portal of light appeared in the center of the room. Without any hesitation, Chen Yi stepped inside, accompanied by the Storm Lord and the Skeleton King. The most important thing right now is to upgrade as quickly as possible and enhance one's strength. Xia Liang walked along the narrow path in the valley. His goal today was to meet a highly ambitious woman, Jean Huanger. This woman had already demonstrated extraordinary skills during the beta testing phase. Not only did she recruit over 30 top players under her command, but she was also the legendary beta tester who discovered 3 system loopholes and obtained 3 SSS-level talents. To this day, Xia Liang still couldn't fathom the extent to which this woman's power had grown. After passing through the narrow valley, Xia Liang was faced with a bottomless cliff, likely over 1,000 meters deep. He stopped and sent a message to Jean Huanger, "I'm here." "Where are you?" Jean Huanger quickly replied, "Just walk straight over, this cliff is merely an illusion." Seeing the message, Xia Liang no longer hesitated and stepped directly toward the edge of the cliff. The moment his figure touched the edge, the space rippled like water waves. He did not fall, and the bottomless abyss before him vanished, replaced by a serene valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Scattered throughout the valley were numerous bamboo houses, presumably the residence of Jean Huanger and her subordinates. However, at this moment, the vast valley contained only one person. That person was Jean Huanger. She was dressed in a golden red embroidered hanfu, her long hair styled into a bun, with a golden hairpin glinting in the sunlight. She was reclining leisurely on a bamboo chair. Even as a professional, she remained deeply enamored with hanfu culture. Seeing Xiaoliang approaching, Jean Huanger slowly stood up and stepped forward in her delicate embroidered shoes. "Xiaoliang, have you thought it over? Why not join us?" Her voice carried a hint of lazy magnetism. "I really don't get it, what exactly has the country given you to make you so devoted to it?" Jean Huanger's appearance was exceptionally beautiful, her features dignified and elegant, with two sharp eyebrows adding a touch of heroism. Xiaoliang merely smiled faintly and replied decisively, "Our beliefs are different. Let's not bring this up again in the future." Jean Huanger shrugged upon hearing this and did not try to persuade further. She couldn't understand what Xiaoliang meant by belief. Save the world? In this day and age, does anyone still believe in that? She was an extreme realist, sacrificing herself to help others? She simply couldn't do it. Xiaoliang got straight to the point and asked, "Do you have any solutions for the matter regarding Chu Tianxiao?" At the mention of this name, Jean Huanger's expression turned serious. "That lunatic. I really didn't expect his SSS-level talent to be so troublesome." She sighed and then said solemnly, "I've discussed it with my people, and the only solution is to destroy that red moon." She paused for a moment and continued, "However, something like the red moon involves the power of the world's rules. Just the few of us are far from enough. We must unite with more people." After speaking, Jean Huanger tilted her head and looked at Xiaoliang, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Uniting various forces is what you're best at, isn't it? I'll leave this task to you." Xiaoliang nodded. Destroying the red moon was indeed the only way to break the current impasse. However, he immediately shifted the topic and asked another question, "Is the invincible elixir with you?" The moment she heard the words "invincible elixir," a trace of wariness instantly flashed in Jean Huanger's eyes. She immediately denied it. "What invincible elixir? I don't know, never heard of it." She was well aware that during the beta test, Xiaoliang had relied on this potion to act with impunity. Could it be that this guy had obtained that heaven-defying SSS-level talent again? Until she found a skill or equipment to counter the invincibility effect, there was no way she would hand over such a trump card. Seeing Jean Huanger feign ignorance, Xiaoliang got straight to the point. "Chu Tianxiao told me himself that the potion is in your hands." "Ha, you actually believe the words of that lunatic?" Jean Huanger continued to deny it flatly. Xiaoliang knew that pressing further would yield no results, so he went along and said, "If that's the case, then Chu Tianxiao must have lied to me. Alright, this concerns the survival of all humanity, no one can stay out of it. I'll go contact people from other countries right now. Waiting for good news." Jean Huanger smiled as she watched him leave. Meanwhile, in the fifth layer of the Tianqi secret realm, the Storm Lord had revealed his true form, and a terrifying storm swept across the entire fifth layer space. At the center of the storm, Chen Yi's fingertips condensed a fireball, which roared as it smashed into the last demon carp. With a loud explosion, the demon carp was blown to pieces, and a dazzling white light burst out from its body. At the same time, Chen Yi's body flashed with golden light, successfully leveling up to level 37. Something actually dropped? Chen Yi was a bit surprised and immediately reached into the white light. A ring lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Ring of Koi, D level. Effect, Luck +2. Wow, another ring. Chen Yi was overjoyed and quickly put the Koi ring on the index finger of his right hand. Including the previous attributes, his luck value had now reached 4 points, which meant his equipment drop rate would become much higher. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's heart burned with excitement. Just as he was feeling satisfied, a shimmering portal suddenly appeared in the center of the fifth layer's Great Lake without any warning. Without hesitation, Chen Yi immediately had the Storm Lord carry him over. Next up was the sixth layer. He pondered in his heart, wondering what kind of dark gold creature might be hidden on the sixth level. just hoping it wouldn't be too troublesome. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King never had the chance to assemble his undead army in the real world, otherwise, things would be much easier for him. In an instant, Chenny stepped into the portal of light together with the Stormlord and the Skeleton King. The scenery before his eyes suddenly changed, and an endless expanse of yellow sand appeared before Chenny. Was this the 6th level? Apart from the occasional gust of hot wind stirring up a cloud of dust, there was no trace of any living creature. The desert was so dry it seemed capable of draining every drop of water from the human body. Under the scorching sun, the sand was even bleached white. Chenny gazed into the distance, and a temple to the east immediately caught his attention. It was a magnificent structure, standing out prominently in the vast desert. On the temple's plaza stood a massive beast-shaped statue, resembling a combination of a lion and a tiger, exuding an aura of ferocity and majesty. The statue was entirely made of rock, and after countless years of exposure to wind and sun, many of its edges had been eroded and weathered, giving it an ancient and time-worn appearance. He immediately concluded that the dark gold creature on the 6th level was most likely hiding in this temple. Chenny stepped forward and headed toward the temple. It took him about 10 minutes to reach the edge of the temple square. Only then did he truly see the full appearance of the statue. The entire statue was a towering 50 to 60 meters high, and standing at its feet, Chenny seemed as insignificant as an ant. The statue's eyes gazed into the distance, as if vigilantly guarding against any enemy daring to invade. Chenny felt that there must be some secret hidden behind this statue. He immediately turned to the Lord of Storms and ordered, "Narakas, go, move this thing for me, take it outside the temple." "Yes, Master," the Lord of Storms responded respectfully. As soon as the words were spoken, the Lord of Storms revealed his elemental true form. An endless hurricane surged forth instantly, plunging the world into darkness as fierce winds howled. Under the terrifying force of the hurricane, the massive statue was slowly and irresistibly moved outside the temple. At the moment the statue was moved, a huge black hole appeared beneath its original position, right in front of Chenny. Seeing this scene, Chenny's heart stirred. Just as he had suspected, there was indeed a hidden mystery beneath the statue. Finally, the Lord of Storms completely relocated the mountain-like statue to the temple square. Chenny walked to the edge of the hole and saw that it was pitch black and bottomless, like an entrance to hell. He turned to the Skeleton King beside him and commanded, "Grizel, go down and scout the way." "As you command, Master." Without any hesitation, the Skeleton King leapt down directly. Chenny waited quietly at the entrance of the cave. After about 10 seconds, a muffled thud echoed from the depths of the cave. That was the sound of the Skeleton King landing. The Skeleton King itself was a diamond-level creature, and even if there were monsters underground, they would at most be dark gold level, posing no threat to him. Upon hearing the sound, Chenny paid no further attention and turned to walk straight toward the temple's main hall. He vaguely sensed that this level was not simple. The monsters hadn't appeared immediately, which likely meant some special mechanism had been added. This temple would require thorough exploration. Entering the temple, a massive statue of a cat-headed deity came into view. Chenny did not recognize this deity, but the system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. "You have encountered the statue of Batet, goddess of cats. Would you like to choose faith?" Chenny was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He hadn't expected there to be a faith option here. It seemed to be a projection of the power of some mythological being from another dimension. Naturally, he wouldn't choose faith. Judging by the rank of this goddess of cats, it was probably on par with his Storm Lord. He knew very well that while ordinary professionals who chose to believe in such deities could gain a permanent buff, such as increased agility or speed, everything came with pros and cons. Once faith was chosen, one would have to take on the responsibility of spreading the religion, otherwise, they would face penalties in the form of debuffs. Chenny took the Storm Lord for a walk around the temple and found nothing but a few empty shrines. However, in the corner of one shrine, he discovered some empty shells left behind after insect eggs hatched, though he had no idea what kind of insects they were. It seems that the monsters on the 6th level are indeed all underground. With this thought, Chenny turned back to the entrance of the cave. He pulled up the system panel for a glance, and the status of the Skeleton King in the summon list showed everything was normal. He then said to the Storm Lord, "Take me down." "Yes, Master." The Lord of the Storm conjured a gentle airflow, carrying Chen Yi steadily deeper into the cave. Finally, his feet touched solid ground. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive fireball the size of a water tank rose above his head. The bright flames instantly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the entire underground cavern. Under the glow of the firelight, Chen Yi could clearly see his surroundings. It was an unimaginably vast underground cavern, its expanse far exceeding his expectations. Moreover, the walls of the cavern were not smooth rock. The walls were no longer smooth but instead covered with various sharp scratches, as if something had desperately tried to escape from here. The Skeleton King approached Chen Yi and knelt on one knee. "Master." Chen Yi nodded and lowered his voice to ask, "What have you discovered underground?" The Skeleton King responded in a deep voice, "Master, there is a type of extremely resilient insect here with very strong offensive capabilities. However, there are too many of them, and most are in a state of slumber. I did not dare to disturb them." Hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He casually extinguished the fireball used for illumination above his head to avoid the light and heat disturbing the slumbering creatures. What he didn't know was that, under normal procedures, one must find a mechanism within the temple to open the door leading underground. That mechanism also serves as an alarm clock to awaken these insects. However, by having the Storm Lord directly remove the statue and crudely smash open the ground, he had inadvertently skipped this deadly step, allowing the underground monsters to remain asleep. The fireball extinguished, plunging the underground into complete darkness. Just as Chen Yi's eyes had yet to adjust to the dark, a voice echoed in his mind. "Detected that you are in a dark environment. Supernatural adaptation talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill Night Vision." In an instant, the darkness before Chen Yi's eyes receded like a tide, and the contours and details of the entire underground world became incredibly clear. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart, this talent was truly an unparalleled divine skill. Following the Skeleton King, Chen Yi arrived at the entrance of an underground passage. Deep within the passage, faint glimmers of light reflected intermittently. He lightened his steps and walked forward silently. When he reached the end of the passage, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. It was an enormous underground space spanning tens of thousands of square meters, densely packed and crowded with giant beetles about the size of small dogs. He immediately pulled up the attributes of these creatures. Scarab. Level, 37. Grade, Dark Gold. Talent, Hardened Shell. Skill, Self-Destruct. Seeing the skill section, Chen Yi gasped. There were roughly tens of thousands of sacred beetles here, and their skill turned out to be self-destruct. This was equivalent to tens of thousands of super bombs. If a level 37 dark gold creature self-destructed, the power would be unimaginable. They had only reached the 6th level, and the difficulty was already this outrageous? It seems these scarabs are still hibernating. With a thought, an ice crystal formed in Chen Yi's palm. It was the Heart of Frost. He glanced at the Lord of Storms beside him and quickly issued a command, "In a moment, I will release my skill. If these bugs wake up, take me and Grezel away immediately, then use the statue to seal the entrance." The Lord of Storms nodded heavily. "Yes, Master." With this assurance, Chen Yi hesitated no longer. The hearts of frost in his hand seemed endless as he threw them one after another into the scarab-filled cavern. After tossing over 50 of them, he finally felt a bit mentally fatigued. By now, the entire scarab cavern was completely shrouded in bone-chilling cold, with thick frost even forming on the shells of some scarabs. But what delighted Chen Yi the most was that not a single scarab woke up. His guess had been correct. These scarabs were in a state of dormancy, and the extreme cold would only make them sleep even more soundly. "Drag them out one by one and slaughter them slowly," Chen Yi ordered the Skeleton King and the Lord of Storms. As for himself, he continued to unleash Frostheart, maintaining the entire cave at an extreme cold of nearly -200 degrees Celsius. The Skeleton King and the Lord of Storms strictly followed his orders, like two silent butchers, dragging out the frozen sacred beetles one by one and slaughtering them cleanly and efficiently. Chen Yi's experience bar was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. In terms of strength, these sacred beetles were not considered top tier among dark gold creatures, offering experience points similar to the previous demon carp. However, their advantage lay in their sheer, astonishingly overwhelming numbers. Immersed in the thrill of rapid leveling, Chen Yi couldn't feel more exhilarated. With the combined efforts of the Skeleton King and the Lord of Storms, they were able to take down a sacred beetle every 10 seconds on average. When they had cleared nearly half of the sacred beetles, Chen Yi's level finally broke through the bottleneck. Congratulations, you have reached level 40 and unlocked the fourth talent, Limit Liberation. Limit Liberation, SSS level, attribute enhancement has no upper limit, skill cap is lifted, attribute acquisition speed initially increases by 100%, and can gradually double with level progression. Seeing the description of this talent, Chen Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. The lifting of skill level caps was exactly the effect he most desired at this stage. He couldn't wait to find out how terrifyingly powerful his skills would become after breaking through their limits. He immediately checked his attribute growth. Originally, each level up provided Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1.5, Intelligence +3, but now it had changed to Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +3, Intelligence +6. All acquired attributes have doubled. Chen Yi felt the surge of newfound power within him and was incredibly excited. This adventure was truly worth it. A torrent of overwhelming power surged into Chen Yi's body. He felt as if he had been completely reborn, with every cell brimming with unprecedented vitality. All of his basic attributes had actually doubled. This meant that leveling up once for him was equivalent to others leveling up twice. It was worth noting that even the legendary Sword Saint's SS-level talent only added 1 to all attribute growth. The difference between SSS-level talent and SS-level talent might seem like just one rank, but in reality, it was worlds apart. And this was just the beginning. His growth rate could increase tenfold, even 100-fold, in the future. In the past, due to insufficient mental capacity, many of his powerful skills couldn't unleash their full potential. Even his trump card, Ice Prison Judgment, could only be cast in a weakened form. But now, he could clearly feel that the immense power that once seemed out of reach was beckoning to him. It wouldn't be long before he could personally unleash the complete, world-shattering Ice Prison Judgment. He calmed his excited emotions, brought along the Storm Lord and the Skeleton King, and continued to sweep through the cave. This was not just about leveling up but also about gaining experience for his new skill, Heart of Frost. After nearly an entire day of bloody battles, the last sacred beetle in the cave collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chen Yi's level soared to 43, and the level of Heart of Frost also rose to level 7, its power now incomparable to before. During the battles, he unexpectedly acquired a complete set of C-grade equipment, the Sacred Beetle Shield, Sacred Beetle Armor, and Sacred Beetle Helm. This set was a top-tier choice for defensive warriors and could undoubtedly be traded for several coveted top-tier mage skillbooks. With the death of the final monster, a brand new portal of light quietly appeared in the depths of the cave. Standing before the portal, Chen Yi hesitated. He knew very well that the next level beyond the portal would undoubtedly be home to terrifying diamond-level creatures. If he were to die carelessly inside, it would truly be a total loss. But his intense curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason. He took a deep breath, cast a heavy rock shield on himself, and activated Diamond Skin, maximizing his defensive capabilities. He calculated that even if he encountered an unbeatable danger, he could use the Apocalypse token to escape immediately. Thinking of this, Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Accompanied by the Skeleton King and the Storm Lord, he resolutely stepped into the light gate leading to the 7th layer. The moment he entered, Chen Yi felt as if countless gazes had locked onto him, causing his hair to stand on end. He looked around and found himself standing on the branches and leaves of an unimaginably massive tree. Just one leaf was as wide as hundreds of square meters. Below him, thousands of humanoid creatures emitting a soft glow were all looking up at him in unison. Chen Yi immediately checked the attributes of these creatures. High-level Dream Elves, level 43, Diamond Grade. Their strength and constitution were unremarkable, but their agility and intellect were astonishingly high. Just as Chen Yi saw their attributes clearly, all the dream sprites simultaneously raised their hands, and dazzling magical energy began to gather in their palms. The immense energy fluctuations distorted the air around them. Not good. Shen Yi felt a chill down his spine. Being targeted by the concentrated attacks of over 1,000 diamond-level mages, no matter how strong his defenses were, he could be instantly killed. He made a decisive move, immediately opening a portal and disappearing from the 7th layer of the Apocalypse secret realm with the Stormlord and Skeleton King. Back in his room, Shen Yi still felt lingering fear. Goodness, over 1,000 diamond-level creatures, with top-tier agility and intelligence, this lineup was simply terrifying. It seemed that the 7th layer would have to wait until he reached level 50 and unlocked the infinite firepower talent before he could attempt the challenge. However, the gains this time had already left Shen Yi very satisfied. His level had skyrocketed from 37 to 43, a total increase of 6 levels. Outside, even grinding wild monsters for a month might not yield a single level up. Shen Yi opened the trading market, listed the scarab set, and left a note below, only trading for top-tier mage skill books. Don't bother me with trash. After finishing all this, he picked up the phone and directly called Sui Tang. So much time had passed, and he still didn't know if that mysterious deputy director had returned. The call was quickly connected, and Sui Tang's cheerful voice came from the other end. What's up, e.g.? When is that deputy director coming back? Shen Yi asked straightforwardly. Alright, I'll ask for you. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Soon, Sui Tang's voice sounded again. Brother E, the deputy director will be back in 2 hours. Please wait patiently. Okay, Shen Yi replied. Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm in the talent testing room. The location is, never mind, Brother E, I'll come find you instead. With that, Sui Tang hurriedly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Shen Yi smiled helplessly. This fiery little girl. But, the talent testing room? What kind of place is that? A trace of curiosity arose in Shen Yi's heart. A knock on the door sounded, and Shen Yi opened it to find Sui Tang standing at the entrance, her face full of excitement, her eyes seemingly sparkling like stars. He felt a bit helpless. Ever since their trip to the Twisted Forest, Sui Tang had gradually become like this. He simply couldn't understand what the girl had experienced in the illusion that made her admire him so much. Shaking off his thoughts, Shen Yi recalled the topic she had mentioned earlier. What was that about the talent testing room you just mentioned? Upon hearing Shen Yi's question, Sui Tang immediately began explaining, e.g., the researchers at the Tianji Bureau discovered that even talents of the same level can vary in effectiveness. They divided each level of talent into 3 grades: superior, intermediate, and inferior. Superior is the best and rarest, while inferior is the most common. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. He hadn't expected such a theory to exist. He immediately thought of his 10 SSS-level talents and wondered if there were differences among them. But when he thought of Chu Tianxiao's wish that could distort reality, he felt that it definitely belonged to the highest of the high. One thing was certain, among his 10 talents, there were definitely quite a few in the upper tier, as several of them already involved the power of the world's rules. How do we test it? Shen Yi asked further. The staff has already created testing equipment. You just need to display your talent in front of the device to determine its level. However, the current equipment is still very basic and can only test talents at level A and below. For someone like you, e.g., it definitely won't be able to measure. Shen Yi nodded. Although it couldn't measure him, he still wanted to see this novel device with his own eyes. Take me to see it. All right. Sui Tang responded cheerfully and immediately led Shen Yi to the talent testing room. The testing room was converted from a massive gymnasium, bustling with people eager to experience the talent test. Although the test didn't directly enhance combat abilities, it served as a new bragging right. It was akin to 2 people both having an A-level talent. If one was upper A-level and the other merely mid-level, the former's status would undoubtedly be a notch higher. The Tianji Bureau only recruited elites with talents no lower than A-level, and everyone there was proud and ambitious. The emergence of the talent test conveniently provided them with a new standard for comparison. When Shen Yi and Sui Tang walked side by side into the gymnasium, they instantly attracted the attention of all the men, and many women secretly sized him up as well. Sui Tang held a very high status in the Tianji Bureau, was beautiful, and incredibly powerful, making her the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Now, seeing their goddess walking so closely with an unfamiliar man, jealousy ignited in everyone's hearts. Nowadays, strong individuals emerge one after another, and the fame of Chen Yi's former title as the God of Magic had long faded. Coupled with the fact that he rarely visited the Tianji Bureau, almost no one here recognized him. Who is this guy? How dare he walk with my goddess? My youth is over. Look at the way Sui Tang looks at that guy, there's a sparkle in her eyes. That's it, the goddess has someone she likes. Let's just focus on leveling up and stop watching here, it's heartbreaking. The goddess is mine. What's that guy's name? I'm going to challenge him to a duel. Give it up, they're a perfect match, a pair made in heaven. Who are you, a monster, to oppose them? A girl retorted. Chen Yi naturally felt those hostile gazes, but he just smiled faintly, without the slightest ripple in his heart. At this moment, a figure quickly walked through the crowd, exclaiming in surprise, Archmage Chen Yi. It's really you, you've come? The person was none other than Su Qiaoer. Since their last parting in the secret realm, the two had not seen each other again. The two shared a light hug, and Chen Yi nodded slightly. I heard there are some new and interesting things here, so I came to take a look. Su Qiaoer laughed heartily. This talent test is actually not very useful, it's just for fun and doesn't add any combat power. Sui Tang added from the side, Brothery, you probably don't know, right? This talent testing device was invented by Sister Su. Oh? Chen Yi was a bit surprised. But he quickly realized that Su Qiaoer was a level 100 expert in the life sequence in her previous life, so studying the mysteries of human potential and talent was perfectly normal for her. The Red Mist game endowed humans with digitized talents, but the simple level classification ultimately couldn't fully reflect the potential of those talents. Su Qiaoer's invention was precisely aimed at delving deeper into this power. Take me to have a look, I'm quite curious about this thing, Chen Yi said. Alright, follow me. Su Qiaoer led them to the testing area, where many people were already waiting in line. The process was very simple, the tester only needed to stand on a platform and fully display their talent. The instruments connected to the platform would analyze and display the specific level of the talent. While watching, Chen Yi witnessed many rare talents, such as the mysterious type, spatial type, death type, and even summoning type and weapon type. One of the summoning type talents, though not very powerful, had a unique summoning method that made Chen Yi somewhat envious. As soon as he thought about being able to summon two creatures of the same type simultaneously, Chen Yi's heart burned with excitement. This meant that when he used the summon skeleton skill, he could instantly double his forces. He couldn't help but ponder that this was only an A-level talent. If he could acquire an even higher level talent, how astonishing would the effects be? Perhaps he could summon the three most powerful leaders of that legendary clan to his side at the same time. Just imagining that scene was enough to make his blood boil. It seemed he had to level up as quickly as possible, every talent upgrade was crucial. At that moment, Sui Tang received a phone call. She then turned to Chen Yi, her expression serious. I just got word that the deputy director has arrived. He heard about your situation and agreed to see you immediately. Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded at once. That couldn't be better. He turned around and bid a simple farewell to Su Qiaoer. We're leaving first. Alright, I'll see you off. At the entrance of the director's office, Sui Tang stopped and said apologetically, the conversation inside involves top-secret matters, so I can't participate. Chen Yi expressed his understanding. He gestured for the Storm Lord and Skeleton King to stand guard outside, then pushed the door open and entered the office that determined the fate of countless lives. This was his first time meeting the highest-ranking members of the Tianji Bureau. There were 3 people in the office, one of whom was Johan, whom Chen Yi knew. The other 2 were a composed middle-aged man and a young man with long hair tied in a ponytail. When Chen Yi's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, a sealed memory from his past life was instantly awakened. Wasn't this the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau who frequently appeared on major television programs during the mid-phase of the Red Mist game? In that era of national wars, which focused on inter-country confrontations, each nation would select 100 top-tier warriors to enter an interdimensional battlefield. The victors would earn unimaginable rewards for their country, such as increasing the luck value of all citizens by 1 or raising their levels by 2. And this man before him was the one who used to analyze the strengths, weaknesses, and strategies of various countries on TV all day long. Occasionally, he would accidentally reveal some of his own country's hidden aces and trump cards. As a result, the opposing nations that believed his words suffered devastating losses on the battlefield, ending in miserable defeat. Consequently, the professionals of Yanhuan Nation affectionately referred to him as the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau. Unexpectedly, his true identity turned out to be the highest leader of the Tenji Bureau. When Jiuhan saw Chen Yi come in, he immediately stepped forward to introduce, "Chen Yi, this is our Tenji Bureau's director, Lei Hu. And this is the deputy director, Xiao Liang." Chen Yi nodded calmly in greeting. Lei Hu immediately put on a warm smile and said enthusiastically, "You must be Chen Yi. I've heard from Jiuhan that your abilities are exceptional. Having a young talent like you join the Tianji Bureau is truly a great fortune for us." "Thank you for the compliment, Director Lei," Chen Yi responded calmly. If it were any other ordinary young person, facing such high praise, they would likely already be overwhelmed with excitement. However, Chen Yi, who had undergone over 20 years of life and death trials in his previous life, had a will as firm as a rock. Seeing his composed demeanor, a trace of approval flashed in Lei Hu's eyes, and he nodded silently. At this moment, the deputy director Xiao Liang, who wore his long hair in a ponytail, walked over. His gaze was sharp, and he got straight to the point. "I heard you possess several SSS-level talents. This is your private matter, so I won't pry. However, there is an extremely critical battle coming up, and I hope you can participate." Chen Yi sized up the young man in front of him. There was no such figure in his memories from his previous life, so this person must be one of the core members operating behind the scenes. He asked, "Can you tell me what kind of battle it is?" Xiao Liang nodded, his expression serious. "Before that, I need to first explain something to you about the beta testers." "Beta tester?" Chen Yi asked with feigned confusion, "What's that?" Xiao Liang fixed his gaze on Chen Yi's eyes and slowly explained, "Beta testing refers to an internal test conducted before the arrival of the Red Mist. At that time, a total of 100 login devices were distributed worldwide, and our country was fortunate enough to find one of them. I was the one assigned to participate in the beta test." He paused for a moment and continued, "Our task was to identify game bugs. For every bug we found, we would receive a reward from the Red Mist game. One bug equaled an SSS-level talent. But recently, one of the beta testers, for reasons unknown, used his SSS-level talent to transform into a red moon, prematurely triggering the first catastrophe. I believe you also received that global notification. This matter concerns the survival of all humanity." Chen Yi nodded steadily, "I know about this. Is there a solution now?" "Got it." Xiao Liang's tone carried a hint of urgency. "A professional with a mysterious type talent has already found a way to break the curse. We must destroy that red moon in the sky within the next 6 days. To achieve this," he emphasized, "we need to gather 20 of the most elite professionals to enter the illusion created by the red moon, find, and kill the culprit hidden within Chu Tianxiao's true form. Once he dies, the red moon will naturally collapse." Hearing this solution, Chen Yi understood it was indeed the best approach. However, he still had one question: what exactly is inside the red moon's illusion? Why must it be 20 people, no more, no less? Xiao Liang took a deep breath and relayed the mysterious professional's exact words. This was the result of analysis by a professional with the analysis talent. He discovered that if the red moon is attacked directly, it will generate 10. According to the plan, we need to enter a large illusion created by Chu Tianxiao. This illusion is divided into several independent small spaces, each of which can only accommodate 2 people. Only by clearing these illusions can we confront Chu Tianxiao's true form. Under the illumination of the blood-red moonlight, Chu Tianxiao's strength is enhanced dozens of times. Without the cooperation of top-tier experts, we have almost no chance of winning." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that someone could analyze the power of the blood moon, which involves the rules of the world. It seems this person is a strong individual with an SSS-level talent. However, since a solution has been found, things will be easier. What he feared most was that the power of the blood moon would be unsolvable. Xiao Liang continued, "We have already found 19 experts, and with you, the number is complete." 19 people? Shen Yi hadn't expected there to be so many top-tier experts. What are their levels like? Generally between level 30 and 40, Xiao Liang explained. This time, Yan Huang is sending 3 people, you, me, and 1 other person. Other countries, like the Lighthouse Nation, White Elephant Nation, Sakura Nation, Gali Nation, Eagle Nation, and Greece, will also be sending participants. Is our third person Johan? Chen Yi asked curiously. Xiao Liang shook his head. No, it's a woman. Woman? Chen Yi was a bit surprised. Who is she? Do I know her? Ha, you definitely don't know her. This woman is no ordinary person. During the game's beta testing, she discovered 3 system loopholes, which means she possesses 3 SSS-level talents. As for how strong she is now, even I can't see through her. After hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 3 SSS-level talents, this was practically the strongest existence apart from himself. However, he quickly thought of something else. Whether those talents could be unlocked was still a question. After all, everyone's talent slots were limited to 10. Even if the system granted her 3 SSS-level talents, she might have to wait until level 70 or 80, or even level 100, to unlock them. But Chen Yi was different. Every one of his talents was SSS level. Whether in the early stages or the late game, he was destined to be the strongest. Xiao Liang took out a watch and checked the time. It's getting late. We should set off now. When the time comes, the 2 of us will enter one of the illusions together. Chen Yi nodded, all right. Xiao Liang turned to Director Lei Hu. Director, there's no time to lose. We'll head over first. Lei Hu nodded, his expression serious. I hope everything goes smoothly. Sure. After speaking, Chen Yi followed Xiao Liang out of the gate. When Xiao Liang saw the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King standing silently outside, his face was full of surprise. Chen Yi, are these your 2 summons? Chen Yi nodded, their strength is average, sorry to disappoint you. Xiao Liang burst into hearty laughter. Anyone who dares to say these 2 summons are average must be blind. I can feel the power emanating from them, it's simply unfathomable. But that's even better, it will greatly help us clear the illusion realm. As soon as the words were spoken, a military helicopter slowly landed on the helipad outside the building. The pilot reported through the intercom, Director Xia, everything is ready. All right, wait for me. Xiao Liang turned to Chen Yi, let's go. I reckon people from other countries have already arrived. All right. The 2 boarded the helicopter along with the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the helicopter rose into the air, heading towards Silver Summer City. At this moment, the blood moon over Silver Summer City was rising higher and higher, climbing from its initial height of 30 meters above the ground to over 1,000 meters. When the blood moon fully ascends to the highest point in the sky, it will mark the arrival of the first catastrophe. The plane landed on the rooftop of the tallest building in Silver Summer City. Chen Yi and Xiao Liang stepped off the plane and saw a woman already waiting there. The woman's gaze fell on Chen Yi, filled with curiosity. But when she saw the massive Storm Lord and Skeleton King behind Chen Yi, her expression instantly shifted from curiosity to shock. The woman walked over gracefully, looking at Xiao Liang and said, I thought you'd bring Johan along, but instead, you brought this young man. Xiao Liang, aren't you going to introduce him? Xiao Liang ignored her teasing and directly said to Chen Yi, this is Jin Huanger, the one I told you about, the beta tester who acquired 3 SSS-level talents. Chen Yi nodded. Jin Huanger, seeing that Xiao Liang ignored her, didn't get angry. Instead, she turned to Chen Yi and graciously extended her hand. Hello, my name is Jin Huanger. Chen Yi also extended his hand and shook hers. Hello, my name is Chen Yi. At the moment their hands met, Chen Yi felt that Jin Huanger's hand was exceptionally soft and smooth. But immediately afterward, he sensed that something within his body seemed to be draining away. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear. You are being stolen of your basic attributes by Gene Huanger. Super God adaptation, talent activated, theft failed, congratulations on gaining all basic attributes +1. A trace of surprise flashed in Gene Huanger's beautiful eyes, and she immediately withdrew her hand. Just now, her proud, super God theft talent had unexpectedly failed and was even counter-absorbed by the other party. That guy actually turned the tables and stole 1 point of my base strength. Ever since acquiring supernatural theft, she had never failed. Gene Huanger looked at her talent information, her heart in turmoil. Supernatural theft, SSS level. Upon first contact with any creature, you can steal its base attribute values. She was already level 34, and her base attributes had long reached the upper limit for her current level. Stealing more wouldn't enhance herself. She had just targeted Chun-Yi to teach him a lesson, to show him who's boss. But she never expected that her attempt to show off would backfire, and instead, 4 points of her base attributes were stolen by Chun-Yi. Who exactly is this guy? His talent can actually nullify her supernatural theft? On the other side, Chun-Yi was also shocked upon hearing the system notification. This woman named Gene Huanger has a talent for stealing others' base attributes. This world is truly full of hidden masters, no one should be underestimated. Gene Huanger suffered a hidden loss and felt extremely unwilling, but she quickly adjusted her expression and smiled at Chun-Yi, saying, "Chun-Yi, your strength is impressive. There's an illusion task coming up. Are you interested in teaming up with me?" Before she finished speaking, Xiao Liang stepped forward and stood between the two. What, trying to poach my teammate? He looked coldly at Gene Huanger. Find someone else. Xiao Liang's actions were partly to prevent Chun-Yi from being recruited by this mysterious woman and partly to protect the secrets of the Tianji Bureau, ensuring that Chun-Yi, their trump card, wouldn't be exposed to everyone too soon. Seeing this, Gene Huanger didn't insist further. She shrugged her shoulders and looked up at the eerie red moon in the sky, changing the subject. What do you think about Chu Tianxiao? With such strong talent, why did he end up like this? Xiao Liang shook his head, his expression grave. I don't know. I fought him once before, and judging by the physical strength he displayed at the time, I suspect he has already surpassed the current attribute limits of his level. Hearing this, Gene Huanger's eyes instantly lit up. Breaking through attribute limits. This was precisely the ability she had dreamed of. Unfortunately, among the 10 talents she had drawn, none possessed such an effect. This meant that if she wanted to become stronger, she could only rely on equipment, items, or special skills. Could it be that Chu Tianxiao had some equipment capable of breaking through attribute limits? She recalled the previous report from the analysis team. After destroying the Red Moon, all of Chu Tianxiao's items would drop. If she could obtain that item, wouldn't she also be able to break free from the shackles of attributes? Thinking of this, she immediately said to Xiao Liang, when you fought Chu Tianxiao, did he have any special equipment or skills? As long as you tell me, after destroying the Red Moon, that bottle of invincible potion wouldn't be impossible to trade with you. The words invincible potion made Xiao Liang's heart skip a beat, and he immediately perked up. But as he carefully recalled every detail of his battle with Chu Tianxiao, he indeed hadn't noticed any traces of equipment or items capable of breaking through attribute limits. No, Xiao Liang finally shook his head, I really didn't see anything. Perhaps the secret will only be revealed after the Red Moon is destroyed. Gene Huanger nodded, a trace of disappointment flashing across her face. If that's the case, then there's really nothing we can do. At that moment, a massive roar echoed from the sky. Over 20 helicopters hovered above Inxia City, their rotors churning the air and producing a deafening sound. Seeing this, Gene Huanger immediately released a large spark signal into the sky. With her guidance, all the helicopters began heading toward the rooftop where they were located. The helicopters quickly formed a formation in the air, and then ropes were lowered one by one. Figures began jumping down from the aircraft, landing steadily on the rooftop. In no time, all 20 people had arrived. The atmosphere on the rooftop instantly grew tense as these individuals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Xiao Liang leaned close to Chun-Yi and whispered, "Take a good look. Among these people, some are internal testers like me, while others are lucky ones who drew SSS-level talents after the red mist descended. But without exception, their strength is formidable. Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. This group included both men and women, each with faces full of confidence. Some even had their chins practically tilted toward the sky, no longer confidence, but arrogance. At that moment, a tall American man walked toward them. He pointed his chin at Xia Liang and asked arrogantly, "Are you the organizers of this operation?" Xia Liang stepped forward, responding neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Yes, I am Xia Liang, the initiator of this operation." The American man, named Smith, let out a mocking laugh, his nose in the air. "I'm Smith. I think there's no need for so many people. I alone can take down that thing in the sky." Under the influence of the red mist game system, language was no longer a barrier, and everyone understood Smith's arrogant words. In an instant, almost everyone's brows furrowed. This guy clearly didn't take anyone present seriously. Some experienced beta testers didn't even bother to glance at him, dismissing him as an ignorant newbie in their minds. At this moment, Jean Huanger chuckled, her voice sickeningly sweet. "Oh really? Big brother, you do look quite strong." Seeing Jean Huanger, Smith's eyes immediately lit up, revealing a greedy look. "This beautiful lady, may I get to know you?" Jean Huanger giggled and extended her hand toward him. "Sure, let's shake hands." Smith immediately reached out his large hand with a lecherous grin and grasped hers. "At your service, beautiful Eastern lady." But the next second, his expression changed. As if stung by a scorpion, Smith jerked his hand back abruptly, then erupted in fury, shouting, "You damned woman, you stole my power." Before he even finished speaking, he let out a roar, and a massive fist, carrying a howling gust of wind and his extraordinary strength, came crashing fiercely toward Jean Huanger's face. Smith's punch was imbued with terrifying power, even causing the surrounding air to distort. But Jean Huanger remained calm and unhurried. With a slight sidestep, she easily dodged the attack. Smith's punch missed, and the immense momentum sent him stumbling uncontrollably toward the edge of the rooftop. The gale from his fist even smashed a chunk out of the concrete railing. Just as he was about to plummet from the high rise, Jean Huanger grabbed him by the hair and forcefully flung him back. Smith fell heavily to the ground, his face scraping against the rough cement floor, burning with pain. He had always been arrogant, believing himself invincible, but now he had been thrown to the ground like trash by a woman, a humiliation beyond words. His face alternated between red and pale, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, but in the end, he did not retaliate. He knew that this woman's strength far surpassed his own. Jean Huanger shook her hand disdainfully and said coldly, "If it weren't for the fact that I still need you later, I wouldn't have bothered saving you." At that moment, a muscular man with curly hair and a bare chest stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "I am Talker from the White Elephant Nation. When are we going to take action to destroy that red moon?" Xia Liang stepped forward to address the group and began assigning tasks. "Next, we will form pairs and enter the red moon. Remember, after passing through the illusion, you will see a gate of calamity. Do not open it until everyone has arrived. Only when we are all together can we completely kill Chu Tianxiao's true form. This matter concerns the survival of humanity, so please keep this in mind." Everyone nodded solemnly, no one daring to joke about such a matter. Afterward, everyone began forming teams freely. A man dressed in a kendo uniform walked straight towards Xia Liang and bowed slightly. "Mr. Xia, long time no see." Xia Liang was somewhat surprised to see him. "Shisho Michikazu? I didn't expect you to come in person. I thought Iori Chiyuki would represent you." Shisho Michikazu shook his head, a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Iori Chiyuki is too arrogant and refuses to listen to advice. Allowing someone like that to participate in this operation would be disrespectful to all of us." Xia Liang did not continue the topic. It was obvious that there were internal disagreements on the Sakura country's side. He simply said, "Now that you're here, our actions will be more secure." Shisho Doi then asked, "Mr. Xia, may I team up with you? Is that possible?" Xia Liang shook his head and looked at Chen Yi beside him, his attitude firm. "This is my teammate, and I won't change." Shisho Doi's gaze fell on Chen Yi, scrutinizing him. "That's truly unfortunate. Is this person a newcomer to your TNG bureau? I wonder how strong he is. Xiao Liang immediately took over the conversation, not giving Chen Yi a chance to speak. His abilities are quite good. He's a newcomer in our bureau, but he's more than capable of handling this situation. Xiao Liang knew very well that keeping one's strength hidden was the most important thing right now. Xian Shoudao nodded slightly. Since Xiao Liang didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. After all, anyone standing here was either a powerhouse with SSS-level talent or someone who had obtained uniquely powerful equipment. He turned and said, "In that case, I'll go team up with Miss Jean Huanger." Xiao Liang smiled and reminded him, "All right, but you'd better be careful not to get tricked by that woman." Qian Shoudou immediately understood and nodded, "I understand. I've heard plenty about this lady's reputation." With that, he walked toward Jean Huanger. Chen Yi looked at Xiao Liang and asked, "How do we enter the Red Moon now?" "Don't rush." Xiao Liang pointed to the area directly below the Red Moon. They saw a person wearing a purple gold mask raising both hands high, streams of light shooting out from his hands and connecting to the Red Moon. "Do you see that person? He's analyzing the Red Moon and will soon open a passage for us." Following the direction Xiao Liang pointed, Chen Yi looked over. With the enhancement of his physique, his vision had already improved dozens of times. He could clearly see the person's movements. So this is someone with the ability to analyze everything? Truly formidable, worthy of being an SSS-level talent. About half an hour later, a red beam of light cascaded down from the Red Moon like a waterfall, extending all the way to the building where they stood. Gradually, a red light bridge connecting the building and the Red Moon took shape, resembling the mythical Rainbow Bridge, except its color was an eerie blood red. Xiao Liang faced the crowd and announced loudly, "The passage is now open. Remember, wait for everyone to gather before taking action. Now, pair up in twos and enter in order." As the commander of this operation, Xiao Liang organized the sequence of the team. The paired-up members began stepping onto the light bridge one pair at a time. Chen Yi and Xiao Liang were the last pair. As they stepped onto the light bridge, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds, entering the 10th instance of the Red Moon illusion. "Please click to confirm." Xiao Liang clicked confirm without hesitation, and Chen Yi followed closely behind. After the two confirmed, a red light flashed, and they were instantly transported to another space. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. This was not the blood-soaked battlefield he had imagined, but rather a void space. Apart from some red light floating in the air, everything appeared exceptionally clean. An emotionless prompt sounded simultaneously in the minds of Chen Yi and Xiao Liang, "You have arrived at the Red Moon Eye region. Please defeat the Eye of Insight." Chen Yi was startled. The Eye of Insight? Wasn't that the SSS-level talent granted by Chu Tianxiao's wish? How could it have turned into a boss? What kind of abilities would it possess? He immediately turned to Xiao Liang, his expression serious as he warned, "This place is dangerous. Be extra careful. I'll send the Skeleton King to scout ahead first." Xiao Liang nodded solemnly. He could clearly sense the overwhelming and unparalleled aura emanating from the Skeleton King, and couldn't help but feel even more envious of Chen Yi's strength. This blood-red space stretched endlessly. The Skeleton King obeyed orders and began exploring southward. However, it had barely walked 200 meters when a sudden change occurred. A blinding red beam shot out from the void, striking the Skeleton King with precision. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the red beam unleashed an extremely powerful attack. The soul fire within the Skeleton King's skull flickered violently, and its sturdy armor was forcibly chipped away. This death armor, which had been downgraded in rank after being slashed by Bai Qi last time, had never been repaired. Now, suffering another heavy blow, its durability was further diminished. At that moment, a massive eyeball suddenly appeared in the sky above the red space. The giant eye, with a circumference of over 100 meters, had bloodshot pupils that locked onto Chen Yi with unwavering focus. Its gaze revealed unabashed and intense hatred originating from Chu Tianxiao. This mythical giant eye, with a level as high as 45, emanates energy fluctuations far surpassing any enemy they had encountered before. Its innate ability is insight, and it possesses a series of powerful skills such as True Ray and Eternal Daylight. As if inheriting Chu Tianxiao's will, the giant eye's pupil contracted, and another red beam shot explosively toward Chen Yi. Xia Liang was shocked at the sight and was about to warn him, but saw that Chen Yi neither dodged nor defended, not even summoning any protection. Is he crazy? Xia Liang's heart pounded wildly. The red light, swift as lightning, struck Chen Yi's chest in an instant. Yet the scene that followed made Xia Liang lower the heart that had risen to his throat. The beam, powerful enough to severely injure the Skeleton King, merely blasted off a large chunk of flesh from Chen Yi's chest, and the terrifying wound completely healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a long-awaited voice echoed in Chen Yi's ears. You have received true damage from the Eye of Insight. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, your true damage resistance plus 10%. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. His true damage resistance had reached 40%, which meant that all similar attacks would be weakened by nearly half. After 2 attacks, the Eye of Insight suddenly turned transparent and vanished into thin air within the red space, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yi and Xia Liang, who were ready to counterattack, felt as if they had punched into cotton, with no way to exert their strength. Xia Liang immediately reacted and said, "It has entered a phasing state. Others might be helpless, but I know this state can only last for a maximum of 1 minute, otherwise, it will trap itself in the void forever." Chen Yi nodded. Since there was a time limit, there was nothing to fear. Sure enough, after about 50 seconds, the massive eyeball reappeared. Now's the time. Chen Yi didn't hesitate, launching an enormous fireball spell that roared as it struck. After the intense explosion, the giant eye was left with only a charred mark. He immediately followed up with a scorching ray, continuously burning the eyeball. However, the Eye of Insight's resistance to fire was astonishingly high. The ray's intense heat seemed to merely tickle it, and it even comfortably rotated its eyeball. Wow, this thing is ridiculously hard to deal with, Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim. After being attacked, the Eye of Insight stopped firing beams and instead began to glow across its entire surface. In the next moment, endless red light flooded the entire space, frantically eroding Chen Yi, Xia Liang, and their summoned creatures. Chen Yi's ears once again heard the prompt. You are being corroded by the eternal daylight of the Eye of Insight, losing 5% of vitality per second. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations on acquiring the passive skill, life stabilization. As soon as the voice fell, the painful sensation of corrosion on Chen Yi's body instantly disappeared. However, on the other side, Xia Liang, the Storm Lord, and the Skeleton King were not so fortunate. Their vitality was continuously stripped away by the red light, and their aura rapidly weakened. The terrifying red light lasted for a full 10 seconds before finally stopping. Xia Liang's face was deathly pale, but before long, his complexion began to turn rosy again, recovering at an astonishing speed. Xia Liang took a deep breath and stared at the giant eye in the air, analyzing, this thing's magic resistance is too high, but I don't believe its physical resistance is just as strong. Unfortunately, right now Damn it, Xia Liang glared at the floating monster above and said bitterly, I don't have a flying potion yet. If I could just get into the air, I could take this thing down. Chen Yi heard his complaint and turned to the powerful elemental creature composed of wind and lightning beside him. Narakas, he commanded calmly, take Xia Liang up to that Eye of Insight. At your command, Master. The Storm Lord Narak seemed completely unaffected by the surrounding light of eternal day, remaining as energetic as ever. A gentle whirlwind enveloped Xia Liang, lifting him off the ground. Xia Liang couldn't help but feel envious. Such a powerful elemental being was something he probably couldn't obtain even if he reached level 100. As they ascended, the Eye of Insight grew larger in their field of vision. Upon closer approach, Xia Liang saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The enormous pupil was not a simple black sphere, but a nest composed of countless tiny tentacles, constantly writhing. The Eye of Insight sensed the threat. Its body flickered briefly, becoming transparent and entering a phased state. I know this trick too, Xia Liang murmured to himself, activating his own ability. His body flickered as well, becoming just as intangible as the target. Charge punch! Xia Liang roared, his voice echoing through the eerie space. But this creature was extremely cunning. Just as the punch was about to land, it turned back into a solid form. Xiaoliang's intangible fist passed effortlessly through its now solid body. The corner of Xiaoliang's mouth curled into a cold smile. This thing had a high combat IQ, things were getting interesting. Then try this, he shouted, changing tactics, and delivered a powerful flying kick. But the Eye of Insight was already prepared. The tentacles in its pupil shot out like whips, wrapping around his leg with astonishing speed and strength. Xiaoliang struggled with all his might, but it was futile. Those tentacles were unbelievably tough, and he was firmly trapped. Seeing his companion trapped, Chen Yi immediately took action. A dazzling fireball formed in his hand and whistled as it shot toward the monster. Since its tentacles were busy dealing with Xiaoliang, the Eye of Insight was completely exposed to the attack. The fireball slammed into its side, tearing a massive gash in its outer membrane. A viscous, crystalline liquid oozed from the wound, and the monster let out an ear-piercing scream that filled the entire red space. The monster immediately retracted its tentacles to protect itself, allowing Xiaoliang to break free. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity and delivered a fierce kick to the massive white of the eye. The monster let out a strange shriek, resembling that of a giant rat, and began to flee upward, attempting to ascend higher. But just as it tried to escape, the surrounding space began to change. The once smooth red walls started to ripple and distort, with slimy, fleshy tissue gushing out from their surface. The walls themselves transformed into pulsating, living flesh. It was as if they had suddenly become trapped inside the organs of some colossal beast. The Eye of Insight merged into the flesh-formed ceiling and disappeared. Immediately afterward, a truly horrifying scene unfolded. One eye after another opened on the walls of flesh, hundreds, even thousands of them. Even the floor beneath their feet sprouted countless eyes, forming an impenetrable nightmare carpet of unblinking stares. Under the gaze of these countless eyes, Chen Yi felt a wave of nausea. A notification sounded in his mind: you are experiencing high-intensity mental contamination. But then, another message appeared: talent, godlike adaptation, has been activated. Your intermediate mental anomaly resistance has been upgraded to advanced mental anomaly resistance. In an instant, the nauseating sensation vanished, replaced by a clear-headed calm. The eyes no longer disturbed him. In fact, he even felt a strange urge to dig one out to see what it felt like. However, Xiaoliang was not so fortunate. The overwhelming gaze of thousands of eyes was unbearable for him. Clutching his head, he was overcome by an immense sense of fear and discomfort. To Chen Yi's horror, he saw tiny, wriggling tentacles beginning to sprout from Xiaoliang's face as time passed. Chen Yi, seeing the situation, unhesitatingly cast a heart of frost on his friend, hoping the extreme cold shock would wake him up. A chill of absolute zero spread from the spell, filling the entire flesh-constructed chamber. The originally writhing walls of flesh began to stiffen, their movements slowing under the severe cold. To Xiaoliang, the chill felt like a lifeline, and the fog clouding his mind began to dissipate. Xiaoliang finally regained his senses, the tentacles on his face quickly retracting and restoring his original appearance. Recalling the terrifying scene just moments ago, he still felt a lingering fear. "Damn it, what the hell was that thing?" he cursed. "Once we get out of here, I'm soaking myself in purification potion." At that moment, Chen Yi turned to him and calmly said, "Come, stand by my side. I'm about to release the Heart of Frost again." Xiaoliang immediately nodded and quickly walked to Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi had already set it up so that within a 1-meter radius around him, he would not be affected by any spells. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold burst forth with Chen Yi at the center, as one frost heart after another was unleashed in succession. The entire space made of flesh and blood was instantly covered in icy frost. The eyeballs that had been writhing incessantly and nauseatingly began to slow down under the extreme cold, eventually freezing completely. Looking at the spectacular scene before him, Xiaoliang couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Yi, your magic really does the trick." Chen Yi merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing that those eyeballs had lost their threat, Xiaoliang no longer hesitated. He charged forward and unleashed a flurry of fierce punches and kicks on the frozen eyeballs. Each of his attacks was filled with destructive power. The frozen flesh and blood tissues, ironically, were now even easier to destroy than when they were soft. Boom! 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 With a series of muffled explosions, frozen flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Under Xia Liang's immensely powerful punches and kicks, all the eyeballs on the ground were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the space. It was the voice of the Eye of Insight. Immediately, the flesh-constructed space began to collapse and disappear, and the surroundings returned to the original vast, clean red hue. Above their heads, the Eye of Insight reappeared, but now its surface was tattered and covered with wounds, looking as though it had suffered immense damage. Shen Yi saw this scene and instantly understood. It turned out that they had just been directly swallowed into the body of the Eye of Insight, and that fleshly space was its true form. Xia Liang also realized this and shouted with high fighting spirit, "Shen Yi, this damn thing won't last much longer. Let's attack together." "All right." Shen Yi nodded in response. He immediately cast Scorching Ray at the Eye of Insight in midair. Streams of light occasionally flickered across the Eye of Insight, attempting to resist Shen Yi's burning damage, but Shen Yi specifically targeted the wounds on its body that were not protected by the energy shield. Under the intense pain, the Eye of Insight had no choice but to dematerialize itself again, attempting to hide within the red space. "Wait for it to reappear," Xia Liang shouted excitedly. "As soon as it shows itself, we attack immediately. We can definitely kill it." However, Shen Yi was not as optimistic. Drawing on his years of experience hunting powerful magical creatures with his team, he felt that this mythical level Eye of Insight seemed far too weak. So weak that it felt more like a diamond tier creature. He knew very well that once attributes surpassed their limits, every additional point brought a massive increase in power, let alone the fact that this Eye of Insight had surpassed by a full 100 points. Thinking of this, Shen Yi immediately reminded, "Be careful, I don't think this guy will be defeated so easily." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Xia Liang also calmed down, putting away his excitement. After thinking carefully, he realized it was indeed the case. At that moment, the severely damaged Eye of Insight could no longer maintain its phasing state and was forced to reveal its form in front of the two. Chen Yi immediately continued his attack, but this time he didn't use Scorching Ray. Instead, he switched to Fireball. One massive fireball after another roared out, precisely following the wounds on the Eye of Insight's body and shooting directly into its interior. Boom! 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 A series of internal explosions caused the Eye of Insight to emit an extremely painful howl, its pupil at the center of the eyeball contracting sharply due to the agony. At the same time, under Chen Yi's command, the Lord of Storms frantically hurled countless razor-sharp wind blades at the Eye of Insight. The wind blades struck its wounds, effortlessly slicing off layers of flesh. Shen Yi looked at the damage caused by his fireball spell and couldn't help but shake his head. He realized that as enemies grew stronger, these low-level skills were no longer sufficient. It was time to gather some skill books with more powerful attack abilities. As Chen Yi pondered, the Eye of Insight's entire body had already been blasted into a charred mess. Suddenly, it let out an even more piercing scream, and its body began to undergo a transformation. A strange red light membrane surged from within it, quickly enveloping its massive form. Soon, the red light membrane completely enveloped it. A massive red cocoon floated in front of Chen Yi and Xia Liang. Without hesitation, Chen Yi threw a fireball, which only caused a slight ripple on the red membrane covering the monster's surface. The Storm Lord's wind blades followed closely behind, but merely made the red membrane dent inward for a moment before being easily deflected. Shen Yi was startled, he hadn't expected the Eye of Insight to have a second form. Xia Liang also realized that things were far more complicated than he had initially thought. As they pondered, the massive blood-red cocoon began to writhe violently. Shortly after, a humanoid silhouette slowly rose from within the cocoon. With a ripping sound, the cocoon was torn apart from the inside, revealing a humanoid monster entirely composed of flesh and blood standing before the two of them. This monster has no facial features. Its face and body are covered with countless eyes, each spinning wildly, except for the largest eye in the center of its chest, which remains tightly shut. Xia Liang had learned his lesson and immediately closed his eyes to avoid another bout of mental contamination. Shen Yi, on the other hand, felt nothing. His super adaptive talent had long rendered him immune to such attacks. He quickly began examining the attributes of this newly transformed monster. Demon of Insight, level 55, mythical grade. Its attributes had completely changed, no longer relying on mental power but instead boasting a base strength of 650, clearly making it a melee boss. At that moment, the demon reached into its own body and pulled out two blood-soaked curved blades. The blades seemed alive, each hilt bearing an eye that swiveled nimbly, emitting a chilling, unsettling gleam. Seeing this scene, Chun Yi's expression grew solemn. He immediately summoned a rock shield and diamond skin for himself, while shouting to Xia Liang, "This guy's attributes are too strong, go all out." As he spoke, he threw out a frost heart, and the piercing chill made Xia Liang finally dare to open his eyes. When he saw the demon's attributes clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. These attributes were simply unheard of. How could they even fight this? But at this point, there was no choice, fight they must. Xia Liang roared furiously, clenched his fists, and charged straight at the demon. However, before his fists could touch the target, the demon's eyeballs suddenly spun rapidly, a flash of white light appeared, and it instantly swapped positions with Chun Yi. Xia Liang's fist smashed directly into Chun Yi's rock shield, shattering it and landing on his shoulder. Chun Yi felt a tremendous force strike him, but thanks to the protection of his diamond skin, he didn't suffer significant damage. You have been physically attacked by Xia Liang. Super God Adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on gaining plus 10% physical resistance. Unexpectedly gaining 10% physical resistance, Chun Yi actually felt quite comfortable. In this Red Mist game, various resistances can only increase up to 90%, unless there is a special talent to break this limit. He wasn't sure if his Super God adaptation could surpass it, which still required further research. Xia Liang was stunned in place. What surprised him wasn't the demon's bizarre swapping ability, but rather that Chun Yi, a mage, had actually taken his punch head-on. He knew all too well the power of his own fist. "What are you spacing out for?" Chun Yi shouted, "Hurry up and attack the boss." Oh, got it." Xia Liang snapped back to attention and attacked the beholder again. A red shackle appeared out of thin air in the beholder's hand and shot towards Xia Liang. According to the description, this annihilation shackle could destroy the energy within its target. Xia Liang didn't dare to be careless and executed a graceful flip, narrowly dodging the attack. At the same time, Chun Yi's Skeleton King unleashed its soul shackles, sending chains of souls to try and bind the beholder. But the beholder merely gave a full-body shake, shattering all the chains into pieces. The soul fire in the Skeleton King's eye sockets flickered violently, clearly showing that the breaking of the soul shackles had caused it significant damage. Chun Yi felt somewhat helpless. He realized that his Skeleton King could no longer keep up with this level of battle. At that moment, the Storm Lord flew above the beholder. Its form had already transformed into its complete state. A chain shot out from its core, the wind stabilizing orb, directly connecting to the beholder's body. Chun Yi instantly understood the Storm Lord's intention. This was the wind link. Any damage it received would be fully returned to the connected enemy. By attacking the Storm Lord, the beholder could be worn down to death. With the enhancement of the wind stabilizing orb, the Storm Lord's true vitality was far more robust than the beholder's, so there was no need to worry about falling first. The beholder knew very well that it would die here today. It wielded its flesh and blood curved blade, desperately hacking toward the core of the Storm Lord, the wind stabilizing pearl. However, the wind stabilizing pearl was a unique artifact, and under the storm power it controlled, the beholder was swept away by the fierce winds, unable to get even a fraction closer. Even more tragically, the beholder was unaware that the wind stabilizing pearl was already connected to its life force. If it struck the pearl, it would suffer severe damage itself. Seeing itself at an absolute disadvantage, the beholder's body flashed with a white light once again, repeating its old trick and instantly swapping positions with Xia Liang. But to its despair, the cyan connection of wind clung to it like a shadow, following instantly without breaking. At that moment, the beholder suddenly opened the eye it had never opened before. This eye was different, it had no scara, was entirely pitch black, and resembled a bottomless vortex. As it opened, a strange ripple instantly enveloped the entire red space. An irresistible drowsiness surged towards Xiaoliang and Chen Yi. Alarms blared in Chen Yi's mind as a strong wave of sleepiness nearly engulfed his consciousness. However, just as he was about to succumb, the super adaptation talent suddenly activated. A refreshing current instantly coursed through his body, not only dispelling the drowsiness but also granting him the passive skill, intermediate sleep resistance. Chen Yi's eyes immediately regained clarity. He turned his head to look and saw that Xiaoliang beside him had already closed his eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. He slapped Xiaoliang's face forcefully, but there was no response. Time was running out, and Chen Yi hesitated no longer. Raising his hand, with a loud smack, he delivered a resounding slap to Xiaoliang's face. Xiaoliang jolted awake, his face stinging with pain. He looked blankly at Chen Yi's hand, then touched his own face, his eyes filled with confusion. The demon let out an unwilling roar upon seeing its ultimate move rendered ineffective and charged madly toward the two of them. Attack the Storm Lord. Chen Yi quickly explained the Storm Lord's skill to Xiaoliang. At this moment, attacking their ally was the only way to kill the enemy. After hearing this, Xiaoliang's face was filled with shock. He could never have imagined that such a peculiar skill existed in the world. Without the Storm Lord, it would likely have met their end here today. Nalax, come here. Chen Yi shouted toward the Storm Lord. Yes, Master. The Lord of Storms instantly stood in front of the Eye Demon, and this time, it set up no defenses. The Eye Demon's curved blade struck the stabilizing wind pearl without any obstruction, and a tiny crack immediately appeared on the surface of the pearl. At the same time, the Eye Demon's entire body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, instantly shattering into pieces, blood and flesh scattered. Moments later, the Eye Demon's body began to heal, but its aura was far weaker than before. Come, attack the Lord of Storms together. Chen Yi shouted. All right. Before the words had even finished, a massive fireball from Chen Yi had already whistled out, smashing fiercely into the wind-stabilizing pearl. Boom! The intense explosion shockwave was transmitted precisely to the Eye Demon. Immediately after, Xiaoliang's iron fist also struck heavily against the wind-stabilizing pearl. At this moment, the Eye Demon's entire body began to seep blood from all its eyeballs, letting out a piercing scream. All the attacks endured by the Storm Lord were simultaneously shared by it. Violent clusters of red lightning appeared around the Eye Demon as it frantically attacked the wind chain connecting it, but it couldn't budge it in the slightest. I'm planning to use an S-level skill. Can the Storm Lord withstand it? Xiaoliang looked at Chen Yi, his expression serious. Chen Yi nodded. It can. After all, it's a mythical creature, it's not that fragile. Receiving an affirmative response, Xiaoliang took a deep breath, clasped his hands together forcefully, and his muscles began to swell, veins bulging. He suddenly extended his palm, and a blinding lightning began to swirl in his hand. Thunder strike! Xiaoliang shouted fiercely, raising his hand like a blade, enveloped in a world-destroying force, and slashed it mercilessly toward the core of the Storm Lord. Click! The stabilizing wind pearl was instantly covered with over a dozen massive cracks, and the elemental body of the Storm Lord became scattered, almost transparent. Meanwhile, the beholder had completely turned into a writhing mass of rotten flesh, its life force rapidly fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a red portal slowly emerged in the space, and the system prompt sounded in their ears. Congratulations, you have slain the Eye of Insight Demon. The Red Moon Gate has been opened. Seeing the Eye Demon finally vanquished, Chen Yi and Xiaoliang both let out a long sigh of relief. A flash of golden light passed, and the massive experience from slaying the Eye Demon directly boosted Chen Yi's level to 43 with 97% progress. As expected, killing bosses is the fastest way to level up. At this moment, the weakened Lord of Storms approached Chen Yi and said weakly, Master, I need to return to the Storm Dimension to recuperate for a while. Repairing the wind-stabilizing pearl will take about a year. Chen Yi looked at its nearly dissipated body and nodded, all right. After speaking, he began to perform reverse summoning. A massive magic array unfolded in the red space, preparing to send this loyal servant back to its homeland. A spatial gate filled with storm energy slowly took shape in the air. The Lord of Storms did not hesitate in the slightest and walked straight into it. As his figure disappeared, the red space returned to its deathly silence. A system notification sounded in Chun Yi's ears: "You have repatriated the Lord of Storms. You can summon him again at any time." But Chun Yi knew very well that it was not possible now. Losing the Storm Lord would mean losing a top-tier combat force, and the cost was too great. He turned to Xia Liang and said, "Let's go." Xia Liang nodded. However, just as the two turned around, a dazzling white light suddenly rose from the corpse of the eye demon. Loot? Shen Yi and Xia Liang exchanged a glance, both understanding what the other was thinking. Xia Liang was the first to speak. "This belongs to you. If it weren't for your Storm Lord, I would probably be in grave danger." Shen Yi did not refuse. He had just sacrificed a mythical level summon, which would take a whole year to resummon. This time, he suffered a major loss. Therefore, he accepted the item dropped by the beholder without hesitation. He walked up to the white light, reached his hand inside. As the light faded, a ring lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Eye of Insight. This is an SSS grade ring. Although it doesn't enhance any combat attributes, its functionality is incredibly powerful. It can reveal all information about anything that does not exceed its own level. The description mentions that the ring seems to be damaged, otherwise, its capabilities would be even more extraordinary. Shen Yi was overjoyed. This is practically a divine artifact. With it, other people's equipment, talents, summons, mounts, everything would be laid bare before him. What a fortune! This is the first SSS grade equipment he has obtained. Although it can't compare to unique, one-of-a-kind items, it's not far off. He put on the ring and curiously looked at Xia Liang. An insight option immediately appeared in his field of vision. Without hesitation, he clicked on Xia Liang's talent page. When he saw the terrifying attributes of the talent buff interception, Chun Yi couldn't help but gasp. As expected, every SSS grade talent is truly monstrous. At this moment, Xia Liang suddenly felt a strange sensation of being watched. He looked at Chun Yi and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face?" "Ah, no. Chun Yi immediately snapped back to reality and covered up, saying, "Let's go." "By the way," Xia Liang asked, "what are the attributes of that equipment?" "Nothing much, just a piece of B-grade equipment," Chun Yi lied without batting an eye. "You know, creatures between levels 50 and 59 can only drop B-grade equipment at best." "Well, that's true. I really apologize for this. Once we return to the bureau, I will definitely commend you." Then I'll thank you in advance." After speaking, the two stepped through the gate of the Red Moon together. The surrounding scene instantly changed, and they arrived at a massive red hall. In the center of the hall stood a heart-shaped statue with a bizarre design, resembling a sinister god imagined by some cultist. At this moment, the hall was empty, with only Chun Yi and Xia Liang present. They were unexpectedly the first to clear the level. At the same time, in the other 9 illusions, everyone heard a cold system notification: players Chun Yi and Xia Liang have successfully passed the 10th illusion. Jean Huanger stared at the incredibly strong boss in front of her, utterly shocked. How did those two manage to do it so quickly? In front of her, a humanoid flesh and blood monster with an abnormally thick right arm was swinging a punch at her fiercely. Clang! Shisho Michi gripped his katana tightly, blocking the attack just in time, but the immense force sent him flying over 100 meters away. He roared, "What are you standing there for?" Jean Huanger snapped out of her daze, conjuring a golden magic orb in her hand and hurling it fiercely at the boss. Meanwhile, in the Red Hall, 9 projections appeared on the heart-shaped statue, clearly displaying the arduous battles of the other 18 people. Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that being the first to emerge would come with this kind of live broadcast treatment. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Xia Liang's eyes. "Quick, turn on the recording function." Shen Yi immediately understood his intention. They were going to record everyone's battle scenes and take them back to the Tianji Bureau for analysis. In this way, the combat styles, skills, and trump cards of these top players would all be in their grasp. If a conflict were to break out in the future, the value of this intelligence would undoubtedly surpass that of a million-strong army. Thinking of this, Chun Yi immediately started recording. He wanted to keep a copy for himself. This was not just intelligence but also a bargaining chip for future negotiations. What surprised him even more was that, through the projection, he could use that eye of insight to examine these people's talents. Silently, Chen Yi memorized all their information. With his current mental capacity, having a photographic memory was just a basic ability. He quickly singled out some talents that posed greater threats. For example, Smith's talent was super strength, with a simple and brutal effect: strength growth and physical attack power directly increased by 100-fold. Chen Yi was secretly alarmed. Fortunately, this guy didn't have a talent to remove attribute limits. Otherwise, no one in this world could withstand a punch from him. Then, he saw Talker's talent again. Chen Yi's heart tightened, feeling a wave of lingering fear. That man named Smith had a talent called Infinite Destruction, where all his attacks dealt true damage that ignored defense, and even carried a certain probability of instant death. Before unlocking the life-saving trump card, Miracle of Fortune, he absolutely couldn't afford any conflict with this guy, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. He continued observing, and the scene shifted to a woman named Li Huishue. Her talent was Supreme Goodness like water, which could transform all ancient Eastern Taoist techniques into skills with a 100-fold increase in power. Chen Yi was a bit puzzled. Where did this woman learn these long-lost Taoist techniques? He watched as her fingers danced, and talismans shot out like miniature missiles, bombarding the boss. She was also covered in various functional talismans. Some made her as fast as a phantom, some allowed her to vanish into thin air, and some even summoned powerful guardian deities. Her attacks were ever-changing and impossible to predict. Chen Yi silently labeled her as dangerous in his mind. Next was Ivan from the far northern country. His talent, Immortal Body, was enough to make anyone insanely jealous. He was immune to 99% of all damage, had a 99% increase in all resistances, and was immune to any instant death effects. This guy was practically a walking fortress, a natural heavy-armored tank. Even the bosses in the Red Moon Mirage could only scratch him like an itch, posing no threat at all. Chen Yi racked his brains but couldn't think of any way to take down this monster. On the screen, a man wielding a katana caught Chen Yi's attention. His name was Qianshou Daoi, and his talent was swordsmanship mastery. When using sword-type weapons, his attack power increased 100-fold, and he ignored 99% of defenses. The katana in his hand shimmered with a unique dark golden glow, clearly a divine weapon. Chen Yi had no doubt that an ordinary professional would be crippled on the spot, if not killed outright, with just one strike from him. On the other side, a woman named Astrid was even more absurdly powerful. Her talent, Soul of the Holy Dragon, allowed her to automatically master all dragon language magic, and she started at max level. Even more terrifying was that when she used these world-shattering spells, the consumption and cooldown times were reduced by 90%. She also had 10 minutes of Holy Dragon transformation each day, during which she was immune to all damage and instant death effects. Her attack power increased tenfold, and dragon language magic could be cast without cooldown. Chen Yi saw with his own eyes that her skill list included several unique forbidden level spells. Truly, each one of them was a complete monster. There was also someone named Annabelle, whose talent Sacred Taboo allowed her to convert healing effects into equivalent damage, and even turn resurrection skills into instant death skills. However, she seemed not to have learned resurrection spells yet and could only harass the boss by constantly circling around it. As for that Jean Huanger, Chen Yi only saw her display a talent called Supernatural Theft, and it's likely she has other, even stronger abilities yet to be unlocked. The more he watched, the heavier Chen Yi's heart grew. He silently warned himself to be extra cautious and act low-key in the future. Before reaching level 100, he would hide whenever possible and avoid unnecessary risks. Because he knew that once he reached level 100, all these enviable, powerful talents would be his. Thinking of this, a spark of fiery anticipation reignited in Chen Yi's heart. At that moment, in the scene featuring Jean Huanger and Qianshou Daoi, the boss had reached the end of its rope. With a sharp swing of Qianshou Daoi's sword, the boss's thick right arm was severed on the spot. The monster, now missing an arm, deflated like a punctured balloon, its massive body instantly shriveling into a lifeless sheet of flesh. A dazzling white light emerged from the corpse. But just then, the scene abruptly cut off. Now, only 8 teams remained fiercely battling within the illusion. About 10 minutes later, a flash of red light appeared in the center of the hall, and a portal materialized out of thin air. Jin Huanger and Qian Shoudao stepped out from it. When they saw the massive heart projection in the center of the hall, their expressions instantly turned extremely grim. They immediately realized that all their trump cards and combat strategies had been completely seen through by Chen Yi and Xia Liang. Xia Liang walked forward with a smile. Congratulations on becoming the second team to clear the stage. Jin Huanger asked with a forced smile, did you two see everything? Xia Liang nodded frankly, I didn't expect that the first team to clear the stage would actually have such a perk. Shi Shoudao reacted extremely quickly. He immediately gave a slight bow to Xia Liang and said in a tone that was almost ingratiating, Mr. Xia, I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. After speaking, he promptly activated his recording function and turned his attention to the massive heart projection. Jin Huanger also reacted instantly. Since her trump card had already been exposed, the most urgent task now was to uncover others' trump cards. Without hesitation, she activated her recording function as well. For a moment, the hall fell into complete silence, with only the flickering light of the projection reflecting on everyone's complex expressions. As time passed, the other teams gradually cleared their stages and returned to the hall one after another. Each person's reaction upon seeing the projection was identical to that of Jin Huanger and her group, shifting quickly from initial shock and anger to calmly joining the recording effort. The last group to appear was Smith and his black teammate. When Smith learned about the existence of the projection, his expression was nothing short of spectacular. This meant that his once prized and powerful abilities had now become an open secret. He was so furious that he ground his teeth, yet there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the last to emerge. He cursed inwardly, lamenting how unexpectedly tough that boss had been. Despite throwing so many punches, he hadn't been able to take it down quickly. Damn it! Xia Liang gathered everyone together and announced, everyone is here. Next, we will head to the final illusion and find Chu Tianxiao's true form. Stay fully alert and absolutely do not let your guard down. The group responded in unison, understood. At that moment, Li Huixue stepped forward, holding a jade-green talisman in her hand. This is the Clear Mind Talisman, she explained. It can alleviate our physical and mental fatigue and continuously restore us for 3 hours. Xia Liang nodded. Something that could provide a boost to the entire group was more than welcome. All right, go ahead and use it. Li Huixue threw the jade talisman into the air, and the talisman instantly melted like ice and snow, transforming into streams of light that entered everyone's heads. A refreshing sensation spread throughout their bodies, instantly sweeping away all fatigue, and a clear mind status appeared in the attribute panel. Immediately after, Astrid stepped forward. Next, I will cast Dragon's Inspiration on everyone, which will increase your defense and attack by 20% for 4 hours. As soon as she finished speaking, a rune flashed across her brow, and a red light enveloped everyone. Chen Yi instantly felt a magical power enhancing his body. With these two leading the way, others with group buff skills also began to showcase their abilities. Looking at the diverse array of buff icons on the panel, Chen Yi felt his strength had multiplied several times over. After all, this gathering consisted of the strongest individuals in the world, each possessing incredibly powerful skills that could even stack effects. Among them, the most pleased was Xia Liang. Not only could he absorb the effects of potions, but he could also capture the effects of these buff skills and permanently make them his own. Jin Huanger glanced at him and said, looks like you're the biggest beneficiary this time. Xia Liang burst into loud laughter, then walked up to the heart-shaped statue and smashed it with a powerful punch. With a loud bang, the heart statue shattered, and the surrounding hall collapsed along with it. The ground beneath everyone's feet gave way, and they began to fall. When they landed again, they were astonished to find themselves back in the familiar red space. At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's ears, you have arrived at the final sacred realm. The final sacred realm? Is this it? It seemed that this place was not exactly the same as the previous red space. Suddenly, 10 humanoid figures appeared in the sky above the red space. When everyone got a clear look at them, they were utterly shocked. It was the 10 bosses they had just struggled so hard to defeat. And now, they were all gathered here. But these figures did not attack immediately, instead, they slowly merged into one in the sky. Eyes, head, arms, thighs, torso, these parts twisted and fused in the air, eventually forming a complete person. The moment he saw that person, Xiao Liang said in a deep voice, "This should be Chu Tianxiao's true form. As long as we kill him, we can end the first calamity." Everyone immediately stood ready, preparing for the final battle. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao in midair suddenly opened his single eye and roared in a voice full of venom, "Everyone must die." Afterward, his gaze locked firmly onto Chen Yi, the hatred in his eyes almost overflowing. You came too. Fate has not treated me unfairly." Everyone who heard this was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what deep-seated enmity existed between the two. But judging by Chu Tianxiao's demeanor, it was evident that he had suffered a tremendous loss at Chen Yi's hands. That kind of deep-seated hatred could not be feigned. "Others may live," Chu Tianxiao's voice was icy and chilling, "but you must die." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a curved blade materialized in his hand, identical to the silver moon scimitar he had used before. Chen Yi's heart tightened, and he immediately activated his rock shield and diamond skin. This guy really holds a grudge. At this moment, although Chu Tianxiao had lost normal reasoning, his instinct for hatred was infinitely magnified. He roared, "Die!" With the blessing of the red moon, his speed reached its peak, and his entire being turned into a streak of light, rushing toward Chen Yi in an instant. Chen Yi had just activated his diamond skin, and in the next second, Chu Tianxiao's blade was already slashing down toward his head. Chen Yi hurriedly sidestepped to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. Chu Tianxiao's curved blade grazed his ear and struck his shoulder with a fierce blow. With a crack, the curved blade paused for only a moment on the diamond skin before slicing through it like a hot knife through butter, cutting into his shoulder blade. A frenzy of notification sounds erupted in Chen Yi's ears. You were struck by the blood moon scimitar, and your vitality is being absorbed. Life stabilization activated, vitality absorption stopped. You were pierced by the blood moon scimitar, and your body has begun to heal. When Chu Tianxiao suddenly withdrew the scimitar, Chen Yi's pierced body had already healed completely. Thanks to his special constitution that made him immune to pain, the deadly stab just now felt like a light tap with a small stick. In an instant, even that insignificant sensation of pain vanished. Seeing that the strike had failed, Xiao Liang roared at the crowd, "What are you waiting for? Take him down." With the order given, a barrage of attacks instantly poured down on Chu Tianxiao like a torrential rain. Smith was the first to charge forward. Ever since arriving in this unfamiliar land, he had been bottling up a lot of frustration, desperately looking for an outlet. Now, Chu Tianxiao had become his perfect punching bag. "Taste my storm iron fist." Smith roared, his fists transforming into a blur of shadows, striking at Chu Tianxiao like a tempest of wind and lightning. With the amplification of his hundredfold attack power, each punch produced a deafening sonic boom, as if the very air was being torn apart. Just as Chu Tianxiao was about to dodge, a massive iron chain came whistling from afar, precisely locking his body in place and firmly restraining him. He struggled with all his might, but the chain, forged from some mysterious material, was extraordinarily sturdy, and he couldn't break free for the moment. Boom! In that brief moment of delay, Smith's fists landed squarely on Chu Tianxiao's body. The scales on his surface shattered on impact, scattering like a torrential rain. Ah! Chu Tianxiao let out a cry of agony, unleashing all his strength to finally break free from the chains. However, by then, his chest and head had already been pummeled into a bloody mess by Smith's heavy blows. Damn it! Chu Tianxiao furiously swung his blade toward Smith. But just as the blade was about to make contact, the same chains appeared again, wrapping around Smith's waist and swiftly dragging him back to safety. Chu Tianxiao's seemingly unstoppable strike hit nothing but air. However, Chu Tianxiao's regenerative ability was utterly terrifying. With his strength surging dozens of times over, his self-healing speed increased proportionally. The gruesome wounds inflicted by Smith began to heal rapidly, as countless tiny tendrils wriggled across his body, closing most of the injuries within mere seconds. Witnessing this, Chen Yi calmly and silently took out the soul cube. He aimed at Chu Tianxiao and quietly activated the time erasure ability. An invisible force field instantly enveloped Chu Tianxiao, a power capable of completely blocking the target's recovery and healing abilities, lasting for a full 10 minutes. Shendy knew that only by cutting off Chu Tianxiao's self-healing ability could they possibly inflict real damage on him. He would never let anyone know that he possessed the Soul Cube, this ultimate weapon. The ability to curse and kill others was simply too terrifying. Once exposed, it would inevitably attract others' covetousness and schemes. With his current strength, he was far from capable of dealing with all potential threats. At that moment, Talker from the White Elephant Nation appeared like a phantom before Chu Tianxiao, wielding a long halberd. His gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool, and as he swung the halberd, it carried a terrifying momentum that seemed capable of destroying the world. Clang! The long halberd and the curved blade collided fiercely, a devastating shockwave erupting from the point of impact. At the same time, Talker's other hand was not idle, delivering a heavy punch directly toward Chu Tianxiao's forehead. This punch seemed to disregard space and defense, solidly sending Chu Tianxiao flying over 100 meters away. Seeing the immense power displayed by Talker, everyone secretly grew more vigilant. Chu Tianxiao let out an angry roar in midair, his figure seemingly breaking the constraints of time, instantly teleporting behind Talker, with the curved blade aiming straight for his back. Just as the blade was about to strike, a cold female voice rang out, chanting an ancient incantation, "I invoke the ancient decree, freeze." Before the words had fully faded, a talisman appeared out of thin air and adhered precisely to Chu Tianxiao's back. His entire body stiffened, rendering him completely immobile in an instant. This was Li Huixue's immobilization talisman, a highly advanced Taoist technique she had practiced diligently for a long time. A true master could perform it without the need for a talisman, but Li Huixue had not yet reached that level and had to rely on the talisman as a medium. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Talker spun around abruptly, thrusting his long spear forward, which pierced through Chu Tianxiao's chest without any resistance. Chu Tianxiao's face instantly turned bright red, his entire body tensed, and the immobilization talisman behind him burned with a boom. The power of the talisman was forcibly broken, and he regained his mobility, grabbing Talker's long halberd and forcefully pulling it out of his own chest. Under Talker's defense-ignoring attack, a bloody hole was left in Chu Tianxiao's chest. This time, the wound did not heal quickly as before, and blood dripped continuously. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were lifted. Immediately afterward, Li Huixue made her move again. She took out a jade talisman and a century-old peachwood sword from her backpack, crushed the jade talisman into powder and scattered it into the air, chanting, "Nine heavens, mystic fiend, transform into divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, guided by the sword." Rumble! The sky responded with a sudden change, and a purple void divine thunder appeared out of nowhere, carrying a world-destroying might as it struck fiercely upon Chu Tianxiao. The power of the lightning struck heavily on Chu Tianxiao, causing his entire body to convulse violently. Purple lightning patterns crawled over his wounds like venomous snakes, bringing a continuous burning agony. However, Li Huixue's brows furrowed tightly. She could sense that Chu Tianxiao's vitality remained terrifyingly strong. Her two powerful lightning techniques had failed to harm his core. Without hesitation, she summoned an even stronger thunderbolt. After the flash of lightning, Chu Tianxiao was charred all over, almost unrecognizable as a human. At that moment, Chen Shoudao, who had been silently gathering power, suddenly opened his eyes. From the beginning of the battle, he had been accumulating his strongest strike. Unmatched sword energy swirled around him, and even the legendary weapon in his hand, Wanrun, emitted an excited hum. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a fierce wind arose, cutting against faces like sharp blades. Heaven severing! Chen Shoudaoyi's figure transformed into a streak of white lightning, instantly tearing through the crimson space. The air let out a mournful wail as an ultimate white line appeared before Chu Tianxiao. This was the fusion of his SSS-level talent, his sole weapon, and his only skill, unleashing an unparalleled strike. Cough, cough. Chu Tianxiao suddenly began coughing violently, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Struggling, he lowered his head and saw his body, split cleanly in two at the navel by that white line. He had been severed at the waist. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited, thinking that the formidable threat had finally been resolved. But in the next second, a terrifying mutation occurred. Chu Tianxiao's severed upper and lower halves began writhing independently, transforming into two massive lumps of flesh. Since he had turned into two separate entities, the erasure of time cast by Chinny instantly lost its effect. Immediately afterward, the two lumps of flesh moved toward each other as if alive, merging to form a colossal, pulsating mass resembling a giant heart. The group's attacks landed on it without causing any harm, and after using heaven-splitting slash, Xianqiu Daoyi was completely exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Moments later, the massive lump of flesh was torn apart from within, revealing a ferocious beast with a grotesque appearance and a mouth full of sharp teeth, as if it had stepped out of an ancient myth, standing before everyone. Xia Liang exclaimed, "This is the embodiment of the first calamity. Kill it, and we can completely stop the calamity from descending." Everyone hurriedly checked the attributes of this ferocious beast, and their hearts sank instantly. Embodiment of Calamity. Level, 60. Rank, Mythical. Base Strength, 1000. Base Constitution, 1000. This was the first time they had seen an existence with base attributes reaching 1000 points. The further the attributes go, the more significant the improvement each point brings. With both strength and constitution surpassing 1000, how could they possibly fight against that? Moreover, in the Red Mist game, each level increase adds an additional 1% damage dealt and reduces corresponding damage received. Among them, the highest level player, Chen Yi, was only level 43, facing a level 60 monster. Their abilities would be severely suppressed. Just as everyone was feeling desperate, the Greek woman like a Valkyrie, Astrid, stepped forward resolutely. She began chanting ancient dragon language magic, her hands forming intricate seals. Finally, a massive holy dragon's soul appeared behind her, roaring as it lunged toward the embodiment of the calamity. The embodiment of the calamity struggled frantically, and the holy dragon's soul was nearly shattered, but it ultimately succeeded in branding a mark onto its body. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from the embodiment of the calamity weakened significantly. When everyone looked again, they were pleasantly surprised to find that its state had changed. Embodiment of Calamity, Holy Dragon Suppression State. Level, 48. Base Strength, 800. Base Constitution, 800. The level and base attributes were directly reduced by 20%. However, everyone understood that the actual combat effectiveness was likely weakened by 40% or even 50%. Hope reignited in everyone's hearts. Such an attribute is not invincible. Annabelle seized the moment, stepping forward immediately. With her dark gold patterned staff aimed at the Scourge incarnation, she unleashed a super healing spell. Under the effect of her special talent, the massive healing energy instantly transformed into an equivalent amount of immense damage, striking the Scourge incarnation fiercely. The moment the Scourge incarnation was entangled by the curse, its vitality visibly weakened. Everyone seized the opportunity and launched a barrage of diverse and fierce attacks. However, the monster seemed impervious to pain, ignoring all the attacks. It opened its gaping maw and charged into the crowd, targeting Smith first. Smith reacted swiftly, delivering a rapid combo of punches, but his fists landed on the monster as if hitting a steel plate, causing no harm. The monster's physical defense was absurdly strong. In a flash, the monster bit down on Smith's right arm. No matter how agile Smith was, he couldn't evade this fatal strike. A ripping sound echoed as muscles and bones were forcibly torn apart. In the next second, Smith's entire right arm had already been swallowed into the monster's stomach. Ah! Smith let out a scream of agony as blood gushed from the severed shoulder. A man in the team, radiating a holy glow, immediately rushed forward and cast a healing spell on Smith. The bleeding on Smith's shoulder stopped instantly, and the wound quickly healed, but the right arm that had been devoured could never grow back. Damn it! My hand! Smith roared in pain, filled with unwillingness and rage. However, in this Red Mist game, there were plenty of skills and talents capable of regenerating lost limbs. With patience, a way to restore his arm could surely be found. Having tasted the sweetness, the monster seemed unsatisfied and immediately turned to pounce on Li Huishue. In its eyes, Li Huishue was the freshest among the group, and eating her would surely be especially delicious. Li Huishue looked at the charging monster, her gaze showing no trace of panic. She directly flung out a yellow talisman and quickly chanted an incantation. Forbidden technique activated, evil beasts, retreat at once. The talisman landed precisely on the monster's forehead. At that moment, the monster's aura seemed to vanish, but immediately afterward, the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously. Li Hoishua's forbidden technique was a powerful sealing spell capable of restraining living creatures, beasts, poisonous insects, and even sealing diseases and malevolent spirits. She had plenty of talismans in her hand, so she threw them out one after another. The monster's movements began to stutter, as if the scene were dropping frames. Jean Huanger seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and took out a golden bracelet from her hand. This bracelet was the only piece of equipment she had obtained from a diamond treasure chest on an island. Its sole effect was the ability to imprison any creature, even those as high as level 100, without exception. The only drawback was its low accuracy, which is why she had been reluctant to use it before. But now, it was the perfect moment. Jean Huanger forcefully threw the golden bracelet, aiming directly at the monster's head. The bracelet rapidly expanded in mid-air and landed squarely on the monster's head. In the next instant, thick golden light spread from the bracelet, instantly enveloping the monster's entire body. The monster seemed to be frozen in time, transformed into an immobile golden statue. At the same time, a countdown appeared above its head, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Li Hoishua immediately felt the pressure ease and stopped throwing talismans. No one had expected Jean Huanger to have such a powerful piece of equipment hidden away, and for a moment, everyone's thoughts began to stir. If they were to be trapped by this bracelet, wouldn't they be completely at someone else's mercy? At that moment, Xiao Liang stepped forward and broke the silence. Let's discuss how we can kill this monster. Although the monster was imprisoned, its defense and vitality remained astonishingly strong, making it far from easy to kill. Smith, who had lost an arm, was the first to step forward. He swung his remaining left arm and punched the monster with all his might. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sound rang out, and Smith's fist was left bloodied and battered. He stared at his hand in confusion. How is this possible? I was able to hurt it just now. Jean Huanger stepped forward and explained, creatures imprisoned by my bracelet have their defense increased 100-fold. We must use attacks that deal true damage or ignore defense to kill it. Upon hearing this, Tucker walked over and said in a deep voice, I can give it a try, but I'm not sure if I can deal with it within an hour. Then hurry up, there's only 58 minutes left, someone urged. Tackle hesitated no longer. He swung the halberd in his hand and began frantically attacking the golden statue. Due to the massive gap in level and attributes, the probability of triggering an instant death effect was extremely low. He struck over 100 times without success. But he did not give up. Finally, on the 578th strike, a terrifying black lightning erupted from within him, surging along the halberd and striking the monster. After being hit by the black lightning, the golden statue instantly turned into a pile of ashes. This was the power of infinite destruction. As the Scourge incarnation fell, its body exploded instantly, scattering dozens of dazzling white light orbs across the ground. This astonishing scene immediately captured everyone's attention. It was an unprecedented loot explosion. Everyone present, including Chen Yi, was witnessing for the first time a boss dropping so many items. It should be noted that even in Chen Yi's memories of his past life, when he followed a top-tier team to slay the Earth Dragon leader, the most he had ever seen drop was 4 items, and that was already considered incredibly lucky. While everyone was still in shock, a cold system notification echoed in everyone's mind, repeating 3 times. Congratulations to the Earth player team for successfully slaying the first Calamity incarnation. The arrival of the first Calamity has been delayed by 1 year. All humans luck +1. Level +1. Player team receives an additional luck +2, level +2. At this moment, the entire world erupted in excitement. Has the natural disaster ended? Thank God, thank all the deities. Thank heavens, but we should thank our player team instead. I really don't know how they did it, but they actually stopped the disaster. Awesome. I leveled up too, and even gained 1 point in luck. With higher luck, the chances of getting loot from monsters will be even greater. That's the most practical benefit. Haha, I didn't expect us slackers to get a share of the rewards too. I jumped straight to level 15. Feels great. Is the person upstairs a pro? I'm only at level 12. What have you been doing these past few months? Only level 12? Don't tell me you've been hiding in the safe zone all the time? Sigh, there's nothing I can do. My talent is only the lowest F grade. Other than making food taste a bit better, it doesn't help with combat at all. Bro, join my team. We're just short of a cook. That monster meat is so hard to make edible, even 5-star hotel chefs can't handle it. We really need someone like you with culinary talent. Really, master? Quickly send the address, I'll head over right away. The World Channel was in an uproar, but immediately after, another system announcement once again set everyone's nerves on edge, broadcast 3 times in a row. Congratulations to player Zhang Haishan for being the first to reach level 50 and unlocking the second job transfer quest. As a reward, luck +1. It's that Zhang Haishan guy again. He was the first to reach level 30, and now he's the first to reach level 50. That's right, I seriously suspect this guy has some kind of freakish talent for gaining experience. I'm only level 14, and even fighting small monsters is tough, but he's already level 50. It's so frustrating to compare. Yeah, with such a gap, how can we possibly make up for it? This kind of talent must be at least SSS level, right? I found out that talents are divided into 9 levels: F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. I can't even imagine how powerful an SSS level talent must be. People like that only appear once in hundreds of millions. Don't even think about it. In this apocalypse, only your own strength is truly reliable. Anyway, I have to hurry and level up. You're right, strength is everything. Are you in Dragon City? Want to team up? What a coincidence, I'm in Dragon City too. Let's team up. At the same time, in the final sacred realm, dazzling golden lights flashed consecutively on Chen Yi's body, directly raising his level by 4. What delighted him even more was that his experience bar had surged to 47 level 56%. He was already close to leveling up, and the massive experience gained from killing the Scourge incarnation, combined with the system rewards, allowed him to break through repeatedly. This feeling was simply too satisfying. During the recent battle, Chen Yi did not exert his full strength as he did not want to reveal his trump card too early, so he only gained minimal experience. As the main force, Tucker was enveloped in 6 consecutive flashes of golden light, indicating he had leveled up 6 times. Most of the other team members leveled up 4 times, while a few who made outstanding contributions leveled up 5 times. At this moment, Xiao Liang walked up to the pile of glowing loot and said in a deep voice, "The Scourge incarnation has been dealt with. Next, we distribute according to contribution." Everyone's gaze instantly became sharp, fixating tightly on Xiao Liang and the pile of treasures behind him. Once a common thread is eliminated, internal conflicts immediately surface. This is an unavoidable aspect of human nature. Chen Yi silently took a few steps back, retreating to the outskirts of the crowd. He had no interest in participating in the scramble for the spoils, as he had more important matters to attend to. The threat of the first calamity had been temporarily neutralized, and his next step was to search for the secret realm that Chu Tianxiao had mentioned. It was a place capable of establishing a superpower, and Chen Yi had no intention of sharing it with anyone. He believed that as long as he found that place, he could quickly level up to 100. Moreover, Chen Yi had developed a strong interest in the 100-fold experience talent of the man named Zhang Haishan. For Chen Yi, the reward of 100-fold experience is something he is determined to obtain. Level 100 is not the end. According to those top-tier experts, reaching level 100 does not mean further leveling up is impossible. Rather, it's because this world no longer has monsters capable of providing sufficient experience points. The experience required to level up from 100 to 101 is even greater than the total experience needed to go from level 1 to 100. Unless there's a miraculous system reward like manna from heaven, dreaming of leveling up further is nothing short of wishful thinking. But with 100-fold experience, leveling up would no longer be an unattainable fantasy. While Chen Yi was pondering, the others had already divided the loot dropped after defeating the Scourge incarnation. Xiao Liang, holding a skill book, walked up to Chen Yi. "Here, this is yours." He handed over the skill book. "Everything that dropped this time is A rank, absolutely top tier at this stage." Chen Yi nodded, took it, and thanked him. He looked down and saw the title on the skill book, Meteorite Spell, A rank. Its effect was to summon a small meteorite from the sky to crash onto the ground, dealing massive damage. This is exactly the powerful attack skill he needs most right now. A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, and the skill book instantly transformed into a stream of light, drilling into his mind. All the knowledge about the meteorite technique became clear to him in an instant. Then, about Chu Tianxiao. Chen Yi had just started speaking when Xiao Liang immediately made a gesture for silence. Shortly after, a private message from Xiao Liang popped up in Chen Yi's inbox. "No one from other countries knows about this matter. Only you, me, Jean Huanger, and that mysterious person with the analysis talent are aware. As for the items Chu Tianxiao dropped, the analyst will take a portion, and the rest will be split among the three of us. I'll check later to see if there's anything suitable for you." Seeing this message, Chen Yi knowingly replied with an "alright." Since only 4 people were sharing, the feeling was quite satisfying. At this moment, a shimmering portal suddenly appeared at the center of the sacred realm, evidently the exit leading to the outside world. Those who had already divided the spoils stepped through without hesitation. Chen Yi also followed the crowd and entered the portal. The surroundings twisted and shifted, and in the next second, they found themselves in a park in Silver Summer City. The city was silent at this moment. Looking up, the blood-red moon hanging in the sky was gradually disintegrating and fading away, as if a nightmare had finally come to an end. The American strongman named Smith, clutching his severed arm, anxiously said to Xiao Liang, "There's nothing left for me here, right? I need to return to my country immediately and get my arm reattached." Xiao Liang nodded and announced loudly, "The crisis has been resolved, everyone can disperse." The tense nerves finally relaxed, and everyone felt a wave of exhaustion. At this moment, what they needed most was rest. Helicopters that had been hovering in the air began to land one after another. And strong individuals from various countries started boarding. Watching the planes depart one by one, Xiao Liang finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Jean Huanger. "Now, can you call your sister out?" Jean Huanger nodded and began sending a private message. Shortly after, a mysterious figure dressed in a black robe silently appeared in the park. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Could the mysterious person with the analytical talent actually be Jean Huanger's sister? Under everyone's gaze, the figure in the black robe lifted the hood, removed the mask, and revealed a face identical to Jean Huanger. However, unlike Jean Huanger's strikingly heroic demeanor, this woman's temperament leaned more towards gentleness. Xiao Liang introduced to Chen Yi, "This is Jean Fonger, Jean Huanger's younger sister, and also the possessor of the SSS-level talent, Decipher All Things." So, it turned out to be the twin sister. Chen Yi understood instantly and instinctively used the Eye of Insight to check her information. However, the system immediately prompted that it was unable to discern. At the same time, Jean Fonger's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she had sensed something. She merely nodded lightly towards Chen Yi and Xiao Liang as a greeting. Chen Yi immediately withdrew his insight, feeling secretly startled. This Jean Fonger could actually block his insight. Her talent was clearly far more complex than just decipher all things. Jean Fonger looked at the three and said straightforwardly, "When the red moon completely dissipates, all of Chu Tianxiao's belongings will refresh in this area beneath our feet. Based on their value, I want 50%. She paused and continued, "The remaining portion, my sister will take 30%, and you two will each get 10%. No objections, right?" Chen Yi and Xiao Liang exchanged a glance and both nodded. Getting 10% of top-tier loot without much effort, where else could you find such a good deal? The 4 of them waited quietly. After about an hour, as the sun was about to set on the horizon, the red moon finally faded away, leaving no trace of its crimson hue. At the moment the red moon disappeared, dozens of dazzling light clusters descended from the sky, landing precisely on the grassy field where the 4 of them stood. Chen Yi did not move, he knew how to allocate the items. Jean Huanger, however, rushed forward anxiously, quickly searching through the light clusters for something. Yet, after she had checked every single one, her face was filled with deep disappointment. Nothing that can unlock elemental attributes, she said, shaking her head in dismay. Then she looked at Jean Huanger. Sister, I'm not interested in any of these things. You can have my share. After saying that, Jean Huanger unexpectedly took out a scroll, tore it open, and vanished into thin air. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. That was a fixed-point teleportation scroll, something only a master-level enchanter could craft, priceless. Chen Yi's heart trembled, he hadn't expected someone to create a teleportation scroll so quickly. As expected, Jean Huanger's faction harbored quite a few talented individuals. Jean Huanger noticed his surprise and smiled awkwardly. My sister has always been like this, decisive and efficient. Let's not talk about that. You two should go pick your spoils now. With permission granted, Chen Yi and Xia Liang walked toward the floating light clusters. Without hesitation, Chen Yi took the Dragon Slayer blade and the Dragon Slayer set. These two pieces of top-tier equipment, originally meant for the Sword Saint, had gone through many twists and turns before finally returning to his hands. Xia Liang, on the other hand, chose a few bottles of rare potions. After they finished selecting, Jean Huanger swept the remaining items into her backpack and then pulled out a scroll. See you again someday. As soon as she finished speaking, she tore the scroll, and her figure instantly vanished from sight. Xia Liang watched with envy and sighed. Jean Huanger must have found a master-level enchanter, and it's very likely someone who can rapidly improve their professional skill level, a true genius. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. I've never even heard of something like this before. It's truly impressive. It's normal that you haven't seen it, Xia Liang explained. At this stage, there are only a handful of people who can train their secondary professions to the intermediate level. If it weren't for that goblin master alchemist under your command, we wouldn't have been able to get so many precious potions. Honestly, Chen Yi, you've made a major contribution this time. Chen Yi nodded again, but his mind was calculating. His goblin grandmaster, as powerful as it was starting to fall behind for his current needs. He required even greater power, at least top-tier diamond level, or even mythic level summons, to meet his ever-growing demands. He looked at Xia Liang and asked, does the Bureau have any higher-level summoning skill books? Preferably one that allows flying. I really need a flying mount right now. Chen Yi was eager to head to Antarctica to search for that legendary secret realm. Relying on himself alone, who knows how long it would take. To avoid unnecessary complications, getting a top-tier flying mount as soon as possible was the best choice. Xia Liang pondered for a moment and nodded. Summoning skill books are indeed rare, but I'll ask around for you. We should be able to find one. Great, thank you so much. You're welcome. At that moment, a loud rumbling noise came from the sky. It was the helicopter from the Tianji Bureau arriving. Xia Liang looked at Chen Yi. Are you heading back to the Bureau now? Chen Yi shook his head. No, upgrading is the most important thing right now. Alright, Xia Liang walked toward the helicopter. I will mobilize everyone to help you find a summoning skill book related to flying. Thank you very much. Soon, Xia Liang departed in the helicopter. Watching the black dot disappear into the horizon, Chen Yi turned to face his loyal servant, the skeleton king Grezel. Grezel, Chen Yi commanded, go to the vicinity of the Himalayas. That area is sparsely populated and teeming with high-level monsters. I need you to build an undead army there. He paused and emphasized, remember, if people don't provoke you, you don't provoke them. The soul fire in Grezel's eyes flickered wildly, yearning for battle and even more for freedom. But Chen Yi could sense that under the absolute contract of the supreme summoning, no matter how much it longed, it could only obey his command. Yes, master. The skeleton king lowered its head and answered respectfully. Chen Yi smiled, go ahead, head west from here, and you'll find that vast mountain range. Yes, master. The skeleton king accepted the order, turned, and strode westward, its figure quickly disappearing into the wilderness. After sending off the skeleton king, Chen Yi opened the trading market. As he had expected, there were only a few skill books in the display section. Everyone had realized the value of skill books, their prices changed daily. They were either traded privately or hidden away, waiting to be sold at sky-high prices. The few remaining books all required higher-grade equipment in exchange. Shenyi then turned to check his private messages. The 3 pieces of C-grade top-tier defensive equipment he had listed, the Scarab set, had been up for some time. He wondered if anyone was willing to trade a summoning skill book for them. There were many messages left for him, most of which were offers to trade mage attack skill books. However, Shenyi already had Meteor Strike and was no longer interested in those skills. He scrolled down page by page until one message made him stop. "Boss, I really need these 3 pieces of equipment. Can I trade a C-grade summoning skill book for them?" This person did not include a screenshot, so Shenyi was unsure if he was bragging. So, he replied, "Let me see the screenshot of the skill book." Not long after, the private message notification started flashing. Alright, big boss, please wait a moment," the other party replied. "I'm not very familiar with the screenshot function, so I didn't send it earlier." A moment later, a screenshot of the skill book was sent over. Summon Wind Eagle, Class C, summons a giant wind eagle to fight for you. The wind eagle is an extremely aggressive creature, naturally adept at various wind-based spells. Seeing the attributes of this skill book, Shenyi's eyes instantly lit up. This was like someone offering a pillow just when he needed one. This summon wind eagle was exactly what he had been dreaming of. However, he knew well that haste makes waste. In the business world, whoever gets anxious first loses. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shenyi replied in his still cold tone, "This skill book is not bad. I'm at a bit of a loss here. These 3 pieces of C-level equipment are not only high-level but also a set. You should know their value." The other party quickly responded. "Big bro, I only have this one skill book. If you think it's not worth it, I'll add a piece of D-level equipment, okay?" Seeing this message, Shenyi's lips curled into a slight smile. This guy really is a rookie. "Alright, deal. Great, big brother, you can't go back on your word." As soon as the words were spoken, a trade window popped up in front of Shenyi. In the trade slot were the skill book, Summon Windhawk, and a D-grade robe. Shenyi also placed his 3 pieces of equipment into the slot. The other party, seemingly afraid he might change his mind, immediately clicked confirm. Shenyi double-checked the skill book and then pressed confirm as well. In an instant, a skill book and a robe appeared in his hands. Looking at the Summon Windhawk book, Shenyi felt elated. He was eagerly anticipating what kind of surprises his Supreme Summon talent would bring him this time. He casually tossed the robe into his backpack and directly learned the skill book. In an instant, knowledge about how to summon the Wind Eagle surged into his mind. Infinite radiance surged around him, and immediately, a fierce gale swept through the entire Silver Summer City. In the sky, a massive magic circle appeared once again, identical to the one from when the Lord of Storms was summoned. First, an eagle head as large as a truck emerged from the magic circle, followed by its neck, body, wings, and tail. When its full form materialized in reality, an enormous wind eagle perched in the skies above Silver Summer City. This wind eagle was extraordinarily majestic, its cyan feathers adorned with noble golden patterns. With just a gentle flap of its wings, which spanned hundreds of meters, a fierce wind swept across the ground. Seeing this astonishing power, Shenyi was overjoyed. The grade must be extraordinary. He quickly opened the Wind Eagle's attribute panel. Wind Eagle God, Hilliard. Grade, Mythical. Talent, 4 Winds Guardian, SSS level. Skills, Revival of the East Wind, Destruction of the South Wind, Prohibition of the West Wind, Frost of the North Wind. Introduction: Hilliard was born different from ordinary eagles, naturally protected by 4 divine winds. Upon reaching adulthood, it defeated the aging god of wind eagles, seized the heart of the god, and became the new deity. Hilliard lowered its head, its massive eyes gazing down at Shenyi, filled with defiance. It had been living well in its own world, why should it be summoned here and obey such a weak human? It would never submit. Destruction of the South Wind. An endless storm of flames instantly engulfed the entire Silver Summer City, and the target was none other than Shenyi. But in the next second, Chenny merely raised a finger, and the city-destroying storm of flames vanished without a trace. Hilliard, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, plummeted straight from the sky, his massive body crushing countless buildings upon impact. Summoned creatures cannot attack their master, this is the iron rule of supreme summoning, and no being can defy it. Chenny slowly walked up to the fallen Hilliard. At this moment, Hilliard's enormous eyes were filled with unwillingness and rage. Chenny was not surprised by this. Any creature accustomed to reigning supreme in its own world would find it hard to accept suddenly becoming a servant. He merely said one sentence indifferently. "Submit to me, or die." Upon hearing this final ultimatum, the flames in Hilliard's eyes gradually dimmed. This was the rule, an absolute command it could not defy. If it wanted to survive, it could only submit. No creature is unafraid of death. Even though it bore the title of God of the Wind Eagle, it was not truly immortal. With this thought, Hilliard lowered its proud head. Seeing this scene, Chenny knew that the Wind Eagle God had already surrendered. "Very good, you've made a wise choice. Follow me, and you won't lose out." After speaking, Chenny lifted the restraint on Hilliard, then leapt up and steadily sat atop its head. "Head to the South Pole, I'll guide you." "Yes, Master." Hilliard responded, flapped its wings forcefully, and soared straight into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Stabilizing its position above the clouds, it began flying toward the Antarctic direction indicated by Chenny. The feathers on Hilliard's back provided an exceptionally comfortable seat, and its flight was remarkably smooth. When high-altitude hurricanes swept through, its feathers even generated a force field to shield Chenny from the fierce winds. Chenny was very satisfied with his new mount. He pulled up the system map and began guiding Hilliard's direction. This map was more precise than any satellite survey, and he quickly pinpointed the exact location of the Antarctic origin. Hilliard adjusted its course, transforming into a streak of light as it flew straight toward the Antarctic origin. Its massive body, which could block out the sky, streaked across the horizon and was immediately spotted by sharp-eyed players on the ground. Soon, a blurry video caused a sensation online, sparking widespread discussion and speculation about what kind of terrifying creature this could be. After all, with the current strength of players, an existence of this level was akin to a god utterly unattainable. Hilliard's speed was unimaginably fast. With the blessing of the Four Winds Guardian, its speed broke through 10 times the speed of sound, and the sound of the wind in its ears turned into a silent hum. In less than a day, the endless glaciers and piercing cold winds announced that they had arrived at the icy Antarctic continent. Chenny stood up from Hilliard's back and began to look down, searching for the exact location of the Antarctic pole. Nowadays, the Antarctic continent was devoid of monsters and had instead become a rare pristine land. Under Chenny's guidance, Hilliard flew straight toward the center of Antarctica. The night had long since shrouded this frozen world, but for Hilliard, who possessed night vision, the darkness posed no obstacle to its progress. Finally, in front of a sudden, towering black mountain range, Hilliard slowly stopped flapping its wings. They had arrived. From the starting point to here, crossing half the globe had taken less than 7 hours. "All right, land now," Chenny instructed. He jumped off the back of the giant eagle, his feet landing on solid ground. To his surprise, this mountain range had no trace of snow, only black rocks stood in the polar winds, exuding an eerie silence. Chenny turned to look at the massive Hilliard beside him and asked, "Can you shrink?" "Yes, Master," Hilliard nodded. As soon as the words left its mouth, its enormous body began to shrink rapidly. Amidst the shifting light and shadows, it finally transformed into a miniature falcon, only 20 centimeters in size, and lightly perched on Chenny's shoulder. Chenny couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he now somewhat resembled an ancient hero, with a mighty eagle on his shoulder. The only thing missing was a loyal hunting dog by his side. He stopped dwelling on the thought and stepped deeper into the mountain range. The surroundings were deathly silent, so quiet it was unsettling. Chenny couldn't help but grumble inwardly about how this godforsaken place didn't even have a single penguin in sight. He quickened his pace, traversing in and out of the mountains. 3 whole hours passed as he searched nearly every inch of rock, yet he still found nothing. He looked at Xiaoliang's avatar in his friend list, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided not to click on it. He knew that Xia Liang might be able to tell him how to unlock the secret realm, but doing so would expose the secret of his possession of the realm. In this world, owning treasures beyond others' reach is, in itself, a crime. Without absolute strength to protect himself, every step must be taken with extreme caution. Chen Yi stopped in his tracks and looked up at the black ridge. If it's not on the ground, could it be underground? A bold idea formed in his mind. He walked out of the mountain range and said to Hilliard on his shoulder, "Return to your original form and take me to the sky." "Yes, master." In an instant, the giant eagle appeared once more. Chen Yi stood on its broad back, soaring back into the sky and circling directly above the black mountain range. His plan was simple and brutal. If he couldn't find a door, he would create one himself. He intended to use the most powerful magic to level this mountain range. The secret realm was an independent world, and he didn't believe his attack could harm it in the slightest. To be honest, this was Chen Yi's first time using the meteor spell in actual combat. This grade A skill required a lengthy 3-second casting time and had a cooldown of half an hour. However, with the 90% cooldown reduction from his Master of Elements talent, the cooldown was compressed to a mere 3 minutes. Even so, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. He needed to unlock infinite firepower as soon as possible. The difference between 90% and 100% cooldown reduction was like night and day. At that moment, the sky changed dramatically. A massive meteor, its power amplified 100-fold by Chen Yi, appeared out of thin air, blazing with roaring flames. It trailed a long tail as it hurtled down toward the black mountain range below. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth, as if the entire Antarctic continent was trembling. Countless fragments of rock were blasted into the air by the shockwave, and the terrifying force of the meteor's impact forcibly sheared off an entire layer of the mountain range. Seeing the power of this strike, even Chen Yi himself was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that an A-level skill could create such a world-shattering scene. At this moment, he was filled with confidence about his future leveling journey. More importantly, that strike had only consumed 1/50th of his mental energy. This meant he could unleash 50 more attacks of the same caliber. He even began to imagine that once he reached level 50 and unlocked infinite firepower, no one would be able to withstand 10 meteors under his assault. 3 minutes later, the cooldown ended. Without hesitation, Chen Yi summoned another meteor at the same location. With another deafening roar, this time the destructive force was even more concentrated, and a small mountain within the Black Mountain range collapsed instantly, turning into dust. At that moment, a faint glimmer of light emerged from deep within the collapsed mountain. Chen Yi's spirit lifted. He found it. "Hilliard, descend." Man and eagle rapidly descended. Chen Yi leaped directly into the massive crater, 20 meters deep, created by the meteorite impact. That glimmer of light was emanating from the bottom of the pit. As he approached, he saw a glowing shield composed of countless magical runes, slowly rotating. Without a doubt, it was a magical protective shell. Chen Yi reached out to touch it. It felt solid and indestructible. Despite the terrifying meteorite barrage earlier, it remained completely unscathed. Its defensive power was truly extraordinary. It seemed that entering this secret realm would likely require a special key. Just as Chen Yi was pondering a strategy, Hilliard shrank its form again and flew in front of him. "Master," it said, "I know how to get in." Chen Yi looked somewhat surprised at the magical barrier in front of him and asked Hilliard on his shoulder, "Can you open it?" "Yes, master." Hilliard's voice carried confidence. "My Zephyr's seal was born to break through this kind of magical barrier." "Very well, proceed immediately," Chen Yi ordered. "Yes, master." As soon as the words were spoken, Hilliard suddenly opened his beak, and a small hurricane burst forth instantly. The storm was entwined with countless fine magical threads, like a precise surgical scalpel. The moment it struck the barrier, it silently sliced open a gap tall enough for a person. The entire barrier remained intact, as if it had merely been unzipped. "Master, this opening can only be maintained for 10 minutes. Once the time is up, it will need to be breached again." Chen Yi nodded, his sharp gaze fixed on the crack, and said to Hilliard, "Go in and see what's hidden inside. Whatever it is, bring it out directly." "Understood, master," Hilliard responded, transforming into a streak of light and darting into the barrier. Cheney waited patiently outside as time ticked by. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Hilliard reappeared, flying out with an ancient-looking small cauldron in his mouth. "Master, this is the only thing inside the barrier." Cheney took the small cauldron, and a cool sensation spread through his hand. He immediately focused his mind to check the item's information. A line of information appeared in his mind. Heavenly Treasure Cauldron, grade, unique. Effect, sacrifice various items to obtain a golden key to enter the Heavenly Treasure secret realm. Seeing this line of text, Chunyi's eyes were instantly ignited with ecstatic joy. Finally, the opportunity to control the Tianbao secret realm was right in front of him. He could hardly wait and wanted to start the sacrifice immediately to obtain that crucial key. He carefully placed the Tianbao cauldron into his backpack and looked up to ask Hilliard, "Is this cauldron the only thing inside? There's nothing else?" Hilliard nodded, "Yes, master. It's completely empty inside, but filled with countless powerful restrictions. If it weren't for my west wind seal perfectly countering them, I probably wouldn't have been able to retrieve this item." "Thank you for your hard work," Cheney said approvingly. "However, I'll need to trouble you a bit more. We need to change locations and make a trip to the United States." A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "Go there and get some equipment as offerings." "Yes, master." Hilliard said no more. His body expanded against the wind, instantly transforming into his true form, a giant eagle that blotted out the sky. Cheney leapt up and landed steadily on its back. Accompanied by a piercing eagle cry that shattered the clouds, they left the Antarctic icefield, flying toward the distant continent. Almost at the same time as their departure, a scientific expedition team braving the wind and snow was struggling to advance toward the Black Mountain Range. Leading the team was a resolute-eyed white man, a rare top-tier professional who had achieved an SSS-level talent. Not long ago, he had slain a leader from the underground world and unexpectedly obtained a treasure map and a mysterious key. Upon discovering that the treasure's destination pointed directly to the Antarctic's origin, he immediately assembled a group of elite experts to embark on the treasure hunt together. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry flashed past above their heads. The white man, relying on his extraordinary vision, caught sight of Hilliard's massive and agile figure, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. "I never expected that such a formidable creature could exist in a place like Antarctica." But he didn't dwell on it, the desire for treasure overwhelmed everything else. He waved his hand, signaling the team to continue advancing toward the Black Mountain shrouded by wind and snow. A few days later, the east coast of the United States. Cheney rode on Hilliard, crossing the vast ocean and arriving at this land renowned for its freedom. Not far from the coast lay a small seaside town called Innsmouth. Cheney opened the system map to confirm his location, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He decided to start here to collect offerings for his Tianbao cauldron. He took out a large black robe from his backpack, completely shrouding himself in the shadow of its hood. Hilliard, understanding his intent, shrank its form into a small, inconspicuous eagle, quietly perched on his shoulder. As soon as he stepped into the outskirts of the town, several professionals hunting monsters noticed this mysteriously dressed stranger. "Stop! Who are you?" one burly man shouted sternly. Cheney stopped in his tracks, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion under the hood. "Hand over all your equipment, or hand over your lives." "Ha! You're asking for death!" the burly man roared, raising his weapon as he prepared to charge forward. However, before he could finish his sentence, a scorching ray instantly shot out from Chunyi's fingertips. "Ah!" A piercing, agonized scream tore through the air. The shouting professional didn't even have time to react before being reduced to ashes in the searing light. Cheney slowly raised his head, his gaze from beneath the hood sweeping over the remaining few who were scared out of their wits. In an indisputable tone, he repeated, "Hand it over." In the following days, a storm swept through Innsmouth and several nearby cities, Arkham and Miskatonic. A mysterious figure in a black robe appeared like a phantom, ruthlessly plundering every professional he encountered with thunderous methods. By the time America's special departments finally reacted and attempted to track him down, Cheney had already departed with Hilliard, carrying a bounty of spoils, flying toward his homeland. Standing on Hilliard's broad back, facing the fierce winds high in the sky, Shenny began to inventory the spoils of the past few days. 19,823 pieces of F-grade equipment, 1,451 pieces of E-grade equipment, 12 pieces of D-grade equipment, and 1 piece of C-grade equipment. In addition, there were countless potions, scrolls, and rare materials of various levels. American professionals are really swimming in wealth, Chen-Yi couldn't help but remark. He didn't delay any further, holding the Tianbao cauldron in his palm and beginning to sacrifice piles of equipment into it. A progress bar appeared on the Tianbao cauldron, accompanied by a line of small text, F-grade item requirement, 786/1000. Chen-Yi placed one F-grade piece of equipment after another into the cauldron, and the progress bar steadily rose. Finally, after sacrificing exactly 1,000 F-grade items, the Tianbao cauldron radiated a brilliant light, and a golden key, intricately engraved with complex patterns, slowly rose from within the cauldron. The key was exquisitely crafted. Rather than calling it a tool, it was more fitting to describe it as a perfect work of art. The golden key in his hand turned out to be an S-grade treasure, specifically designed for entering and exiting that mysterious Tianbao secret realm. However, the cost was staggering. The Tianbao cauldron would require a full 10,000 F-grade items to manifest the next golden key. Chen-Yi couldn't help but gasp. This thing was practically a bottomless pit for consuming wealth. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and directly sacrificed another 10,000 F-grade items, manifesting another golden key. Immediately afterward, the Tianbao cauldron's requirements escalated, demanding 1,000 E-grade items. Gritting his teeth, Chen-Yi continued to invest. When the third golden key was obtained, the demand skyrocketed again, reaching 10,000 E-level items. Chen-Yi took a sharp breath, thinking that the threshold for this secret realm was ridiculously high, completely unaffordable for ordinary people. Curious about the exchange ratio, he tried sacrificing an F-level item, and the progress bar only increased by 0.1%. He immediately understood it was a decimal conversion. 10 F-level items were equivalent to 1 E-level item. What about the higher-level D-grade equipment? He sacrificed a D-level item, and sure enough, the progress bar directly increased by 10%. So that's how it is, each level represents a tenfold difference. Now he already had 3 golden keys. To make up the fourth one, Chen-Yi dumped all the items below grade C from his backpack into the mix. Finally, the progress bar stopped at 75.54%. He really had nothing left to sacrifice. He put away the heavenly treasure cauldron and 2 golden keys, leaving only one in his hand. Then, he had his companion Hilliard stop at an uninhabited island. Now, he couldn't wait to go in and see what exactly was hidden in this so-called heavenly treasure secret realm. Chen-Yi took out the golden key and used it directly. With his action, a magnificent portal of light appeared out of thin air. The door was covered with intricate golden patterns, looking even more luxurious than the black jade door of the previous Apocalypse secret realm. With Hilliard, who had shrunk and perched on his shoulder, he stepped inside. The portal of light disappeared along with them, as if it had never appeared on the island. As soon as he entered, Chen-Yi felt something different. It was as if he were inside a damp cave, with slippery walls that seemed to have been licked by some enormous creature. He cautiously walked forward, reaching the end of the cave, where a vast underground space suddenly opened up before him. The sight before him made his scalp tingle. Within that enormous space, it was densely packed with silver ants. These ants were highly organized, methodically digging and constructing their nest. Chen-Yi quickly glanced at their attributes. They were level 47 silverback ants. Although they were of ordinary grade, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. He gave a signal to Hilliard on his shoulder, unwilling to act himself. "I'll leave it to you." Hilliard understood immediately and responded, "Yes, master." It immediately flew off Chen-Yi's shoulder, hovered above the vast space, and chanted, "Destruction of the South Wind." In an instant, an endless storm of flames swept through the entire space. The silver-backed ants immediately huddled together, trying to use their hard silver carapaces to resist the blaze. However, while they could withstand ordinary flames, against the divine power of the Wind Eagle god Hilliard, their resistance was utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, all the silver-backed ants were reduced to ashes. Countless tiny golden glimmers surged into Chen-Yi's body, and his experience bar instantly increased by 23%. This left him quite satisfied. For ordinary creatures, the experience these ants provided was already very generous. But strangely, after clearing the area, the portal he had anticipated did not appear. At that moment, amidst the ashes scattered across the ground, the earth suddenly cracked open, and a massive, plump white insect crawled out from the soil. Its attribute panel revealed that it was a level 47 silverback queen ant. Chenyi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected any survivors after the cataclysmic attack just now. He didn't even bother to have Hilliard make a move. With a casual flick, he hurled a fireball. Now at level 8, his fireball spell was far superior in both size and power compared to before. The silverback queen ant had no chance to resist and was instantly vaporized into ashes by the fireball. At the spot where the queen ant died, a ball of light suddenly burst forth. Something actually dropped. Chenyi's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over, his heart full of anticipation. What kind of treasure could a queen ant drop? He reached into the ball of light and pulled out an egg. It was an F-grade silverback soldier ant egg. According to the description, this item could hatch into a soldier ant pet that would fight alongside its owner and level up together. Chenyi's heart trembled. It was a pet egg. What an unexpected surprise. After all, the value of a pet egg was almost equivalent to that of a skill book of the same level. This was Chenyi's first time obtaining a pet egg, and it seemed that the drop rate in the Tianbao secret realm truly lived up to its reputation. Of course, this might also have something to do with his impressive 7 points of luck. At that moment, a portal of light appeared in the vast space, and Chenyi stepped into it without hesitation. The scene before his eyes changed instantly, and he found himself on a vast plateau. The land here had been eroded by flowing water for countless years, with ravines crisscrossing everywhere. The entire surface appeared fragmented, as if it were a world casually doodled by a child. The air was filled with a dry, earthy smell. Hilliard, fly up and see if there are any monsters. Yes, master. Hilliard responded and soared straight into the sky. However, in the high altitude, there was nothing but himself, not even the shadow of a bird. Moments later, he flew back to Chenyi's shoulder to report, "Master, there's nothing in the distance. It seems the monsters here are hiding underground." Chenyi nodded, "Take me up there." Hilliard reverted to his true dragon form and carried Chenyi into the sky. Overlooking the vast plateau, Chenyi began chanting a spell to summon a meteor. Boom! 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 Every 3 minutes, a burning boulder would descend from the sky, crashing fiercely onto the ground. Each impact sent up yellow dust dozens of meters high, leaving behind a bottomless crater. Chenyi summoned 10 meteors in one go, completely transforming the landscape of the plateau. Strangely enough, he didn't see even a shadow of a monster, yet his experience bar kept steadily increasing. Finally, a golden light flashed, and he successfully leveled up to 48. At the same time, a new portal of light appeared above the plateau. Looking at this scene, Chenyi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He hadn't even seen the monster, yet he had already cleared the level? He landed on the ground and was about to leave when a soft white glow suddenly emerged beneath his feet. It was the loot. Chenyi reached into the light, and a pet egg quietly rested in his palm. Bloodthirsty rat pet egg, E-grade. Description: can hatch into an elite-level bloodthirsty rat pet to fight for you. It turns out the underground monsters were bloodthirsty rats, all killed by his meteorite. Did I just poke a nest of pet eggs? Chenyi shook his head helplessly and placed the egg into his backpack. Pet eggs are extremely rare in the market. After all, a pet is equivalent to having an absolutely loyal professional fighting alongside you, making them priceless. He decided to put it up on the trading platform once he got out. After securing the loot, Chenyi stepped into the new light gate. As soon as he entered the 3rd level, his legs suddenly sank into icy cold muddy water. Looking around, he found himself in a vast swamp, with a gloomy forest not far away. Suddenly, a large shadow rapidly approached from the distant sky, accompanied by a hair-raising buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of giant green wasps had already taken position above him. Before Chenyi could react, the swarm of wasps launched their attack. In an instant, countless green stingers glinting with a cold light rained down like a torrential storm, covering the sky as they shot toward him. Rock shield. A thick rock barrier rose instantly. With a series of crisp clang-clang sounds, all the venomous stingers were blocked by the shield. However, the shield was riddled with holes, and a few stingers even pierced through the rock, striking Chen Yi. Yet, thanks to his extremely high piercing resistance, he remained completely unharmed. He quickly checked the attributes of these monsters. Blue-tailed bee, level 48, bronze rank, extremely high agility, but other attributes are average. To deal with such swarms of small monsters, Scorching Ray is the perfect choice. The ray, now upgraded to level 7, has a width of 3 meters, sweeping out like a massive flaming lightsaber. Although the blue-tailed bees are incredibly fast, they have nowhere to hide against the ray's high-speed movement. In less than a minute, all the blue-tailed bees in the air were burned to charcoal, crackling as they fell into the swamp. However, the light gate leading to the next level did not appear. It seems this was just a small appetizer. Chen Yi didn't want to trudge through the muddy swamp. He took out a frost heart and hurled it forcefully into the center of the swamp. The bone-chilling cold instantly spread, freezing the entire swamp into a solid ice surface. He stepped onto the smooth ice and headed toward the distant forest. He had no patience to enter the forest and search for those hidden green-tailed bees one by one. Chen Yi raised his hand and aimed at the forest ahead. A devastating scorching ray suddenly shot out. The thick beam swept across, and wherever it passed, the trees were engulfed in flames. Billowing black smoke rose into the sky, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning. He could clearly hear countless desperate buzzing sounds coming from deep within the sea of fire. Thousands of green-tailed bees were making futile struggles. But these bronze-level monsters had an exceptionally tenacious vitality. Mere smoke and fire were not enough to be fatal. Chen Yi snorted coldly, sensing their positions, and increased the energy output of the scorching ray in his hand once again. The length of the beam instantly extended to a kilometer, forming a wall of death. Under this terrifying high-temperature roasting, after more than an hour, there was no longer a single intact tree within a kilometer, only a ground covered in ashes. The green-tailed bees hidden within naturally could not escape being burned to charcoal, and Chen Yi's experience bar slowly increased as a result. After advancing another 3 kilometers, a colossal object appeared before him. It was a massive beehive, towering as high as a 7-story building. For the tiny green-tailed bees, this was nothing short of a world-class architectural marvel. Chen Yi halted his attack because he caught a whiff of a peculiar sweetness. This sweet aroma, baked by the surrounding flames, became even more rich and enticing. He immediately deduced that this enormous beehive must contain green-tailed bee honey. He turned to Hilliard beside him and issued a command: "Return to your true form and tear that beehive apart for me." Hilliard respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he transformed into his dragon form and soared into the sky. With a thunderous roar, his sharp claws effortlessly tore the hill-like beehive in half. The hive collapsed with a crash, revealing its internal structure. Numerous green sacs were exposed to the air, and the intense sweetness emanated from these sacs. Chen Yi stepped forward and casually picked up one of the sacs. Information immediately surfaced in his mind: this was E-grade green tail honey, which not only neutralizes low-level toxins but also permanently increases physique by 0.1 point upon consumption. However, this effect can only be enjoyed once in a lifetime by each individual. It could actually increase permanent attributes. What a pleasant surprise! Without hesitation, he tore open the sac and drank the honey inside in one gulp. A rich sweetness exploded in his mouth instantly. Shortly after, the system's notification sounded, and his physique unexpectedly increased by 0.2 points. The effect doubled? Chen Yi was initially stunned, but then he thought of his special talent for restriction liberation, and it all made sense to him. This talent allowed his attribute growth to receive additional bonuses. Feeling delighted, he packed all the remaining honey sacs into his backpack. These precious honey sacs, whether used for sacrifices or sold, represented a considerable fortune. When he cleared the last honey chamber, a large, plump, and bloated insect appeared before him. It was the level 48 bronze-tier green-tailed queen bee. Like an ant queen, its sole task was reproduction, and it had no combat abilities. Chenny expressionlessly fired a scorching ray, instantly reducing the defenseless queen bee to ashes. A dazzling white light burst forth from the spot, and when the light dissipated, a pet egg lay quietly on the ground. Chenny picked up the pet egg, and the information displayed that it was a D-grade green-tailed bee pet egg, capable of hatching into a bronze-tier green-tailed bee as a pet. Holding this egg, Chenny suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that every floor's final boss here drops a pet egg? If that's true, then he's about to strike it rich. This is just a D-grade pet egg, but if higher grade ones can drop later, it would drive all players crazy. He even began to imagine that if he could obtain an egg capable of summoning a diamond-grade pet, its value would be immeasurable, perhaps even worth trading for a one-of-a-kind epic piece of equipment. Thinking of this, Chenyi's heart burned with excitement, and he couldn't wait to head to the next floor to verify his hypothesis. Conveniently, the light gate leading to the next floor had already appeared, and he stepped through it without hesitation. The moment he passed through the light gate, the scene before him opened up dramatically. A starry sky stretched endlessly above, and soft clouds lay beneath his feet. To his astonishment, Chenny found himself standing on a floating island suspended above a sea of clouds. Amid the surrounding clouds, some strange creatures resembling electric eels were leisurely swimming. They quickly noticed Chenny, the uninvited guest, and immediately turned to charge at him with an imposing momentum. Chenny quickly checked the attributes of these creatures. They were level 48 silver tier monsters called floating electric eels, possessing extremely high agility and mental attributes, and specializing in lightning attacks. Before he could prepare, the floating electric eels had already launched their attack. Blinding lightning bolts shot through the air at an astonishing speed, almost reaching 1/10 the speed of light. Chenny had no time to react and was struck squarely by several bolts of lightning. A strong sense of paralysis instantly spread throughout his body, and his limbs became incredibly stiff. Even with a 90% elemental immunity, Chenny still felt a strong sense of paralysis and discomfort when struck by the lightning. At that moment, the cold system notification sounded in his ear: "You have been struck by lightning, recovering mobility. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 10% lightning resistance." Before the voice had faded, the remaining floating electric eels in the sky seemed to go berserk, unleashing a barrage of dense lightning bolts at him one after another. Chenyi's supernatural adaptation talent was triggered wildly, and the notification sound of his lightning resistance rapidly increasing filled his ears like a flood. Soon, those once lethal lightning bolts landed on his body, but they had become completely harmless, no more than a tickle. Chenny stretched his muscles and lazily yawned. The utility of these floating electric eels had run its course. It was time to turn them into experience points. He glanced at Hilliard beside him and casually instructed, "Go, clean up these guys." For such a minor scene, Chenny couldn't be bothered to act personally. Leaving it to Hilliard was more than enough. "Yes, master." Hilliard responded respectfully, flapping his wings and directly unleashing destruction of the southern wind. In an instant, an infinite storm of flames erupted in the clouds, forming a sea of fire. The floating electric eels couldn't last even a second before being reduced to ashes in the terrifying firestorm. The scorching shockwave even swept away the surrounding clouds near the floating island. A massive surge of experience points flooded into his body, and Chenyi's level instantly skyrocketed to 49. He was just one step away from the second job advancement at level 50. The mist dispersed, revealing the full view of the floating island. It resembled a massive rock suspended in mid-air, barren and devoid of any vegetation. At that moment, a king electric eel, twice the size of its kind, emitted a dazzling white light upon its death. However, the loot from it plummeted straight down toward the bottom of the floating island. Chenyi's eyes sharpened as he immediately shouted, "Hilliard, grab it!" Hilliard understood instantly. The massive dragon body swiftly shrank, diving down like a streak of black lightning and precisely snatching the white light in its claws. It flapped its wings and steadily flew back to the floating island, handing the loot to Chenyi. As the white light dissipated, a C-grade floating electric eel pet egg lay quietly in his palm, capable of summoning a silver-tier floating electric eel as a pet. This was already the fourth pet egg. Chenyi casually tossed it into his backpack, feeling increasingly confident. He was absolutely certain that he could farm a diamond-grade pet egg here. As for the legendary mythic grade, Shen-Yi didn't dare to dream about it just yet. After all, with his current strength, making it all the way to the 7th level and challenging diamond grade creatures was already a feat against all odds. Mythic creatures, which broke through the limits of conventional attributes, possessed unfathomable power. He wasn't arrogant enough to court death by seeking them out. At that moment, a new portal of light slowly formed on the floating island. Gazing at the portal leading to the 5th level, the domain of gold-grade creatures, Shen-Yi stepped in without hesitation. He had been looking forward to the gold pet eggs on the 5th level for a long time. What kind of gold-grade creature would be waiting for him? And what surprises would the dark gold creatures on the 6th level and the diamond creatures on the 7th level bring? The moment he stepped into the portal, a wave of destructive heat surged toward him, as if it would instantly roast him into charcoal. The air temperature was at least 300 degrees Celsius, and the entire world resembled an apocalyptic scene, with erupting volcanoes and flowing lava everywhere. Ordinary creatures wouldn't survive even a second here. However, after a brief adjustment, Shen-Yi no longer felt any discomfort. Just then, a series of deep, thunderous roars echoed from the distance, as if exploding right next to his ears. Shen-Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately commanded Hilliard, "Let's go, take me over there to have a look." "At your command, Master." Hilliard instantly reverted to its true dragon form, and Shen-Yi stood steadily atop its head, flying toward the source of the roar. Gazing down at the land covered in flames and lava, Shen-Yi speculated that the creatures here were most likely fire attributed. As they drew closer, the monsters emitting the roars finally came into view. Shen-Yi focused his gaze and saw a group of giants entirely made of rock. They were furiously pounding their chests and letting out deafening roars toward a massive lava pool in front of them. Before him, countless giants were scrambling to leap into the bubbling lava pool. After jumping in, they began pouring the scalding lava over themselves, as if they were enjoying an incredibly soothing hot bath. Shen-Yi immediately saw through the nature of these creatures. Rock golems, level 49 gold tier creatures. Their strength and constitution were astonishingly high, but their fatal weaknesses were their sluggish movements and simple minds. After assessing the situation, Shen-Yi had Hilliard circle high in the air. Once he confirmed there were no other enemies, he decided to take action. He didn't descend but instead, from mid-air, summoned a meteor aimed directly at the rock golems below. A deafening boom. A massive meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, descended from the sky and struck the densest cluster of giants with precision. The unparalleled impact instantly blasted the magma from the entire pool into the air. The rock golems at the center of the explosion were shattered into countless fragments on the spot. Those on the periphery were knocked askew by the powerful shockwave. The surviving rock golems immediately cast rock shields around themselves, crude shields made of 3 slabs of obsidian, far inferior to Shen-Yi's power. Enraged, they searched for the source of the disaster, but due to their unique body structure, they could only tilt their heads up to a 45-degree angle. Beyond that, their vision was blocked by their own rigid rock shells. They had no way of discovering that the true harbinger of death was directly above them. Seeing this scene, Shen-Yi's lips curled into a smile. As soon as the skill cooldown ended, he continued to cast Meteor Strike. The massive meteors had now become the best tool for clearing the battlefield. Boom! 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 One meteor after another fell like a judgment day, crashing down relentlessly. In just a short moment, over 200 rock giant demons were completely annihilated under the continuous impacts. Shen-Yi's experience bar instantly rose by 45%, reaching an impressive 49 level, 48% progress. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he hadn't obtained the Meteor Strike spell back then, relying solely on Fireball and Scorching Ray would never have allowed him to resolve the battle so cleanly and efficiently. At this moment, a soft white glow emerged from the shattered remains of the rock giant demons. Shen-Yi ordered Hilliard to land and retrieve the glowing object. As he had expected, it was a rock giant demon pet egg. Once hatched, it would yield a golden tier rock giant demon to fight for him. The value of this golden tier pet egg was beyond measure. It was well known that a golden tier creature could easily defeat thousands of ordinary professionals. Obtaining it was equivalent to gaining a powerful army absolutely loyal to him. Shen-Yi contentedly placed the pet egg into his backpack. This was already the fifth one. The previous ones weren't very valuable, but starting from the gold tier, the value of each egg had increased 10 to 20 times. After clearing the battlefield, a glowing portal to the next level appeared. Chenny took a deep breath and cautiously stepped through. He knew that what awaited him next would be even more troublesome dark gold tier creatures, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. As soon as he stepped into the portal, the scene before him changed instantly. The scorching heat vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. This was a world of ice and snow, with temperatures likely below -100 degrees. The abrupt shift from extreme heat to extreme cold made Chenny shiver involuntarily, but he quickly adapted. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry echoed from the sky. Chenny looked up to see a massive snow eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters hurtling toward him like lightning. Its sharp claws glinted with a chilling light in the air. The snow eagle had 2 heads, and its 4 eyes were locked onto him. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. However, before it could get close, Hilliard revealed its true form. The wind eagle's body, hundreds of meters long, instantly blotted out the sky. In the face of this massive figure, the ferocious 2-headed snow eagle seemed as insignificant as a newly hatched chick. The snow eagle was so terrified by the sudden and overwhelming pressure that it spun around in panic midair and tried to flee. But how could Hilliard let it escape so easily? With a single flap of its wings, it caught up in an instant, grabbed the snow eagle with its talons, and tore it apart with a powerful rip. Chenny also got a clear look at the creature's attributes: a level 49 dark gold creature, the 2-headed snow eagle. That earlier move was undoubtedly its lethal ambush skill. At that moment, a large shadow appeared on the distant horizon. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a massive flock of about 30 2-headed snow eagles. Yet Hilliard showed no fear. As the god of wind eagles, facing these chick-like creatures was nothing more than slicing through melons and vegetables. The snow sculptures, like a whirlwind, instantly surrounded Hilliard, relying on their sheer numbers to try to tear him apart. But Hilliard would not tolerate these beasts. He roared, "West Wind's prohibition!" In an instant, a strange gale appeared out of nowhere, sweeping across the body of every 2-headed snow sculpture. The snow sculptures were horrified to find that their wings could no longer move, as if the air had turned into solid glue. Immediately after, all the snow sculptures plummeted straight from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Watching this spectacular scene, Hilliard let out a thunderous laugh. In the world of the wind eagle, he had used this move to defeat countless powerful enemies, and it was precisely with this move that he earned the right to compete for the throne of the wind eagle god. Now, this sky had completely turned into a no-fly zone, and those once arrogant snow sculptures could only crawl pathetically on the ground. Hilliard smoothly carried Chenny onto his back. Chenny wasted no time. As soon as the cooldown for his meteor spell ended, he immediately cast it again. One burning meteor after another descended from the sky, striking the snow sculptures on the ground with precision. Each meteor that fell signified the destruction of a snow sculpture. After the bombardment of over 30 meteors, all the snow sculptures lay in pools of blood, with one particularly translucent and dazzling pet egg standing out. At that moment, a brilliant golden light burst forth from Chunyi's body, and the system's notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations on reaching level 50. The 5th talent, Infinite Firepower, has been unlocked. You have reached level 50 and can now accept the 2nd-tier class advancement quest. Chunyi's breath hitched, and he immediately checked the new talent. Infinite Firepower, an SSS-level talent, all skill cooldowns reduced by 100%, skill costs reduced by 100%, and the cost of all forbidden spells reduced by 99%. Immediately after, a mission panel unfolded before him. With just one glance, Chenny was stunned. At the very top of the mission list, there was an SSS-level mission, marked with a sinister skull symbol, signifying its deadly level of danger. He immediately began reading it carefully. Godslayer, eliminate a mythological creature of the same level to prove your strength. Task rewards, Element Destroyer Job Change Scroll, a random SSS-level elemental skill book. Seeing this task, Chenny did not hesitate for a moment and immediately chose to accept it. Just a mythical level creature? I'll kill it and show you. Element Destroyer, just hearing the name makes it clear that it's one of the top-tier second-tier professions. Moreover, there's an unknown SSS-level elemental skill as a reward, which, after being amplified 100-fold by his Master of Elements talent, would undoubtedly possess world-destroying power. Shenny landed on the ground and picked up the twin-headed snow eagle's pet egg. This was not just a pet egg but a dark gold-grade mount with immense potential, capable of flying, fighting, and tanking. Its value was immeasurable. He carefully stored the pet egg and turned his gaze toward the light gate that had suddenly appeared in the snow. He could hardly wait to test the power he had just acquired. As Chenyi stepped through the light gate, the scene before him changed instantly. He found himself on a sea island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The entire island was made of dark rocks, and the air was thick with a strong aura of the undead. Having spent so much time with the Skeleton King, Chenyi was all too familiar with this kind of aura. At the very center of the island, a towering mage tower stood out conspicuously. Chenyi recognized this type of structure. It could gather the elemental forces from its surroundings. He turned to Hilliard and commanded, "Go, take me to the sky above that mage tower. I want to see just how powerful the diamond creatures on this level really are." "Yes, Master," Hilliard replied respectfully. It could clearly sense that its master had grown stronger, not just by a small margin. That kind of confidence, rooted deep in his very being, was unmistakable. Hilliard carried Chenyi and quickly flew directly above the mage tower. At the same time, a group of humanoid creatures exuding an aura of undeath appeared at the top of the tower, numbering about 20 or so. Chenyi quickly checked their attributes. These creatures were liches, level 50 diamond tier monsters, possessing a base intelligence as high as 500 points. Their talent was Immortal Soul, and they had mastered a series of powerful skills such as Death Decay and Frost Armor. All the liches raised their heads, their hollow eye sockets flickering with a sinister glow, staring intently at the uninvited guests in the sky. Chenyi decided to strike first. His meteor spell required 3 seconds of preparation time, and he absolutely couldn't let this group of liches seize the initiative. The description of that Death Decay skill was too terrifying. It could reduce life by a percentage. He couldn't allow them to cast it. Chenyi immediately began casting a spell, and the sky changed dramatically. One massive meteor after another, trailing long fiery tails, roared down toward the mage tower in quick succession. Meanwhile, the liches atop the tower simultaneously raised their skeletal staves and struck them forcefully against the ground. In an instant, a ghostly blue defensive barrier rose from the mage tower, enveloping the entire structure. The pale and eerie power of necromancy formed a sturdy defensive barrier, encasing the entire mage tower. However, in the face of the massive meteors summoned by Chenyi, the barrier began to tremble violently. Meteors rained down one after another, each impact producing a deafening boom, as if threatening to tear the entire sky apart. Boom! 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 The sound of impacts was incessant. Before long, the barrier was riddled with web-like cracks, on the verge of collapse. Finally, with another ferocious meteor strike, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. The mage tower, now unprotected, was directly exposed to the meteor assault. With a thunderous roar, the structure, which had stood on the island for countless years, crumbled into ruins. From the rubble, a group of liches soared into the sky on their skeletal staves, landing steadily on the ground. Moving swiftly, they immediately cast a layer of icy frost armor upon themselves. Seeing this, Chenyi did not hesitate and hurled another meteor spell at them. However, when the massive meteor struck one of the liches, it merely left a faint crack on its frost armor. Chenyi was instantly astonished. The defense of this group of liches far exceeded his expectations. But he quickly realized that these creatures were monsters with a staggering 500 points of mental power, so their defensive capabilities were naturally extraordinary. Understanding this, he no longer held back. The energy within him surged wildly, and one meteor after another rained down on the liches like a torrential storm. The liches struggled to resist amidst the meteor shower. Finally, one lich's energy was completely depleted, and it could no longer maintain its frost armor. With a miserable scream, it was instantly smashed into pulp by the meteors. Strangely, the remaining liches immediately surrounded it, performing a dark ritual to transform their companion's corpse into pure energy, which they absorbed into their own bodies. However, this desperate measure was not enough to change the course of the battle. Chen Yi possessed infinite firepower and boundless energy, while the liches were continuously depleting their reserves. With this imbalance, the tide of the battle began to shift rapidly. Soon, the remaining liches also fell one after another under the relentless meteor shower. By this time, the entire island, having endured countless meteor impacts, had begun to fracture and break apart. Torrential seawater surged in, forming rapid streams across the island. It was foreseeable that if Chen Yi launched just a few more attacks, the island would completely sink into the ocean. However, when the last lich fell, Chen Yi frowned. The anticipated portal of light signaling the end of the level did not appear, there were no spoils on the ground, and even his experience points remained unchanged. He immediately realized that things were not so simple. At that moment, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the ruins at the base of the mage tower. He immediately ordered Hilliard, who was beside him, to investigate. Upon approaching, the source of the light finally revealed itself. It was a collection of intricately crafted soul caskets, no fewer than 20 in total. Seeing these items, Chen Yi instantly understood. The liches had hidden their souls within these caskets, and unless they were completely destroyed, the liches would never truly die. He immediately unleashed a scorching ray at all the soul caskets, but they seemed to be made of some unknown material and remained completely unscathed. "Master, let me try," Hilliard's voice came. Chen Yi nodded. Hilliard opened his mouth and exhaled a strange flame, the south wind, imbued with the power of destruction. Under the relentless burning of the destructive wind, the sturdy soul caskets finally began to melt. The moment the box was opened, 20 pure souls flew out, attempting to scatter in all directions. However, as soon as they came into contact with Hilliard's wind of destruction, they were instantly burned to ashes. At the same time, Chen Yi's experience bar surged by 80%, directly reaching an astonishing level of 50 at 81.2%. A pet egg also emerged from the ashes. Chen Yi held it in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Lich pet egg. Description: upon hatching, you will obtain a diamond-grade lich to fight for you. Chen Yi deeply understood the immeasurable value of this pet egg. A diamond-grade creature could easily crush thousands of low-tier professionals of the same level. For any professional, this was equivalent to gaining an SSS-level top-tier talent out of thin air, an irresistible temptation. Chen Yi had a strong premonition that as long as the news of this lich pet egg was released, the entire world would go crazy over it. However, he did not intend to use it himself. He already possessed the supreme summoning talent, and using it would be a waste. Selling it to maximize profits was the wisest choice. After all the soul caskets were completely destroyed, a portal of light finally appeared before him, slowly materializing. It was the entrance to the 8th layer. According to the records, the 8th layer was the domain of mythical creatures. Thinking about his job transformation, Chen Yi felt a bit hesitant. But when he remembered that he still had the golden key as his ultimate trump card, ensuring he could escape safely even if he encountered an unbeatable enemy, his hesitation vanished. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped into the portal of light. The scene before him changed instantly, no longer a sinking island but the summit of a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. Looking into the distance, he saw endless, layered majestic mountain ranges. The magnificent view left Chen Yi deeply shaken. He knew that a new challenge had already begun. What exactly are mythical creatures? This thought flashed through Chen Yi's mind. At this moment, beneath his feet, the dragon Hilliard had revealed its true form and was carrying him as it soared above the endless mountains. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from below, and the place Chen Yi had just thought was an ordinary mountain began to rise slowly. Rumble. It was no longer a mountain but an unimaginably colossal entity. Every movement it made stirred up winds that tore through the air, causing the earth to crack and crumble, as if the entire world were trembling violently. Hilliard, startled, immediately ascended, desperately flying higher. It wasn't until they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters that Chen Yi finally saw the full form of this creature. It was actually a mountain giant. Its body was entirely made of rock, covered with dense vegetation. Standing over 5,000 meters tall, its massive head disappeared directly into the clouds. With just one step forward, the hard ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, and underground springs gushed out, instantly forming a new river. The scene before him made Chen Yi's heart race wildly, an indescribable sense of awe surging through his entire being. He immediately opened the opponent's attribute panel. Mountain Giant. Level 50. Grade Mythical. Strength 800. Constitution 950. Agility 500. Intelligence 500. Talent Imperial Spirit of Vast Earth SSS level. Skills Earthquake Reincarnation, Commanding the Mountains, All-Encompassing Phenomena, Roar of the Mountain. Looking at these terrifying statistics, even Hilliard, also a mythical creature, felt a deep sense of unease. There is a world of difference even among myths. An even more horrifying thought flashed through Chen Yi's mind: could this endless mountain range all be slumbering mountain giants? If that were true, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Even with his infinite firepower state, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against these guys. His wide-range ultimate move, Ice Prison Judgment, though powerful, was not enough to instantly kill opponents of this level. And if he couldn't finish them off in one blow, the mountain giant's counterattack would be no joke. That Earthquake Reincarnation skill could even ignore invincibility states. If he got stomped on, there would be no one to complain to. Thinking of this, Chen Yi decisively took out the soul cube. Fortunately, the cooldown for its death curse had just ended. This was his only way to break the deadlock for now. His infinite firepower talent had no effect on the cooldown time of item skills, so once used, he'd have to wait a long time. The plan is set, we must act swiftly and decisively. Hilliard, let's change locations. Chen Yi commanded the dragon to fly into the distance. This awakened giant was too conspicuous, he needed to target one that was still asleep. They flew rapidly for about 3,000 miles and finally found a perfect target. This place was far from the earlier commotion and sufficiently hidden. Chen Yi silently approached the head of the slumbering mountain giant and, without hesitation, raised the soul cube. Death Curse. In an instant, a thin black chain shot out from one end of the soul cube, wrapping around Chen Yi himself. At the other end, an enormous black chain, hundreds of meters wide, appeared out of thin air, binding the slumbering mountain giant below like a giant python. The system notification sounded in Chen Yi's ear. You have been subjected to the soul cube's lifespan extraction. Lifespan locking in progress. Locking failed. No lifespan loss. Supernatural adaptation, talent activated, congratulations, your constitution, basic longevity body, has been upgraded to intermediate longevity body. Intermediate longevity body, a constitution that significantly extends lifespan, increasing lifespan by 600 years. For this kind of upgrade, Chen Yi was already accustomed to it. What he cared more about was the effect of the curse. Death Curse, target, mountain giant. The curse cannot be purified, counteracted, or removed. Death Curse activated. Target's remaining lifespan, 7 days. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chen Yi felt the mountain peak beneath his feet tremble violently and begin to awaken. Hilliard, go quickly. Chen Yi immediately leapt back onto the dragon's back. Hilliard flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of light as it fled toward the distant horizon. Shortly after they left, the cursed mountain giant fully awakened. Realizing its end was near, it let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! This roar seemed like a signal. The next second, all the mountains in the 8th layer world began to tremble and awaken. Thousands upon thousands of roars echoed one after another, responding to their companions' fury. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, Chen Yi felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly shouted to Hilliard, fly higher. Ascend to 20,000 meters altitude. Yes, master. Hilliard exerted all his strength to climb upward, eventually hovering at an altitude of 20 kilometers. Looking down from here, the land below had descended into complete chaos, with countless awakened giants stirring up storms. Chen Yi knew in his heart that these mountain giants possessed extraordinary intelligence. A storm sweeping across the entire world was likely just beginning. In the valley below, the mountain giants were gathered around their cursed companion, their deep voices of comfort rumbling like thunder. Some giants attempted to lift the curse, but all their efforts were in vain. Furious, they searched for the culprit, their enormous eyes scanning every inch of the land, never thinking to look upward. At 20 kilometers above, Chen Yi hid behind thick clouds, coldly observing everything. He kept Hilliard close to him, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. If these giants discovered them, even at such a height, they would undoubtedly find a way to attack. For now, the only thing he could do was wait for the curse, which required 7 days to fully take effect, to reach its conclusion. 7 days passed as slowly as a snail's crawl. Finally, the cursed giant let out one last trembling groan and collapsed to the ground. His body quickly petrified and solidified, ultimately transforming into a silent mountain, indistinguishable from the surrounding peaks. He would never awaken again. At that moment, a series of notification sounds echoed in Chen Yi's mind. Congratulations! You have completed the SSS-level class change quest, God Slayer. You have obtained the Elemental Destroyer class scroll. You have obtained a SSS-level skill book, Falling Stars. All rewards have been sent to your backpack space. Chen Yi took out the scroll without hesitation. Would you like to change your class to Elemental Destroyer? Yes. He issued the command with his mind. A surge of overwhelming power instantly swept through his entire body. Congratulations! You have successfully changed your profession to Element Destroyer. Strength growth +1, Constitution growth +1, Agility growth +1, Intelligence growth +5. The system prompt continued. Your passive skill Limit Liberation has increased your attribute acquisition speed to 200%. Your current total attribute growth is Strength +6, Constitution +6, Agility +7.5, Intelligence +24. A pure rush of adrenaline coursed through Chen Yi's body. 24 points of intelligence growth, this was simply unheard of. At this moment, he was certain that no one could ever rival him. Satisfied with admiring his new attributes, he took out the skill book. The description on the pages made his pupils suddenly contract. Falling Stars, SSS level summon 99 massive meteors for a one-time attack. Each meteor carries 20 different elemental damages, including burn, freeze, shock, bind, slow, and more. The final description made his heart tremble. Under this massive attack, nothing can escape unscathed. This was simply too powerful. Although its power might not be as concentrated as some single target attacks, the terrifying range of damage encompassing 20 elemental effects made its practicality immeasurable. He took a deep breath and learned the skill. A torrent of complex knowledge surged into his mind, the sheer volume of information so immense that it took him several minutes to fully digest and master the intricate casting method. Finally, Chen Yi stood up and stretched his muscles. He looked down at the mountain giant still immersed in grief, a trace of a cold smile appearing on his face. It's time for a little combat test. He began chanting, his hands tracing intricate patterns in the air. 10 seconds later, the sky above the giants suddenly darkened. 99 massive meteors materialized out of thin air, each one twice the size of those summoned by conventional meteor spells. Chen Yi's eyes snapped open. He swung his arms downward, like a conductor of hell. The 99 meteors, with a piercing shriek as they tore through the air, plummeted toward the earth like the wrath of the gods. A series of deafening explosions shook the very foundations of the world. The violent explosions leveled the land within a 1,000-mile radius. But the destruction did not end there. Unlike ordinary spells, these meteors did not vanish. Instead, they began pulsating and releasing primordial energy, unleashing a storm of elements. Frost spread across the scorched earth, lightning danced between the craters, and flames burned with eerie hues. 20 different elemental forces, amplified by Chen Yi's own power, turned the land into a chaotic wasteland. However, such an earth-shattering strike failed to kill a single mountain giant. The attack merely left scars on their rock-like skin, but it only fueled their fury. Their massive heads jerked upward, their gazes precisely locking onto the cloud where Chen Yi was hiding. Time to go, Chen Yi murmured. He quickly took out a golden key, tore open a flashing portal in front of him, and dove in without hesitation. Hilliard, meanwhile, shrank midair to the size of a hawk and followed him through the portal, returning to the real world. Shinny found himself standing on the beach of a deserted island, the familiar sunlight warming his face. He felt fantastic. His power had grown more than tenfold. That feeling of boundless energy, the experience of casting a spell as powerful as falling stars without the slightest fatigue afterward, was utterly intoxicating. It could be said that, given enough time, he could even destroy the entire world. But that was the thought of a fool, offering him no benefit whatsoever. Moreover, he was well aware that he was not the only powerful practitioner in this world. The world was teeming with geniuses possessing strange abilities, and arrogance was the quickest path to death. Now was not the time for recklessness. Hilliard gently landed on his shoulder, now resembling a small eagle. Shenny gazed at the vast, boundless ocean before him. A perfect training ground. After all, the energy was unlimited, might as well use it to improve the proficiency of his new skill. He began chanting falling stars once again. 10 seconds later, 99 meteors tore through the sky once more, this time targeting the deep ocean. The impact was equally violent, sending massive columns of water soaring into the air as the sea churned furiously. Moments later, a terrifying wall of water rose from the surface, a tsunami born of his own power, roaring toward the island where he stood. At that moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped Chunyi's body. He leveled up, reaching level 51. It seemed the meteors had incidentally killed some high-level monsters lurking in the deep sea. He barely had time to process this before the deafening roar of the towering waves filled his ears. The tsunami was now upon him. Shinny summoned Hilliard and rode it toward Yenhuang. Behind him, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the island was completely swallowed by the monstrous waves, disappearing forever from the system map. And so, an island vanished entirely from the world. Sitting on Hilliard's head, Shenny fell into deep thought. Although the talent infinite firepower made him invincible, his most powerful skills had excessively long preparation times. Meteor Strike required 3 seconds, Starfall needed 10 seconds, and the preparation time for Frost Prison Judgment was as long as 15 seconds. This was already shortened due to his elemental master physique, which gave him a natural affinity with elements. For anyone else, it would probably take at least half a minute just to cast Meteor Strike. He had to find some powerful instant cast skills to make up for this fatal shortcoming. Shenny immediately opened the trading market and clicked into the skill trading section. However, what he saw left him greatly disappointed. There were no decent skill books at all. The entire market was in chaos, with some people even trying to trade the worst F-grade skill book for a full set of D-grade equipment. Seeing such madness, Shenny shook his head and decisively gave up on the idea of purchasing skills here. He then turned to the pet trading section, only to find it completely empty, with not a single item listed, as if this feature had never been activated. He had a thought and, with the idea of testing the waters, put the silverback ant pet egg up for trade without setting any transaction conditions. This action was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately causing an uproar across major forums. Those who frequently browsed the trading market were the first to discover this pet egg, flooding the forums with screenshots and discussions. Oh my god, there really is a pet system. This means we can also get pet eggs from monsters, though the probability must be extremely low. Imagine letting your pet fight in the front while you sit back and enjoy the show. How awesome would that be? Summoning skills can only be learned by mages. If I, as a warrior, had a pet, my combat power would instantly double. Exactly. As a priest, if I had an offensive pet, I could solo dungeons myself. For a moment, all players realized the importance of pets. As for Chen Yi, his private message inbox was instantly flooded. After all, this was the first pet egg to appear in the Red Mist game. He glanced briefly and found that most of the private messages were from ordinary players. He knew in his heart that the silverbacked ant was just a common-level pet, and the top experts wouldn't be interested in it. He saw through these people's thoughts, gave a faint smile, and casually placed the elite bloodthirsty rat pet egg on the table. At that moment, the entire trading market erupted. This was an elite-level pet capable of taking on 10 opponents at once, enough to cause a qualitative leap in the strength of any ordinary player. Obtaining it would be equivalent to having a dozen ordinary players as helpers. Such temptation was irresistible. Even the top experts with advanced talents couldn't sit still and started sending private messages to Chen Yi one after another. The forum's sentiment shifted once again, with exclamations rising one after another. "Oh my god, did this guy stumble upon a pet nest or something? How does he have so many pet eggs? Say no more, I wasn't interested in that ordinary one earlier, but this elite level one, I must have it." Chen Yi's private messages were once again flooded with a flurry of notifications. At that moment, a familiar name lit up in his friend messages, Lang Qi. This was the companion who had joined him in the desert cross-country adventure. Lang Qi's message was straightforward. "Chen Yi, is that elite pet egg yours? My boss wants it. I told her I know you, so she asked me to reach out." "Your boss?" Chen Yi asked curiously, "What faction have you joined?" "Bloodthorn." Lang Qi's tone carried a hint of pride. "My boss is a real beauty." Hearing the words Bloodthorn, Chen Yi was slightly startled. A beautiful face emerged from the depths of his long-buried memories. The leader of Bloodthorn, Mo Yao. He actually knew her. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he had quite a significant connection with this leader. Unfortunately, Mo Yao later died during the first calamity, and he had been saddened by it for quite some time. But for the current Chen Yi, that was a matter from 19 years ago. After being reborn, he hadn't deliberately sought out people he had known in the past. It's like a man in his 30s can't go back to find the girl he had a crush on in elementary school, right? People and events from the past are, after all, in the past. Chen Yi calmly agreed to the deal but set a condition: they must provide something that satisfies him. Lang Qi immediately sent a positive response. Shortly after, Lang Qi sent another invitation. "Chen Yi, I've seen the surveillance footage of you at the square. Your skills are impressive. Are you interested in joining our Bloodthorn?" He was clearly unaware that Chen Yi was already a member of the Tianji Bureau, and his impression of him remained as the powerful newcomer who had cast fireball spells at People's Square. Chen Yi declined with a smile. "Thanks for the offer, but I still prefer to work alone." Lang Qi didn't insist and said he would report the deal to the boss, then ended the conversation. As soon as the first conversation ended, Chen Yi did not hesitate for a moment and directly listed a bronze-grade green-tailed bee pet egg on the trading platform. This action immediately caused a massive uproar among professionals worldwide. A bronze-grade creature already possesses the strength to take on 100 opponents single-handedly. And the words green-tailed bee further signify that it is a flying pet. Flying pets can accomplish so much, whether it's high-altitude reconnaissance or luring enemies, making them extremely useful. Most importantly, it is a prestigious bronze grade. The trading platform instantly exploded with excitement. "My god, it's a bronze grade flying pet. If I could get it, my strength would at least multiply several times over." Stop dreaming. Do you have anything to trade? Flying pets are much rarer than those two rare ones before. In the crowd, a keen observer made a startling guess. "What do you think? A seller who keeps bringing out so many rare pet eggs one after another, how much stock does he actually have?" Someone immediately refuted. "No matter how many he has, it won't change the value of these things. Each one is enough to drive people crazy." Watching the heated discussion, Chen Yi's lips curved slightly upward as he casually put up another pet egg of a floating electric eel. If the earlier scene was just a giant wave, then now, the entire trading market seemed to have been hit by a heavy bomb, completely igniting everyone's nerves. "My god! Silver grade! Am I seeing this right?" a professional exclaimed in shock. "My captain and I once had the rare chance to encounter a silver grade creature. That terrifying aura, we didn't even have the courage to get close." Another person chimed in. "That's right. If a bronze grade creature can take on 100, then a silver grade creature can absolutely take on 1,000. They're simply on a whole different level." People's shock quickly turned into speculation about the seller's strength. Being able to produce a silver pet egg means the seller has the ability to slay silver-level monsters? That's for sure. Otherwise, why wouldn't he use it himself and instead put it up for sale? At that moment, Chen Yi's phone rang. It was Sui Tang calling. As soon as the call connected, Sui Tang's voice came through with a hint of caution. Brother E, that silver pet egg, was it you who listed it? Chen Yi calmly replied, yes, it was me. Why, do you want it? Not me, Sui Tang quickly explained. It's Sister Chower who wants it, but she doesn't know what to trade for it. Chen Yi had already made up his mind and directly stated the condition: 1 entry token to the Apocalypse Secret Realm in exchange for this silver pet egg. Alright. I'll go ask Sister Chower right away. She did receive an Apocalypse token as a mission reward before. Sui Tang's tone immediately became excited. 3 minutes later, the call reconnected. Brother E, Sister Chower has agreed. But she has one condition: she hopes that when you enter the Apocalypse Secret Realm, you can take her with you, Sui Tang explained. The resource consumption to open the secret realm is too high now, and Sister Chower feels that just a single silver pet egg might not be enough to exchange for a spot. Chen Yi pondered briefly. Su Chower's reasoning was not without merit. The cost of opening the secret realm increases exponentially, and the later it gets, the more astronomical the price becomes. The Celestial Bureau has even limited the number of entries to ensure resources are used wisely and to maximize benefits. Taking her along seemed reasonable. So he readily agreed, alright, deal. I'll trade the pet egg to you right away. Soon, the transaction was complete. A familiar black jade token appeared in Chen Yi's hand, while the precious silver pet egg was handed over to Sui Tang. Stroking the cool token, Chen Yi was filled with anticipation. The previous Celestial Treasure Secret Realm had brought him immense gains. He wondered what surprises this new Apocalypse Secret Realm would hold. Meanwhile, on the trading platform, the instant disappearance of the silver pet egg plunged all the onlookers into madness once again. Gone. Who has such deep pockets to instantly snatch up the silver pet egg? That was too fast. I didn't even get a good look at it before someone bought it. This gives people no time to react. Amidst the wailing, someone sighed helplessly, I've come to terms with it. No matter how the world changes, I'm just a penniless nobody who can't afford anything. Who isn't? Don't be so discouraged, a voice interjected, with a hint of boasting. I awakened an A-level talent, and I'm not doing that great either. This immediately sparked a wave of anger. You're just showing off, aren't you? Do you really think A-level talents are everywhere? After a brief commotion subsided, the entire trading channel fell silent, as no one dared to easily challenge everyone's limits anymore. Chen Yi took a deep breath. He knew that the real show was just about to begin. He opened his backpack and took out the rock giant pet egg, which emitted a faint golden glow. This was a pet of golden grade, far more valuable than the previous silver egg. In the last trade, he had already exchanged for an Apocalypse Black Jade token. This time, he needed something even more valuable, preferably a powerful spell that could be released instantly to make up for his lack of offensive capabilities. Without any hesitation, Chen Yi directly listed the rock giant pet egg on the trading platform. The moment the pet egg appeared, the entire world channel fell into a 3-second silence. Immediately after, messages erupted like a tidal wave. Am I seeing this right? That's a gold tier pet egg. It's real. It really is a gold tier pet egg. Rock Golem? Just hearing the name makes it sound ridiculously powerful. For a moment, everyone was stunned by this sudden bombshell. An experienced player said in an unquestionable tone, don't doubt it, any creature of gold tier rank has strength far beyond our imagination. It's absolutely capable of taking on thousands alone. Taking on thousands alone? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? A new player was clearly skeptical. You have no idea how terrifying golden creatures are, the veteran player immediately retorted. My guild once tried to challenge a golden creature. And the result? With just a single roar, it literally shook our strongest warrior to death. Since then, no one in our guild has dared to mess with golden creatures. Now, do you still think they're not powerful? These words silenced all the doubting voices. Powerful, incredibly powerful. But seriously, what's going on with this game? Why does it feel like these rare pet eggs are popping up one after another as if they cost nothing? Heh, you're still too young. The waters in this game run deep. The players were arguing incessantly, but Chunyi's private messages suddenly quieted down at this moment. Most people were well aware that the value of this golden pet egg was far beyond their reach. They had enough self-awareness to know they had no qualifications to participate in this competition. At this moment, a name in Chen Yi's friend list started flashing: Li Huixue. Seeing it was her, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He still remembered how her extraordinary spellcasting had truly amazed him back then. He hadn't expected that she would also be interested in this golden pet egg. Chen Yi opened the private chat window. "Mr. Chen, may I ask what you would like in exchange for this golden pet egg?" Li Huixue's tone was direct and urgent. Chen Yi smiled inwardly. It seemed that no matter how skilled a master was, they couldn't resist the allure of a golden pet. He promptly typed a reply: "I need some high-damage mage skills that can be cast instantly." Not long after the message was sent, Li Huixue directly sent screenshots of 3 skill books. Seeing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. This girl's resources were truly impressive. He immediately opened the screenshots to check the attributes of the skill books. Radiant Arrow, Sea Level, gather light elements to instantly form a radiant arrow to attack the enemy. Shadow Arrow, Sea Level, gather dark elements to instantly form a shadow arrow to attack the enemy. Lightning Arrow, Sea Level, gather lightning elements to instantly form a lightning arrow to attack the enemy. Looking at these 3 identical arrow type skills, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Goodness, did he stumble upon an arrow's nest? As he was pondering, Li Huixue's message came through again: "My level is only 41 right now, so I can only get sea-level skill books at best. Take these 3 for now, and besides, I owe you a favor. I, Li Huixue, swear in the name of the Taoist 3 pure ones that in the future, as long as you need it, I will absolutely help you unconditionally once." Chen Yi looked at the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward, and jokingly replied, "Oh? Anything at all?" The other side was silent for a few seconds before replying with a line of words carrying a warning tone: "Don't get any ideas about me." Chen Yi fell into hesitation. 3 sea-level instant cast skill books were absolutely top-tier items at this stage, with extremely high value. Even if he went to the market to purchase them himself, he might not find such suitable ones. However, using a golden pet egg in exchange still felt like a bit of a loss to him. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He could obtain a steady stream of pet eggs from the Tianbao secret realm, but what about Li Huixue? If she could so easily produce 3 sea-level skill books, could it be that she also had access to a secret realm that specialized in producing skill books? With this in mind, Chen Yi decided to test her. He replied directly: "I need a key to enter the secret realm." As soon as the message was sent, Li Huixue responded instantly with 2 consecutive messages. "What? What secret realm are you talking about?" Seeing her somewhat flustered reaction, Chen Yi smiled. Still too young, unable to keep her composure. No need to hide it anymore, Chen Yi pressed his advantage. "I really didn't expect that you all had control of a secret realm as well. You just mentioned you owe me a favor, and now you can repay it. I want access to your secret realm." This time, there was no response from the other side. Chen Yi stared at the silent chat window, feeling a bit uneasy. Could it be that he had pushed too hard, and the girl had simply given up? Just as he thought the deal was about to fall through, Li Huixue's reply finally arrived. "All right. But those 3 skill books can't be given to you." Seeing this line of text, Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a surge of excitement instantly welled up. Using a golden pet egg that he could still obtain again to exchange for a chance to enter a brand new secret realm, this deal was a surefire win. Between him and Li Huixue, there was no friendship, only business, so naturally, he would choose the most profitable option. "All right, I agree." Chen Yi agreed decisively. The 2 immediately completed the transaction. Moments later, the rock giant pet egg disappeared from his backpack, replaced by an item resembling an ancient seal. Tianquan seal. Chen Yi contentedly placed an S-class seal into his backpack. This Tianshan seal was the key to entering the Tianshan secret realm, and it was the second one he had obtained. This meant he had one more chance to enter that mysterious realm than anyone else. Meanwhile, the game forums had already exploded. The disappearance of the golden pet egg was like an earthquake, shocking all the players. My god! The golden pet egg was actually bought by someone. This is insane. The financial power of these top players is simply unimaginable. I just can't figure out what kind of treasure could be worth trading for a golden pet egg. Soon, someone provided an answer. Have you heard of unique equipment? Unique equipment? What's that? I'm not entirely sure, but I know it's a top-tier treasure, with only a few dozen pieces in the entire world, a player said mysteriously. How do you know that? My cousin works at the Tianji Bureau, and he has one. A while back, he even gave me an epic pair of gauntlets, and fighting monsters with them is just too satisfying. Wow! Having insider connections really makes a difference. Big boss, take me under your wing. Looking at the boasting in the forum, Chun-Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. This loose-tongued guy must be Johan's show-off cousin. The gloves he mentioned should be the Wind Demon gloves, which are indeed a decent piece of equipment. However, with this guy's big mouth, Johan is probably going to have a headache. Chun-Yi no longer paid attention to these minor episodes, he had more important matters to attend to. He opened the trading market and listed another item, dark gold pet egg. If the trade of a golden pet egg was an earthquake, then the appearance of a dark gold pet egg was nothing short of a nuclear explosion. Players all over the world held their breath at this moment. Dark gold tier. This was the legendary dark gold tier. And judging by the name two-headed snow eagle, this was undoubtedly a powerful pet capable of flight. The online discussion instantly reached an unprecedented peak. Who is this person? A creature of dark gold rank, its strength could probably rival an entire army. A two-headed snow eagle. If I could have such a flying mount, my life would be complete. I feel completely numb. Are we really playing the same game as these big shots? Relax, we're in the same world, but they're living on a whole different level. The discussion shifted from shock to a mix of fear and longing for the unknown power. By the way, has anyone here actually seen a dark gold level creature in person? I haven't, but once, in the Himalayas, I saw a skeleton from a distance. Its aura was terrifying, a player shared with lingering fear. Even from over 1,000 meters away, I could feel that oppressive terror. It just glanced at me before leaving with a massive horde of undead minions. I guess that must have been a dark gold creature. You're so lucky. If it had decided to mess with you, you'd be long gone. Tell me about it. Now, no player dares to level up in that mountain range. This world is getting more and more dangerous. Yeah, I really envy those who have awakened high-level talents. They're practically born winners. As Chun-Yi was browsing through these heated discussions, a special system notification suddenly sounded. Screenshot of unique equipment detected. Would you like to view it? Chun-Yi's eyes widened instantly. Someone actually wanted to trade using unique equipment. He eagerly clicked on the private message, and a screenshot of the equipment's attributes immediately appeared before him. Earrings of Divine Wrath grade, unique effect 1 increases mental capacity by 50%. Effect 2 Divine Wrath can be activated once every hour, lasting for 1 minute. During this state, the wearer becomes invincible, and all damage dealt is increased tenfold. This effect can stack with talents. Top tier. This was the only thought in Chun-Yi's mind. Just the 1 minute of invincibility was enough to make it legendary. Not to mention the tenfold damage boost that could stack with talents. Chun-Yi never expected that a single dark gold pet egg could lure out such a piece of equipment that could be considered a divine artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, he suppressed his inner excitement and replied to the other party's private message, "This equipment, it's all right. Are you sure you want to trade it for this?" The other party clearly understood the value of their equipment and immediately replied, "All right. This is top-tier gear. If I didn't urgently need that dark gold pet egg of yours, I'd never part with it." "All right, since that's the case, let's start the transaction now," Chun-Yi said without further ado. The transaction process was very swift. The other party was anonymous, and Chun-Yi didn't bother to investigate their identity. Soon, the Wrath of God earring, emitting a faint glow, appeared in Chen Yi's hand. However, when he carefully examined the equipment, he discovered a line of text that was not visible in the screenshot, so small it was almost imperceptible. Wrath of God earring, grade, unique, original version, copied once. Chen Yi was completely stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His one-of-a-kind equipment, the Wrath of God earring, had been perfectly duplicated. Could it be that the other party's talent was the ability to replicate items? If that were true, then this ability was simply too overpowered. He immediately put the duplicated Wrath of God earring on his left ear, and its attributes were exactly the same as the original. His mental capacity instantly surged by 50%. Chen Yi shook his head, thinking that this guy's talent was practically the nemesis of all unique equipment. If unique equipment could be copied, what about unique skill books, potions, and scrolls? Could they all be replicated too? This world was truly full of hidden masters, each more extraordinary than the last. Despite the questions swirling in his mind, Chen Yi decided to deal with the matter at hand first. Taking a deep breath, he brought out his final trump card, a diamond pet egg. This egg could summon a diamond-grade lich. When the pet egg, radiating a dazzling diamond glow, appeared, the entire trading channel fell silent. Moments ago, people had been fervently discussing dark gold pet eggs, but now it was as if their throats had been seized, leaving them speechless. When the information about the diamond pet egg became clear, the entire world was shaken, and the global chat channel fell into complete silence for a full minute. Immediately, Chen Yi's private messages were bombarded for the first time by players from all over the world. Whether they could afford it or not, everyone rushed in like mad, all wanting to ask him one question: how did he obtain this diamond pet, which was worth the equivalent of a million-strong army? Selling it so unceremoniously completely overturned everyone's understanding. At that moment, Chen Yi's phone rang as well. It was from a completely unfamiliar number. It was worth noting that this number was only known to internal members of the Tianji Bureau. Not wanting to miss any important information, Chen Yi decided to answer the call. On the other end of the line came a cold yet familiar voice, catching Chen Yi by surprise. "I'm Jean Huanger," the caller got straight to the point. "How much are you selling your diamond pet for?" Hearing Jean Huanger's voice, Chen Yi didn't waste any words and directly sent her a screenshot of the name of the Wrath of God earrings he had just acquired in the trade, via private message. Of course, to keep a trump card, he cleverly only captured the name without including the specific effects. Jean Huanger remained silent for a moment before asking with a hint of doubt, "Are you saying someone traded this pair of earrings for your dark gold pet egg?" "Exactly," Chen Yi responded calmly. "Now, it's your turn to show your hand." The value of a diamond pet egg is 10 times that of a dark gold pet egg. On the other end of the phone, Jean Huanger sneered, I really wonder which fool would make such a trade. Here's the deal, I'll give you at most 2 unique items. You should know, even with the entire beta tester alliance combined, we don't have more than 10 unique items, so there's no way I'm giving them all to you." Jean Huanger actually agreed. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant he could obtain 2 more unique items. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "What are the items? I need to take a look first." After all, even among unique items, the value can vary greatly. Soon, Jean Huanger sent over 2 item screenshots. The first was Invincible Potion, a unique great item that grants 24 hours of invincibility upon consumption, but can only be used once. The second was a piece of equipment called Dream Net. Dream Net, grade, unique, effect 1, empathy, allows the user to connect with the target and share sensory perceptions. Effect 2, mind contact, enables the user to touch the target's mind while they sleep, even entering their dreams. Effect 3, Sand of Slumber, releases sand particles that put all enemies within range to sleep. Effect 4, Eternal Slumber, can be activated while the target is asleep, causing them to fall into permanent slumber. Looking at the attributes of the Dream Net, Chen Yi was deeply shocked. As expected, every unique piece of equipment is unimaginably powerful. This Dream Net is practically a mind control artifact, especially with the Eternal Slumber effect, which reminded him of his soul cube. He secretly speculated that Jean Hwanger dared to put this item up for trade likely because eternal slumber is not irreversible, otherwise, with her personality, she would never hand over such a devastating weapon to someone else. In this world, there are too many people with bizarre talents, and one must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, once caught off guard, even possessing multiple SSS-level talents would be useless. As for that bottle of invincibility potion, Chen Yi was already somewhat unimpressed. Although its duration lasts up to 24 hours, it is ultimately a one-time consumable, far inferior to the repeatedly activatable God's Wrath earrings. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi typed a reply, "I'm very satisfied with the dream net, but you should keep the invincibility potion for yourself. I need another unique item, like your golden flying ring." After the message was sent, there was suddenly no response from Jean Hwanger. Chen Yi shook his head, wondering if he had set the price too high. However, he wasn't worried at all if Jean Hwanger didn't want it. There were plenty of people around the world eager for his diamond-grade pet egg. At this moment, players worldwide were still going crazy over his diamond-tier lich. An undead pet? A commotion arose from the crowd. Forget about the undead, haven't you noticed? This egg is about to be bought. Your feeling is definitely wrong, another person retorted. Who could possibly offer something valuable enough to trade for a diamond-grade pet egg? Truly, summer insects cannot discuss ice. Chen Yi, on the other hand, completely ignored the commotion outside and focused on replying to private messages in his friend list. As for messages from strangers, he didn't read a single one. Lang Qi's reaction was the most exaggerated, with every word conveying an air of disbelief and shock. He could hardly imagine that Chen Yi had already grown to the level of a master possessing a diamond-grade pet egg. Chen Yi casually made a trade with him, exchanging an ordinary pet egg for a D-level instant spell, Cross Lightning. After learning it, Chen Yi found the skill's power to be quite decent, making it highly efficient for clearing small mobs. Next came Sui Tang, Su Qiaoer, Li Huishua, Jin Shoudaoi, Zhou Han, Taker. Almost all the teammates who had once fought together against the Scourge avatar sent private messages. Back then, everyone had added each other as friends for easier tactical communication, but now, this had become the source of Chen Yi's annoyance. Everyone wanted to buy his diamond pet, but the offered prices couldn't even come close to touching the edge of a unique item. Faced with these insincere offers, Chen Yi's patience was gradually wearing thin. At that moment, a system notification sound suddenly lifted his spirits. Unique item screenshot detected. Would you like to view it? View it, of course. Chen Yi immediately clicked on it. Among countless private messages from strangers, he saw the duplicated God's Wrath earring. The sender was none other than that anonymous guy. Why, do you also want to buy my diamond pet? Chen Yi replied somewhat unexpectedly. I really didn't expect you to have a diamond pet egg, the other party quickly responded. I miscalculated. You must already know my talent, infinite duplication, the ability to replicate any item. But don't worry, he quickly added, I can only duplicate unique great items once. That's the limitation of my talent. Originally, I wanted to duplicate the dark gold pet egg, but the system indicated it was a living entity and couldn't be copied. This has truly been the most unprofitable deal I've ever made. Chen Yi's heart stirred. If this guy's talent was so powerful, could he possibly replicate the key to enter the secret realm? If he could, this would definitely be a partner worth collaborating with. Oh? Then what do you want to do? Chen Yi deliberately asked. I don't want to do anything, the man replied. It's just that I feel so unbalanced inside, I couldn't help but want to talk to you. Chen Yi instantly understood this guy was jealous. Then I have a way to help you feel balanced. I wonder if you're interested. What way? Tell me. Chen Yi stopped wasting words and directly sent over a screenshot of the Tian Shun seal, asking, Can you replicate this thing? The key to entering a secret realm. The other party was clearly shocked. I really didn't expect you to have found a secret realm. It seems this guy knows about the existence of the secret realm, and he might even be a beta tester. Stop wasting time, just tell me if it can be copied or not, Chen Yi pressed. Yes, the other party replied affirmatively, but according to what I see, the secret realm key is like a unique item. Under the rules of the Red Mist, each type can only be copied once. Alright, add me as a friend, and we'll find time to meet. No, the other party immediately refused. I know how strong my talent is. There's no way I'll let you find me. Then what should we do? You trade the key to me, and I'll copy it and return it to you. For every 3 I copy, I want 1 as payment. That request isn't unreasonable, is it? It's indeed not unreasonable, Chenny pondered, but how can I be sure you won't run off with my key? It's very simple. For each transaction, I will put up something of similar value to your secret realm key as collateral. Alright, Chenny agreed. But I've already used up today's item duplication attempts, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow, the person said. I'll contact you tomorrow, and I definitely won't run away. Okay. After receiving Chenyi's reply, the person went silent. Chenyi pinned the chat box of this anonymous individual to the top and continued handling messages in his friend list. At that moment, his phone rang again, and the caller ID still showed Jean Hwanger. Chenyi's lips curved slightly upward. It seemed she had found a new unique item. He deliberately let the phone ring for half a minute before leisurely answering the call. Hello? On the other end of the line, Jean Hwanger was evidently a bit anxious. What's going on? Why did it take so long to answer the phone? I was talking to someone just now and didn't hear it, Chenyi casually made up an excuse. Jean Hwanger was speechless for a moment. She knew this guy was clearly doing it on purpose. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this, she took a deep breath. I have something here. Take a look. After speaking, Jean Hwanger sent over a screenshot. Chenyi clicked on the image, and his gaze was instantly captivated. 1,000 Faces of the Moon, Mask, Grade, Unique, Effect, Disguise. Allows the user to change their identity, appearance, and race. Duration, 12 hours, cooldown, 7 days. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Chenyi's breathing involuntarily quickened. My God, this equipment is practically tailor-made for him. With it, he could change his identity at will, making it effortless to explore dangerous places or conceal himself. If this equipment could be combined with my 9th talent, turn false into true, its power would absolutely multiply several times over. But he had to stay calm. Jean Hwanger had no idea he possessed this talent, so to her, this piece of equipment wasn't that valuable. He absolutely couldn't let her see how much he needed it. Jean Hwanger asked, So, what do you think? Does this piece of equipment catch your eye? Chenyi replied with feigned calmness, it's alright. I'll trade the dream net and the moon of 1,000 faces for your diamond pet egg. Alright. The transaction was completed swiftly. A mask engraved with a crescent moon pattern and a small pink net appeared in Chenyi's hands. He stored the dream net in his backpack and then eagerly put the moon of 1,000 faces on his face. As the disguise activated, Chenyi's body began to twist and transform. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken on the appearance of the Goblin Swordmaster from his memory. Standing on his head, Hilliard clearly felt that her master's aura had completely changed. If not for the summoning contract still binding the two, she might have thought her master had vanished entirely. Chenyi looked down at his own body. Not only did his appearance perfectly match that of the Goblin Swordmaster, but even the patterns on his skin were identical. He even felt an illusion, as if he truly had become the Goblin Swordmaster. Phew, he let out a long breath and dispelled the disguise. The 1,000 Faces Moon's disguise effect is way too strong, I almost fooled myself. Perfect, this can be used for situations where it's inconvenient to show up in person. Satisfied, he tucked the mask into his backpack. Next, the most important task was to focus on leveling up. However, Chenyi did not know that at the moment he completed the transaction, the disappearance of the diamond pet egg made everyone's heart skip a beat worldwide. At this very moment, in the global trading system, the spot originally displaying the diamond pet egg had been replaced by 3 bold red characters, sold. Honey, pinch me quickly. Am I dreaming? The diamond pet egg was actually bought. You're not dreaming. It really was bought. My goodness, who could have such a grand gesture to buy the diamond pet egg? Don't even mention it, I feel like I'm living in a dream. This world is just too crazy. Enough talk, I'll just stick to fighting monsters and leveling up honestly. The sale of the diamond pet egg left countless people feeling a sense of loss. It was at this moment that most truly understood the vast hierarchy gap between creatures. It turned out they had been battling the lowest level monsters in the novice village all along, while above them, there existed an unattainable higher tier. This discovery left some weak-willed individuals disheartened, giving rise to thoughts of giving up. However, it ignited the fighting spirit in many others, who yearned to see for themselves what the world belonging to the strong truly looked like. While players around the globe were fervently discussing this, Chenny had already returned to Yanhuang, planning to first visit his hometown Ningxing to see whether his home remained intact in a world overrun by monsters. As soon as he landed, a series of system notification sounds exploded in the ears of all players. Yanhuang player Zhang Haishan has reached level 60. Game version update. Currency system and national war system officially launched. Yanhuang player Zhang Haishan has reached level 60. Game version update. The currency system and national war system are officially launched. Yanhuang player Zhang Haishan has reached level 60. Game version update. The currency system and national war system are officially launched. Chenny was stunned. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, the national war system was only launched after the first calamity, but now it had been activated so much earlier. His thoughts shifted, and he immediately thought of Zhang Haishan, who possessed the talent for gaining experience at a 100-fold rate. This guy earned experience from killing an ordinary monster that nearly matched what Chenny gained from killing a silver-tier monster. Unexpectedly, the guy who had died early in his previous life was developing so quickly in this one. It was hard to tell whether this change would be a blessing or a curse. The system's cold voice rang out again, explaining the new rules in detail. Now, monsters will drop experience coins. Experience coins explanation: killing monsters will no longer grant experience directly. Instead, experience coins will drop and be stored in your backpack. Using experience coins will allow you to gain experience. National Boss Arrival Countdown, 240 hours. The level of the national boss will be determined by the average level of all players in the current nation. Only nations that successfully defeat their national boss are eligible to participate in the national war. National War Rules: each nation will select 100 players to enter the interdimensional battlefield for a showdown. The higher the final ranking of the nation, the greater the rewards. The 3 consecutive system announcements reignited the world, which had just been stirred up by the diamond pet egg. Great! Finally, a currency system is out. No more hassle with bartering. Yeah, but how much experience is one experience gold coin worth? Better not sell at a loss. You're too naive. The currency system just launched, prices are bound to be chaotic. It'll take at least a year or so to stabilize. A wild pro appears. Anyone want to team up and take advantage of the current market chaos to make a fortune? While you're still discussing, others have already started taking action. Action has begun. Damn it, I'm going too. Meanwhile, another storm is brewing wildly on the player forums, and everyone's topic is focused on just one thing: the national war. You guys, what level do you think the national boss will be? It can't be diamond level, right? If that's the case, I wouldn't dare to go and get myself killed. Don't joke around. A boss that requires the entire nation's strength to fight must definitely be diamond level. That's right, only a diamond level monster is worthy of the title of national boss. I really wonder which country has the highest average level. Is that even a question? Of course, it's our Yanhuang Federation. Don't forget, the first player in the world to reach level 60 is from our federation. Federation folks, don't get too cocky. The average level of our United States is the highest. Everyone shut up, our kingdom is the strongest. What are you all arguing about upstairs? What good does a high level do for you? The higher the level, the harder it is for us to defeat the bosses. Away from the clamor of the internet, Chenny had already arrived outside Ning City. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Sui Tang, and he casually answered. Sui Tang? What's up? Brother E, did you hear the system announcement just now? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a bit anxious. I heard it. However, I feel this is an opportunity. Chen Yi's tone was very calm. That's what we think too. The Bureau is drafting a battle plan. Brother E, do you want to come and join us? Chen Yi remained silent for a moment. He thought, since he had been given a second chance at life, he might as well help his motherland. After all, in his previous life, he had personally experienced the brutal national boss battle. However, at that time, he was just an insignificant figure, only able to stand on the outskirts of the battlefield, mechanically casting healing spells. But no one understood the terror of the national boss better than he did. That kind of monster has no rank at all. And having no rank is precisely what makes it most terrifying. This means that all its attributes have no upper limit. In the previous life, the Yenuan Federation encountered a national-level boss named Apocalyptic Black Phoenix. According to scattered information pieced together later on forums, all the attributes of that Black Phoenix had surpassed the 2000 mark, making it an almost invincible existence. But in the end, it still fell. The cost was the lives of over 10 million professionals. At the time, Chen Yi was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what kind of powerful existence could possibly end such a monster. But now, he knows. It must have been those mysterious beta testers. Now, as he personally steps forward, he can at least prevent the Doomsday Black Phoenix from slaughtering too many innocent civilian professionals. Because he clearly knew the exact location where the world-destroying Black Phoenix would appear. He only needed to suggest to the authorities in advance to evacuate the crowd there to prevent countless tragedies. Thinking of this, Chen Yi said to the person on the other end of the phone, "All right, I will attend this meeting." Really? That's wonderful. Sui Tang's voice was filled with delight. Yes. Chen Yi hung up the phone and looked up at the giant eagle Hilliard beside him. The plan has changed. We're not going to Ning City anymore. We're heading to the Bureau of Celestial Secrets. Before he finished speaking, he leapt forward and landed steadily on Hilliard's head. With a piercing eagle cry that echoed across the land, Hilliard flapped its wings, like a black lightning bolt, flying straight toward the headquarters of the Bureau of Celestial Secrets. Hilliard's speed was astonishingly fast. In less than 10 minutes, his massive figure appeared above the Tianji Bureau. On the ground, the Tianji Bureau's response was equally swift. The piercing sound of air raid sirens blared instantly, and squads of fully armed guards poured out of the buildings one after another. Even some newcomers who had just joined the Tianji Bureau gripped their weapons tightly and rushed out, ready to face the enemy. Chen Yi calmly took out his phone and dialed Johan. "Johan, is this how you welcome me?" he quipped. The voice on the other end of the phone, Johan, was clearly surprised. "The big eagle outside the Tianji Bureau is yours?" "Of course." "A huge misunderstanding, I'll have them withdraw immediately." Soon, the alarm stopped, and the guards on the ground, who had been on high alert, retreated one after another. Chen Yi instructed Hilliard to hide nearby first, then leap down from the air, landing lightly on the ground. Johan also strode out from the interior of the Tianji Bureau. Seeing Chen Yi, he stepped forward and greeted him, "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have reached level 51. Chen Yi nodded and sized him up. Johan had already reached level 45, which must have required considerable effort. At this moment, Johan said, "The meeting is about to start. Everyone is waiting for you." "All right, I happen to have some important information to share with you all," Chen Yi said. Hearing that Chen Yi had information, Johan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then she solemnly nodded, "That would be best." Afterward, Chen Yi followed Johan all the way down to a place 30 floors underground. This was the strategic conference room reserved for the senior members of the Tianji Bureau. When they entered the conference room, it was already full of people. Besides a few familiar faces, there were many others Chen Yi didn't recognize, but each of them exuded a powerful presence and sharp gaze, clearly individuals who had long held high positions. Johan directly pulled Chen Yi to sit beside her. The man hosting the meeting, codenamed Thunder Tiger, saw Chen Yi take his seat and immediately said, "All right, everyone is here. The emergency meeting regarding the activation of the national war system is now officially starting." His voice was loud and powerful, echoing in the enclosed meeting room. "The national war has already begun, and our country's boss will descend in 10 days. Time is extremely tight. I believe everyone present understands the importance of this matter. Now, the nation is preparing to establish a supreme command group to handle frontline battles and overall coordination. Next, I will announce the list of members of the command team. I will serve as the team leader, and Sui Zhan will serve as the deputy team leader." As soon as Lei Laohu finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a calm gaze beside him nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The man's eyebrows and eyes bore some resemblance to Sui Tang, and Chen Yi couldn't help but wonder if they were father and daughter. A loud voice rang out, "Next, roll call for the command group members. Answer when your name is called." Xia Liang. Present. Chen Yi. Present. Jiu Han. Present. The roll call continued, with a total of 10 members in the command team, including Sui Tang and Su Qiaoer. Each response was filled with determination and seriousness, and the entire space was permeated with an atmosphere of tense solemnity. Chen Yi could sense that this was not just a meeting, it concerned the life and death of the entire nation. After the list was announced, the commander known as Thunder Tiger was about to explain the battle plan when Johan suddenly raised his hand. "Report, Chen Yi has important information to share." Old Tiger Lei's sharp gaze turned to Chen Yi, nodding slightly. "Comrade Chen Yi, you may speak now." Chen Yi stood up, his voice clear and powerful. "Through special channels, I have learned the exact location of this national-level boss refresh. It is in Fengcheng, Nanshan Province. I suggest we immediately evacuate the residents of Fengcheng and the surrounding areas." As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell into dead silence. The next second, everyone widened their eyes, staring at Chen Yi in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Old Tiger Lei was even more agitated, standing up with a loud whoosh. He took a few steps toward Chen Yi, grasped his hand tightly, and spoke with a voice trembling from excitement. "Comrade Chen Yi, you have no idea how valuable this information is." He turned around and loudly announced to all the members, "It seems the original battle plan needs a complete overhaul. With a clear objective, our actions will be 100 times more efficient." Thunder Tiger made a decisive move and began a comprehensive revision of the battle plan right during the meeting. This time, it was no longer a decision made solely by the commander, everyone participated. Each person racked their brains, contributing their efforts to this plan that would determine the fate of the nation. Chen Yi watched the bustling scene before him, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. In the 20-plus years of apocalyptic struggle in his previous life, he had watched familiar faces die every day. His heart had long been tempered into steel, indifferent to any sense of belonging. Yet at this moment, he was deeply moved by the atmosphere of united determination. Drawing on the rich combat experience accumulated in his previous life, he proposed a series of highly targeted suggestions. His speech once again shocked everyone present. They could not imagine how someone who had never commanded large-scale military operations could possess such profound strategic insight. A single thought emerged in everyone's mind: with proper training, this man could undoubtedly become a legendary military strategist. The meeting lasted from 3 p.m. until 2 a.m. Fortunately, everyone present had significantly improved their physical endurance, and despite such an intense mental storm, they remained energetic. Finally, a brand new battle plan was finalized. The core content included, all members who reached level 20 must participate in the operation, using a unique scroll called Life Connection. All participants' vitality would be linked together to share damage, all mobs within the refresh point must be cleared before the boss appears, all forces that can be united will join the fight, and for those who refuse to cooperate, their accounts will be settled after the war. The command team members will form a decapitation squad to strike directly. At the heart, Xia Liang, who has already obtained an invincibility potion, will single-handedly attract all the boss's firepower, creating space for others to deal damage and heal. The meeting ended, and everyone walked out of the underground conference room, under a night sky filled with twinkling stars. At that moment, Sui Tang walked up to Chen Yi and softly asked, "Brother Yi, are you? Are you planning to rest now? Chen Yi nodded, then asked tentatively, together? Sui Tang's face instantly turned bright red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Okay. Her heart was a little flustered, but she felt no resistance to Chen Yi's suggestion. After all, in the previous illusion, the two of them had already. The next morning, when Sui Tang woke up, she felt refreshed and unprecedentedly comfortable. But the spot beside her was already empty. Chen Yi was nowhere to be seen. A trace of disappointment swept through her heart. Recalling the peculiar dream that Chen Yi had taken out last night, the wondrous sensation lingered in her mind. At this moment, Chen Yi was already standing atop his dragon companion, Hilliard, flying toward the monster zone in the distance. He knew well that only by being strong enough could he eliminate all potential threats in their infancy. Just then, his chat box began to flash. It was a private message from that mysterious anonymous player. "I'm ready. I can start copying anytime. Are you available now?" Chen Yi replied, "Right now? How many items can you copy per day?" "Yes, you can do it now. My daily limit is 10 items." Chen Yi no longer hesitated and immediately opened the trading panel, placing the golden key to the Tianbao secret realm on it. As collateral for the trade, the other party also placed an SS-grade piece of equipment on the trading panel, Tone's bone ring. Seeing this ring, Chen Yi paused for a moment. He remembered this piece of equipment. "Where did you get this thing?" "Of course I bought it," the other party replied. "Don't you remember? This piece of equipment appeared on the trading market back then." Chen Yi understood in his heart and silently felt sorry for the player who had exchanged this ring with him for the ice prison judgment. It seemed that the person was most likely killed, and the equipment had been stolen. But he didn't say much and simply replied, "All right, let's start the trade." Once the trade was completed, Chen Yi immediately handed over all his secret realm passes, dividing them into 10 batches for the other party to duplicate. In return, the anonymous player received that precious golden key. After the transaction, the number of secret realm passes in Chen Yi's possession nearly doubled, including the most crucial one, the Apocalypse token. His strength once again saw a tremendous boost. The man was left speechless upon seeing the sheer number of secret realm passes in Chen Yi's hand. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that with Chen Yi's unfathomable strength, possessing such items seemed only natural. Wisely, he refrained from asking further questions. Chen Yi paid no attention to others' astonishment and directly took out the replicated Apocalypse token. Last time, he had been so terrified by the dream spirits on the 7th level that he fled in disarray without even putting up a fight. This debt had to be settled today. He was determined to redeem himself and, more importantly, to see with his own eyes what secrets the 8th level of the Apocalypse secret realm held. As he activated the token, a void gate tore open out of thin air high in the sky. With a flash of light, the figures of Chen Yi and Hilliard vanished instantly behind the gate. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Inner Testers Alliance, Jean Huanger was urgently convening a meeting with the core members. The sudden and unanticipated start of the national war had completely disrupted everyone's plans. Jean Huanger had to immediately devise a new battle strategy. Everyone understood that the sooner they defeated their nation's final boss, the sooner they could join the national war and seize the initiative. The rewards for the national war were divided based on territorial control, and as long as one was within the victorious side's territory, they could claim a share of the spoils. At this moment, discussions within the alliance were unusually intense, with the focus on which country they should support. Some advocated for aiding the powerful Yanhuan, while others suggested supporting Sakura, Goryeo, or Thailand. However, an unexpected proposal garnered the most attention, supporting the Papal State. The reason for choosing the Papal State was very simple, even somewhat ruthless: it was too weak. The entire nation had only a mere 600 players, with an embarrassingly low average level. According to the game's balance mechanics, the Papal State's final boss was bound to be the weakest among all the nations. This means they are highly confident in securing the first kill of the boss. By then, with this formidable power, they could even directly replace it, turning the Papal State into an asset of the alliance. After careful consideration, Jean Huanger finally made the decision to adopt this bold plan. As one teleportation scroll after another was torn apart, all 31 top experts of the Beta Testers Alliance were transported into the Papal State. This force, capable of overturning the tide of battle, was destined to make the Papal State the biggest dark horse in the national war. Of course, Chen Yi, who was far away in the Apocalypse secret realm, was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was enjoying the exhilarating experience brought by unlimited firepower, moving through the secret realm as if it were uninhabited. Before long, he effortlessly reached the 7th level once again. He stood steadily on a massive leaf, looking down below. The high-level dream elves that had once left him in a sorry state reappeared before him. At this moment, Chen Yi's level had soared to 53, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Thousands of high-ranking dream elves of diamond grade sensed the intruder, simultaneously raised their heads, and locked onto Chen Yi in the sky. Energy surged in their hands, and in the next moment, countless star strikes converged into a meteor shower, tearing through the sky and pouring down toward Chen Yi. But Chen Yi merely sneered coldly. Times had changed. He commanded Hilliard to flap its wings and soar high, effortlessly weaving through the dense meteor shower, with not a single attack able to touch the hem of his clothes. Thousands of meteors crashed violently onto the giant tree below, erupting in deafening roars. A massive branch, stretching tens of thousands of meters and nearly 1,000 meters thick, broke off in response, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a bottomless crater in the earth. Faced with such a formidable number of enemies, Chen Yi dared not be careless. He maneuvered Hilliard to ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters, transforming into an inexhaustible bomber, and began unleashing falling stars in a frenzy. Countless massive meteors, trailing long fiery tails, descended from the sky. The high-level dream spirits reacted swiftly, their figures flickering as they continuously dodged the deadly rain falling from above. Even when caught in the blast of the meteors, their bodies emitted a dazzling light, directly immunizing most of the elemental damage. After a round of bombardment, only a small portion of the dream spirits sustained minor injuries. Only then did Chen Yi realize that he might have been overly confident. But he had no way out and could only grit his teeth and press on. He summoned another wave of meteors, while the dream spirits below began organizing a counterattack. Streams of shooting stars occasionally brushed past Chen Yi, yet Hilliard skillfully dodged them every time. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Chen Yi held an absolute advantage. Most of the high-level dream spirit's skills were ground-based and couldn't reach him at all. The only thing they could do was repeatedly unleash Starstrike. However, this skill consumed a tremendous amount of energy, requiring a lengthy charge-up after each use. In contrast, Chen Yi's skills seemed limitless, wave after wave, never ceasing. If 100 times didn't work, then 200. If 200 didn't work, then 300. Under his relentless bombardment, the earth had already become riddled with countless cracks, with scorching magma erupting from beneath the surface. Some dream spirits realized that this couldn't continue and began climbing up the towering tree, attempting to close the distance to Chen Yi. Chen Yi noticed their movements, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He immediately issued a new command to Hilliard: "Take me to the base of the tree. I want to bring this tree down completely." "At your command, Master." A new round of bombardment began. This time, the target was no longer the agile spirits but the towering tree that had nurtured them. Under Chen Yi's relentless meteor strikes, the base of the giant tree began to shake violently. Finally, with an earth-shattering roar, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. With a thunderous roar, the giant tree, which served as the source of power for the high-level dream elves, collapsed. As the treetop fell, it nearly swept Chen Yi out of the air. He quickly maneuvered Hilliard to fly higher, observing coldly. With the tree's fall, the elves seemed to have their souls drained, the power within their bodies vanished instantly, leaving them collapsed on the ground, completely powerless to resist. The giant tree crashed into the ground, unleashing a torrent of magma, and raging flames engulfed everything in an instant. The entire 7th-layer secret realm turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Chen Yi showed no mercy, sending thousands more meteors plummeting from the sky. The earth completely caved in, transforming into a churning hell of magma. A massive influx of experience and gold poured into his body, with flashes of light appearing one after another. His level skyrocketed to 55. Seeing the dream elves provide such abundant rewards, Chenyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At this moment, above a pool of lava, a portal of light appeared out of thin air. Chenyi did not rush to leave, instead, he had Hilliard lower their altitude. He had always wanted to test the limits of his supernatural adaptation talent, and now, with the trump card of Wrath of the Gods that could activate an invincible state at any time, it was the perfect opportunity. When he was still dozens of meters away from the lava, he leapt forward, plunging his entire body directly into the scorching molten rock. An unimaginable pain instantly coursed through his entire body. Even though he already possessed advanced pain immunity, the sensation of his body being vaporized still left him in unbearable agony. The system's notification sound rang crazily in his ears. You have jumped into a lava pool, and your body is being vaporized. Super adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10% fire element resistance. Vaporization stopped, the body begins to melt. Super adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on gaining 20% fire element resistance. Melting stopped, the body begins to burn. Super adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on gaining 30% fire element resistance. Burning stopped. The body begins to heal. Super adaptation, talent activated, your passive skill, advanced pain immunity, has been upgraded to extreme pain immunity. Super adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on gaining the passive skill, enhanced self-healing. Moments later, a bald head emerged from the lava. All of Chenyi's hair, including his eyebrows, had completely disappeared during the sauna session. However, the price was worth it. He was now fully adapted to flames, and swimming in lava was just a trivial matter. From this test, he had gained a total of 60% fire resistance, and combined with the 90% elemental damage immunity provided by the Elemental Master, he could now almost ignore 96% of fire damage. The only side effect was that he kept touching his smooth head, feeling increasingly awkward about it. This was practically a devastating blow to his looks. He definitely didn't want people to introduce him in the future as the bald guy who couldn't be cooked even in lava. If he had to do it all over again, he would absolutely not act so impulsively. Thinking of this, Chenyi helplessly took out the Thousand Faces moon and conjured up a head of flowing, luscious hair for himself. Until his hair grew back, he would have to make do with this. He sighed and swam toward the glowing door. He wondered what kind of mythical creature would be waiting for him on the 8th level of the Apocalypse secret realm. Passing through the light gate, Chenyi cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him made him feel as if he had arrived in heaven. Beneath his feet was a soft layer of clouds, and as far as the eye could see, the entire world was pure white. At that moment, in the distant sky, many winged figures suddenly flew into view. As they approached, Chenyi got a clear look at them and immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. These creatures were dressed in pure white gauze, with a pair of massive wings on their backs, and each held a pure golden holy sword in their hands. They seemed to be patrolling and had not noticed Chenyi's presence. Is this the legendary angel? Chenyi immediately checked the attributes of these creatures. Light Angel level 55 grade, mythical base strength, 650 base constitution, 650 base agility, 650 base intelligence, 650 talent, holy body, SSS level, skills, divine judgment, holy light verdict, divine purification, angel's wrath. The moment Chenyi saw these stats, he was shocked. All of the angel's base attributes had surpassed the limits of mortals. This level of power was something he had never seen before. Facing these angels with unfathomable strength, Chenyi knew very well that with his current abilities, fighting them head-on would only lead to death. These angels were not like the mountain giants who slumbered all day, their vigilance was extremely high. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rather than throwing his life away, it was better to temporarily avoid confrontation. The moment this thought arose, he hesitated no longer. Decisively, he took out the Apocalypse token, opened a portal, and, together with Hilliard, instantly left the 8th layer of Apocalypse. According to the original plan, their next destination was Feng City. Hilliard moved as fast as lightning, and the man and his companion quickly arrived above the city. At this moment, Feng City was undergoing an unprecedented large-scale evacuation. Outside the city, a dense crowd of ordinary professionals was gathered, waiting to leave. Maintaining order were the elites of Feng City's Tianji Bureau. Each of them possessed at least an A-level talent, and under their command, the massive evacuation proceeded in an orderly manner without any chaos. Amid the crowd, Chenny immediately spotted the busy figure of Xia Liang. With a thought, Hilliard transformed into a miniature form, lightly landing on his shoulder. Due to the effect of the Thousand Faces moon still lingering, he remained in the guise of a handsome young man. Xia Liang saw Chen Yi and immediately showed a look of joy, as if he had found a savior. "Chen Yi, you came at just the right time. I never expected there to be so many and such varied monsters in Fengcheng. Our manpower simply can't handle clearing them all. Hurry and lend a hand." "No problem," Chen Yi replied decisively with a nod. His cross lightning was the perfect weapon for clearing out these low-level small monsters. He bid farewell to Xia Liang and turned to walk deeper into Fengcheng. Around him, crowds of people surged like a tide, fleeing toward the outskirts of the city, while he moved against the flow, making him stand out conspicuously. But no one had the time to spare him a glance. In this apocalypse, at the brink of life and death, being able to take care of oneself was already a blessing. Even the bonds of blood and family had become fragile and tenuous. Chen Yi arrived in front of a commercial building, only to see countless pairs of eyes glowing red inside, greedily watching the crowd fleeing outside. They were level 14 dark bats. He immediately realized that if these nocturnal creatures were to suddenly emerge and disrupt the decisive battle against the national boss, it would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. They had to be eliminated in advance. Without hesitation, he strode into the building. Moments later, blinding electric light burst out from every window of the building. Countless intersecting bolts of lightning frantically spread and surged through the swarm of bats, leaving only scorched remains in their wake. In less than a few minutes, the entire building's dark bats were wiped out by him alone. Chen Yi worked tirelessly, starting a citywide cleanup. Slimes in the sewers, mutated tigers in the zoo, sword wolves in the park bushes, and even fishmen in the river. All potential threats were reduced to ashes under his lightning. He even casually cleared a nearby underground lair, but the experience points from these low-level monsters were pitifully small. After all his efforts, his experience bar only increased by 7.1%, with 7% of that coming from the lair. As time passed, the moment of the national boss's arrival drew closer. All level 20 professionals in Yanhuan country had already deployed a tight net around Feng City as planned. At this moment, the effective Thousand Faces of the moon had ended, and Chen Yi, back to his bald appearance, was standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper in the city center. Beside him stood only Xia Liang. Chen Yi gazed down at the still relatively intact city below, his expression complex. He knew that once the apocalyptic Black Phoenix appeared, everything here would turn to scorched earth. There are only 2 hours left until the final moment. In Chen Yi's hands was a magic book emanating an icy blue chill, the Ice God Illusion Codex he had borrowed from Johan. His plan was to use this divine artifact to cast a forbidden spell, Ice Prison Judgment, over the entire Feng City before the apocalyptic Black Phoenix descended. At this moment, there was no one alive in Feng City except the two of them. Xia Liang, protected by the invincibility potion obtained through Jean Huanger's unique equipment, could enter an invincible state at any time and was not afraid of being harmed by the forbidden spell. All the other powerful participants in the operation had already retreated outside the city, positioned at the edge of the Ice Prison Judgment's attack range, ready to strike as a backup force. From the very beginning, this battle was destined to be a stage for the top-tier powerhouses. Time ticked away, second by second. Chen Yi stared intently at the countdown. Just as there were only 15 seconds left, he moved. He hurled the Ice God's arcana high into the sky. The magical book hovered above his head, radiating dazzling light. He began chanting an ancient and obscure incantation. In an instant, the sky changed color, and crystalline snowflakes began to fall. On each snowflake was inscribed the power of rules that could freeze all things. With just a light touch, whether living or inanimate, everything would be instantly frozen. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Everyone froze, their eyes all fixed on the sky. Snow began to fall without any warning, and it grew heavier and heavier. In just a short moment, the ground was covered with a snow wall half a person's height. At that moment, directly above Fengcheng, a pitch-black portal tore open out of thin air. A massive black phoenix head emerged from the portal. Following it came the neck, a body engulfed in black flames, and magnificent tail feathers. The moment it fully passed through the portal, the spatial rift instantly vanished. A phoenix cry, piercing the clouds and splitting the stones, resounded throughout Fengcheng. The complete form of the world-destroying black phoenix was now revealed to everyone. Its body stretched for a kilometer, and when its wings spread, they seemed to block out the sky and sun. The previously majestic winged eagle god Hilliard appeared insignificant, like a tiny creature, in its presence. This giant beast's appearance was identical to the mythical phoenix of legend, except that the flames engulfing its body were ominous, hellish black flames. Xia Liang, who was at the front line, immediately shared its information with everyone. The name of this monster was the world-destroying Black Phoenix, a national-level boss. Its strength and constitution were terrifyingly high, but the most horrifying aspect was its talent called Undying Bird. This talent meant that even if you managed to kill it, it would transform into an indestructible black flame, recovering 10% of its health every minute. Once it regained half of its health, it would resurrect on the spot. When they saw this information, everyone fell silent. A wave of despair, like a cold current, spread among the crowd. How could they possibly fight a boss of this level? Even if they killed it, it could resurrect, and that ominous black flame, what could extinguish it? As soon as the doomsday black phoenix descended, it felt the extreme cold surrounding it. The snowflakes falling from the sky, each one landing on its black flames, dimmed the fire slightly. Enraged, it let out a sharp screech, flapped its wings fiercely, and charged toward the source of the snowflakes high in the sky. It wanted to destroy everything. At this moment, Chen Yi had just finished casting the first ice prison judgment. The power of this skill was immense, and this was only the first stage. Without a moment's pause, taking advantage of the fact that the doomsday black phoenix hadn't noticed him yet, he immediately began channeling the second, third. He wanted to stack as many spells as possible to gain the greatest advantage. The doomsday black phoenix roared as it plunged into the clouds, its black flames surging, trying to disperse the icy mist. But it quickly realized that the icy clouds were layered endlessly, dispersing one layer only brought another. Its patience ran out, and it cast a furious gaze toward the ground. At that moment, the second phase of the ice prison judgment descended. Countless frost tentacles, each hundreds of meters long, erupted from the ground, wildly thrashing within Feng City. The scene was both spectacular and eerie. The world-destroying black phoenix grew even angrier. This scorched earth was its chosen domain, and now it was occupied by these frost creatures, a blatant provocation. It let out a furious roar, flapping its wings as clusters of black fireballs, each the size of a basketball, hurtled toward the ground. Upon impact, the flames exploded into raging infernos, instantly melting the nearby frost tentacles into pools of boiling water. However, the third phase of the ice prison judgment followed closely. Countless ferocious frost demons hatched from the frost tentacles, roaring skyward as they unleashed a barrage of icy blades at the world-destroying black phoenix in the heavens. Under the barrage of countless ice blades, the world-destroying black phoenix actually felt a trace of chill. This was a sensation it had never experienced before, one it utterly despised. It was completely enraged. Its massive body burned with even fiercer black flames, like a black meteor hurtling straight toward the ground. Wherever the black flames passed, the icy demons didn't even have time to resist before being incinerated into nothingness. But in this brief clash, Chen Yi had already stacked over 20 ice prison judgments. The 3 stages of 20 skills, like an unending tide, relentlessly assaulted the world-destroying black phoenix. Finally, this terrifying beast discovered the mastermind behind it all, Chen Yi. A beam of condensed, ultimate dark flame shot out from the mouth of the world-destroying black phoenix like a laser, aiming straight at Chen Yi. At this critical moment, Xia Liang's figure instantly appeared in front of Chen Yi. He was bathed in the destructive black flames, yet remained completely unharmed. In his invincible state, unless a skill capable of breaking the rules was used, no attack could harm him. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yi immediately commanded the wind eagle god, Hilliard, to take to the skies and engage the enemy. Seeing that the flames were ineffective against Xia Liang, the world-destroying Black Phoenix immediately abandoned its attack and instead locked its murderous gaze on Hilliard, who was soaring into the sky. Hilliard faced the colossal creature, a formidable enemy he had never encountered before. But his gaze was resolute. No matter what, the sky was his absolute domain. West Wind Prohibition! Hilliard shouted loudly. A strange, fierce wind suddenly swept over the apocalyptic Black Phoenix. This was a no-fly zone, with absolute rules. Even a divine beast like the Phoenix had to fall from the sky. The massive body lost its lift and plummeted straight toward the ground. The moment it crashed to the ground, countless icy tentacles burst out from the earth, wrapping around it layer by layer. However, under the scorching heat of the Phoenix's endless black flames, not a single tentacle could last more than 3 seconds. The world-destroying Black Phoenix struggled to stand up, flapping its wings with all its might, only to realize it could no longer lift off the ground. Chen-Yi, standing atop Hilliard's head, was overjoyed at the sight. Crippling the Phoenix's ability to fly, this battle's greatest credit undoubtedly belonged to Hilliard. A phoenix without its wings was like a warrior with one arm severed. Chen-Yi hesitated no longer. Standing on the dragon's back, he unleashed a frenzied barrage of firepower at the phoenix on the ground. For an hour, countless burning meteors streaked across the sky, roaring downward. Boom! 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 Each meteor's impact triggered a violent explosion, with flames shooting into the sky. However, at the center of the explosion, the Apocalypse Black Phoenix merely had its black flames flicker slightly, seemingly unscathed. Chen-Yi did not lose heart. The one thing he had in abundance was offensive techniques. On the outskirts of the city, the spectators watching Chen-Yi, who was wreaking havoc in the city center like a bomber, all widened their eyes. The combat power he displayed had far exceeded everyone's imagination. It seemed that even a random meteor falling into the crowd could take thousands of lives. In the operations command center, Lei Laohu slapped his thigh excitedly as he watched the surveillance footage. Good. With this level of strength, he can definitely take down this national-level boss. Beside him, Sui Zhan's gaze shifted slightly. Lei Laohu looked at him and said with a smile, "What do you think? Your son-in-law isn't bad, right?" Sui Zhan forced a bitter smile. "I would love to acknowledge him as my son-in-law, but he might not necessarily acknowledge me as his father-in-law." He had heard that his daughter, Sui Tang, entered Chen-Yi's room, but by no later than 4 in the morning, Chen-Yi had already left. Although he himself had been quite the carefree and romantic type in his youth, now that such a thing had happened to his own daughter, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. However, he did notice that this kid Chen-Yi had somehow turned into a bald-headed guy. Back when he had hair, he was actually quite handsome. At that moment, on the satellite surveillance screen, the effects of the ice prison judgment had ended. A full 20 rounds of freezing attacks had only managed to slightly weaken the flames on the Apocalypse Black Phoenix. By now, Xiao Liang had already charged alone to the front of the Apocalypse Black Phoenix. Although his body was nearly invincible, his attack power was insignificant in the face of the Phoenix. The world-destroying Black Phoenix felt somewhat annoyed by Xiao Liang, this insignificant pest. It couldn't hurt him with its attacks, yet he kept darting around, throwing punches in front of it. It wanted to slap him to death, but couldn't kill him. Meanwhile, there was another even more irritating figure overhead, constantly hurling meteors at it, and those explosions on its body were truly painful. Unable to fly, the world-destroying Black Phoenix's fury grew stronger and stronger. Chirp! With another sharp phoenix cry, the world-destroying Black Phoenix completely erupted, spewing flames madly toward the ground. Endless black flames instantly turned the once ice-sealed Fengcheng into a scorched wasteland. Accompanied by the sound of phoenix cries, the flames on the ground began to surge upward continuously, burning higher and higher. In no time, they reached a height of over 100 meters. This was its ultimate skill, raising fire to burn the sky, capable of scorching a hole in the heavens. Chen-Yi immediately saw through its intentions. This Black Phoenix wanted to turn the entire sky into its domain of black flames. But he did not retreat, continuing to unleash the falling stars. The deafening explosions echoed incessantly above the ruins of Fengcheng. The spectators watching from afar also noticed something was amiss and shouted, "Archmage, run quickly! The fire is about to reach you." The flames of the world-destroying Black Phoenix grew increasingly intense and soared higher and higher. In the sky, Cheney and Hilliard also felt the scorching heat. Hilliard said in a deep voice, "Master, I can temporarily withstand these flames. Feel free to unleash your skills." "All right." Hilliard immediately turned toward the raging sea of fire below and suddenly flapped his wings. Gusts of extremely cold northern wind appeared out of thin air, transforming into icy currents that surged downward. The previously towering flames were instantly suppressed by over 1,000 meters. Seeing this scene, people's spirits were lifted once again. So there is indeed a way to break through. Cheney looked at the flames still burning fiercely, his brows furrowed. "Hilliard, your skills are not enough. It seems I can only continue to unleash the ice prison judgment. However, the ice clouds might accidentally harm you," he said resolutely. "When the time comes, just fly away and don't worry about me. Even if I fall, I definitely won't die." As he spoke, Chen Yi's gaze fell on the Wrath of God earrings. As long as he activates the invincibility skill at the moment of landing, he can save himself. As for the black flames covering the ground, Cheney even felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. He had been worrying about not having a place to train his fire resistance. A cryptic incantation echoed, and in the sky, a layer of ice clouds with extremely low temperatures appeared out of thin air. These ice clouds were the source of those ice blue snowflakes. Any ordinary life form that touched them even slightly would instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture. At the moment Cheney finished casting his spell, Hilliard felt a piercing cold envelop his entire body. Following Cheney's instructions, he immediately flapped his wings and flew toward the distance. Meanwhile, Cheney, without hesitation, leapt forward and plunged into the black sea of flames on the ground. In an instant, the endless snowflakes in the sky collided fiercely with the blazing black flames on the ground. At the point of contact between ice and fire, massive amounts of steam surged into the sky, forming a dense white mist. Cheney passed straight through the steam-filled center and plunged directly into the black flames. An infinite wave of pain instantly swept through Chun Yi's entire body. Although he possessed the ability to be immune to pain, it could only offset 90% of the sensation, leaving the remaining 10% to torment him unbearably. Yet Chun-Yi gritted his teeth tightly, clearly sensing that the damage he was enduring was being adapted to and healed by the ability's supernatural adaptation. The sound of notifications rang crazily in his ears. His body was torn apart in mid-air and instantly reassembled. This process repeated over and over, and with each rebirth, his resistance to flames grew stronger. Eventually, his fire resistance reached the upper limit of 90%. Coupled with the bonus from his equipment, Chun-Yi could now immunize against 99% of fire damage. Although the remaining 1% damage from the apocalyptic black flames was still terrifying, Chun-Yi's powerful self-healing ability was already enough to counteract the destruction it caused. Seeing Chun-Yi plummet from the sky, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Amid the endless black flames, they couldn't see the scene of Chun-Yi being consumed by the flames and reborn. When he was still over 100 meters from the ground, Chun-Yi activated Wrath of the Gods. The gemstone on his earring emitted a dazzling red light, instantly enveloping his entire body. This layer of red light was the symbol of his invincible state, completely different from the golden glow brought by Xiaoliang's potion. Boom! Chun-Yi plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters, the immense impact shattering the ground into pieces. Xiaoliang immediately spotted the figure enveloped in red light. The world-destroying Black Phoenix also noticed him and opened its mouth to unleash an even purer black flame. This black flame was hotter and carried even greater destructive power. But for Chun-Yi, who was in an invincible state, such an attack was completely ineffective. He quickly stood up. His invincible state still had 30 seconds remaining. Ice Prison Judgment. Ice Prison Judgment. Chun-Yi cast 2 large-scale ice magic spells in succession. Fengcheng, which had been turned into scorched earth by the apocalyptic Black Phoenix, was once again greeted by icy blue snowflakes. Each falling snowflake extinguished a portion of the burning black flames. Endless snowflakes descended from the sky, forcing the apocalyptic Black Phoenix to halt its attack and focus on resisting the snowflakes imbued with freezing power. At this moment, Chen Yi's invincible state disappeared. He immediately looked at Xiaoliang and shouted, "Xiaoliang, hold it off. My invincibility time is up, it's your turn now." "Got it, you go quickly," Xiaoliang responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoliang slid under the belly of the apocalyptic black phoenix, grabbing one of its feathers tightly with his left hand while his right hand transformed into an iron fist, striking its abdomen with tremendous force. Shenyi took the opportunity to sprint rapidly into the distance. Now, on the battlefield of Fengcheng, only Xiaoliang remained. The world-destroying black phoenix was instantly enraged by Xiaoliang, erupting with an endless radiance of darkness. Light and darkness intertwined at this moment, forming a bizarre yet breathtaking scene. Anything touched by this dark radiance was instantly reduced to ashes. This was the world-destroying black phoenix's skill, Sunset Afterglow. However, this terrifying attack had no effect whatsoever on Xiaoliang, who was in an invincible state. After unleashing this ultimate move, the world-destroying black phoenix uncharacteristically entered a quiet, weakened state. Clearly, the attack just now had also taken a massive toll on it. To deal with an enemy of this caliber, it was necessary to wear them down through such repeated consumption, continuously depleting their vitality and energy. Seeing this scene, all the spectators felt a surge of spirit. This proved that the seemingly invincible beast was not truly unbeatable. The earlier despair was mainly due to the overwhelming sense of oppression brought by the appearance of the world-destroying black phoenix. Its earth-shattering aura was so intense that it left no room for resistance in anyone's mind. At this moment, Shenyi had already run out of Fengcheng's boundaries. A loud eagle cry echoed from afar as Hilliard swooped down and landed steadily in front of Shenyi. With a leap, Shenyi jumped onto Hilliard's back. Riding the giant eagle, Shenyi flew back toward Fengcheng once again. By now, the world-destroying black phoenix had expended a great deal of energy, and the sea of fire that had engulfed the sky had dissipated. Shenyi was preparing to launch a new round of aerial bombardment. Screech! The world-destroying black phoenix seemed to sense danger and let out a piercing, mournful screech. A high-pitched phoenix cry tore through the sky as the massive black phoenix suddenly twisted its head. With its mountain-like giant beak, it fiercely pecked at Xiaoliang, who was clutching its tail feathers. Its enormous mouth opened wide, and Xiaoliang was swallowed whole into its belly. The black phoenix intended to use the purest black flames within its body to completely melt this audacious human. Seeing Xiaoliang swallowed, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Although they knew Xiaoliang possessed an invincible state, no one could guarantee that this world-destroying monster didn't have some bizarre method to break through invincibility. At this critical moment, Shenyi's attack descended once again. The mental state of the world-destroying black phoenix was clearly not as strong as before. The remaining 99 meteors, like a torrential downpour, all smashed onto its body. The immense impact scattered its magnificent phoenix feathers in all directions, and the black flames on its body flickered unsteadily, on the verge of extinguishing. Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound came from the abdomen of the black phoenix. Immediately after, it painfully opened its mouth and unexpectedly spat out a human figure. That person was Xiaoliang, completely unharmed, clutching tightly onto a black rope-like object, which seemed to have been forcibly pulled out from the phoenix's body. Having lost the object within its body, the world-destroying black phoenix seemed to be enduring indescribable pain and began to struggle frantically. Its wings flapped violently, but under the effect of the no-fly zone, all efforts were in vain. Xiaoliang steadied himself and waved toward Shenyi in the distance, signaling him to come and take the black rope in his hand. Shenyi immediately understood and ordered Hilliard beneath him. Hilliard, charge to his front. I need to get that rope. At your command, Master. Hilliard let out a dragon roar and performed a stunning dive, descending toward the ground at an astonishing speed. The doomsday black phoenix noticed their intent and immediately spewed a devastating black flame, rushing straight toward Hilliard. The flame instantly ignited Hilliard's feathers, bringing intense pain. But at that moment, Shenyi had already successfully taken the rope from Xiaoliang's hands. Almost simultaneously, the rope's information flooded into his mind. God-binding rope, a unique legendary item. Effect: the rope can extend infinitely, and any creature trapped by it will have all their powers sealed. The only drawback is that it cannot automatically track its target. Shenyi instantly understood Xiaoliang's intention. This was to have him completely bind the arrogant Black Phoenix. Moreover, the other end of the rope was inside the Black Phoenix's body, ensuring that no matter how it struggled, it would be absolutely impossible to break free. This move was truly ingenious. The nation's profound heritage was indeed unfathomable. Such unique treasures kept appearing one after another as if they cost nothing. At this moment, Hilliard was already suffering immensely from the black flames. Shen-Yi tried using water healing to treat it, but found it completely ineffective. The level of these black flames was simply too high. He looked at Hilliard and said in a deep voice, "Hilliard, endure a little longer. We need to fly a few circles around this guy. It's time to show your true flying skills." Hilliard endured the intense pain and nodded heavily. "Yes, master. In my world, I have been a flying champion since childhood." As soon as he finished speaking, Hilliard shrank his massive body, transforming into a nimble streak of lightning, and began flying rapidly around the apocalyptic Black Phoenix. The divine binding rope in Chun-Yi's hand extended infinitely, first tightly wrapping around the Black Phoenix's neck, then its body, wings, and claws. Due to being restricted from flying, the Black Phoenix's agility was greatly diminished, unable to even reach half its usual speed. Faced with the nimble Hilliard, it was completely helpless. With circle after circle of binding, the divine binding rope grew longer and longer, eventually tying the apocalyptic Black Phoenix's entire body like a bundle. Under the powerful restraint of the divine binding rope, the raging black flames within it could no longer burn, revealing the Phoenix's true form. Seeing the incredible scene before them, the crowd on the ground erupted into thunderous cheers. But everyone knew that this was merely binding it, they were still far from truly defeating it. In the operations command room, Lei Laovu and Sui Zhan excitedly pounded the table. Who would have thought that the battle plan we painstakingly devised would turn out to be useless? Just the two of them managed to subdue the apocalyptic Black Phoenix. Sui Zhan smiled inside. On the battlefield, things truly change in an instant. Plans can never keep up with the changes. Shen-Yi controlled Hilliard, tying hundreds of death knots on the Black Phoenix before finally stopping. He landed on the ground and walked towards Xiaoliang. At this moment, Hilliard's body was already charred black, clearly suffering severe injuries. Feeling distressed, Shen-Yi shrank it down to perch on his shoulder, planning to find a way to heal it after the battle was over. Standing in front of Xiaoliang, Shen-Yi frowned and asked, "How should we deal with this big guy? You know it has the talent of the Phoenix. Although we've tied it up, we have no way to completely kill it. Although Chun-Yi's death curse is powerful, it can only kill it once. As long as the undying flames remain, the apocalyptic Black Phoenix will quickly resurrect. Figuring out how to handle the flames left behind after its death has become a monumental challenge." Xiaoliang nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is no perfect solution yet. However, Jean Huanger's younger sister, Jean Fomer, possesses the talent to analyze all things. I believe that with her ability, we should be able to find a solution. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. That's right, since the Red Moon could be analyzed back then, this national-level boss in front of them should be no exception. As he was pondering, the world-destroying Black Phoenix, bound by the divine binding rope, began to struggle frantically on the ground. However, its power was completely sealed, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. Xiaoliang strode up to the world-destroying Black Phoenix, grabbed one end of the divine binding rope, and shouted back to Chen-Yi, "Chen-Yi, I feel like over 100 dead knots aren't secure enough. Let's just tie another 1,000. After speaking, Xiaoliang climbed onto the mountain-like back of the apocalyptic Black Phoenix using both his hands and feet. His speed was astonishing, and before long, thousands of new dead knots densely covered the Black Phoenix's body. After finishing all this, Xiaoliang jumped down, walked up to Chen-Yi, glanced at the severely injured Hilliard, and said, "Su Chao has a unique healing skill. I think it should be able to cure him." Chen-Yi nodded. This was undoubtedly the best news. "That's great. Once Hilliard recovers, I'll have him take us to meet Jean Fomer." "Yes, but this skill comes at a great cost. I'll need to apply for funding from the state for this," Xiaoliang added. "Still need to apply?" Chen-Yi was somewhat surprised. "It's just a formality. Actually, whether you apply or not, the state will fund it, but this is the system, and the system cannot have exceptions." The two arrived outside the city, and Sui Tang and Su Chao immediately ran over excitedly, congratulating them. Congratulations, you successfully defeated the Doomsday Black Phoenix. But as soon as they finished speaking, they were stunned by Chen Yi's shiny bald head. Chen Yi, your hair. Chen Yi's face darkened, clearly unwilling to discuss his new hairstyle at this moment. Now is not the time to talk about this, I'll explain later. The world-destroying Black Phoenix is only restrained, not completely dealt with. Xia Liang and I need to go ask for help, and you all must keep an eye on this big guy. Don't worry, everyone responded in unison. Chen Yi then turned to Su Chao and asked earnestly, Xiao, please take a look at my partner. Can his injuries still be treated? At this moment, Hilliard was in a miserable state, with over 80% of his skin severely burned and his breath faint. Su Chao gently placed her palm on Hilliard's body. After feeling for a moment, she nodded, it's possible, but I can only use this skill once a month. If the world-destroying Black Phoenix escapes, I won't be able to help you again. Chen Yi, however, shook his head without hesitation, his tone firm, use it on him. Hilliard is stronger than me, and it was he who unleashed the no-fly zone. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to subdue the world-destroying Black Phoenix so quickly. Hearing that the no-fly zone was actually released by Hilliard, everyone present was filled with shock. They immediately realized that a flying world-destroying Black Phoenix and one confined to the ground were on completely different levels of power. Without this no-fly zone, the entire Feng City would likely have been reduced to ashes, and this land would have been plunged into devastation. Su Chao hesitated no longer and immediately began chanting. Endless golden radiance surged from her hands, like a warm sun, enveloping Hilliard's massive body. Under the glow of the light, his terrifying wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Yi's eye of insight instantly captured the information about the skill. Instant healing radiance, unique tier, its effect is to instantly heal all injuries of a creature, including damage at the rule level, and for the next hour, restore 50% of its vitality and mental strength every second. Seeing this effect, Chen Yi gasped in shock. In his previous life as a priest, he deeply understood how terrifyingly valuable such percentage-based healing skills were, especially when accompanied by sustained percentage-based healing. He couldn't help but feel relieved that Su Chao had learned this skill. If it had fallen into the hands of an enemy like Annabelle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Hilliard was, after all, a mythical creature, and the injuries he suffered were far beyond ordinary damage. Su Chao's complexion visibly turned pale, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and finally, after exhausting a massive amount of energy, Hilliard's injuries were completely healed. Chen Yi, seeing this, quickly took out a bag of green-tail honey and handed it over. Here, eat this to ease it a bit. Su Chao weakly nodded, took the honey, and ate it. A burst of indescribable sweetness instantly melted in her mouth, and the fatigue she felt earlier dissipated by more than half. What surprised her even more was the system notification sound in her ear indicating an increase in her constitution. Brothery, this stuff is way too precious. Su Chao exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled faintly, took out 2 more bags, and handed them to Sui Tang and Xia Liang, saying nonchalantly, it's fine, I have plenty of this stuff. Sui Tang and Xia Liang quickly heard the notification about their constitution increase as well, and their gazes toward Chen Yi were filled with gratitude and astonishment. At this moment, Chen Yi looked around and noticed someone was missing. Where's Zhang Haishan? I saw him during the meeting earlier, but now he's nowhere to be found. He's already level 60, isn't his combat power higher than yours? Sui Tang curled her lips, a hint of disdain in her tone, don't even mention it. That guy Zhang Haishan is as timid as a mouse. He applied to the higher-ups, saying he wanted to focus on leveling up, aiming to become the first professional to reach level 100. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups actually approved it. Perhaps the higher-ups have their own considerations, Xia Liang said thoughtfully. Chen Yi nodded and said no more. Becoming the first person to reach level 100 indeed carried extraordinary strategic significance. The electronic sound of the system announcement echoed in the air, proclaiming the birth of yet another rare piece of equipment. Chen Yi was indifferent to the equipment itself, he remembered that the truly valuable asset was the player who obtained it. That person possessed a talent for gaining experience at a 100-fold rate, practically tailor-made as prey for him. Shenyi sneered inwardly. Once he reached level 100, the first person he would devour would be him. He pulled his thoughts back and turned to Hilliard beside him, issuing an order: return to your true form. It's time for us to set out. Hilliard nodded, feeling unprecedentedly energized under the continuous effect of the healing spell. In the next moment, its massive body appeared instantly, towering like a small mountain and blocking out the sky and sun. The surrounding people, upon seeing Shenyi's colossal beast mount, cast envious glances. But remembering that he could casually sell even diamond pet eggs, owning such a mount seemed perfectly reasonable. At this moment, Xiaoliang quickly walked up to Chunyi with a grave expression and said, "The Beta Testers Alliance formed by Jean Huanger has actually chosen to help the Papal State. They are currently besieging the national boss there." Chen Yi nodded. The Papal State was indeed the best choice for those beta testers, allowing them to win easily and claim the first kill reward. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "All right, then our destination is the Papal State." With that, he beckoned to Hilliard and leapt onto the back of the giant beast with Xiaoliang. With a piercing eagle cry that seemed to split the skies, Hilliard flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the Papal State. Meanwhile, in the Papal State, which was so small it resembled a university campus, a humanoid monster wearing a mask and wielding a long spear was wreaking havoc. It was the national boss, Fate's Punisher, a powerful level 17 entity. Under its assault, the cathedral crumbled continuously, and the clergy fled in all directions. This country is small, and the boss that descended was relatively weak, with strength roughly equivalent to a level 50 diamond creature. But even so, for clergy members with an average level of only a dozen or so and who are not skilled in combat, this was still a catastrophic disaster. If it weren't for Jean Huanger and her Beta Tester Alliance arriving in time, this country would likely have already been destroyed. Jean Huanger wielded her staff, and golden lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the Fate Punisher with precision. Beside her, a lich continuously released black mist, tightly restraining the boss's movements. Other members of the Alliance also showcased their unique abilities. Among them, a burly man with the diamond body talent fought the boss barehanded, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen that rendered him nearly immune to all physical attacks. This alliance, led by 7 SSS-level talent holders, possessed unfathomable strength. Faced with such a luxurious lineup, the Fate Punisher had almost no chance to fight back and ultimately collapsed under a lightning bolt that pierced the heavens and the earth, its body gradually dissipating. Congratulations to the Papal State for being the first to slay a national boss. Reward: all members levels +1, luck +3. The system announcement rang 3 times in succession, and everyone was bathed in the golden light of leveling up. At the spot where the boss dissipated, a dazzling white light burst forth. Jean Huanger stepped forward and retrieved a gorgeously designed spear from the light. It was the very weapon the boss had just used, the SSS-grade equipment Fong of Retribution, which came with an extraordinary effect of ignoring defense. She glanced at the attributes and casually tossed the spear to a small-framed Alliance member. "Hunter Fox, this suits you perfectly." The player named Hunter Fox caught the spear, and upon seeing its attributes, was instantly overjoyed, repeatedly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, boss." The surrounding companions cast envious glances, lamenting that they weren't in a spear-using class. After distributing the spoils, Jean Huanger turned and walked toward the elderly pope, her voice icy as she said, "I have fulfilled your request, your nation is preserved. Now, you should relinquish the position of pope to me." The old pope trembled, his face filled with fear. "Very well, but the abdication and coronation ceremonies must be held." Jean Huanger nodded in agreement. She knew that only through such formal ceremonies could her rule be legitimate and indisputable. Looking coldly at the opponent she had just defeated, she declared, "You have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, everything here will belong to me." "As you command, madam." At that moment, a tremendous gust of wind roared past, and a massive shadow on the horizon drew everyone's attention. It was a giant eagle, majestic and extraordinary. When Jean Huanger saw the 2 people standing on the eagle's back, she instantly understood their purpose. She turned to her younger sister Jean Fonger and whispered, "I'll go negotiate the terms with them. You just need to follow them to complete the mission." Remember, if you encounter any danger, activate the teleportation ring immediately without any hesitation. Okay, sister, I understand. Moments later, Chen Yi and Xia Liang landed steadily on the giant eagle. The announcement issued by the system earlier had declared the birth of the new ruler of this land, and they had heard it too. To be honest, they were somewhat surprised that the leader of the legendary and powerful papal state had been defeated so easily. After all, on their journey here, they had personally witnessed dozens of even more terrifying world-class disasters. Those monsters, each possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Many nations, lacking top-tier warriors, could only pile up human lives, leaving corpses strewn everywhere, a truly tragic sight. Xia Liang's gaze fell on Jin Huanger, and he got straight to the point. Long time no see. We're pressed for time, so I'll be direct. What price do we need to pay for your sister's help? Jin Huanger smiled faintly and quoted a shocking figure, 10 billion gold coins, plus a unique only great artifact. Hearing this offer, Xia Liang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. An only great artifact, if we grit our teeth, we can manage that. But 10 billion gold coins, you're making things difficult for me. Making things difficult? Jin Huanger's smile carried a hint of mockery. I heard that someone on your side has a talent for a 100-fold experience boost and is already level 60. For him, earning a few million gold coins a day is a breeze, isn't it? 10 billion, not a single coin less. If you don't have it now, fine, just write me an IOU. Xia Liang clenched his fists tightly. He thought of the apocalyptic Black Phoenix still wreaking havoc in the Yanhuang Empire. Every minute of delay meant greater losses and more uncertainties for the Empire. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Fine, I agree. Jin Huanger's face revealed the joy of victory. She took out a scroll shimmering with magical light from her storage space. This is a contract scroll. Write the IOU in black and white. Xia Liang stopped wasting words and quickly wrote the loan agreement on the scroll. A flash of magical light passed, and the contract was established. Can we leave now? He urged. Jin Huanger, satisfied, put away the scroll and nodded to her younger sister. Go ahead, sister, go with them. The giant eagle Hilliard let out a long cry, carrying Chen Yi, Xia Liang, and Jin Fenger as it soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and speeding toward the Yanhuang Empire. In midair, Chen Yi quietly issued a command to his trump card, the Skeleton King, through the summoning contract. The Skeleton King responded that the undead army it led would arrive in Fengcheng in less than an hour. In Chen Yi's mind, an extremely bold and even crazy plan was taking shape. He intended for the Skeleton King to deliver the final blow to that arrogant phoenix. Hilliard unleashed its maximum speed, and in less than half an hour, the three of them arrived above Fengcheng. When Jin Fenger looked down from high above, she gasped in shock at the scene before her. The apocalyptic Black Phoenix, bound by countless golden chains, had a body as massive as a small mountain. Even though its terrifying aura was suppressed, it still made her heart tremble with fear. She couldn't imagine how other nations would deal with an enemy of this magnitude. Jin Fenger hesitated no longer. She hovered directly above the Black Phoenix, clasped her hands together, and a gentle stream of light shot out from her palms, slowly infusing into the Black Phoenix's body. Sensing the intrusion of this foreign energy, the apocalyptic Black Phoenix began to struggle violently. Its enormous body alternated between expanding and contracting. However, the golden divine binding ropes adjusted accordingly, growing larger or smaller, firmly restraining it and rendering all its resistance futile. Soon, the Black Phoenix exhausted its strength, and all its energy was sealed by the divine binding ropes. Its physical struggles alone were far from enough to sustain it. At that moment, Xia Liang's walkie-talkie crackled to life, and Lei Laovu's anxious voice came through. Xia Liang, Chen Yi, be careful. A large-scale undead army has been detected approaching the city outskirts, and the leader looks very much like one of Chen Yi's former summoned creatures. Ask him what's going on. Chen Yi was right next to him and naturally heard it as well. He picked up the walkie-talkie and calmly replied, Director, I called in that reinforcement. In case the analysis fails and Black Phoenix goes berserk, these undead can step in and help reduce casualties among our people. Please issue the order to let them through, and I'll have them enter the city directly. Good lad. Well done. Lei Laohu's voice was full of praise. I'll issue the order to let them through immediately. The communication was cut off, and the defensive forces on the city wall quickly received the order. The previously tense standoff dissolved as the crowd swiftly parted to both sides, making way for the massive undead army. As the undead legion, led by the Skeleton King, marched forward in perfect formation, their cold and overwhelming aura left all onlookers breathless and envious. My god, is this the legendary summoned army of the Archmage? Look, even the lowest ranked soldiers here must be at least level 20. Isn't that right? The Archmage truly is the guardian deity of our Yanhuang Empire. A relative of mine is abroad, and he told me that the war over there is absolutely brutal. Everyone, regardless of their level, has to go to the battlefield, and millions have already died. My goodness, that's terrifying. Compared to them, being born in our Yanhuang is such a blessing. That relative of mine used to be desperate to go abroad, but now he's finally tasting the bitterness of life over there. A sneer came from the crowd. Exactly, serves them right. Let's not talk about them. The Archmage sending these undead to die for us is the greatest kindness. That's right, I'm going to set up a shrine for the Archmage at home and pray for him every day. Count me in. Just as people were engaged in heated discussions, the undead legion had already arrived in front of the world-destroying Black Phoenix, fully prepared. The Skeleton King had just reported the latest numbers of the legion to Chen Yi. There were 40,000 undead at levels between 20,000 and 29,999, 13,500 undead at levels between 30,000 and 39,999, and 1,200 undead at levels between 40,000 and 49,999. This force was enough to demonstrate that the Skeleton King had made considerable progress during this period. On the other side, Jean Fonger had only just reached 1% progress in analyzing the world-destroying Black Phoenix. She spoke anxiously, Chen Yi, Xiaoliang, I estimate it will take 15 hours to fully analyze this phoenix. Are the ropes binding it really strong enough? Don't worry, they're definitely strong, Xiaoliang assured her. This is a one-of-a-kind piece of equipment. Hearing the words one-of-a-kind, Jean Fonger's eyes lit up. I've decided, my reward will be this piece of equipment. Xiaoliang was momentarily speechless. This god-binding rope was considered upper middle tier among all unique items, and now it seemed he had shot himself in the foot. But at this point, he could only nod helplessly. Fine, I agree. Chen Yi silently calculated on the side. He thought of the person with the duplication talent and decided to have that person duplicate the god-binding rope before handing it over to Jean Fonger. If the person dared to pocket his item, Chen Yi had plenty of ways to make them return it tenfold. Although the transaction was anonymous, finding someone in this world wasn't impossible for a professional with predictive talents. Time ticked by second by second. Chen Yi and Xiaoliang quietly stood guard beside Jean Fonger, while the giant dragon Hilliard hovered tirelessly in the air. After a full 15 hours, Jean Fonger finally withdrew her hand. The prolonged use of her talent had left her nearly exhausted. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately handed her a pouch of green-tail honey. After drinking the honey, Jean Fonger's energy visibly improved. I now know how to extinguish the flames it leaves behind after death, she said, her words instantly lifting the spirits of Chen Yi and Xiaoliang. Jean Fonger took out paper and pen and spent a full 3 hours writing down over 1,000 types of materials and detailed preparation methods. After finishing, she handed the paper to Xiaoliang. Prepare enough of the potion and then just pour it directly. However, this requires at least a master-level alchemist to complete. Do you need help from the Beta Testers Alliance? Xiaoliang shook his head. No need, we have our own master-level alchemist. That's good, Jean Fonger nodded. I need to rest, so I'll take my leave. She paused and added, don't forget my binding god rope. With that, she gently twisted a ring on her finger, and her entire figure instantly disappeared from where she stood. Xiaoliang looked at the formula, frowning slightly. The country can gather all these materials, but I don't know how much potion will be needed. Chen Yi answered without hesitation, of course, the more, the better. Ideally, we should prepare dozens of tons and pour it all at once to ensure nothing goes wrong. Xiaoliang nodded in agreement. Yes, that's the safest approach. I'll arrange for the materials right away. As for the world-destroying Black Phoenix, I'll leave it to you. No problem, Shen Yi replied with a smile. Xiao Liang then leaped off Hilliard's back and disappeared into the clouds. Shen Yi began contemplating the next steps of the plan. The final, fatal blow had to be delivered by the Skeleton King himself. Only then would the system recognize that the world-destroying Black Phoenix was killed by the Skeleton King, thereby creating a powerful national-level boss undead. Thinking of this, Shen Yi immediately instructed Hilliard to bring the Skeleton King onto the dragon's back to discuss the matter face to face. When the Skeleton King heard the plan, his soul fire flickered violently with excitement. Master, can I reincarnate into the body of that national-level boss undead? Theoretically, the Skeleton King could freely transfer his consciousness into any undead he resurrected. Faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he could no longer remain calm. Shen Yi understood his thoughts but also harbored a trace of concern. What if the Skeleton King broke free from his control because of this? He immediately posed the question to the Red Mist system in his mind. The system's response completely put his mind at ease. The supreme summoning rule is absolute, and no summoned creature can escape this form of servitude. Alright, I agree to your request, Shen Yi said in a deep voice. Now, all that was left was to wait. About 3 days later, Shen Yi received news from Xiao Liang. The potion had been prepared, totaling 100 tons, and Hilliard was needed to transport it. 100 tons. Shen Yi couldn't help but be shocked by this number. The power of the state machinery was indeed immense. If he had to rely on himself, who knows how many years it would take to gather such an amount. He immediately dispatched Hilliard to retrieve the potion. The potion was stored in an enormous iron tank, equivalent in size to 20 oil tankers combined, with a massive valve at the bottom. Even with Hilliard's colossal body, stretching hundreds of meters long, carrying this 100-ton tank seemed effortless. Shen Yi's plan was simple yet deadly. He had already prepared tons of the potion. Now all he needed was his summoned creature, the Skeleton King Grezel, to open that valve. In this way, the credit for the kill would be attributed to Grezel, and this was the most critical part of the entire plan. With the apocalyptic Black Phoenix's power completely sealed, Shen Yi's attack began. Countless burning meteors rained down from the sky, crashing into the immobilized massive body with devastating force. The once invincible apocalyptic Black Phoenix now had no ability to resist under the meteor shower-like assault. Finally, after a piercing phoenix cry that echoed through the heavens, its body exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into a towering black flame that shot skyward. The flame, as tall as a 2-story building, radiated an ominous and immense energy. Grezel, do it! Shen Yi issued the command. As you command, Master. The massive figure of the Skeleton King immediately moved, forcefully turning the enormous valve on the iron container. Hundreds of tons of specially made potion poured down from the sky like a flood breaking its banks, forming a torrential downpour that fiercely drenched the blazing black flames. The black flames sizzled under the impact of the potion, rapidly shrinking and diminishing until the very last flicker was completely extinguished. At the same time, a series of notification sounds echoed in Shen Yi's mind. Your summoned creature Skeleton King has slain the national-level boss Doomsday Black Phoenix, activating the Undying King talent. The national-level boss Doomsday Black Phoenix is being transformed into the undead creature Undying Nether Phoenix. Insufficient transformation energy, transformation failed. Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg has been generated. Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg has been automatically placed in your backpack. Your summoned creature Skeleton King has self-judged, and its soul has reincarnated into the Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg. Shen Yi immediately understood everything. The SSS-level talent of the Skeleton King and the SSS-level talent of the Doomsday Black Phoenix had actually merged together. This was incredibly good news. He quickly checked his backpack, where a giant egg emitting a ghostly glow lay quietly. Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg, grade, unknown, description, after hatching, you will obtain an Undying Nether Phoenix with dual SSS-level talents to fight for you. Shen Yi's mood soared to the extreme. The strength of the Undying Nether Phoenix hatched from this egg would reach an unimaginably terrifying level. Moreover, since Grezel's soul had already taken residence within it, he wouldn't need to retrain its loyalty or combat awareness. This was simply the perfect start. He stored the equipment and bones left by the Skeleton King into his backpack. Immediately after, a loud system announcement echoed across the entire game world. Congratulations to Yanhuang Nation for being the second to slay a national-level boss. All citizens are rewarded with +1 level and +2 luck. This announcement was repeated 3 times, proclaiming the glorious victory of this arduous battle. At the spot where the world-destroying Black Phoenix dissipated, over a dozen massive orbs of light hovered silently. Shenny stepped forward and took a quick glance, discovering that they were all top-tier SSS-grade equipment. He felt as if he had just won the lottery. He selected a robe and a ring that suited him best from the loot. The rest, he planned to leave for his companions in the Tianji Bureau. The 2 items he chose were the finest among all the spoils. World-destroying Black Phoenix robe grade, SSS Effect 1. The wearer will be immune to all fire damage. Effect 2 increases fire damage by 1000%, stackable with talents. World-destroying Black Phoenix ring grade, SSS Effect. Upon the wearer's death, their soul will enter the black flame space and can resurrect after 5 minutes. Activation count, 3/3. Putting on the robe, a lifelike image of the world-destroying Black Phoenix seemed ready to soar off the fabric, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. As for the ring, it appeared to be crafted from the coiled body of the Black Phoenix, both head and tail forming a seamless loop, exquisitely designed. Most importantly, it granted 3 chances for resurrection. This was precisely the ability Chen Yi needed most at the moment. Next, Chen Yi turned his attention to his experience bar. Killing the world-destroying Black Phoenix had granted him a massive 1 billion experience points. Without hesitation, he used them all. A dazzling golden light flashed, and his level instantly skyrocketed to 57, bringing him 1 step closer to the critical threshold of level 60. At this moment, Xia Liang, Jiu Han, Sui Tang, Su Qiaoer, and other members of the Tianji Bureau command team also arrived. When they saw the mountain of loot that exploded after the death of the world-destroying Black Phoenix, everyone's eyes lit up. Chen Yi raised his hand, revealing the newly acquired world-destroying Black Phoenix ring, and said, a total of 11 pieces of SSS-level equipment. I took 2. No objections, right? Xia Liang immediately laughed and stepped forward. Of course no objections. You contributed the most to this battle. Even if you took them all, we wouldn't have anything to say. Chen Yi shook his head. 2 pieces are enough for me. I wouldn't be able to use more anyway. The rest, you can distribute among yourselves. All right. Xia Liang didn't stand on ceremony and immediately put away the remaining SSS-grade equipment one by one. At the spot where the world-destroying Black Phoenix had disappeared, the binding god rope that had previously been used to restrain it was quietly lying there. Xia Liang picked up the rope and couldn't help but sigh, such a fine piece of equipment, yet it has to be handed over to that Jin Fenger. Rare items like this in the Tianji Bureau are becoming fewer and fewer. Chen Yi reached out, took the binding god rope, examined it for a moment, and then said, I know someone who can replicate rare items. Perhaps we can have him make a copy of the binding god rope and keep it in the Tianji Bureau. Hearing this, Xia Liang's face showed an expression of extreme surprise. A talent that can duplicate unique items, this is simply unheard of. Even during the game's beta testing phase, there was never any mention of such a heaven-defying existence. The world's talent abilities are incredibly diverse, it's not unusual to encounter something you've never seen before. Xia Liang tried to make this fact sound less shocking. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. He had to consider the worst-case scenario. In the Tianji Bureau, is there anyone with predictive abilities? Xia Liang immediately understood Chen Yi's concern and nodded. There is one. Their talent is called Brainstorm, but it's only rated at SS level. They can't foresee the future out of thin air, but as long as they have enough information, they can deduce results with extremely high probabilities. Chen Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Very well. If that replicator dares to play tricks and tries to keep the equipment for himself, have your people immediately lock onto his location. If he doesn't cooperate, deal with him on the spot. Don't worry, Xia Liang's tone was full of confidence. our SS level predictor has an accuracy rate of up to 80%. Finding him won't be a problem. 80%? That's enough. After speaking, Chenny took a screenshot of the equipment attributes of the God-binding rope and sent it to the mysterious player with the replication talent. Moments later, the other party's message came back, filled with shock. "Boss, you sent this to me because..." Chenny got straight to the point. "Help me duplicate this unique piece of equipment. Once it's done, I'll reward you with an SSS grade piece of equipment." The other party was clearly stunned by this incredible offer and tentatively asked, "Boss, aren't you afraid I'll run off with your equipment?" Chenny chuckled lightly and replied, "I bet you're not that foolish. You wouldn't risk your life for a single piece of equipment." A burst of laughing emojis appeared on the screen. "Ha, a boss is truly a boss. Rest assured, I'll start right away. It'll be done in no time." The deal was finalized. Chenny turned to Xiao Liang, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Go, fetch the SSS grade equipment with the worst attributes for me, as his reward." A trace of pain flashed across Xiao Liang's face. SSS grade equipment, even with the worst attributes, was still a treasure that could drive any top guild mad. In the end, he retrieved a radiant orb from the warehouse and handed it over. Such talent, truly enviable. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. If he wants, the future world's richest man will probably be him. Chenny said no more and immediately traded the God-binding rope along with the SSS grade orb to the other party. The next 10 minutes felt as if the air had frozen. Everyone waited nervously, and this brief period seemed to stretch into an eternity. Finally, the transaction notification sounded. The other party returned 2 identical God-binding ropes to Chenny. Looking at the 2 ropes, identical in attributes, appearance, and even aura, everyone present gasped in shock. This ability was no longer simply powerful, it had practically broken the fundamental rules of the Red Mist world. After a brief discussion, Xiao Liang ultimately decided to give the duplicated God-binding rope to Jean Fenger, while the original would be permanently sealed as the highest secret of the Tianji Bureau. This way, even if the other party realized it later, they would have no grounds for complaint, as the transaction itself had been carried out entirely in accordance with the contract. At this moment, Sui Tang walked up to Chenny, her gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. "Will you participate in the upcoming national war?" Chenny nodded, his eyes sweeping over everyone present, his tone becoming serious. "I will participate in the national war. But none of you should join." "Why?" The crowd instantly erupted in astonishment, their faces filled with confusion. Chenny raised his hand to signal for silence. Lowering his voice, he revealed a secret that would overturn everyone's understanding. "Regarding the national war, I happened to discover a hidden rule. That is, any player who participates in a national war must skip one before they can join again. This is a restriction set by the Red Mist game for balance." He paused, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. "I believe that everyone here is the most loyal warrior of Yanhuang and would never leak this secret. With this, our opportunity has arrived. All countries will deploy their most elite forces in the first national war, but I will lead a group of relatively weaker players to participate. When the second national war begins, the main forces of other countries will still be in their cooldown period, while we can send out all our elites and seize an absolute advantage." After hearing this, Xiao Liang's eyes lit up with unprecedented excitement. Even as a beta tester, the information they had access to only extended up to the first calamity. Regarding the rules of the national war, everyone was completely in the dark. If Chen Yi's words were true, the Yanhuang Federation would gain an unimaginable advantage. Thinking of this, Xiao Liang suddenly turned around, facing everyone, and sternly commanded, "Not a single word of what you heard today is to be leaked. Violators will be treated as traitors to the nation." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison with solemn expressions, fully aware of the importance of this intelligence. However, at this tense and exciting moment, a cold, emotionless system announcement echoed across the skies of the entire world. National announcement: the Ice Island has failed to resist the national boss and has now been destroyed. Its territory will be converted into a super-large dungeon, and the former national boss will become the dungeon's final boss. National announcement: the Ice Island has failed to resist the national boss. National announcement: the Ice Island has failed to resist the national boss. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row, with each word striking like a heavy hammer, pounding hard on everyone's hearts. The air, which had been filled with joy just moments ago, instantly froze, and everyone fell silent. A nation, just like that, was gone. Although the ice island was just a small country, it had indeed been wiped off the map. This cruel reality was like a bucket of ice water, jolting everyone awake. Survival of the fittest. In this world, without strength, extinction is inevitable. No one knows how terrifying the next crisis will be. What if even top-tier powerhouses like Chen Yi and Xia Liang are unable to resist? What then? In the end, no one is anyone else's savior. The only way forward is to continuously improve one's own strength. Chen Yi broke the silence, his voice steady and powerful. All right, the immediate crisis has been resolved. Next, let's conserve our energy and prepare for the national war with peace of mind. As agreed, I'll take the lead in the first battle. After speaking, he tilted his head back and whistled. A massive shadow descended from the sky. It was his mount, Hilliard. I'm leaving now. I'll be back when the national war begins. Chen Yi leapt onto the dragon's back without hesitation. With a roar from Hilliard, man and dragon soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Sui Tang stared blankly in the direction he had left, a trace of undisguisable melancholy in her eyes. He hadn't even said a single goodbye to her alone. Su Qiaoer, standing to the side, saw through her thoughts, gently nudged her, and teased, "What's wrong? Is our Sui Tang moved? But I must remind you, in this world, it's not the time for romance. I must improve my strength as quickly as possible." This time, Chen Yi left with a clear goal: Ice Island. There, a new super-large dungeon had already formed. According to his memories from his previous life, the global nation boss battle lasted for over a month, causing the destruction of as many as 53 countries, each turning into such a dungeon. And the most enticing aspect of these dungeons was that the first kill would guarantee a 100% drop of SSS-grade equipment. Once you miss the first kill, obtaining SSS-grade equipment will have to wait until after level 100, where you can farm small monsters, and even then, it's only a chance drop. But looking at the whole world, how many people can actually reach level 100? Aside from those unique one-of-a-kind items, SSS-grade equipment is already the pinnacle that players can aspire to. Chen Yi originally thought that beta testers capable of opening diamond chests were extremely rare, but the actual number far exceeded his expectations. He estimated that at least over 80 diamond chests had been opened worldwide. After defeating the Doomsday Black Phoenix earlier, he gave up several pieces of SSS-grade equipment, but that didn't mean he didn't need them. That battle was won through the combined efforts of the entire nation, and he couldn't be too greedy. Taking the 2 most valuable pieces was already enough. Now, he needs more top-tier equipment to arm himself. The purpose of his trip is precisely for the guaranteed SSS-grade equipment in the Ice Island dungeon. He has even planned to use this equipment to trade for some instant-cast spellbooks for mages. The population of Ice Island is sparse, so the boss born there won't have exaggerated strength like the world-destroying Black Phoenix. More importantly, the level of dungeon bosses is fixed and does not change based on the level of the entrance. As for the Tianshan Secret Realm, Chen Yi absolutely won't go there at this stage. His current level is too low, and entering would at most yield B-level skill books, which would be a complete waste of opportunity. He would never allow himself to squander any precious chance. The giant eagle Hilliard carried him, slicing through the sky. On the way to Ice Island, Chen Yi took out the pet egg of the undying Nether Phoenix. On the eggshell, the countdown to hatching had already begun. In just 1 month, a brand new, powerful battle companion would be born. This is no ordinary pet. It is an undead creature transformed from a national-level boss. According to Chen Yi's Undying King talent rules, the transformed undead will only be stronger than the original version. He eagerly anticipated just how powerful this reborn Nether Phoenix would become. Lost in thought, Hilliard's speed gradually slowed. Below, the outline of Ice Island had already come into view. Here, near the confluence of the Arctic Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean, it was once surrounded by high-latitude seas, with distinct seasons and unparalleled natural landscapes. But now, it has completely turned into a living hell. A massive energy barrier envelopes the entire island, like a giant tomb. Within the barrier, a terrifying monster roams. Even from high above, Shenny can clearly see its form, a creature with the upper body of a dragon and the lower body of a human. Shenny landed at the edge of the ice island's barrier, and Hilliard transformed into a small hawk, perching steadily on his shoulder. As soon as he approached, the system notification sounded in his ear. You have approached the Ice Island National Instance. Would you like to enter? Enter. Shenny responded without hesitation. The barrier before him rippled like water and he stepped inside. The scene before him changed dramatically. He was now inside Ice Island. Everywhere were ruins and rubble, with the corpses of citizens scattered around. The entire instance preserved the tragic state of the nation at the very last moment before its destruction. There are no small monsters in the national dungeon, only the boss that destroyed the entire nation, wandering alone amidst the ruins. Shenny patted Hilliard, and man and eagle took to the skies once again. Almost simultaneously, the half-human, half-dragon world boss also spotted him, roaring as it charged toward him. Seizing this moment, Shenny quickly checked the opponent's attributes. Greedy Dragon level, 12 rank, National Boss base strength, 560 base constitution, 600 base agility, 470 base intelligence, 500 talent, endless greed, SSS level. The greedier it becomes, the stronger its attack and defense. Skills: Wrath of Treasure, Realm of Greed, Mark of Greed, Intimidating Dragon's Might. Looking at the attributes of this national boss, Shenny was somewhat surprised. This strength was quite formidable. Especially that talent, which was entirely dependent on its inner nature. If its greed reached the extreme, wouldn't its attack power be capable of piercing through an entire planet? Then he looked at its name, Greedy Dragon, which clearly belonged to a naturally greedy race. It seemed this battle would be extremely challenging. No wonder the Ice Island was destroyed because of it. Shenny took a deep breath and commanded Hilliard to prepare for this tough fight. He flew into the sky, intending to use the same old trick and directly crush the sky with falling stars. At that moment, the greedy dragon suddenly pulled out a massive treasure chest from who knows where. As soon as the chest was opened, countless gold coins poured out, overwhelming the sky as they rained down on Shenny and Hilliard. The moment the coins touched them, they transformed into golden light and vanished. Shenny immediately recognized this as the greedy dragon's skill, Greed Mark. In the dragon's eyes at this moment, he and Hilliard were the most precious treasures in the world, which caused the dragon's greed and aggression to explode to the extreme. However, Shenny and Hilliard had already flown 10,000 meters into the sky. Despite its immense power, the greedy dragon couldn't reach them at all. The dragon seemed unwilling to give up, and its treasure chest appeared once more. But this time, the chest was no longer filled with gold coins. Instead, it contained all kinds of rare treasures, crowns, necklaces, emeralds, antique vases, golden swords, and more. It began hurling these treasures like cannonballs toward Shenny and Hilliard in a frenzy. Countless treasures whistled through the sky. However, Hilliard merely flapped his wings, and a massive fiery storm surged upward to meet the incoming treasures. The moment the treasures touched the flames, they were instantly vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterward, the unstoppable fiery storm engulfed the greedy dragon below, burning it into a charred blackened state. At this moment, Shenny's falling stars was ready. Countless burning meteors descended from the sky, fiercely striking the greedy dragon. The dragon's outer body shimmered with a layer of golden light, its defensive skill. The meteors collided with the golden light, triggering violent explosions, and the immense impact caused the glowing layer to tremble and waver. Witnessing this scene, Shenny couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness of creatures with SSS-level talents. Previously, the diamond-level creatures he encountered on the 7th layer of the Tianbao and Tianqi secret realms only had SS-level talents, which allowed him to easily eliminate them all at once. SSS-level creatures were indeed far more challenging. But challenging doesn't mean impossible to kill. Shenny guided falling stars once again, and more meteors rained down continuously. Under the relentless barrage, the entire ice island seemed to erupt in a massive earthquake. The protective golden light surrounding the greedy dragon's body finally began to dissipate. Ultimately, under Chenyi's endless firepower suppression, the dragon was battered to the point where it couldn't lift its head, its body covered in countless massive wounds, and its vitality rapidly drained away. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive body of the greedy dragon collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At the same time, a dazzling beam of white light shot skyward from its corpse. Seeing this light, Chenyi's heart raced with excitement. An SSS-grade piece of equipment had dropped. Immediately after, the system's voice echoed across the entire world. Player Chenyi has become the first to clear the national dungeon. As a reward, luck +1 and level +1. This announcement was broadcast 3 times. Chenyi instantly used all his accumulated experience and gold, skyrocketing his level to 58, with his luck reaching an astonishing 10 points. At this moment, players around the world who heard that Chenyi had single-handedly defeated a national-level boss for the first time were so shocked that words could no longer describe their feelings. My god, are we really playing the same game? It's Chenyi again. Last time he sold diamond pet eggs, and now he's taken down a national boss all by himself. Do us ordinary players even stand a chance? Our national boss is still rampaging through the city. Who will come save us? Same here. The legendary Yamata no Orochi has appeared on Mount Fuji and has already killed over 1 million of our compatriots. When will our country have a player like the mage god Chenyi? Enough talk, we swear to live and die with our nation. Our great eagle empire is the strongest. Nothing can make us bow. The German people are the same. It's just a boss, what's there to fear? Admire your courage. Our papal state wholeheartedly supports you. Chenyi, of course, was unaware of the international uproar he had caused. All his attention was focused on the white light bursting forth from the corpse of the greedy dragon. He couldn't wait to find out what this SSS-grade equipment was. He quickly flew to the spot where the dragon had died and reached into the white light. A platinum-crafted crown appeared in his hand. Greedy crown, grade, SSS level. Effect: when killing creatures, experience and gold gained are increased by an additional 300%. Seeing this effect, Chenyi was stunned. Doesn't this mean that from now on, all the experience he gains will be tripled? This was the first time he had ever obtained equipment that could directly increase experience gain. Chenyi couldn't wait to put the crown on his head. As he donned the crown, a surge of power flowed into his body. From this moment on, his leveling speed would be tripled. Although this couldn't compare to Zhang Haishan's terrifying 100-fold experience boost, Chenyi was already more than satisfied. He knew very well that as levels increased, the difficulty of leveling up would grow exponentially. Back then, it took a full 10 years after the red mist descended for the first level 100 powerhouse to appear in the world. Now, even though he had only tripled his experience gain, for someone already at level 58, the value of this piece of equipment far surpassed that of 10 SSS-grade items combined. This time, it was definitely worth it. Next came the waiting. Waiting for those nations from his memories to be destroyed one by the national bosses. Chenyi vaguely remembered that the second country to be annihilated was Yu. The Yu kingdom is not lacking in strength, on the contrary, they possess a large number of high-level gifted individuals. However, their national boss is simply too powerful. It is a white-winged tiger with earth-shattering attack power. Even more terrifying is that, according to teams who defeated it in previous lives, the white tiger carries a curse. Upon its death, it will randomly claim the lives of 3 members of the team. This horrifying cost has made everyone shy away. Chenyi would never be foolish enough to charge in alone and throw his life away. He had long removed the Yu kingdom from his hunting list. His targets were the weaker small nations and their feeble bosses. Meanwhile, in the distant papal state, Jean Huanger also heard the news of Chenyi's first clear of Ice Island. She couldn't help but curl her lips and grumble, "I didn't expect this guy to be so sneaky." Before I could even react, he went ahead and secretly killed the boss by himself. Beside her, Jean Huanger consoled, "Sister, don't be upset. When the next country is wiped out, we can aim for the first clear of the second nation's dungeon." Jean Huanger nodded, there was no other choice. But she knew in her heart that the reward for being second could never compare to being first. This unwillingness made her feel stifled. Her beta testers under her command chimed in one after another. "Boss, our strength is no joke. Being the second to conquer a national dungeon will still bring us plenty of rewards." At that moment, a cold system announcement echoed in everyone's minds. "U Kingdom has failed to resist the national boss and is now destroyed. U Kingdom's territory has been converted into a super large dungeon, and the national boss has been transformed into a dungeon boss." The announcement echoed 3 times. Upon hearing it, Jean Hwanger's eyes gleamed sharply, and she immediately ordered all beta testers, now, collectively teleport to the U Kingdom border. Yes. At her command, Jean Hwanger quickly found the corresponding teleportation scroll in her backpack. In the next second, all 31 members of the Beta Testers Alliance turned into beams of white light and vanished. They had already set countless teleportation coordinates across the world, a level of global mobility unmatched by anyone. In the blink of an eye, all members of the Beta Testers Alliance appeared inside the U Kingdom instance. However, just as they arrived, another system announcement rang out. The Heelan Kingdom failed to resist the national boss and has now been annihilated. The territory of Heelan has transformed into a super large dungeon, and the national boss has been converted into a dungeon boss. Upon hearing this news, Cheney did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered Hilliard to fly at full speed to Heelan Kingdom. He felt a bit surprised. The third nation to be destroyed turned out to be Heelan, which deviated from his memories of his previous life. It seemed that his rebirth had already begun to alter the trajectory of this world. However, it didn't matter, Cheney was fully prepared. Over the next month, he planned to travel across the globe and claim the first clear rewards for all the weak national bosses. Inside the U Kingdom dungeon, the members of the Beta Testers Alliance were stunned by the scene before them. The once prosperous nation had now become a land of corpses, with blood and flesh scattered among the ruins, resembling a living hell. Even the battle-hardened beta testers felt a wave of physical and psychological discomfort upon witnessing such devastation for the first time. At that moment, a massive white tiger with wings slowly flew in from the horizon. Jean Hwanger immediately pulled up its attributes. Two-winged white tiger, level 13, rank, world boss, base strength, 1050, base constitution, 1000, base agility, 1200, talent, Heart of Slaughter, SSS-level, Heart of Slaughter effect. For every creature of the same level it kills, its attack power permanently increases by 1%. Current stacked layers, 10,789. Seeing this scene, all the beta testers were stunned. My goodness, this guy is actually this strong. Its talent has already stacked over 10,000 layers. This means its attack power has increased more than 100-fold. If it touches anyone, wouldn't they be instantly killed on the spot? Jean Hwanger's expression also turned serious, but she quickly calmed down and decisively ordered, "Everyone, be careful. Support classes, prepare to cast group invincibility and group damage reduction. Jean Hwanger, you go weaken this white tiger's attack power." Yes. With a single command, the 31 members of the Beta Testers Alliance immediately sprang into action, each taking their assigned roles and methodically launching an assault on the twin-winged white tiger. A fierce battle thus began. Golden white light blazed intensely, and an almost tangible energy instantly enveloped everyone. Immediately after, a cold notification echoed in everyone's mind: you have entered the white tiger's slaughter domain. All attributes decreased by 45%. Jean Hwanger's eyes sharpened as she gritted her teeth and said, "No wonder this creature could destroy the entire U Kingdom." She made a swift decision and commanded, "Jean Hwanger, take action." "Yes, sister." Jean Hwanger instantly gathered a cluster of emerald green radiance in her hand. The radiance shot out like a meteor, accurately striking the white tiger. In an instant, the white tiger's attack power was reduced by a full 99%. Seeing the astonishing negative status on the white tiger's attribute panel, everyone felt a surge of morale. However, even so, no one dared to let their guard down. The white tiger, with its attack power weakened by 99%, was still not something they could easily withstand. A beta tester wielding a giant shield roared and positioned himself at the forefront of the team. His body emitted a metallic sheen, instantly transforming into an indestructible diamond-like form. The white tiger, upon seeing this and daring to provoke it, swung its paw without hesitation. Boom! With a loud crash, the beta tester was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram. A deep claw mark, visible down to the bone, appeared on his sturdy diamond-like body. Just as he was on the brink of death, a gentle white light shot from behind, enveloping his body. The terrifying wound began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, disappearing completely. This thrilling scene gave everyone the most direct understanding of the white tiger's attack power. It absolutely cannot be resisted head-on. Gene Fonger's weakening only deprived the white tiger of its ability to instantly kill them, but as long as it made contact, the result would still be serious injury. At that moment, a sudden blizzard began to fall from the sky without warning. A mage in the team, skilled in ice magic, unleashed his S-level spell. The white tiger, now covered by the blizzard, immediately had its movement speed significantly slowed. Jean Hwanger seized the opportunity and immediately looked at the fox hunter behind her, commanding, "Your weapon can ignore defenses. Go test its limits. Remember, strike once and retreat, don't get caught up in the fight." Understood. As soon as the words fell, Hunter Fox's figure shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, the punishment fang in his hand transforming into a flash of cold light, aiming straight for the white tiger's heart. Roar! The white tiger let out an earth-shaking roar, its muscles suddenly swelling, and its defense multiplying several times in an instant. However, the weapon in Hunter Fox's hand was an SSS-grade weapon capable of ignoring all defenses. Even if the white tiger's defense increased 100-fold, it could not withstand this fatal strike. The spear pierced precisely into the white tiger's heart. The immense pain instantly spread throughout the white tiger's body, driving it into a frenzy. Just as Hunter Fox was about to pull out his spear for a second attack, the white tiger's massive tail swept across like a steel whip, striking him fiercely. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Hunter Fox's mouth, and his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. But the healer, who had been ready in the distance, acted once more. A more powerful white light surged forth. This top-tier support with an SSS-level life talent forcibly pulled Hunter Fox back from the brink of death. The fox hunter retreated to the rear with lingering fear, but his weapon, Fang of Retribution, remained lodged in the white tiger's heart, like an unremovable thorn. This caused the white tiger's rage and pain to escalate to the extreme, pushing its sanity to the brink of collapse. Seizing this opportunity, Jean Hwanger took out a potion and drank it in one gulp. Potion of Swiftness, SS rank, increases personal speed by 1000%. Lasts for 10 seconds. In the next second, Jean Hwanger's figure vanished from sight, her speed so fast that it was completely imperceptible to the naked eye. When she reappeared, the once mighty winged white tiger that had destroyed the entire Yu Kingdom was now tightly bound by a rope radiating divine light, lying on the ground like a trussed-up dumpling, utterly stripped of its dignity. Looking at the scene before her, Jean Hwanger revealed a victorious smile. Binding God Rope truly lives up to its name as the ultimate equipment. She commanded loudly, "Now is the time. Everyone, attack with full force. Let us become the second team to slay a national-level boss." Yes. With Jean Hwanger's order, countless powerful attacks rained down on the immobilized white tiger like a storm. Among them, the attacks capable of reducing health by percentage were the most effective. The white tiger had no resistance to such attacks, emitting silent howls of despair. Yet, under the effect of the binding God rope, it couldn't muster even a trace of energy. Finally, under the attack of an SSS-level poison talent user in the team, the massive body of the white tiger was completely reduced to a pile of white bones, its eyes closing forever. At the moment the battle ended, 3 massive orbs of light burst out from the white bones. At the same time, a loud system announcement echoed throughout the entire world. Members of the Papal State have cleared the national dungeon for the first time, hereby rewarded with +1 level. The announcement resounded through the skies 3 times in a row. Jean Hwanger quickly stepped forward and collected all 3 items from the light cluster. They were a knife, a skill book, and a scroll. Tiger Soul Demon Blade Grade, SSS level. Effect: for every creature killed, weapon attack power increases by 0.1%. White Tiger Divine / Grade, SSS level effect: activate the white tiger's descent through a seal, transform into the White Tiger, and unleash a heaven-shaking strike in the form of the White Tiger's divine presence. Right where the White Tiger fell, 3 streams of black energy suddenly surged upward. So fast that no one could react in time, 3 streaks of black smoke shot out instantly, directly penetrating the bodies of 3 members of the Inner Testers Alliance. One of them was the Alliance's precious combat power, possessing an SSS-level toxic talent. The next second, the 3 of them collapsed to the ground without even a groan, dying instantly. This sudden scene left everyone present utterly stunned. What on earth just happened? Jean Huanger's face instantly turned deathly pale. She hurriedly shouted to a girl in the team, "Quick! Quickly revive Poison Saint." Among these 3, only Poison Saint was an SSS-level talent professional, and his value far exceeded that of the other 2. Without hesitation, Jean Huanger decided to have the only team member with a resurrection skill revive him first. The girl nodded and immediately cast Resurrection on Poison Saint's corpse. Before long, Poison Saint gasped sharply and sat up from the ground. However, the other 2 deceased, Zhao Yabai and Lilith, no longer had any chance of being revived. This was because, although resurrection could save someone who had been dead for no more than 7 days, its cooldown period was a full month. Jean Huanger sighed, her voice carrying a trace of fatigue. "Zhao Yabai and Lilith won't be coming back." The others also felt a wave of lingering fear. That death curse just now, if it had fallen on them, then the ones lying on the ground would be themselves. However, they did not show too much sadness. The Beta Testers Alliance was, after all, a coalition of interests formed by people from different countries and races. The day the Alliance could no longer provide them benefits would be the day this organization fell apart. The Poison Saint now understood the cause and effect, and a wave of unease swept over him. Gratefully, he said to Jean Huanger, "Boss, thank you for saving me." Jean Huanger shook her head, blaming herself, "It's my fault. I was too eager for success." After speaking, she handed the newly acquired skill book to Jean Fonger beside her. "This SSS-level skill book, give it to Zhao Yabai's sister." Then, she looked at the others and announced in an unquestionable tone, "As for that SSS-level blade and that potion, they will go to Lilith's mother." What do you all think? No one raised any objections, everyone nodded. Jean Huanger's way of handling things gave them an unprecedented sense of security and belonging. No one could predict if they might fall in battle one day, but now they knew that even if they died, their families would be cared for by the Alliance. Time flew by quickly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, a grand and icy voice resounded in the minds of everyone on Earth. The South Fey nation has successfully slain the national boss. With this, all national bosses have been completely eliminated. In this global catastrophe, a total of 58 countries have perished, and the remaining 139 countries will participate in the upcoming national war. Countdown to the start of the national war, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Hearing this announcement, all the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. This terrifying calamity had finally come to an end. But the cost was devastating. According to incomplete statistics, the number of deaths in this disaster is preliminarily estimated to be as high as 900 million. 900 million vibrant lives vanished just like that. A full 12% of the global population was reduced to nothingness. For those who survived, they had never felt the value of life so profoundly. And those surviving countries have already begun to organize the first batch of teams to participate in the national war. Everyone is filled with ambition for this national war. The Red Mist system has made it very clear, the rewards for the national war are incredibly enticing. These are rewards that can enhance the strength of the entire nation's population. Moreover, with countless future calamities awaiting them, becoming even slightly stronger means gaining a bit more hope for survival. In this battle against the national boss, every country witnessed the power of their hidden top-tier experts. Many who thought they were doomed were pleasantly surprised to discover that their nation's strongest individuals had always been lurking in the shadows. For a moment, many people even felt that even the legendary mage of Yanhuan Kingdom, who was said to be almost godlike, might not be invincible in the face of their own nation's top powerhouses. An unprecedented confidence spread across various countries. Everyone was determined to claim the first place in the national war. At this moment, atop a snow-capped mountain that remained covered in snow all year round, Shen-Yi was sitting side by side with Hilliard, overlooking the sea of clouds below. Within this month, he cleared the dungeons of 12 countries in one go, earning 12 SSS-grade top-tier items as a result. The reason Shen-Yi only cleared 12 was that some clever individuals had already noticed the benefits of clearing national dungeons and started competing with him for the first clear opportunities. Even so, Shen-Yi managing to secure 12 first clears absolutely makes him the number one in the world. His current level has already reached 59, with just a bit of experience left to reach level 60. For Shen-Yi, this is something truly worth celebrating. He is confident that before the national war begins, he can level up to 60. However, some mid-level bosses in these countries are still beyond his ability to defeat alone with his current strength. To level up, he must venture into even more dangerous secret realms. Among the items he obtained, there was one he considered the ultimate SSS-grade equipment, perfectly suited for the upcoming challenges. A brand new piece of equipment appeared in Shen-Yi's hand, the Blink Ring. This was an SSS-grade artifact, the highest level of treasure. Its function was simple yet unbelievably powerful: instant teleportation. He could move to any location at will, with distances ranging from 1 meter to 100 meters, and the cooldown time was merely 1 second. This was not just a piece of equipment but the ultimate life-saving trump card. This new ring joined the ranks of the Koi Ring, the Eye of Insight, and the Black Phoenix Ring on his fingers. He smiled, imagining the day when all 10 of his fingers would be adorned with such legendary artifacts. But that was a matter for the future. Right now, there was something more important awaiting him. He carefully took out the undead Nether Phoenix's pet egg. A cold aura, brimming with necromantic energy, surrounded the eggshell. A faint crack had already appeared on the shell. The countdown echoed in his mind, only 30 seconds remained. Anticipation coursed through his body like an electric current. As the final seconds of the countdown ticked away, an infinite surge of necromantic energy erupted from the egg, sweeping across the desolate Arctic snowfield. The sky above the snowy mountains instantly darkened, swallowed by a swirling vortex of shadows. He was relieved that he had chosen this remote corner of the world, ensuring no one could witness this earth-shattering birth. The pure white snow around him instantly turned into a dreadful grayish-white, tainted by the aura of death. The pet egg itself began to float, slowly rising into the air. Then, with a crisp crack, the eggshell shattered completely. From the shattered eggshell, a small bird covered in gray down emerged. Its eyes were still tightly closed, but instinct had already begun to govern its actions. It immediately started pecking at the fragments of the eggshell, devouring the container that had nurtured it. As it fed, an astonishing transformation began. The soft down fell away, replaced by sleek gray phoenix feathers. When the last piece of eggshell was consumed, the creature before him was no longer a fledgling. It was a majestic phoenix, its gray feathers shimmering, and an eerie cyan flame suddenly ignited, enveloping its entire body. Its appearance was identical to the apocalyptic black phoenix he had once seen, except its feathers were the color of ash, and the flames burned with a ghostly cyan glow. The system's notification sounded in his mind: "Your undying nether phoenix pet egg has hatched. Congratulations, you have obtained the pet undying nether phoenix, Grazel." Immediately afterward, its attribute panel popped up, and Shen-Yi's eyes widened in shock. He had to read it twice to believe it. Name: Undying Nether Phoenix Grazel. Level: 1, Grade: Primal. Primal? What kind of grade was this? He had never heard of it before. It seemed to surpass even the mythical tier. Its level 1 base attributes were astronomical, with a base intelligence of 230 points alone. Shen-Yi's mind buzzed. If it gained 230 intelligence points with each level up, then by the time it reached level 100, its intelligence would exceed 23,000 points. This number was so immense that it almost defied comprehension. This was no longer just a powerful creature, it was an existence from another dimension, possibly 10 tiers above the mythical beings he knew. He immediately tried feeding it 100 experience coins, which was no small fortune for most people, but the Phoenix's experience bar didn't even budge, it remained completely empty. Of course, pets don't level up automatically with their owners, they must be trained from scratch. He suddenly recalled another player, Jean Huanger, who needed 10 billion experience coins for her pet. He had seen it with his own eyes, her diamond tier pet had only been raised to level 15. If even a diamond tier pet was this hard to level up, then raising this primordial creature, how much more would it cost? The road ahead instantly seemed unimaginably long and arduous. Even so, its potential was still astonishing. Even if it only reached level 10, this phoenix would likely possess the strength of a national level boss. And at level 100, Shen Yi couldn't even begin to imagine its power. By then, perhaps all the players in the world combined wouldn't be enough to withstand a single sneeze from it. The phoenix, named Grezel, flew in front of Chen Yi. The aura it exuded was so overwhelming that his other pet, Hilliard, couldn't bear it. The little creature shrank back and flew to a distant spot, not even daring to look directly at the phoenix. Grezel lowered its head respectfully, its voice resonating in Chen Yi's mind, carrying both the power of the ancients and the loyalty of a new beginning. Master, I have fully merged with this body. I will never let you down. Chen Yi knew this was Grezel's soul, the loyal soul he had saved, now reborn. Very well, Chen Yi said. Return to the pet space and stand by. I will summon you when I need you. Yes, Master, the phoenix responded, but what about the undead army? Do you need me to start assembling it? Chen Yi shook his head. Not for now. The undead legion is already stationed in Fengcheng. In the future, I will have you lead them. As you command, Master. As the words fell, Chen Yi returned the phoenix to its dimensional space. With that oppressive aura disappearing, Hilliard cautiously flew back onto his shoulder. Master, the little creature said, trembling, the aura of that being, it is the king among birds. Just one glance at it, and my soul feels suppressed. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Before it fully matures, I won't let it show itself casually. He then changed the subject. All right, follow me. Let's head to the Tianji Bureau first. Yes, Master. Hilliard responded, then spread its massive wings and carried Chen Yi, streaking like a black lightning bolt toward the direction of Yanhuang Nation. Chen Yi sat steadily atop Hilliard's head, the fierce wind brushing against his face, yet his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. At this moment, his mind was racing through various details about the national war from his previous life. In his past life, although he wasn't qualified to participate personally, he hadn't missed a single related livestream. He vividly remembered that the rules of the national war changed every time, with all national teams being randomly assigned to different corners of an interdimensional battlefield, facing entirely distinct challenges. Sometimes, the battlefield grants each country a city and summons endless waves of monsters to attack it. For every wave successfully defended, rewards that enhance national power are given. Whoever lasts until the end becomes the ultimate winner. Other times, the ground of the battlefield keeps collapsing, forcing all teams to move toward the central area while engaging in fierce battles along the way. Scattered across the map are various powerful equipment and enhancement altars. Rewards are distributed based on team rankings, while the country at the bottom may even face severe penalties. Of course, there are also purely beneficial scenarios. The battlefield spawns countless monster dungeons, and as long as they are successfully conquered, corresponding monsters materialize within each country's territory. These monsters only take hits without fighting back, yet their experience points and drop rates are astonishingly high. Chen Yi remembered that in his previous life, the Yanhuang Nation's team had once conquered an elf dungeon. As a result, over 10 million elves suddenly appeared within Yanhuang's territory, with countless handsome men and beautiful women among them. At the time, some people exploited loopholes in the rules, taking advantage of the elves' inability to fight back to capture many beautiful elf girls. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but savor the thrill he felt upon hearing the news back then. It's a pity that there are too few welfare battles like this. The vast majority of national wars are bloody struggles of life and death. Lost in thought, Hilliard had already carried Chen Yi to the skies above the Celestial Bureau. The people at the Celestial Bureau were long accustomed to the sight of this giant dragon and did not sound the air raid alarm this time. As soon as Chen Yi landed, he headed straight for the director's office. With only 22 hours left until the start of the national war, he had to confirm how prepared the 99 team members were. Lei Laohu had already received the news. As soon as he saw Chen Yi enter, he burst into hearty laughter. "Kid, you've been stealing the spotlight lately. How's the strength of those small countries' bosses?" Chen Yi nodded and got straight to the point. "Not bad. What about the people I need? Have you gathered them all?" "It's almost done. The final selection is being conducted in the talent testing room," Lei Laohu explained. "Based on the information you provided earlier, we've gathered the top 300 individuals from across the country to form Team 1 and Team 2. To ensure the strength of both teams is balanced, the selection process is very strict." 300 people? Chen Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. Seeing Chen Yi's confusion, Lei Laohu elaborated, "Team 1 and Team 2 will each have 100 members, and the remaining 100 will serve as a reserve team. After all, the situation is fraught with danger, and the battlefield changes in an instant. We must have a backup plan." Chen Yi wholeheartedly agreed. This was indeed the most prudent choice. Old Tiger Lei continued, "This time, you lead Team 1, and Xiaoliang will lead Team 2. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. "All right. But as long as my team's strength isn't too weak, it's fine. After all the hope is pinned on Team 2. "Don't worry," Old Tiger Lei patted his chest. "Xiaoliang, Johan, Zhang Haishan, and Su Chaoer are all in Team 2. Their strength is absolutely top-notch. Oh, by the way, that girl Sui Tang applied to join your team, and I approved it." Chen Yi thought for a moment and nodded. In the interdimensional battlefield, one wouldn't truly die. After a sacrifice, they would simply be teleported out and revived. Moreover, all of Sui Tang's talents were above S level, and her strength was indeed not bad. "Well, no problem, her abilities aren't bad," Chen Yi said. "Should I go to the talent testing room now to check out the members of Team 1? "No need," Chen Yi shook his head. "I'm about to reach level 60 and want to push forward before the national war begins. At that time, just have Team 1 gather on the playground in front of the Tianji Bureau building, and I'll head straight there." Lei Laohu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "All right. My former superior will also be present then, so you'd better perform well, kid." Chen Yi understood. He knew that the final slots for entering the national war were determined by the high-level officials of each country, a power granted to them by the Red Mist. "Got it, I'll be careful when the time comes." That's good." After bidding farewell to Lei Laohu, Chen Yi went straight back to his room. He needed to enter the secret realm immediately and reach level 60 before the national war began. At the same time, in the talent testing room of the Tianji Bureau, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. 300 top-tier experts, urgently summoned from across the country, were gathered here. Among them, one SS-level talent holder was particularly valued by Xiaoliang. This was because his talent, even among all SS-level talents, was one of the most exceptional and powerful. Halo Saint, SS level, all your Halo skills, range, and effects. In Xiaoliang's view, this SS-level talent, with its effects enhanced by 100 times, was almost approaching the legendary SSS level. He walked up to a young man named Lu Shengsheng and patted him on the shoulder. "Lu Shengsheng, from now on, you'll stay in the second team. The nation needs you." The young man seemed a bit shy and nervously nodded, "Okay. It's just, I wonder if the Celestial Bureau has any Halo skills? Right now, I only have a Slaughter Halo and a Healing Halo." Xiaoliang shook his head and said honestly, "Aura skills are really too rare. But don't worry, the country will use all its resources to find them for you. In the future, any aura skills discovered will be prioritized for you to learn." "Really?" Lu Xingxing's eyes lit up instantly, and he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He suddenly felt that spending his whole life at the Tianji Bureau might not be such a bad choice. But at that moment, he remembered the words his boss had told him before he left, and his heart became conflicted again. "Xingsheng, this time the country is just temporarily assigning you there. Don't forget about us brothers. You still have to come back." At that time, Lu Shengsheng didn't fully understand the deeper meaning behind the boss's words, but now, he completely got it. The difference between the Tianji Bureau and the Wild Wolf Gang he used to be part of was like heaven and hell, with treatment and prospects worlds apart. On one side was the call of the nation and an infinite future, and on the other were his former brothers and promises. Sigh, what a headache of a choice. Just as he was deeply conflicted, a loud command echoed from the training ground. First squad, assemble on the field. It was Sui Tang shouting. All members of the first squad immediately sprang into action, quickly forming their ranks. It was the first squad that was entering the national battlefield this time, so only these 99 members were summoned. On the playground, Lei Laohu and Sui Zhan were already waiting there. Between them stood an elderly man dressed in a gray zhongshan suit, his hair streaked with white, exuding a calm yet commanding presence. Sui Tang ran up to Lei Laohu, saluted, and reported, "Report. The first team has assembled, awaiting instructions." Lei Laohu nodded, then turned to the elderly man and respectfully said, "All right, now, let's welcome my former superior, Director Li, to give a speech." "Yes." Sui Tang turned to face the team and shouted loudly, "Listen to my command, all units, attention." The team instantly stood upright, with everyone's eyes focused on the gray-haired elderly man. Many had only seen this legendary Director Li on television before, and now seeing him in person, they felt incredibly excited and honored. The elderly man slowly walked to the front of the team, his gaze sweeping over each person. His voice, though not loud, was full of power. "I am Director Li. At this critical moment when the nation faces life and death, you have been able to set aside personal interests, step forward, and serve the country. You are all outstanding. Next, it will be your time to enter the national battlefield and go to war for the country." As Director Li was delivering his speech, in the distant secret realm of Tianqi, a flash of light surrounded Chun-Yi, and he finally reached level 60. A voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations on reaching level 60. The sixth talent, Miracle of Fortune, has been unlocked. This is an SSS-level talent with a simple yet domineering effect. Every uncertain event you experience will develop in the most favorable direction for you." The moment Miracle of Fortune was unlocked, Chen-Yi felt as if the entire world had changed. A peculiar sense of foreboding surged in his heart, as though everything he did would go smoothly, and any accidents or dangers would skillfully avoid him. This unprecedented sense of security and comfort filled him with confidence. With this talent, it was as if he had equipped himself with the ultimate insurance. Even if someone meticulously plotted against him, he would still turn misfortune into fortune. Chen-Yi wasted no time. He immediately took out the black jade token, opened the door to the Celestial Bureau, and stepped inside. At this moment, the playground of the Tianji Bureau was already filled with people, and the atmosphere was solemn and respectful. Seeing this, Chen-Yi quickly ran over and apologized, saying, "Sorry, I'm late." The gray-haired Director Li looked at Chen-Yi, his gaze devoid of reproach but instead carrying a hint of admiration. In his perception, this young man before him seemed to be favored by the heavens, with every move subtly aligning with some profound and mysterious law. "It's all right, join the team," the old man's voice was gentle yet firm. Sui Tang immediately ran to Chen-Yi's side, winked at him, and whispered a reminder, "Captain, Team 1 has assembled, and Director Li is currently giving a speech." Chen-Yi finally realized that this was the renowned Director Li. In the memories of his previous life, Director Li had been tragically sealed into another dimension with a unique sealing scroll by the enemy in the second year after the red mist descended, never to return. After more than a decade, Chen-Yi hadn't been able to recognize him at first glance. But this life is different. Chen-Yi silently vowed in his heart that he would never let the tragedy of Director Li's sealing happen again. Thinking of this, he immediately stood at attention and greeted respectfully, "Hello, Director Li." Director Li smiled and nodded slightly, "Return to your team. From here on, it's up to you all. Be careful." "Yes." Chen-Yi quickly returned to the team. And just as he stood still, a cold system voice echoed in everyone's mind. "The time for the national war has arrived. Please have the leaders of each nation select the members to participate in the national war. Countries that fail to make a selection within the specified time will have members randomly chosen by the red mist. Countdown remaining, 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown reached 0, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire first team. When the light faded, everyone in the first team had vanished without a trace from the training ground. At the same time, a new live broadcast option appeared on everyone's system panel. Through this feature, people around the world could watch the performances of their national players on the battlefield in real time. In an instant, countless viewers flooded into the livestream, anxiously following the fate of their country's team members. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and his teammates had already appeared on the outskirts of an unfamiliar forest. Beneath their feet were various unidentifiable wild grasses, and the air was thick with a damp and dangerous aura. The real battle was only just beginning. The world around seemed unchanged, yet carried an air of eeriness everywhere. A path that appeared out of nowhere extended from the forest ahead, as if silently inviting them. Everyone stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. After all, this was their first time participating in the so-called national war, and the tension and confusion were written all over their faces. Only Chen Yi was different. He was frantically scouring his mind for every detail about this national war. Finally, the fragments of memory pieced together, and he remembered the name of this national war was Forked Path. Thinking of the S-level talent Miracle Fortune he had just unlocked, Chen Yi's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. He knew the rules of this game all too well. All teams were randomly teleported to the edges of the battlefield, and what lay before them were countless irreversible crossroads. Each path led to a single destination, the central battlefield, where the final battle would determine the fate of all teams. However, the journey to the destination was filled with unknowns and dangers. At some crossroads, powerful bosses guarded the way, and only by defeating them could one pass through. Defeating a boss would also bring significant rewards to their nation's citizens. At other crossroads, blessing altars were hidden, granting the entire team permanent buffs effective throughout the national war. Of course, where there are blessings, there are also curses. If a wrong choice was made and the team stepped into the range of a curse altar, they would be forcibly afflicted with a weakening effect. There was no turning back, and they could only grit their teeth and press forward. Even more terrifying, some crossroads were dead ends. Reaching the end with no way forward would result in the entire team being directly eliminated. The most thrilling part was that you could never know whether the next crossroads would bring monsters or teams from other nations. Once encountered, a fight to the death would erupt instantly. Thinking of this, Chen Yi took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incomparably resolute. He glanced around at his still confused teammates and commanded in an unquestionable tone, "Now, follow me." Before his words had even fully landed, he took the lead, striding forward and leading the team in a grand march down the small path into the forest. As for what lay ahead, no one knew. The only thing they could do was trust Chen Yi. The team advanced about a kilometer along the forest path when the view suddenly opened up, revealing a clearing. Ahead of the clearing, there were three distinct paths. One led to a vast grassland on the right, another to a babbling stream on the left, and the last one plunged deeper into the dark, shadowy forest. This scene, broadcast live to all the viewers in Yanhuan Nation, instantly ignited a heated discussion. Go straight down the middle. A real man charges forward, no matter what. Are you crazy? I think the grassland on the right is the best choice. A wide field of vision is the most important thing. Exactly, vision is life on the battlefield. What if they get ambushed in the forest? And don't forget, this is a no-fly zone. I think they should follow the stream. Where there's water, there's life. Following the water source can't be wrong. Sui Tang leaned close to Chen Yi and asked nervously, "Brother Yi, what do we do now?" Chen Yi's gaze swept over the three small paths. He knew that every choice would determine the fate of the team. This was the perfect moment to test his miraculous luck. Without much hesitation, he pointed to the right and said in a deep voice, "Take the right path, head to the grassland." Immediately, he led the team onto the grassy trail. Hilliard, restricted by the no-fly rule, obediently perched on his shoulder. In the livestream chat, those who supported taking the grassland route immediately became smug. "See? I told you my choice was right." The team walked along the grassland for over an hour. They had long left the forest behind, surrounded now by an endless expanse of tall grass, reaching up to half a person's height. The sky was eerily silent, pressing down on them like a suffocating weight. The prolonged trek had left everyone mentally exhausted, and just then, a massive altar suddenly appeared before them without any warning. The moment they saw the altar, everyone was instantly reinvigorated. Shen-Yi ordered the team to stay put while he approached it alone. He discovered that the open space around the altar was completely impassable, and the only way forward seemed to be connected to the altar. He understood that he had to touch the altar for the path ahead to reveal itself. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed his hand on the cold stone surface of the altar. At the moment of contact, a dazzling 9-colored light shot into the sky, enveloping Chen-Yi and his entire team. At the same time, a majestic and grand voice echoed across every corner of the battlefield, clearly reaching the ears of all participants. Special announcement. All citizens of Yanhuan Nation are granted an SSS-level buff 100% critical hit. Special announcement. All citizens of Yanhuan Nation are granted an SSS-level buff 100% critical hit. Special announcement. All citizens of Yanhuan Nation are granted an SSS-level buff 100% critical hit. The announcement was broadcast 3 times, and the entire battlefield instantly erupted into chaos. Damn it! How is Yanhuan Nation so lucky? We in Kangaroo Nation fought tooth and nail just to get a C-level buff. What? You guys actually have a buff? Our team in Tyrant is still battling a giant fish monster and hasn't finished yet. Yanhuan Nation again. Why do they always get all the benefits? Faced with the world's jealousy and anger, the Yanhuan Nation's livestream was filled with jubilation. Jealous, aren't you? Well, that's what you get for not being born in Yanhuan. Better luck next life. Humph. Don't get cocky. Our strongmen are no worse than your mage god. Ha! At this moment, Chen-Yi, standing at the center of the radiance, was equally stunned. He had anticipated that the miracle of fortune would bring good luck, but he never expected it to start with an SSS-level top-tier blessing. A 100% critical hit rate. This meant that every attack would deal double damage, instantly doubling the team's overall combat power. This astonishing news thrilled all the team members. Fantastic! My equipment that boosts critical damage can finally come into play. Ha, mine too. I used to think it was something useless. The priest in the team was pondering, I wonder if this critical effect works on my healing spells. Why not test it out later, someone nearby reminded. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The altar that had just granted them immense power began to slowly sink into the earth. In front of them, the previously empty grassland unexpectedly split open, revealing 2 completely different paths. At the end of one road, there seemed to be an endless expanse of yellow sand, while the other road led to a shimmering lake. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen-Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. Having just experienced the benefits brought by the miracle of luck, Chen-Yi decided to continue trusting his intuition. We'll go to that desert. Without hesitation, he chose the path leading to the desert. Seeing Chen-Yi take the lead, the others immediately followed. When they reached the end of the narrow path, a vast desert unfolded before their eyes. Behind them, the green grassland vanished, cutting off all routes of retreat. Chen-Yi glanced back briefly, then resolutely turned his gaze forward. Under the scorching sun, they trudged through the desert with difficulty. The sun in the sky was exceptionally fierce, and even though they were professionals, they gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Some started to regret their choice, imagining how refreshing it would have been if they had taken the path leading to the lake. Time ticked by, second by second, and they had been walking in the desert for a full 5 hours. Yet the sun in the sky seemed frozen at noon, and the surrounding scenery remained unchanged, filling them with despair. Just as the group was about to give up, a massive lion scorpion suddenly burst out of the sand, blocking their path. Its muscles bulged with power as it let out a deafening roar at them. This unexpected danger, instead, invigorated everyone. Chen-Yi quickly checked the attributes of the lion scorpion. Desert lion scorpion, level 30, gold rank, possesses an SS-level talent, Petrifying Eye. Suddenly, the lion scorpion's eyes locked onto Chen-Yi, and a gray beam instantly enveloped him. You have been hit by the petrifying ray, and your body begins to turn to stone. The system's notification sound just rang, followed by another prompt. Petrochemical process being lifted. Super adaptation, talent activated, congratulations on gaining 40% petrification resistance. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yi was completely unharmed. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing a scorching ray 4 meters wide that roared forth. The terrifying heat wave instantly engulfed the desert lion scorpion. Against the level 10 scorching ray, this gold-tier monster stood no chance and was reduced to ashes in an instant. At the same time, a system announcement echoed through the skies: the Yanhuang Nation has successfully slain the desert lion scorpion. As a special reward, the probability of newborns in the Yanhuang Nation awakening the petrifying eye talent is doubled. Hearing this news, everyone was ecstatic. What? Killing monsters can actually increase the talent awakening probability for our nation's newborns? Does that mean my child can awaken a talent in the future too? That's amazing. I was always worried about how to survive in this world without a talent. I'm the same. When the red mist descended, my wife was already pregnant. I was really worried my son would be an ordinary person. Oh, how do you know it's a son? Ha, my awakened talent is the A-level X-ray vision. Truly enviable. Can it see through equipment? Not telling you. Just as they were discussing fervently, the system announcement sounded again. The Papal State successfully killed the Phantom Banshee, hereby rewarding. A series of system announcements echoed through the skies, resonating in everyone's minds. Congratulations to the Papal State for successfully slaying the Hellhound Cerberus. The movement speed of all citizens is permanently increased by 5%. Congratulations to Sakura Nation for successfully slaying the Yellowstone Giant. The base defense of all citizens is permanently increased by 5%. Congratulations to Kangaroo Nation for successfully slaying the Lantern Leader. The intelligence of all citizens is permanently increased by 1 point. Congratulations to Lighthouse Nation for successfully slaying the Earth Tiger Demon. The strength of all citizens is permanently increased by 1 point. Congratulations to Romantic Nation for successfully slaying the Swift Giant Wolf. The attack speed of all citizens is permanently increased by 5%. Clearly, within this short period, countries around the world had already achieved their first boss victories. For a moment, the public channels on the internet exploded with activity. Our Sakura Nation is the strongest. A 5% defense boost, this is practically tailor-made for my talent. Ha! Our Kangaroo Nation is the true winner. A 1-point intelligence boost is the key to strategy and the future. What are you arguing about? Our Lighthouse Nation has always guided the world, whether in the past or in this new era of the Red Mist. The great Germanic people will never admit defeat. Everyone quiet down. Our Romantic Nation was the 5th to defeat a boss, can any of you compare? Just as the online argument was reaching a fever pitch, Chen Yi on the battlefield listened to the announcements, feeling a surge of urgency. He glanced at his teammates around him and ordered in a deep voice, "Hurry up, we must get moving." Yes, everyone responded in unison. After the lion scorpion fell, 5 completely different paths suddenly appeared ahead. Chen Yi didn't have time to carefully examine where each path led. He made a quick decision, chose one of them, and led the team forward. As the group passed through the passage, the scene before them suddenly opened up. They emerged from the boundless desert into a brand new grassland. The grass here was not as towering as before but resembled a vast and endless prairie. At that moment, a solitary tent in the distance caught everyone's attention. Could it be the monster's lair on this grassland? Chen Yi did not hesitate and led the group straight toward it. As they approached, they saw a young man dressed in luxurious attire standing outside the tent. He was holding a wind-stringed harp, playing a melodious tune. The music seemed almost magical, instantly sweeping away the fatigue of Chen Yi's long journey. The young man noticed Chen Yi and his group, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Ah, great warriors! Please allow me to join your team. I will compose epic poems for you." At the same time, a system notification sounded in Chen Yi's ear: "The Bard Angelo requests to join your team. Do you accept?" The information about the poet appeared before his eyes. Bard, Angelo level, 30 grade, silver strength, 112 constitution, 145 agility, 124 intelligence, 193 talent, poetry prodigy, grade A, skills, inspire morale, healing chord, love and peace. Chen Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately realized he had struck gold. This was an extremely rare follower tent, allowing him to directly recruit a powerful follower to join his team. With this bard, not only would the journey no longer be lonely, but his strong support abilities could also greatly enhance the team's combat effectiveness and sustainability. My miracle luck truly lives up to its name, Chen Yi thought to himself. The follower he encountered now was only at the silver level, but in the future, there might even be top-tier followers of dark gold or even diamond level. With his talent, all of this was entirely possible. Thinking of this, Chen Yi looked at the bard, smiled, and nodded, "All right, I agree. Welcome to our team." Angelo was overjoyed and immediately strummed his lute, singing an impromptu song, "Salute to you, great warrior. You are the supreme deity. Under your great glory, we shall drink and sing together." Although the lyrics were not particularly rhyming, the beautiful melody played on his wind-stringed lute sent a warm current through every member of the Yanhuang team, instantly dispelling all feelings of fatigue. During the journey, the bard also shared ancient tales of the god of bards with everyone. A long time ago, Angelo said in his magnetic voice, a god encountered a beautiful maiden. The maiden's singing was as melodious as a nightingale's, and the god was utterly captivated, feeling as though he were lying on a windowsill on a summer afternoon, basking in the breeze and intoxicated by the enchanting song. In order for the maiden to sing for him forever, Angelo's tone suddenly shifted, becoming eerie. The god tore apart the maiden's body, crafting the world's first flute from her thigh bone and the first wind-stringed harp from her tendons and ribs. From that moment, music and bards were truly born. This dark tale left all the team members speechless and stunned. The audience watching the live stream erupted in an instant. I thought it was going to be a romantic love story, with the god taking the maiden back to his temple. That twist was way too abrupt. Yeah, are all myths from other worlds this heavy? Have you ever considered that this might not be a myth at all, but something that actually happened? EW. That's so disgusting. How could there be a god like that? The thoughts and image of a god are beyond mortal comprehension. Perhaps what you see is merely one of his fingers. What finger or whatever, don't make it sound so mysterious. I only believe what my eyes can see. We are merely living on a small island called ignorance, surrounded by a vast and boundless dark ocean, but that doesn't mean we need to set sail to explore it. Hey, are you part of some kind of cult? Amidst the clamor and eerie tales, Chen Yi and his group quickly reached the edge of the grassland. Two new paths appeared before them. Without hesitation, Chen Yi chose the trail leading to the beach, leading the team to vanish instantly at the other end of the passage. The group traveled south along the beach, with the boundless sea stretching out before them, so vivid it was almost overwhelming. Just as they embarked on their journey, a sharp screech pierced the sky. In the heavens, a giant eagle engulfed in blazing flames descended fiercely. Its entire body radiated a dark golden glow, with every feather seemingly forged from fire. A menacing aura swept over them like a tidal wave. This level 30 dark gold creature, the blazing purple shadow eagle, exuded a presence so overwhelming that it left everyone breathless. Its strength, constitution, and agility far exceeded anything they could imagine, not to mention its innate mastery of powerful fire magic. The giant eagle let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings, and instantly countless fireballs coalesced in the sky, raining down on the group like a meteor shower. Everyone scattered in terror to evade the attack. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted, and the fireballs, like precision-guided missiles, turned the flat beach into a pitted, devastated landscape. The scorching shockwaves injured several team members in an instant. At that critical moment, the bard in the group remained calm under pressure, immediately strumming the strings of their wind harp. A gentle note flowed forth, transforming into a healing spring that instantly mended the wounds of the injured, restoring them to their original state. Witnessing the terrifying destructive power firsthand, the elite members of the first team couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Most of them hadn't even reached level 30 yet, and facing a dark gold creature of this caliber, they were utterly powerless to resist. "Captain, what should we do?" one team member asked in a trembling voice. Shenyi simply waved his hand calmly, signaling everyone not to panic. He knew very well that while this team was exceptionally talented, their practical combat experience was still lacking, and dealing with such a monster was indeed beyond their capabilities. He turned to Hilliard beside him and issued a concise and clear command: "Disable its wings and bring it down." "Yes, Master." Hilliard obeyed the order and immediately unleashed a peculiar whirlwind from his mouth. The whirlwind appeared small, yet it contained an irresistible force of law, instantly entangling the flaming purple shadow eagle in the air. The flames on the giant eagle's body suddenly froze, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Moments later, it plummeted straight down like a heavy stone. With a thunderous crash, its massive body smashed into the beach, creating a deep pit. The sand around it was instantly burned into semi-transparent crystalline forms by the intense heat emanating from its body. Having lost its ability to fly, the Sky Dominator was now like a turkey trapped in a pit, flapping its wings helplessly but unable to take to the skies again. Watching the giant eagle struggling in the pit, Shenyi turned to face all the team members. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly: "From now on, I won't make a move. It's up to you to personally take down this purple shadow eagle." As soon as he said this, a trace of hesitation and fear flashed in the team members' eyes. After all, it was a dark gold creature, and even though it had been weakened, it was not something they could easily challenge. Seeing through their thoughts, Shenyi continued in an impassioned tone: "It can't fly now, and its strength has been reduced by at least half. You are the top talents of Yanhuang. Don't tell me you can't even handle a bird that can't fly." He emphasized his words: "Besides, this is a national battle. Even if you die, you can be revived in reality. What are you afraid of?" Shenyi's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the bloodlust in everyone's hearts. A team member wielding a large blade was the first to step forward. He pounded his chest and shouted loudly, "I'll do it." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Before the mutation, I was just a butcher. I've killed more chickens than I've seen people. Now that I've awakened the butcher's talent, this big bird is perfect for practice. This purple shadow eagle is mine to kill." His bold declaration lit the fuse. "Count me in." "Me too." In an instant, voices of agreement echoed one after another. The team members cast aside their fear and charged toward the purple shadow eagle in the pit with high fighting spirits. Behind the battlefield, Shenyi appeared calm on the surface but had secretly signaled Hilliard to quietly release the wind of revival. This life-filled breeze enveloped the entire battlefield, ensuring that any injured team members could receive immediate treatment. Watching this group of young individuals, still somewhat inexperienced but already showing signs of sharpness, Shenyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For the future of Yanhuang, he had truly gone to great lengths. Of course, the shadow purple eagle was no weakling to be easily defeated. Although the team members' morale was high, it couldn't change the fact that it was a powerful dark gold creature. The pit it occupied had already been turned into a small lava pool by its own flames, with scorching magma and searing heat forcing the team members at the forefront to slow their advance, relying only on ranged attacks to wear it down. Ice Mist Spell. Ice Enchanted Arrow. Rockfall Spell. One team member even conjured a massive fireball. In an instant, a barrage of colorful skills and enchanted arrows rained down on the shadow purple eagle. These attacks came from elites with talents no lower than S grade. Even if they couldn't inflict fatal damage, the concentrated strikes caused the shadow purple eagle to feel genuine pain. The enraged purple shadow eagle let out a piercing screech that seemed to shatter the heavens. It suddenly flapped its wings, and the purple flames in the pit surged tenfold, transforming into a wall of fire that devoured all the attacks. As the high temperature threatened to spiral out of control, the three team members instinctively acted in unison, releasing Frost Heart toward the magma pit. Although their skills were far less powerful than Shenyi's, with the enhancement of their individual talents, the three streams of cold air merged into one, creating an astonishing effect. The bone-chilling frost quickly spread, causing the scorching magma to cool and solidify, temporarily suppressing the purple shadow eagle's flames. However, as a high-level fire element creature, the purple shadow eagle loathed this icy, piercing environment the most. It let out another unwilling roar, and the flames within its body surged again, preparing to break free from the icy restraints. The color of the flames changed. This time, it was an eerie purplish red. Seeing this abnormal flame, Chen Yi's expression changed instantly, and he shouted, "Retreat now! This is the purple shadow eagle's blazing inferno!" The team members heard the order and turned to run without hesitation. In less than 10 seconds, they had retreated over 500 meters. Right behind them, a tornado mixed with purple-red flames suddenly shot up from the magma pit. This tornado did not move around but spread outward like a deadly flower, forming a massive fiery whirlwind. Everything on the beach, whether sand or rocks, was instantly turned into crystals or ashes upon contact with the edge of the whirlwind. The team members dared not stop and continued to sprint backward until they had retreated a full kilometer, finally escaping the death zone. Looking at the scene before them, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If just a dark gold level creature was this terrifying, they could hardly imagine how the captain and the second team captain had managed to take down the so-called apocalyptic Black Phoenix monster together. "It's not over yet." Chen Yi's voice shattered their fear. "The flaming purple shadow eagle is weakened now. This is the best time to attack. Go!" Yes. Under the command, fear transformed into battle intent. The team members charged forward once again, and another round of fierce attacks instantly engulfed the target. In the magma pit, the flame purple shadow eagle had just unleashed its ultimate move and was in a brief period of weakness. It was struck dizzy by the sudden onslaught, its magnificent feathers scattering everywhere. Even the surrounding magma it had melted was rapidly cooled by the frost-hard ability user in the team, losing its high-temperature threat. The flame purple shadow eagle tried to struggle and resist, but at that moment, the team member who had just awakened the butcher talent roared in charge to the forefront. "I've been killing chickens my whole life, and you're just a bigger chicken," he roared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I've found your weakness, now watch how I deal with you." Before the words had even finished, the team member leapt into the air like lightning, landing directly on the neck of the flaming purple shadow eagle, engaging the giant beast in close combat. The flaming purple shadow eagle let out an enraged screech, its body erupting in blazing flames, attempting to burn the intruder on its back to ashes. But a bizarre scene unfolded. The butcher team member's body emitted a layer of red light, completely immune to the deadly flames. Chen Yi witnessed this scene, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He immediately activated the Eye of Insight to examine the team member's talent information. An information box unfolded before his eyes. Butcher, SS level. When using bladed weapons, damage to all creatures is increased by 1000%. When attacking an enemy's weak point, all of the enemy's defenses will be ignored, and the user will be immune to all enemy attacks. Top-tier talent, Chen Yi thought to himself. This is definitely one of the best among SS-level talents. This team member is worth focusing on for development. Just as he was pondering, a piercing wail echoed across the battlefield. That butcher team member had actually, as if slaughtering a chicken, forcibly chopped off the massive head of the flame purple shadow eagle. Purple, scalding blood gushed from its neck like a volcanic eruption, splattering onto the ground and melting the recently cooled magma into gaping holes. The massive body of the blazing purple shadow eagle convulsed violently on the ground, struggling, while the butcher team member had already leapt away, jogging over to Chen Yi to excitedly report. "Captain, it's done for. Killing it was just like slaughtering a chicken. Let it thrash around for a bit, and once the blood drains, it'll be over." Chen Yi nodded. With its head severed, even the strongest vitality couldn't bring it back. The surrounding team members erupted into thunderous cheers. This was the first time they had completely relied on their own strength to kill a powerful dark gold level creature. After a moment, the flame purple shadow eagle in the lava pit drained its last drop of blood, and its massive body fell completely still. At this moment, a solemn system announcement echoed across the entire battlefield. The Yanhuang Nation has successfully slain the flame purple shadow eagle. As a reward, all citizens of the Yanhuang Nation will permanently gain a 10% increase in fire resistance. This voice not only resonated on the battlefield but also echoed in the Yanhuang Nation's livestream channels. All the citizens watching were overwhelmed with joy. Oh my! 10% fire resistance. Now I can finally go tackle that fiery cavern. Really? Bro, what level are you? Let's team up. I'm level 17, what about you? I'm 16, perfect. Add me as a friend, let's head out right away. Did you see that? Even without relying on the god of magic, the strong ones in our country are just as formidable. They directly took down a dark gold creature. So powerful. Heaven bless Yan Huang. Our heroes are fighting bloodily on the front lines, earning us tangible benefits. A single bottle of fire resistance potion costs 500 gold coins. How much money has this saved the entire nation? I just wonder what will happen next. I just came back from the Sakura Nation's livestream, and they've already obtained 2 buff states. Sakura country is nothing. Just wait and see, our Yanhuang country is definitely number 1. Meanwhile, on the other side of the national battlefield, Jean Huanger, who was marching forward, heard this announcement and couldn't help but furrow her brows. She hadn't expected a reward of permanent resistance, a property that is priceless. This national war is indeed the best way to enhance one's strength. Beta testers from other countries also sighed one after another. The people of Yanhuang country are way too lucky, aren't they? How long has it been, and they've already found another dark gold creature? Yeah, unlike us, we were unlucky enough to encounter an S-level cursed altar, and everyone got weakened. All our basic attributes increased by 10%. Boss, what should we do next? Yeah, this national battlefield is too bizarre. I really regret not participating in more internal tests like this earlier. At this moment, these so-called pioneers had completely lost their advantage of foresight. Their only reliance was the meager resources they had accumulated in the early stages. Jean Huanger furrowed her brows tightly. Alright, everyone quiet down, she turned to a team member named Cameron. Cameron, remember, once we enter the central battlefield, if you encounter that Xia Liang, use your invincibility breaker skill immediately, without any hesitation. She emphasized her words, remember, your skill is the key to us securing first place. There is absolutely no room for error. Understood, boss. Cameron responded immediately. This hastily assembled team had no idea that Yanhuang's top-tier fighter this time was actually only Chen Yi. To ensure victory, Jean Huanger had brought almost all the pioneers, while the remaining slots in the team were filled by some clergy members from the Papal State. Just as they were nervously planning for the future, a massive altar suddenly appeared ahead without any warning. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring intently at the altar, swallowing involuntarily. They had encountered it once before, so they recognized it at a glance. This was the cursed altar. Moving forward meant being cursed, yet if they didn't move forward, they would be directly eliminated. It was a choice with no real choice. Jean Huanger gritted her teeth, a trace of determination flashing across her face. She strode boldly to the altar and resolutely placed her hand on it. In an instant, an intensely dark light erupted from the altar, like ink dripping into clear water, instantly enveloping all the members of the Papal State. Immediately after, a cold and merciless voice echoed in each of their ears, official announcement, all members of the Papal State are subjected to an SSS-level curse, reducing all basic attributes by 50%. Jean Huanger's face instantly turned as dark as coal, and the other pioneers were filled with fear, a sense of helplessness welling up in their hearts. What was going on? Ever since entering this national battlefield, it felt like nothing was going right, as if the entire world was targeting them. On the other side, upon hearing this announcement, Chen Yi's face showed a look of surprise. He couldn't help but wonder, could this also be the effect of his miracle luck? If that were true, then this talent was simply too overpowered. Not only could it enhance his own luck, but it could even weaken the luck of his enemies. Jean Huanger and her team suffering an SSS-level curse undoubtedly shifted the entire situation in his favor, perfectly aligning with the description of miracle luck. Meanwhile, live streaming rooms around the world had already exploded into chaos, turning into a sea of joy. Haha, I heard about this a long time ago. The team from the Papal State was taken over by a group of top players. I originally thought they were guaranteed to win first place this time, but now, who knows who will have the last laugh. The live streaming room of the Papal State was flooded with a massive influx of gloating viewers, with the screen filled with bullet comments in various languages. God bless Yen Huang. God bless the Lighthouse Nation. Praying for Kangaroo Country. Long live Tyrant. The netizens from Yen Huang, seeing these comments, were momentarily at a loss for how to react. At that moment, Chen Yi and his team had reached the end of the beach. In front of them appeared 10 branching paths. Everyone's gaze turned unanimously toward Chen Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Yi decisively led the group down the third path on the left. The surrounding scenery instantly changed. The beach disappeared, replaced by a vast and boundless desert. Amid this desolate expanse, a small farmhouse stood out conspicuously. Chen Yi's heart stirred slightly. Could it be another recruitable follower? Let's go, he commanded in a low voice, leading the group toward the farmhouse. As they approached, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. In the yard, a massive lamb was being roasted over a fire, its fat dripping onto the coals with a sizzling sound. An elderly man in tattered clothing was intently focused on the roasting lamb, holding a bowl of seasoning in his hand and occasionally brushing sauce onto the meat. The audience in the Yen Huang live stream room instantly became excited. Wow! What kind of divine luck does our team have? Others either encounter curses or dead ends, but look at us, this is clearly another recruitable NPC. Exactly. As expected, the goddess of luck is on our side. Guess what rank this old man might have? Don't rush, let's wait for our team member to reveal the attribute chart. At this moment, Chen Yi had already activated the investigation and directly checked the old man's attributes. All the viewers in the live stream room stretched their necks, staring intently at the screen. Shadow Master, LME, level 30, rank, Diamond, base strength, 300, base constitution, 290, base agility, 300, base intelligence, 270, talent, shadow body, SS level, skills, shadow cloak, life drain, shadow kill, stealth. Both strength and agility attributes were at their maximum values. Seeing these terrifying stats, the viewers completely lost their composure. Oh my god! No way! It's actually a diamond level follower. Doesn't this mean the national war is as good as won? Exactly. I feel like everything is going so smoothly, it's simply unstoppable. I'm really curious what the reward for first place in the national war will be. Could it be a level up for everyone? That would be amazing. I just want a girlfriend. Do you think the system might reward me with a girl? You're dreaming. If they really reward girlfriends, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while pooping. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. In the yard, when the old man saw Chen Yi and his group, he slowly stood up. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Are you warriors?" Chen Yi nodded. The old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "All right, follow me then," he said. After a pause, he pointed to the roasted whole lamb over the fire and added, "But no, you must first eat this lamb with me before I can go with you." Chen Yi's gaze fell on the plump lamb, roasted to a golden, oily sheen. He quietly activated his eye of investigation, and a stream of information instantly surfaced in his mind. This was a piece of lamb meat coated with deadly poison. Once consumed, all attributes would be permanently reduced by 30%. So that's how it is. Chen Yi immediately understood that this was not a gesture of goodwill for recruitment but a trap laced with malicious punishment. Eating the lamb would indeed make this mysterious shadow figure join the team, but the price would be a significant loss of his own strength. With this realization, Chen Yi's eyes instantly turned cold and fierce, and a powerful aura pressed down on the shadow figure. He knew very well that within the rules, force was also an effective means of recruitment, and followers subdued in this manner would never betray. "What if we don't eat?" Chen Yi asked coldly. The shadowy figure seemed unprepared for his response, turning his head away as his tone grew indifferent. "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. I will remain here, waiting for the next group of warriors to arrive." Sui Tang nervously leaned closer to Chen Yi and whispered, "Brother Yi, what do we do now?" Shen Yi waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. Everyone, retreat 1 kilometer. The team members did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately carried out the order. Only Chen Yi and the shadowy figure remained in the clearing. Chen Yi looked at him, his tone devoid of any emotion. Since you refuse to appreciate kindness, then go die. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing fireball rapidly formed in his hand. After continuous upgrades, his fireball technique was no longer what it used to be. The fireball, which was originally as large as a water tank, had now been compressed to the size of a basketball. Though it appeared unremarkable on the surface, the terrifying power contained within had increased more than tenfold. This extreme compression had elevated the impact and destructive force of the flames to an unimaginable level. When the shadowy figure saw the fireball radiating an aura of destruction, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could feel that if he were hit by this thing, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Fear instantly shattered his arrogance. The shadower fell to his knees with a thud and shouted loudly, "Great warrior, I am willing to follow you and fight for you." Hearing this, Chen Yi willed it, and the fireball in his hand quietly dissipated. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear, "The Shadow Alamy has joined your team." The team members, hearing the commotion, quickly gathered around. They were stunned by the scene before them. They hadn't expected the situation to reverse in such a manner. It seemed that these so-called followers were nothing more than bullies who feared the strong. Chen Yi turned to the newly submissive Shadow Alamy and issued his first command, "From now on, remain invisible at all times. Without my order, you are absolutely forbidden to reveal yourself." "Yes, warrior." Alamy nodded respectfully, and his figure instantly vanished into thin air. At that moment, 3 new paths suddenly appeared behind the small farmhouse courtyard. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Chen Yi. Along the way, every decision Chen Yi had made had yielded positive results. Following him was undoubtedly the right choice. This had already become a consensus among everyone in the group. Chen Yi scrutinized the 3 forks in the road and, without hesitation, pointed to the one in the middle. "Take the middle path." The group immediately set off, heading down the central road. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the team from Sakura Nation faced the same choice. Captain Chishumaki and Vice Captain Iori Chiyuki stood at a crossroads. The fan in Iori Chiyuki's hand emitted a faint glow, and finally, the fan released a red gust of wind that flew straight toward one of the paths. "This way," Iori Chiyuki said decisively. The Sun Wind fan in her hand had an extremely important function, guiding the lost, helping the team find the most advantageous direction to proceed. With this ability, the Sakura Nation team had already gained 2 powerful enhancement effects. Upon hearing Iori Chiyuki's command, the team members nodded without objection. After all, she had repeatedly proven the accuracy of her judgments with facts. However, Captain Chishumaki's expression was somewhat grim. He was the captain, while Iori Chiyuki was merely the vice captain, yet now everyone only listened to her. Chishumaki felt his authority was gradually being undermined. Although he considered himself not a jealous person, this sense of losing control, something he had never experienced in his otherwise smooth sailing life, made him extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Chen Yi's team had already entered the middle path. The view suddenly opened up, and they found themselves in a valley. In the center of the valley, a familiar altar immediately caught Chen Yi's attention. Its appearance was identical to the altar where he had previously received blessings. The others also saw the altar clearly and began cheering one after another. However, just as they were celebrating, from the other end of the valley, Iori Chiyuki and Chisho Michichi led their team into view. The 2 teams unexpectedly encountered each other in front of the altar. Chen Yi's gaze swept over the people opposite him. He was very familiar with Chisho Michichi, who was leading the group, but the woman walking at the very front of the team was someone he had never seen before. He believed that his miraculous luck would not lead him to a dead end. Could it be that encountering this group of people from Sakura country might actually be a good thing? Thinking of this, Chen Yi calmly activated the Eye of Insight once again, looking toward Qian Shodaoi. Chen Yi's gaze was firmly locked on Qian Shodaoi. What he feared most was the man's unfathomable skill. Back in the final sacred realm, the power of that one strike was simply too terrifying, leaving an indelible impression on everyone. If Qian Shoudaoi were to use that move again, Chen Yi wasn't even fully confident he could block it. He quickly examined the opponent's skill information, and finally, the detailed data of that skill appeared before his eyes. Heaven Slashing Strike, unique, strikes the enemy with pure sword energy. For every 1 minute of charging, the power increases by 100%. However, at the end of this line of description, there were 3 small words that instantly sparked immense joy in Chen Yi's eyes: cooling down. He immediately realized that during the just concluded national boss battle, Shisho Michichi must have already used this trump card. Since the strongest move was on cooldown, what was there to fear? Chen Yi felt a surge of exhilaration, but at the same time, a trace of killing intent quietly emerged. Shisho Michichi must be dealt with in the real world, otherwise, he would inevitably become a major threat. At this moment, both sides had already arrived in front of the altar. Shisho Michichi was the first to extend his hand and place it on the blessing altar. A beam of white light instantly enveloped all the team members from Sakura Country. The system notification sounded: "Congratulations, you have received an A-level blessing. All basic attributes of the entire team have increased by 5%. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi unhesitatingly placed his hand on the altar. In an instant, a dazzling 9-colored beam of light shot up from the altar, surging into the sky. Every person in Yanhuang Nation could clearly feel a powerful force pouring into their bodies. Immediately after, a grand announcement that echoed throughout the battlefield space clearly reached everyone's ears: Yanhuang Nation has received an SSS-level blessing, with all basic attributes of all members increased by 50%. Hearing this announcement, Jean Huanger on the other side instantly turned pale. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, "Damn it, how can Chen Yi's luck be this good?" At the same time, the live broadcast room of Sakura Nation completely exploded. This is definitely cheating. Yanhuang must have cheated. That's right, how can the same altar have such a huge disparity? I refuse to accept this. I want to protest to the Red Mist system. This is unfair. Let's file a joint protest and kick Yanhuang out of the battlefield. The bullet comments from Sakura Country's audience also reached the Yanhuang side. The audience from Yanhuang immediately fought back. Head, protesting to the Red Mist? Why don't you go complain to God instead? Do you really think you're that important? As if the Red Mist system would care about a bunch of sore losers like you. Just as the audiences from both sides were arguing fiercely, a cold system announcement suddenly echoed across all live streams: Sakura Country has questioned the balance and fairness of the Red Mist rules. Penalty for national war failure will be doubled. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire world seemed to fall silent for a second. Immediately afterward, the live stream room of Yanhuang Country erupted with a barrage of comments like a tidal wave. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Friends from Sakura Country, do you still dare to question us? You actually dared to doubt the greatness of the Red Mist, quite bold of you. Why aren't you saying anything now? Come on, keep arguing, let's see if I can roast you to death. This has completely made my day, it's too hilarious. A day? This will keep me laughing for a month. A year for me. In Sakura Country's live stream room, no one dared to mention the word question anymore. The number of comments dropped by over 90%, leaving the room in dead silence. On the battlefield, the altar slowly disappeared, but the road ahead did not appear. Clearly, the system was waiting for the two sides to determine a winner. The players from Yanhuang Country and Sakura Country stared at each other from afar, the eyes of Sakura Country's players filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Starting from the same point, why was the gap so vast? But this was the national war battlefield, encountering each other meant a fight to the death. Everyone secretly tensed their nerves, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Although Chen Yi was sporting a shaved head at the moment, Chen Shoudaoi recognized him at a glance. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Chen Shoudaoi's tone revealed no hint of emotion. Chen Yi merely responded with a faint hum. Chen Shoudaoi glanced around and asked in confusion, why isn't Mr. Xia here? According to their intelligence, two supreme experts from Yanhuang Nation were absent, Xia Liang and Su Qiaoer. As for Zhang Haishan, ranked first on the leaderboard, the intelligence described him as merely an average high-level player, not worth worrying about. Cheney smiled faintly and said, "You'll naturally find out after you leave." After speaking, he turned his head to look at Hilliard on his shoulder and softly asked, "Can you handle these guys?" Hilliard proudly puffed out his chest and nodded, "Rest assured, master. After all, I am a mythical creature. The strength of these people is nothing in front of me." Receiving a confident response, Chen-Yi nodded in satisfaction. Hilliard then leapt from his shoulder to the ground. Under the special rules of this national war, flying was prohibited in this area. However, even on the ground, Hilliard was confident he could easily take care of these Sakura Nation players. As Chen-Yi leveled up to 60, Hilliard's level also rose in sync, with his agility attribute reaching an astonishing 900 points. This level of power was enough to rival the final bosses of some mid-tier nations. When the Sakura Nation players saw this small eagle land, some of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just this little bird, daring to boast about wiping out their entire team? What an absolute joke. However, Shikamori Michichi and Iori Chiyuki beside him did not relax in the slightest. Their intelligence clearly indicated that this seemingly harmless little hawk was, in fact, a true mythical creature. What shocked them even more was discovering that Chun-Yi's level had astonishingly reached level 60. This meant they were about to face a terrifying opponent several times stronger than they had anticipated. The mythical creature before them, with a level as high as 60, exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Shikamori Michichi was only at level 52, while Iori Chiyuki was merely at level 48. The vast level disparity meant that this battle was almost unwinnable. To make matters worse, the Yanhuang Nation team members not far away were eyeing them like predators, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. However, retreat was not an option. The thought of the millions of compatriots behind them who needed their protection instantly filled their eyes with unwavering determination. Shikamori Michichi drew his one-of-a-kind weapon, 10,000 blades, while Iori Chiyuki revealed her Sun Wind Fan. From a distance, Chen-Yi used his Eye of Insight to immediately identify the rarity of these two pieces of equipment. For a small nation like Sakura, possessing two unique great items was something that made him sigh with a mix of emotions. At that moment, Iori Chiyuki took the lead in launching an attack. As a Wind Whisper mage, she summoned a storm spirit. Then, she swung her Sun Wind Fan, sending a whirlwind roaring toward the mythical creature Hilliard. However, the whirlwind dissipated into thin air the moment it approached Hilliard. In the presence of the Wind Eagle God, the master of manipulating wind, such an attack was nothing short of a futile display. Undeterred by the failed strike, Iori Chiyuki did not lose heart. She pointed the Sun Wind Fan toward the sky and unleashed her ultimate skill with all her might, Reverse Skystorm. In the sky, a massive red whirlwind began to take shape. Hilliard was somewhat surprised and exhaled a stream of air toward the sky, attempting to halt the storm's formation. Yet, his power was deflected. This made him realize that the opponent's storm contained some kind of rule-based force, capable of nullifying his divine authority as the wind god. Once the red whirlwind fully formed, it began to emit countless wind blades outward. Each blade was 3 meters long, razor-sharp, and seemed capable of slicing through space itself. Chen-Yi's Eye of Insight discerned the essence of this move. It was the Sun Wind Fan's innate skill, Wind of Creation, capable of releasing 100,080 wind blades, making it an excellent weapon for attritional warfare. However, these wind blades, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, were completely deflected by Hilliard's sturdy eagle feathers the moment they touched his body. Each of Hilliard's feathers seemed to form a natural defensive array. Earlier, when he carried Chen-Yi at supersonic speed, it was these eagle feathers that completely isolated the violent airflow. When all of the more than 10,000 wind blades had been launched, the brilliance of the Sun Wind Fan in Iori Chiyuki's hand dimmed, and the color of the fan's feathers faded. She had utilized the weapon's core power, which would take months to recover. Looking at the unscathed Hilliard, Iori Chiyuki was filled with a sense of defeat. Her strongest attack had failed to inflict any damage on him. Standing nearby, Shikamori Michi felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction upon witnessing this scene, but he quickly suppressed the emotion. In front of the entire nation, he had to display the appropriate magnanimity. Now, it was his turn to act. He drew the Wanran and was about to charge forward. But in the next moment, Hilliard finally launched his counterattack. An endless storm of flames, the destruction of the southern wind, instantly engulfed the space where the Sakura Nation team members stood. After the devastating flames, the majority of the team was directly eliminated. Only 5 people remained on the field: Shisho Michichi, Iori Chiyuki, and 3 other team members who barely survived thanks to their strong fire element talents. Even so, they did not give up. Because behind them was the homeland they had sworn to protect. Shisho Michichi let out a furious roar, brandishing his blade as he charged at Hilliard. Waves of sword energy imbued with the laws of swordsmanship were unleashed recklessly, as if there was no limit. Hilliard could easily dispel the sword energy, but the swordsmanship laws attached to it were much harder to eliminate. In an instant, over a dozen of its eagle feathers were severed. However, before Shisho Michichi could expand his advantage, a gentle, restorative wind began to swirl around Hilliard. The severed eagle feathers regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shisho Michichi's wings instantly recovered, as if they had never been cut. Although he lacked powerful ultimate moves and only possessed some basic sword techniques, under the enhancement of his extraordinary talent, the power of these ordinary skills was already comparable to the most advanced sword techniques. However, his speed was ultimately a step too slow. Facing the ghost-like Hilliard, his attacks often missed. No matter how powerful the strength, if it can't hit the enemy, it's all in vain. The intense battle lasted for several hours, and Shisho Michichi's spirit began to feel fatigued. Although his physical strength was still abundant, in such a high-intensity duel, the mental drain was fatal. Shen-Yi observed everything clearly from the side. At this rate, for Hilliard to take down Shisho Michichi, it would probably take several more hours. He decided not to wait any longer. Shen-Yi quietly initiated the Ice Prison Judgment. Shimarito clashed fiercely with Hilliard when he suddenly felt the surrounding air turn icy cold. In the sky, ice-blue snowflakes began to drift down at some unknown moment, beautiful yet exuding an eerie aura. The instant his longsword Wanren came into contact with one of the snowflakes, a bone-chilling cold surged along the blade toward his hand, as if trying to freeze him entirely. Seeing this, Hilliard immediately retreated to Chen-Yi's side. Shen-Yi had already delineated a safe zone around him, where the power of the Ice Prison Judgment would not affect their allies. Although this judgment lacked the Divine Artifact's enhancement and was not as earth-shattering as when it was used against the world-destroying Black Phoenix, it was more than sufficient to deal with a Shimarito who had no special abilities. The snowflakes in the sky fell faster and denser. The 3 Sakura Nation team members with powerful fire-based abilities were almost instantly frozen into ice sculptures, then turned into white light and eliminated from the match. Iori Chiyuki frantically waved her wind fan, trying to blow away the surrounding snowflakes. But in the next moment, a massive ice tentacle suddenly burst out from the ground. Immediately after, countless tentacles broke through the earth, completely encircling her. Shishodawi struggled to swing his blade to fend off the relentless onslaught of icy tentacles, but the severe cold had already stiffened his body, making his movements increasingly sluggish. In the end, the two of them could no longer resist and were completely engulfed by countless icy tentacles, eliminated from the game. They had done their best, but the gap in strength was simply too vast. At the moment of their elimination, the cold system announcement echoed throughout the entire world. Sakura Nation's entire team has been eliminated by Yanhuang Nation. The lifespan of all Sakura Nation citizens is reduced by 5 years. Penalty doubled. The lifespan of all Sakura Nation citizens is reduced by 10 years. Yanhuang Nation defeats Sakura Nation, increasing the lifespan of all its citizens by 5 years. The system announcement was mercilessly broadcast 10 times, and the cold verdict made every citizen of Sakura Nation feel a bone-chilling coldness. Oh my god, my father has passed away. He still had a few years left to live. I've lost 10 years of my life. That means I'll die 10 years earlier. I can't accept this. Damn it. Is there no one else in our country? Why send these 2 useless people to participate in the national war? Exactly, my grandfather died because of them. These 2 are the sinners of our nation. I demand the state execute them. That guy, Shikamori Michichi, for the honor of the samurai, you should commit seppuku. The angry denunciations drowned out everything. At this moment, the citizens of Sakura Nation seemed to have completely forgotten that it was these two people who, not long ago, had repelled the giant beast that threatened to destroy their nation and protected their lives. Chikamori Michichi and Iori Chiyuki, who had just been resurrected, looked at the overwhelming abuse online. The coldness in their hearts surpassed even the pain of having their lifespans reduced. Were these the citizens they had risked their lives to protect? Without asking for the reasons, without distinguishing right from wrong, they had placed all the blame on them. Bastards! Chikamori Michi couldn't help but curse out loud, his usual cultivated demeanor completely shattered in this moment. I never imagined that our citizens could be so foolish. Utterly foolish. Iori Chiyuki said nothing, but her silent gaze already conveyed her agreement with Chikamori Michi's words. Meanwhile, Yanhuang Nation was a sea of jubilation. Ha ha ha. 5 more years of life. Our hero is incredible. This is amazing. Absolutely fantastic. I don't even need to look to know what kind of expressions those Sakura Nation people have right now. Quick, go check out the commotion, this is too entertaining. What happened? What's so funny? That group of Sakura Nation people, because their relatives' lifespans were shortened and they passed away, actually started an online poll. The poll is titled, "Do you support Chikamori Michi committing seppuku to apologize?" The support rate has already reached 85%. Oh my god, that's so ruthless. Are these people out of their minds? Without Chikamori Michi, who will represent them in the next national war? Ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe their Amaterasu Amikami will step in. I'm an American, and I honestly never thought the people of Sakura Nation could be this dumb. I hope our beacon of freedom can illuminate their path forward. This farce has revealed to the entire world the foolishness of the Sakura Nation's players. Some people feel it was unfair for the 2 eliminated individuals, while Goryo Nation seized the opportunity to extend an olive branch to them. Meanwhile, on the national battlefield, Chen-Yi remained completely unaware of the external reactions. He had already chosen a path and was leading everyone forward. Since they had encountered the Sakura Nation's team, it indicated that they were not far from the center. Next, they were likely to encounter teams from other nations. Thinking about the unpredictable abilities of those SSS-level talent holders, Chen-Yi felt a surge of caution. The rewards for being first in the national battle were incredibly generous, and he would not allow himself to miss out on them due to any mistakes. The Yanhuang team entered the intersection, and before them lay a vast plain. Although most of it was grassland, the national battle space had specifically created a path without grass for people to walk on. Having just eliminated the Sakura Nation so effortlessly, with hardly any effort, everyone was in high spirits. Could it be that Yanhuang Nation was destined to secure first place this time? It was said that the rewards for first place were extraordinarily abundant, enough to elevate the strength of the entire nation's citizens to a higher level. As the group was walking, a series of continuous announcements echoed from the sky. The Bear Nation has eliminated the Italian Nation, all citizens' base attributes increase by 1 point. The Italian Nation's citizens' base attributes decrease by 1 point. The Lighthouse Nation has eliminated the Cactus Nation, all citizens gain a 1% increase in experience acquisition, while the Cactus Nation's citizens experience a 1% decrease in experience acquisition. The Papal Nation has eliminated the Emerald Nation, all citizens gain 1 point of luck, while the Emerald Nation's citizens lose 1 point of luck. The announcements came one after another, filled with news of eliminations. Listening to these cold declarations, the team members couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. The intensity of this national war far exceeded their expectations. They quickly grasped the key to the situation. At the beginning, all national teams were on the outskirts, coexisting peacefully. But as everyone gradually moved toward the central area, the chances of nations encountering each other increased, making conflict inevitable. Chen-Yi led his team, continuously traversing one intersection after another. They climbed snow-capped mountains, crossed grasslands, and waded through swamps. During this time, they were fortunate enough to find 3 blessing altars, obtaining S-tier blessings that increased movement speed by 50%, damage reduction by 10%, and critical damage by 30%, respectively. These enhancements were extremely beneficial for the Yanhuang team. But strangely, ever since they encountered the Sakura Nation, they hadn't come across any other national teams. Shenny understood that this was the effect of his miraculous luck talent. Elimination announcements became increasingly frequent, with news of a country's elimination coming almost every few minutes. Based on this information, Shenny deduced that the number of countries ultimately reaching the central battlefield might not exceed 10. He felt himself getting closer and closer to the center of the battlefield. Just then, a giant golden elephant blocked their path. This elephant was even larger than real-life elephants, its golden skin gleaming brilliantly. Behind the elephant, there was only one path, but it was already sealed off by dense shrubs. According to the rules of the forked paths, it seemed they had to defeat this elephant to proceed. Seeing this golden elephant, Shenny felt a surge of excitement instead. This was the gatekeeping boss to the central battlefield. As long as they defeated it, they could enter the central battlefield. Only teams that entered the central battlefield would be eligible to compete for the ultimate first place. Shenny immediately brought up the attributes of the golden elephant. Golden Sacred Elephant Level, Level 30 Grade, Diamond Talents, Vajra Body, S-Level, Divine Strength, S-Level, Endless Vitality, S-Level, Skills, Unstoppable, War Roar, Earthshaking Stomp, Merciless Charge. Seeing that it was actually a Diamond Grade boss, all the members of the Yanhuang team were shocked. Moreover, this golden elephant had 3 S-level talents, and combined with its diamond creature rank, its strength was simply unimaginable. The audience from Yanhuang Nation was also very surprised to see this scene. They hadn't expected the gatekeeper boss to be a diamond creature. They wondered what their mage god would do. Everyone speculated that he wouldn't let the team members go to their deaths in vain, especially against a diamond-level monster. That's a diamond-level creature, its strength comparable to an army of 1,000,000. Yes, let's hope the Archmage can buy them enough time, otherwise, encountering it would mean total annihilation. The members of the Yanhuang team were now looking at Shenyi with eyes that seemed almost pleading. That was a diamond-level creature, and just the previous Dark Gold Level 1 had already pushed them to their limits. If the captain were to ask them to challenge a diamond-level creature now, it was simply unimaginable. Shen Yi's gaze locked onto the massive golden elephant, his mind racing with calculations. He clearly remembered that he had deliberately kept the overall strength of the team at the lowest level for certain considerations. With their current capabilities, challenging such a diamond-level creature would be like striking a stone with an egg, absolutely reckless and not something to rush into. He turned around, meeting the tense gazes of his team members, and spoke calmly, "Rest assured, this diamond-level creature is not something you can handle right now. This time, I'll take care of it." As soon as the words were spoken, the team members immediately let out a huge sigh of relief, their faces filled with the joy of narrowly escaping disaster. At that moment, the golden elephant also noticed this group of uninvited guests and let out an earth-shaking roar, "Moo!" It moved its heavy 4 legs, charging forward like a moving mountain with a thunderous rumble. Shenny had no intention of letting Hilliard take action. His figure flickered several times in succession, instantly appearing at the golden elephant's side. He raised his hand, and a blazing fireball quickly formed in his palm. Whoosh! The fireball shot out of his hand, striking the golden elephant's massive body with precision. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the fireball detonated. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly in all directions, its power reverberating for thousands of meters, lifting a layer of soil off the ground. Nearby team members were blown off balance by the force, scrambling and crawling to escape to a safe distance, terrified of being caught in the center of this clash of titans. Witnessing this earth-shattering strike, the livestream chat instantly exploded. "Oh my god, is this the fire god's fireball spell? Why does my fireball spell look like a tiny spark in comparison? Ha, did you think the title of fire god was given for nothing?" A veteran viewer immediately chimed in with some trivia. Back when he was just a level 10 rookie, he flattened an entire plaza with a single fireball spell. Now his power is unfathomable. The might of this move, no one could possibly withstand it. On the battlefield, the thick smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the golden elephant. A large chunk of flesh on its back had vanished into thin air, leaving a wound so deep the bone was visible, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Strangely, however, the flesh around the wound began to wriggle rapidly, and before long, the bleeding stopped entirely. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. He knew this was the golden elephant's vigorous vitality talent at work. This ability allowed its flesh to be brimming with boundless life force, enabling even the most severe injuries to heal swiftly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as a fireball once again formed in his hand. But this time, the fireball's size shrank dramatically, eventually compressing to the size of an orange, while the energy contained within it became even more terrifying. Just moments ago, he felt the surge of magic within him and realized that the fireball spell had leveled up, reaching level 11. Chen Yi aimed at the wound on the golden elephant that had just begun to heal and hurled the condensed fireball with force. The golden elephant seemed to sense the mortal danger as well. It let out a furious roar, activating its unstoppable skill. Its massive body forcefully turned around and charged at Chen Yi with reckless abandon. However, the fireball was faster. Boom! A fireball the size of an orange exploded violently on the golden elephant's face. Endless waves of air rolled in all directions, and the Yenhuang team members who had just gotten up were once again swept off their feet by this even stronger shockwave. This time, the golden elephant could no longer stand. Its massive head was completely shattered, exposing the eerie white bones inside. Its enormous body staggered forward a few steps due to inertia before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. 2 fireballs, instantly killing a level 30 diamond creature. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Oh my god! The mage is mighty! That was a diamond creature, and just like that, it's gone? As the golden elephant fell, the invisible roadblock ahead also vanished. Chen Yi did not hesitate for a moment and stepped forward, followed immediately by the Yenhuang team members. Each person's face was filled with shock and admiration. Passing through the intersection, the scene of the central battlefield finally unfolded before everyone's eyes. It was a vast, boundless plain, devoid of any obstacles or vegetation, resembling a giant arena awaiting challengers, stretching endlessly into the horizon. At that moment, Hilliard's delighted voice suddenly rang out, "Master! The no-fly zone has disappeared." Upon hearing the news, Chen Yi nodded. The road ahead had reached its end, with no more restrictions. It was time to ascend. "Hilliard, return to your true form and take us up." At the command, Hilliard's body instantly expanded, transforming into a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 300 meters. Its massive form nearly obscured the sky. Carrying a mere 100 people, or even 100 tons of cargo, was nothing more than a trivial task for it. In the blink of an eye, all 100 team members were standing on Hilliard's broad back, which felt like an aerial plaza, with no sense of crowding at all. With a piercing eagle cry that shattered the clouds, Hilliard spread its wings and soared high into the sky. Chen Yi stood alone atop Hilliard, feeling the strong wind rushing against him. Sui Tang, on the other hand, was in the team, nervously discussing with several girls in supporting roles, preparing for any emergencies that might arise at any moment. Soon, Hilliard soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. From this vantage point, the entire battlefield was in full view. This was the safest high ground. This scene was broadcast live across the world, instantly igniting the audience's excitement. My god, this is practically an invincible position. Isn't that right? Why is air superiority so important in war? Whoever controls the skies controls victory. Do you think the Archmage is about to use that move again? I just remembered. He's going to transform into an aerial bomber again. Exactly, as long as the Archmage uses that move, who could possibly stop him? People still remember the last National Warboss raid, where Chen Yi's earth-shattering falling stars left everyone in awe. That level of attack was simply beyond what any player could withstand. Of course, some spectators remained calm. Top players from around the world are everywhere, maybe someone can endure such damage. That's right, let's hope the mage god doesn't get careless, or it might give others an opportunity. Speaking of this, it reminds me of a bald guy in Bear Country, just like the mage god. His talent is unbelievably tough. How tough? A mountain-sized boss stomped him underfoot, and when the boss lifted its foot, that guy stood up as if nothing had happened. No way, that's so exaggerated. If you don't believe me, go online and look for videos of Bear Country fighting bosses. That guy's talent is simply a mystery. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, a team of just over 50 people suddenly appeared out of thin air. Captain Smith looked around, his eyes filled with excitement and arrogance. He turned around and shouted to his team behind him, "We, the Lighthouse Nation, are the first to reach the central battlefield. This proves that we are the strongest." At this moment, Smith's previously severed arm had regrown, and he was now clad in an incredibly heavy set of armor. The team members behind him raised their arms and cheered along. Long live the Lighthouse Nation! Long live freedom! However, the viewers in the Lighthouse Nation's livestream were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Foolish Smith! The cunning Yanhuang people are watching you from right above your heads. They can't really be blamed. Who would have thought the enemy would fly to such a high place? Too bad we can only watch and can't warn them. Even if we warned them, what good would it do? I've watched the live broadcast of that boss battle in Yanhuang Nation. That kind of power is beyond imagination. So what? Isn't our one-punch man, Smith, strong? He can even shatter a mountain with a single punch. Exactly. Don't boost others' morale while undermining your own. Heh, foolish. If you'd watched that livestream, you wouldn't say that. Before the words had even settled, another team appeared on the battlefield. It was the team from Bear Nation. Ivan, the captain of Bear Nation, was leading his team straight towards Smith. Upon seeing Ivan, Smith's previously arrogant demeanor immediately toned down a bit, and a hint of nervousness flickered in his eyes. He was well aware that Ivan's talent was Immortal Body, capable of reducing 99% of damage and immune to instant death effects. Without fully unleashing his own power, if he got entangled in a fight with Ivan, it was very likely that he would be exhausted to death before managing to kill his opponent. At this moment, the teams from the two countries were already closing in, and the air was thick with tension. As sworn enemies, their meeting was particularly intense, and the team members on both sides were already gearing up for a fight, with a major battle on the verge of breaking out. The audience from the Bear Nation was extremely excited, and the live chat was filled with shouts. "Take down those Lighthouse Nation guys. Ivan, go for it. Kill them and take their women." However, just as the two ground teams were on the verge of clashing, ready to engage in battle, none of them noticed that, 10,000 meters above, a pair of cold eyes was quietly watching them. As teams from various nations arrived one after another, the atmosphere in the central battlefield grew exceptionally tense. The Papal State, Goryeo, Pakistan, India, former allies, now mortal enemies, all had gathered. Ivan and Smith spotted many familiar faces in the crowd. They had once fought side by side as comrades, but at this moment, their gazes held only vigilance and hostility. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. No one dared to act recklessly, fearing they would become the first target and draw the attack of everyone. Amid this suffocating silence, the cold system voice echoed throughout the arena. All surviving nations have entered the central battlefield. The battle officially begins. Only the nation that survives until the end can claim first place and receive the ultimate reward. All other nations will be deemed failures and will face punishment. This statement was like a bomb, instantly detonating among the crowd. The sole victor, the sole reward. This meant it was either you or me who would perish. In an instant, everyone's gaze, sharp as swords, simultaneously pierced toward the team from the Papal State. Their strength was the greatest, boasting a total of 29 beta testers, making them the top contender for the championship. Naturally, they had become the greatest threat in everyone's mind. They had to be eliminated first through a joint effort. Only then would others have a chance to compete for first place. Feeling the hostile gazes surrounding her, Jean Huanger felt her heart sink. She cursed inwardly, never expecting that being too powerful would make her the target of everyone's animosity. Just as she was feeling aggrieved, she suddenly realized a serious problem. Every nation had arrived, but where was Yanhuang Nation? Jean Huanger abruptly looked up, only to see a massive wind eagle circling high in the sky. Wasn't that the team from Yanhuang Nation? They were actually hiding up there. However, she had no time to think further, as attacks from all directions were already surging toward her like a tide. For everyone else, no matter what, the priority was to eliminate the Papal Nation first. High above, the entire Yenhuang Nation team was leisurely standing on the back of the giant eagle Hilliard, as if in the top-tier box of a theater, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. Amid the melee, flashes of white light occasionally appeared, signifying yet another person eliminated in the onslaught. Jean Huanger was in a precarious situation, struggling to cope while burning with anger. She absolutely could not tolerate working herself to the bone here, only for Chen Yi in the sky to reap the benefits effortlessly. She forcefully deflected a cold arrow aimed at her and shouted with all her might, "Stop it! Haven't you noticed? The people of Yenhuang Kingdom haven't even come down." The chaotic battlefield momentarily paused because of her shout. Some attacks that had already been launched couldn't be taken back, resulting in a few more flashes of white light, but more people stopped their actions. "Look at the sky." Jean Huanger pointed upward. The crowd looked up in disbelief, and Hilliard's massive figure, which seemed to block out the sky, instantly filled their vision. When they saw the calm and composed Yenhuang team on the eagle's back, everyone ceased their attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, Jean Huanger immediately incited, "Does anyone have a ranged attack? Let's take this guy down together." As soon as she finished speaking, a curly-haired young man, his entire body crackling with lightning, stepped forward, holding a warhammer wrapped in electric light. "I'll do it." With that, he raised the hammer high, and a thick bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, tearing through the air and heading straight for Hilliard. Chen Yi naturally noticed the lightning bolt as well, feeling slightly surprised. He hadn't expected there to be such a formidable long-range attacker among this group. The lightning struck Hilliard fiercely, but it only caused its massive body to tremble slightly. As a mythical creature, this level of attack couldn't possibly inflict any substantial damage on it. The young man who launched the attack looked utterly shocked. "This strike was unleashed using my unique equipment, Thunder Hammer, powerful enough to instantly kill a golden creature of the same level. Yet this eagle actually withstood it?" Some of those who were privy to the details couldn't help but roll their eyes secretly. The intelligence had long stated that this was a mythical creature. What does your mere unique equipment amount to? At that moment, another person stepped forward holding a longbow, with a black arrow radiating a destructive aura knotted on the string. "I'm best at long-range attacks. Watch my piercing cloud arrow." The bow was drawn like a full moon, and a black arrow shot into the sky like a meteor. Hilliard sensed a trace of danger from this arrow. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a storm of flames to meet the arrow. However, the black arrow pierced straight through the fiery storm, continuing its trajectory without losing speed. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed, and he acted immediately. One precise fireball after another struck the arrow in rapid succession. The immense impact finally caused the arrow to veer off course, shooting into the distance. After being attacked repeatedly, Chen Yi became instantly alert. It seemed that his plan to peacefully watch them fight from above and then clean up the aftermath himself was not going to work. "If you won't let me watch the show." A cold, ruthless curve appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. "Then none of you get to play." He began to chant, his voice echoing across the sky. "From now on, the bombardment begins." The moment the words fell, 99 massive magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying and oppressive aura. At the center of the magic circles, a meteor was rapidly taking shape. This scene left everyone on the battlefield momentarily blank-minded. "This guy, does he intend to kill everyone here?" Jean Huanger's eyes were filled with venomous hatred. She couldn't understand what kind of absurd luck Chen Yi had to obtain such a world-destroying skill. "Get out of the way!" Jean Huanger screamed, her body transforming into a streak of light as she desperately fled toward the edge of the battlefield. Her second SSS-level talent had yet to be unlocked, and with only the supernatural theft talent, aside from her base attributes being comparable to diamond-level creatures, she had no trump card to counter this. The 10 seconds of chanting passed in an instant. In the sky, 99 burning meteors trailed long fiery tails, roaring as they plummeted toward the battlefield. The attack covered an area as vast as 1,000,000 square meters. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions merged into one, and the infinite power contained within the meteors suddenly erupted on the battlefield. The terrifying shockwaves spread like tsunamis, flinging countless people away like leaves. In an instant, flames, ice, floods, lightning, earth spikes, various elemental energies rampaged wildly across the battlefield, weaving a scene of apocalypse. Countless flashes of white light appeared in succession, signaling the deaths of players. With just one strike, Chenny instantly annihilated the majority of weaker combatants present. At the same time, a series of system announcements echoed in the ears of all citizens of Yanhuang Nation. Yanhuang Nation eliminates Ili Nation, all citizens' basic attributes increase by 1 point. Yanhuang Nation eliminates Tuji Nation, all citizens' basic attributes increase by 1 point. Yanhuang Nation eliminates Banya Nation, all citizens' basic attributes increase by 1 point. A series of triumphant reports sent all the spectators from Yanhuang Nation into a frenzy of joy. They could clearly feel a warm current surging into their bodies, and their strength was genuinely increasing. Each person's basic attributes had directly increased by a full 3 points. This was equivalent to leveling up 3 times out of thin air. The overall strength of Yanhuang Nation had instantly taken a significant leap forward. This is amazing. I feel like I can now smash monsters I didn't dare to touch before with a single punch. Exactly, this feeling of a power surge is incredible. The Mage God is invincible. I was so naive before. Watching him fight the Doomsday Black Phoenix, I thought the power of that move was just a so-so. Now I understand it was because the Black Phoenix was too strong, not because the Mage God's skills were weak. Mage God, please accept my kneeling in admiration. Just as the livestream was boiling with excitement, a new round of deadly bombardment descended once again. In the sky, another round of 99 meteors tore through the clouds, roaring downward. The robe on Jean Huanger was already in tatters from the explosions. She narrowly escaped disaster and, seeing the apocalyptic scene reappear in the sky, gritted her teeth fiercely and continued fleeing into the distance while shouting hoarsely, "Everyone in the Papal State, disperse immediately! Do not let him take us all out in one go!" At this moment, the personnel of the Papal State had dwindled to only 25 elites. Hearing Jean Huanger's command, they dared not hesitate and immediately scattered like lotus petals, sprinting in all directions. Survivors from other nations, seeing this, also followed suit, desperately spreading out in hopes of gaining a sliver of survival. Watching this scene, Shen Yi merely sneered coldly. "Do you think scattering will make me powerless against you? As the saying goes, when poor, rely on tactical maneuvers, when rich, rely on firepower coverage." Under the influence of infinite firepower, a new wave of meteor showers descends from the sky every 10 seconds. The earth trembles amidst the endless elemental explosions, and the entire world seems to be overturning. There is simply nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. In the team from the Lighthouse Nation, Captain Smith felt for the first time an emotion called despair. This level of attack was utterly impossible for human strength to evade. He watched helplessly as every falling meteor inevitably claimed the life of one of his team members. A sudden sense of powerlessness overwhelmed Smith. His once proud superpowers seemed so laughable and useless in the face of this man from Yanhuang Nation. A crazy thought began to take root in his mind. Even if it costs all the resources of our nation, I must find a way to break the power limit. This was his final obsession. The next second, a burning meteor struck his head with precision. Boom! The violent explosion instantly engulfed Smith. No matter how proud he was of his high attack power, his fragile defense could not withstand this earth-shattering blow. Yanhuang Nation defeats Beacon Nation, nationwide fire resistance increased by 5%. At this moment, under Chen Yi's relentless firepower coverage, the entire landscape had completely transformed. Each meteor could blast a crater hundreds of meters deep. If the same spot was hit repeatedly, the crust could even be penetrated by over 1,000 meters. Gradually, the entire central battlefield's ground began to sink downward. Looking at this hellish scene, the faces of all the survivors were filled with despair. Suddenly, a massive holy dragon soared into the sky from the ground. Its entire body shimmered with golden white light, standing over 100 meters tall, like a dragon straight out of ancient legends. This was Astrid, the woman with the SSS-level talent Soul of the Holy Dragon. She activated her Holy Dragon transformation, entering an almost invincible state. In this form, she could unleash all dragon language magic without interruption, free from any cooldown restrictions. Dragon language apocalypse. Without hesitation, Astrid chanted her most powerful spell. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically as countless thunderclouds gathered out of nowhere, accompanied by flashes of lightning and deafening thunder. Within the clouds, countless destructive lightning spheres were rapidly forming, and in the next second, they would pour down like a torrential storm, completely engulfing the area where Chenny stood. Seeing this, Hilliard immediately reacted, opening his mouth to unleash an invisible whirlwind toward Astrid. Astrid, who had been flaunting her power in the air, suddenly felt her wings lose all lift, as if she had been plunged into a vacuum. The massive holy dragon's body lost control and plummeted straight toward the ground. By now, the ground was already covered in scorching lava. Accompanied by a thunderous splash, Astrid's enormous body crashed directly into the lava, sending up a searing wave over 1,000 meters high. However, thanks to her invincible state as a holy dragon, she suffered no actual harm. Dragon language world of ice and snow. Astrid, submerged in the lava, cast another spell, intending to extinguish the molten landscape with ice and snow. As soon as the words left her mouth, endless ice and snow appeared out of thin air, roaring as they swept across the land. The scorching lava began to cool and solidify rapidly. But at this moment, the apocalypse magic that had long been prepared in the sky finally activated. Deadly spherical lightning bolts, like a torrential downpour, crashed down from the heavy thunderclouds. This devastating rain of lightning covered an extensive area, enveloping the entire battlefield. Seeing this indiscriminate attack descending, the others on the battlefield instantly fell into chaos, cursing loudly, "Damn you, Astrid! Are you trying to drag all of us down to die together?" Astrid's gaze was cold and resolute. In her view, this was a national war, and aside from her own compatriots, everyone present was an enemy. Moreover, her team had already been completely wiped out, killing one more was just an extra gain. The spherical lightning had already struck the ranks of the Yanhuan Nation's team. Chenny was hit squarely by one of the lightning balls. A paralyzing pain surged through him, but his body began self-repairing almost instantly. At the same time, he felt a new power emerging within him. The super adaptation talent activated automatically, granting him 10% lightning resistance and 5% dragon aura resistance. Dragon aura resistance? Chenny was slightly startled, realizing that the attack also contained the pressure of a dragon. Meanwhile, other members of Yanhuan Nation were struggling to survive under the intense lightning attacks, with more than a dozen people already turning into white light and being eliminated. Chenny made a decisive command to Hilliard, "Break through this cloud layer, let's go above it." "Yes, Master." Hilliard obeyed the order, accompanied by a piercing eagle cry that shattered the clouds. Its massive body turned skyward and plunged into the raging thunderclouds. The lightning within the thunderclouds was even more concentrated and violent than below. Despite the healers in the team giving their all, team members continued to vanish into white light one after another. When Hilliard finally broke through the clouds and dazzling sunlight poured down, only about 30 members of Yanhuan Nation remained on its broad back. Chenny didn't care much about this. After all, this wasn't true death. According to the rules, as long as one person from Yanhuan Nation could remain until the end, victory would be theirs. Letting these greenhouse flowers personally experience the fear of death wasn't a bad thing either. Only in desperate situations can one truly overcome themselves and forge a resilient will. Of course, if someone mentally collapses from this overly realistic death experience, then they are unfit to remain on the national team. Chenny looked down at the rolling thunderclouds beneath his feet, temporarily suppressing the urge to immediately use falling stars. He decided to wait until Astrid's apocalypse magic effect ended before using his own ice prison judgment to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, the land beneath the clouds had completely turned into a living hell. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they descended into a frenzied melee. In the chaos, some even launched deadly attacks on their own teammates. Meanwhile, Jean Hwanger took advantage of the disorder, quietly gathering the beta players and leading them away from the core of the battle zone. On the battlefield, announcements of one nation after another being eliminated kept ringing out. After slaughtering more than a dozen people in a frenzy, Astrid's holy dragon transformation finally ended. She reverted to her human form, her power greatly diminished, and was ultimately caught off guard by another SSS-level talent user, who used a sharp ice attack to completely shatter her into ice fragments. The chaotic battle continued, and the number of participants on the field dwindled rapidly. Barterland, Kangarooland, the Romantic Nation, these countries were eliminated one after another. Eventually, the frenzied slaughter gradually subsided, leaving only 2 people in the center of the battlefield: Ivan from Bearland and Talker from Elephantland. At this moment, Ivan was covered in wounds. Even with his innate ability of immortal body, he had struggled to defend himself against the earlier onslaught. Opposite him, Talker was gasping heavily, and the long halberd in his hand was riddled with nicks. Ivan's defense was simply too formidable. Not only was it impenetrable, but it also rendered him immune to all instant death effects, making him a natural counter to high-burst opponents like Talker. By now, only 4 countries remained on the field: Yanhuan, Bearland, Elephantland, and the Papal State. While Ivan and Talker were locked in a standoff, Jean Huanger had quietly arrived with her team. At this moment, the Papal State was down to just 9 people, but these 9 included Jean Huanger, Jean Fonger, and 7 other top-tier powerhouses, all possessing SSS-level talents. Ivan and Talker exchanged a glance and instantly grasped the situation. They understood that if they didn't join forces, both Bearland and Elephantland would be eliminated today. With this realization, the 2 of them unhesitatingly stood together, ready to face the threat posed by the Papal State. Although the Papal States claimed to have numerous top-tier powerhouses, only 3 were truly skilled in combat. As for Jean Huanger, they didn't take her seriously at all. In their eyes, she was merely a woman with brute strength, and intelligence indicated that her more formidable talents hadn't even been unlocked yet. At this moment, Jean Huanger turned to her younger sister, Jean Fonger, and asked in a low voice, "Sister, can you analyze Ivan's immortal body ability?" Jean Fonger nodded solemnly, her expression grave. "I can analyze it, but his ability is too troublesome. Even if we see through it, we can't kill him quickly. We'll have to wear him down bit by bit." "That's enough." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jean Huanger's eyes as a plan formed in her mind. She turned to the Poison Saint and decisively ordered, "Poison Saint, use your poison later to slowly wear Ivan down. Everyone else, focus your firepower on that Talker. His attack power may be strong, but his defense is a weakness." "Understood, boss," everyone responded in unison. Jean Huanger looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had already dispersed, and Hilliard's massive figure loomed like the shadow of death over everyone's hearts. "Damn Chen Yi," she cursed inwardly. "Once I deal with these 2, you're next." However, just as Jean Huanger was strategizing, a searing, excruciating pain suddenly shot through her chest. "Ah!" She let out a short, anguished cry and looked down. A dagger was deeply embedded in her heart. The shadow assassin Amira expressionlessly pulled out the dagger, her figure flickering before merging back into the shadowy cloak and disappearing without a trace. This was Chun Yi's deadly contingency plan. He had given Amira only one order: eliminate Jean Huanger at all costs. Under Amira's most powerful assassination skill, Shadow Kill, the unguarded Jean Huanger instantly collapsed to the ground, then transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared from the battlefield. This sudden scene left everyone present unable to react. At the same time, ice blue snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The snowflakes were thin but carried a piercing chill. As soon as they landed on a person, they immediately froze into a layer of ice. The snow grew heavier and heavier, and Jean Fonger, staring at this familiar sight, screamed in terror, "This is Chen Yi's skill. Quickly, avoid these snowflakes." In the Papal State, a strong figure immediately raised his palm toward the sky, and a massive barrier instantly unfolded overhead. "Come inside. This can block the snowflakes." The remaining people hurriedly took shelter under the barrier. On the other side, Talker swung his battle spear in a dense flurry, deflecting all the snowflakes. In contrast, Ivan, relying on his indestructible body, appeared relaxed and carefree, allowing the snowflakes to freeze on him. With just a slight movement of his muscles, the ice layers shattered inch by inch. Just as everyone thought they were temporarily safe and breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden whistling sound of something breaking through the air came from above. They looked up in horror, only to see countless burning meteors dragging long fiery tails descending from the sky. The entire land was once again engulfed by raging elements. At first, the remaining people could barely hold their ground, but soon after, countless frost tentacles emerged from the ground, instantly shattering their final defenses. Above the sky, Chen Yi's gaze was icy cold as he chanted a spell of destruction, like a true god wielding the power of the apocalypse. He had only one goal: to ensure that everyone here perished.